virtual public hearing. And I will just ask my co-chair, Senator Kushner, if she has any remarks before we get started, and I give direction on how this is going to all play out today. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Representative Porter, and we're looking forward to this first public hearing of our committee and of this session. And I know we have a full agenda, so I'm going to keep my remarks to let's get going. And I'm excited to hear from the speakers today about these important proposed bills. So thank you.
You're welcome. Our ranking members, Representative Arora and Senator Sampson, any opening remarks before we get started this morning?
I guess I'll go first since Harry's muted himself. Thank you, Representative. Madam Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity just to say a quick word. I won't take a long time. I do want to let people know that there are other meetings going on today. So me personally, I will be in and out as much as possible, but I definitely want to be here to hear the public testimony. But don't be surprised if you see faces of the committee come and go. And with that, let's get it started.
All right. Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Arora.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us some time here. We really look forward to listening our guests and our panelists today on all of these important topics and hoping to learn more about these bills and these legislations as they go forward. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you, Representative Arora. With that, we will get started, and I just want to first stop my phone from ringing. I want to go ahead and just make the announcement that each person testifying will be given 3 minutes. And if you do bump up against that 3 minutes, our clerk, Devin, will gently remind you that you are at that 3-minute mark and ask you to promptly tie it up, wrap it up. So just be advised going in that everyone will have a 3-minute time allotted to speak, to testify. And if the committee has questions, we will ask the questions at that time. And if not, we will move on to the next person testifying. And with that being said, we will go ahead and get started with our first person of order this morning, who will be Tanya Hughes with the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, who is the
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, and Representative Arora, and members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. And we are here in support of HB 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair, HB 5158, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace, and HB 6380, an act concerning the disclosure of salary range for a vacant position. Again, my name is Tanya Hughes. I'm the Executive Director at the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. With me this morning is our Deputy Director, Cheryl Sharp, who is noted in the below me. So first, starting with the Crown Act, we strongly support this act. We believe it expands and strengthens existing anti-discrimination statutes to include traits that historically have been associated with race, such as hairstyles, hair textures. We believe this legislation makes it perfectly clear that in Connecticut, we explicitly prohibit separate and unequal treatment due to hairstyles or hair textures. It addresses and remedies out-of-date practices and policies. It provides protections for citizens to wear their hair in a way that is consistent with who they are, and no one should be treated differently because of their hair. We believe that the passage of this bill is a push for inclusion, equality, and dignity. We also support HB 5158, breastfeeding in the workplace. 46A, 60A1 is the current statute which mandates employers to provide accommodations for breastfeeding in the workplace. We believe this act adds much needed specifics as to what this should entail. We also like to work with the committee on language. We have a few suggestions. For example, we suggest you may want to change the reference of break time to reasonable break time. We've seen issues arise relating to the need to prevent any type of viral contamination, especially during COVID-19. We want to make certain that the lactating persons are in a well-ventilated room. We'd also like to add language for additional considerations to be entertained, other accommodations based on an individual's needs. And then finally, we think no undue hardship is unnecessary as this language already exists. And then finally, with respect to HB 6380, an act concerning the disclosure of salary range for a vacant position, we support this as well. It is another step towards closing the gender wage gap in Connecticut. It replaces equal pay for equal work with equal pay for comparable work. We believe this is crucial in addressing the long-standing history of gender segregated jobs and unequal pay scales. We've provided statistics in our testimony, and we think that salary range transparency is important in providing comparisons and to allow for improved negotiations. This will ultimately lead to increasing women's earnings and narrowing the wage gap. COVID-19 has only served to emphasize the disparities that exist and has made it much more evident that the women are important to our state's economy. And so
I'm sorry. Thank you. Excuse me, but your time has wrapped up.
Okay, thank you. The commission urged passage of all three bills. Thank you. And I was done.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? I'm looking. I don't see any hands raised. And I'm just going to say at this point that if you do have a question, unmute your mic. Yes, Senator Kushner, I'm sorry.
I just want to thank the commissioner for speaking out on these issues. It's really important that we have your support. And clearly you're in a position where you understand these issues more thoroughly than most people because you're confronted with these folks that come in with these issues and problems every day in your work. And so hearing from you on this important topic is very reinforcing to the work that we need to get done. So thank you for being here today and for testifying.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. And again, we're eager to work with the committee in any way we can.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments for Mrs. Hughes? Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for that testimony on the three bills. So we really appreciate that. My question, in some sense, to all those three bills, is, we are hearing that there could be unintended consequences because the objective is clear, and we appreciate that in many instances here. Has your commission, or have you been able to kind of point out where would be the unintended consequences, where either employers or others may get may get in a spot which is adverse in some sense? Things which have been pointed out obviously have been rectified in the case of HB 5158 by making sure language is reasonable. But for the other two, both for salary ranges as well as the Crown Act, would you have any thoughts, considering that you have much more subject matter expertise on things like that than we would ever have. Now, would you have thoughts as to what unintended consequences have come to your light, which we can work to rectify in some sense?
Thank you, Representative Aurora. I am going to defer to Deputy Director Attorney Cheryl Sharp, who is a litigator, and she has direct experience in this area. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. What we believe is that this language that is contained in each of the statutes, each of the proposed bills will actually make it so that the unintended consequences of earlier legislation don't continue to bear weight. The changes here in the introduction of the Crown Act are monumental. And we don't see unintended consequences because what we see are cases filed now where people are discriminated against based on their race and the race related to their hairstyles. People are being denied jobs, denied promotions, denied opportunities because of their protective hairstyles, because of their race. And so that this act will help to dissuade that type of conduct and behavior. And so that's why we're so excited about that. You also make a reference to the other two acts, on particular breastfeeding in the workplace. It is very important, especially at this time when we are in a pandemic, that mothers have a safe and clean and sanitized area that's well vented to express their breast milk so that their breast milk does not get contaminated and then they contaminate their child. So that's why we think that that is such an important bill that needs to be passed, and we don't see unintended consequences there. To the extent that there could be any fallout, we will, as Director Hughes has indicated, work with this committee, work with the drafters of the bill to make sure that the language does not have any consequences that would be bad as it relates to the wage gap and income for women. If you look at the statistics, 62.2% of women are either the head of their household, working with a spouse to bring in income, or and they're being paid substantially less. 84 cents to the dollar for white women. I think it's around 60 something cents for Black women, and then 54 cents for Hispanic women. Yet in a majority of the cases, when we look in Connecticut, these are the breadwinners in a family. Because of that, we think that the consequences will be very positive if the bill is passed, so that there can be some equity and some equality. For far too long, decades and decades, centuries, really, women have been underpaid and not receiving the same pay as men for the same work, for comparable work. And it's time that we address that as a community, as a society. We see these complaints at our agency. They're filed every year. Every year we process about 4,600 complaints, and a substantial number involve sex discrimination. And so the law is here to help us, and we want it to help us as much as possible to bring equality into our state and to maintain the progressiveness that we have in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you so much, Councilor Sharp. That was really helpful. My question to you is, do you think that at this point, there are many employers who do not disclose a salary, and then when they see a woman apply who's really qualified, they basically turn around and say, we can get her for cheap? That kind of discrimination, you think, is being done by bad actors out there who just pounce upon, so they may, because for most employers, on the other, as I know about it, when, an HR group sets up some kind of decision to hire people, hiring people is not the easiest thing to do either, right? You say, okay, I'm going to hire two folks, this is the job description. And internally, you basically put out some kind of a salary expectation. Sometimes where the availability of talent is, sometimes you don't, right? So you will have to attract it from outside and so on and so forth, or out of the state, move people and so on and so forth. So is your impression that there is a huge problem in our state, which you are trying to rectify, where there are employers who may say, okay, let's just pay this, for this job $100 budgeted. And then they see a very talented woman come through, and then they will basically say, well, you know what, let's just pay her 80 because, we can get it, we can do 80. Is that your impression, what's going on?
We can look at the comptroller study that was done last year, which indicated that women, even in state service, were being underpaid as compared to men. And that's as a state. That's what we're doing within the state. So now if we turn our vision to private employers, yes, it is a problem. What happens is that what the defense has been is that, well, women just don't negotiate their salaries as well as men. That is not proven to be the case. There are countless articles about the fact that women are underpaid, and it's because of their sex. It is because that their work is less valued, even if it is the same or better than the work of their male counterparts. So when women come into the door historically applying for a position, and they've been underpaid historically because that is what history and tradition shows us, then the employer has that salary base, right? And say a woman was making $120,000 for a position that a male in that particular company is making $170,000 for. The issue is that now the female seems like, well, I'm going to ask for $50,000 more than I was making before, whereas a man coming from the outside was being paid equitably, right? So maybe he was making $160,000, so it's only $10,000 more. So we can just perpetuate and ingrain into our system discrimination based on sex if we continue to reveal the traditional historic discrimination in terms of salary base that women have had to endure. Courageously, might I add, because like I said, it's 62.2% of the cases, these women are head of households and the breadwinners in the family. So it has a riveting effect, and we can either stop the sex-based discrimination and the unequal pay that is occurring by enacting a statute that clearly addresses and looks at the discrimination that has occurred in the past, or we can continue to try to put a Band-Aid on it and to try to eke up women's salaries, but it's going to take decades and decades and decades to get there unless we take a bold and provocative step to end the sex discrimination. And so to answer your question, yes, we do see these types of cases. Yes, sex discrimination is very, very real, and it is harming everyday people in Connecticut. There's no question about it, because we get these types of complaints filed with our agency. And do I think that this act addresses some of the downside of being a woman in the workplace trying to negotiate a salary when you've been historically discriminated against? My answer is yes.
Oh, thank you very much. The real legislation which exists, or the law of the land, is a federal law that you cannot discriminate based on gender. That is against the law. It stands firm and proud. But what you're saying to me is that there is, in our state, however, that law is being flagrantly, in your point of view, disregarded. Now, my question is, if a federal law which has been in place for decades is being flagrantly disregarded, my first point would be, should we basically espouse with our attorney general or with our legal system to basically say, why are people disregarding the law of the land, or perhaps maybe federal authorities? Because creating laws which people disregard is not a good idea. If you have just because you double up on a law, and somebody is already, and that law has significant punishments or penalties associated with it. I'm sure you're aware of the legislation. The federal legislation is a protected class. My worry here is that if there is, let's get to the root of the problem. We are not, there is nobody here who would argue, even have any slightest opposition that equal pay for equal work for everyone, for every class, women, men, anyone, everyone, because that's equity. That's what our country is based upon. The question which we're saying is, if that is not the case, which you are telling us, and we have heard from other studies that perhaps it's not the case, there's there are studies out there. Then the next question is, what is the cause? Because if we basically address the cause, then we will make progress. If we do not address the cause and basically go around and say, well, pointing fingers or addressing other things which may not help, then we might lose other jobs. So my question for you is, do you think our Attorney General is doing enough action, or are they taking a laissez-faire attitude here, where a lot of employers in our state are doing things which are not consistent with the federal law, and that is the reason this won't help it? What is your opinion? Why is the federal law not being properly implemented when in the state of Connecticut?
Well, first, let me point out that we have the federal law and then we have the state law, right? So our law in Connecticut is more progressive than the federal law. So we can start there. We have the federal law, it's in place, it applies to all of the states. I think that we have to start at a fundamental place, which I think is maybe different from where you think we are, which is that there is system-wide discrimination that occurs all over this country and here in Connecticut. The reason why I bring up historically and traditionally is because I'm talking about systems of discrimination that have existed for hundreds of years. The women's suffrage movement didn't occur until 1920 when women got the right to vote. So the country wasn't founded on equality. The country wasn't founded on equity, and discrimination in systems has persevered for centuries. What we are trying to do is we are trying to undo some of the systemic discrimination that the country was actually founded upon by having civil rights laws in the state of Connecticut, by having federal law that prohibits discrimination based on sex. So we have a state law that prohibits sex discrimination, and we have federal law that prohibits sex discrimination. The Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities has the authority to enforce the state law. Our position is not that every single employer in the state of Connecticut is a discriminator. Our position is that we have systemic discrimination within our state as we do within our country. Our position is that we have had complaints of discrimination filed that we have investigated, prosecuted, litigated, and adjudicated, where we have made a finding, or a judge has made a finding in court, whether it's state court or federal court, that discrimination does exist in the state and that employers are engaging in some form of discrimination in certain companies, in certain situations. It's not to say that every employer in the state of Connecticut is a discriminator. We don't believe that, because we have not received a complaint against every single employer regarding unequal pay in the state of Connecticut. To answer that portion of your question, the Attorney General's office, we do not have, there is a portion of the statute that addresses what the Attorney General's office powers are as it relates to the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, and they can work with us on these cases and have done so in the past. We have an Assistant Attorney General who's assigned to our agency to assist us with legal issues if they arise and we need their assistance. It is not going to be the CHRO or the Attorney General's office that is going to change the hearts and minds of every single employer or every single person who intends to discriminate or who is working in a system that was designed to have women be paid less than men. What is going to change Connecticut and change this nation is a pivot, is a shift that is one of a cultural change, one of where women's work is valued the same as men's work, where women are paid the same because their value of the work that they're doing is the same as the value of the work that men are doing. So there is no magic fix. We have corrected and recorrected and auto-corrected by incremental changes in legislation, such as the ones that are being proposed here today. It's not going to happen overnight because people's hearts and minds don't change overnight. It is one case at a time that is filed where there is some resolution in favor of the side of equity in favor of the side of equality, that changes America, and that will change the trajectory of the state of Connecticut as it relates to women's rights, and equal pay. So these acts, the way that we interpret them, are that they are trying to incrementally address the discrimination that has occurred, give the CHRO the authority to enforce the laws so that we can see these incremental changes, so that we can see these improvements, so that next year when we're coming before you, instead of saying that women are making 84 cents, white women are making 84 cents, Black women are making 62 cents, and Hispanic women are making 54 cents to the dollar of a white man, that we can stand before you and say, look how effective this bill is. Now we are even closer to the equality that we were in search of.
Councilor Sharp, I want to focus here because I want to put it on record. There is no disagreement or reason for us to discuss at this point whether everyone in this committee wants to improve equal pay, for both gender, for every gender, right? There is no discussion, and we also understand that we need to do more. I understand, but I want to read what you just said. This is something where there is a big cultural shift necessary, and this is not about something incremental.
No, I said it requires incremental changes, which I mean small changes, such as legislation to make the shift.
I see what you're saying. You think these systemic issues, which have roots for hundreds of years, and have legislation currently in place, which is very strong, which you have at state level, which you said are very progressive, have been unable to fix it. And you think they've been failure. They've been quite a failure, because you just mentioned the systemic. Our system is rotten in this regard. There's 84 cents to a dollar but you have some strong progressive rules. And now what you're saying is this very incremental rule will change it. And the reason I ask is because I feel we have to use a hammer for a nail, and you have to use a screwdriver for a screw. That's how it works. If the laws are there and the implementation is not there, which I think is the bigger part, the larger situation which you are pointing out to me, that there's laws for equality in this land are strong, but for whatever reason, just you pointed out cultural, there could be others, there could be hidden biases, there could be many things. I'm not the expert, but we know the result. But adding more legislation, which has other costs, and that's one of the things which you are saying, well, leave alone the cost because this is a big issue. And I'm asking you, can you not suggest to us more substantial implementation steps? And perhaps not to the legislator, you should basically approach the executive branch, that here, sir or madam, is a law which should have in theory reduced discrimination, and that's how we thought it would do it. And there are other discriminations which have gone down, and perhaps it is effective. So that would be my other question. Do you think there is a lot of discrimination between men and men? Because this law is not only effective to women, because we have right now being focused on just discussing the impact it would have between women and men, but the law of the idea of everybody being mandated to provide a salary range as they, just to your point, $170,000 job needs to say it's 160 to 180, right? Even if there are two men, you think there's a lot of discrimination going on?
You asked several questions, and I'm going to try to address them all.
I appreciate that. I really do.
But if I forget one, you'll have to remind me.
I will.
There were about 10 to 15 questions in what you just said. So let me start with difference in treatment is what discrimination is. So when you ask whether or not there's discrimination against men, I'm assuming that you mean versus women, that men are being treated less favorably than women in some contexts.
Other men. other men, because this could be two men, could be any gender could be applying for a job. So we are making a law which will apply to every job in the state of Connecticut, not just where men and women are competing. There are traditionally some jobs where there are more women, there are some jobs where that's just the nature of the various businesses.
Yes. So the answer to that question is we do sometimes get complaints filed by one man against another man in a company. That does occur. A lot of times that occurs where someone files a national origin, a race complaint. They say that my supervisor is treating me differently. He's a man, but I'm a Hispanic man and I'm being treated differently than the white men that I work with. Or I am a Black man and I'm being treated differently. Or I am a white man and I'm being treated differently than the Hispanic men that I work with. So we do receive those types of complaints. I want to be clear about the agency's position and what our authority and our role is in ending discrimination. So our mission is to eliminate discrimination in the state. The point that I've been trying to make is that there is a systemic discrimination in the systems that we have in the nation that Connecticut is not insulated from. So there are systems in Connecticut that have historical roots in discrimination. Over the years, we have tried to address them through legislation and things have gotten better. They've definitely gotten better for people who are Black and brown in some ways, right? Because we used to be enslaved and we are no longer. So the civil rights legislation, there was assistance there. There used to be Black codes and Jim Crow laws. We don't have those anymore. So we have certainly made progress. When the commission was started in 1943, it was started to look at the relationship between Black people and white people and whether or not Black people could get jobs that were being offered by white people and whether or not Blacks and whites could get along. And now we have a substantial number of our population who are Black and Hispanic who are employed in the state of Connecticut. So we have made incremental progress, incremental steps. Years ago, decades ago, white women were making 50 cents to the dollar of a white man, and now they're making 84 cents. Those are the advances that I am referring to. So 34 cents is not the end goal, right? From 50 to 84 cents, but it is certainly progress. It is progress that is appreciated by 62.2% of head of households being run by women with the salary that they are now receiving, which is a lot greater than the salary that they had been receiving decades ago. So again, those are the incremental steps, the incremental progress that legislation has allowed for, federal legislation and state legislation. When I talk about a progressive state, Connecticut is known as a progressive state as compared to some of the southern states that are not considered progressive. It doesn't mean that it's a failure of the state that we're only at 84 cents to a dollar for white women, 62 cents for Black, and 54 for Hispanic. It means that we have more work to do. We don't consider this a failure. We consider this as let's roll up our sleeves and do the work necessary to get equal pay for all women. That's what we're striving towards. To answer your question about whether or not we think that we failed as a nation or we failed as a state, the response from the CHRO is that we have a lot of work to do, but we can do this work together. It's important work that needs to be done. We're not trying to cut up a pie. So if a woman gets equal pay, it doesn't take that money away from a man. What it does is says that women's work is valued at the same rate as a man's work in this particular workplace. As an employer, I value the work of women as much as I value the work of men. That is what this legislation, this proposed act does in our estimation. It's another incremental step in the right direction. We don't want to backslide, take steps backwards. And so whenever there is proposed legislation, whether it's incremental, overhaul, or what have you, we will support it if it moves us in the right direction. And we think this moves us in the right direction. Now, I hope I've answered, I'm thinking that I've responded to all of the various issues you've raised, but if I'm wrong, please let me know, because then I have more I can
No,
talk.
there is nothing wrong, like you would say. You're saying, I think, but you have not answered my question, which
Okay,
is,
which is what?
basically, the premise is this. The premise which we are saying is something like this, which is that there are identified problems which you have described 5 times, which I appreciate because they're big problems. We should describe them over and over. That's okay. And I hear you say 84 and 62. Let's say that's the problem. And I'm saying here that as leadership, as leaders, as committee members, our objective is to solve those problems. And as leaders in your own, in your business or what you do, we are all trying to solve problems. I'm saying is that we are focusing on incremental ideas which have such large costs, whereas the implementation of the existing laws is where, as a matter of fact, I'm looking to you and saying, what are you, perhaps, if it's 84, you need to be finding these employers who are the bad actors. We already have the laws in place. As you said, we have the most progressive laws in place. Adding a progressive, if we have 5,000 tons of progressive laws, adding, 0.01 ton to a progressive law ain't going to do anything. It's going to cost employers something. Right? And that's what we're saying. We're saying, why are the 5,000 tons of progressive laws not being implemented well? And I do not want to say that the purpose is very large. I do agree with that. I have said repeatedly that we agree with what most of the premise of your argument has been on the premise itself, which is that we need to reduce certain elements of discrimination. But we'll leave it there. I think the question which we have to still ask is the costs. Is the cost. And you said, well, there are no costs. We have remedied those costs. Commissioner Hughes really did, directly answered the question. And I think we need to do more to estimate what are the, when I say unintended consequences, you do not want to create another inequity by solving one inequity. So for example, in the case of the salary range, what you don't want to do is employers basically try to downsize or create job salary ranges which are lower. We want them to be market rate. We don't want them to, because I'm sure that if you gave 140 to 160 and then you gave somebody 170, I don't think anybody's going to complain. Is anybody? No. But let me tell you, on an unintended consequence, every employer will basically try to keep the range on the lower end, right? And then basically over a period of time, it will be clear, listen, some folks will basically negotiate on the upper end. So it doesn't solve a problem. It just creates more behavioral issues. Whereas the real problem, as you said, there are some massive systemic problems. We have a ton of progressive laws. We need to implement them well. So I respectfully ask you that you should be rigorous in considering our system is a complex system, a very complex system. It has achieved a lot, but at the same time, there's a lot more to be done. You pointed that in many times, in many ways, over and over. There's a lot to be done. We do not disagree. We're on the same team. We're 100%, 199%, or whatever that larger number is on the same team, right? But at the same time, by creating more bottlenecks for employers, where the objective here is something different, may not be the right answer. We'll get more opportunity to discuss these ideas today, and that's why I love the public hearings when everybody comes up and talks about that. But I would love your comments, your final comments, at least to my questions, as to once again that are there more significant systemic things that can be addressed in terms of implementation?
Representative Aurora, if I might add, I think the strength of this bill is the transparency, and there is no cost associated with that. What has not occurred in the past is that people were not aware of the vast discrepancies. So therefore, the strength of this bill, in order to remedy some of the past effects of laws that were not being upheld, is the transparency. And that is the most important aspect of this bill that's going to really push the needle forward. And I hope that answers your question.
Commissioner Hughes, the real process being followed around the country, and I'll tell you around the country what everybody else is doing, because Connecticut always thinks we are different, and sometimes we do it really good, and sometimes we get in trouble for that, right? And that's because, hey, listen, not too many places have of 3.5 million have 151 legislators or 187 legislators who all propose their bills. Generally speaking, it's smaller. So most of the states have done it by putting a number on that legislation, that if you are having a job or advertising a job less than 50, everybody picks a number, and I don't have the research in front of me, but I realize that most states pick a number and say X $1,000, you will have to kind of give a range. And above a certain number, let's say above 75,000, whatever that is, because a lot of the transparency comes with all kinds of different elements of business behavior. And that is a business. The question about legislation, I always think a lot about, and I have, tons of books based on that, what I call behavioral biases, second order, right? We have to realize economics on the first order. If you basically try to publish a paper today on economics first order, the professor is going to basically take your paper and take it to the shredder and say, well, my friend, go and find something second order because this was done 20 years ago. So now we are focused on the fact that systems are not linear, that everything has an unintended consequence, and many times that consequence overwhelms because people change behavior. People are not, human beings are complex beings. So what we're saying is that when other states follow that law, there's a reason. Humility is a very important thing. Humility, sometimes I see in our chambers saying we can fix it, the other states are silly. No, they have thought through this. They have thought through some of these issues which come about. Let's be humble and say, well, the stringent law in this area, which we have seen, has some kind of a cap. Whatever that cap may be, and for everyone else to ensure that business behavior as well as behavior of various competition in a talent pool is not impacted because there are certain already processes in place. That's what's being done. There are obviously numerous services, internet services available to figure out how much some company or how much a job role pays. That's not as difficult as you think, especially when you get over a certain level. So I would basically just say that the transparency comes with a lot of cost at that level.
So for us, in terms of looking at the cost, because that's the question that you said that I didn't answer. When you look at the cost or unintended costs, the costs are great right now. And the costs are that when an employer engages in discriminatory conduct, right? Unequal pay, they can be sued. A complaint can be filed against them and they have to pay damages. That's a consequence that exists right now. We want to level the playing field for employers, which is why the commission started its Business Training Institute to train employers with respect to the laws for free as a service to businesses, because we don't want people to be discriminated against. We don't want unequal pay to exist. The cost to employers, I guess I'm not clear as to what you're stating the cost for employers is to engage in an equitable practice, that suddenly the price that a person will be paid, the salary that they will be paid will be driven down because a woman has to be paid the same as a man. I think based on the 20-something years of litigation in these cases, where there is a claim of unequal pay that is brought, where the employer then has to pay out a sum of money for engaging in illegal conduct and wrong conduct, at least half of the time the employer learns their lesson and they're not repeat flyers. We don't see them over and over again with complaints filed against them at our agency. However, that other 50%, this will fold them in. And so we think that there are less costs if this bill is passed for employers, as well as less costs for the women who are being adversely affected by discrimination. So that's how we're looking at cost in a different way than the way that you are stating it. We understand the economics of changing laws, but on these bills, on this bill in particular, There's a transparency that there are no costs. There's not, to my knowledge, a large fiscal note associated with this. We're just saying to employers that you have to be fair when you engage in your hiring practices. And that's all we're looking for is
No,
fairness.
I see your point. What I will end with saying here is two things. One is that your belief is 95% of the employers are bad and are discriminating. Our belief is that it's a small, let me finish here. Our belief is there's a small number of employers who engage in these practices. It's nothing close to, it is a 5-10% employers who basically try to do this, if not less, fewer. Your belief is basically that most employers are bad people and we need systemic processes. Let me finish, please. And maybe I'm misinterpreting you. The second element of cost when we talk about is costs are not all that come in the, I spoke to second order economics, are not that show up in the end. The costs are what happens when an employer basically decides on the pay scale. And I actually think it will hurt our employees, our citizens. Your law, which is protected, which is designed to basically help someone, is gonna, in the end up hurting lots of hard-paying workers in Connecticut, because people will tend to give lower salary ranges. They will big, larger ranges. And Rep. Hughes, I'm about to end, and I know your dancing steps I love, but please, I'll just finish up here. The element which I'm worried about is not cost just to employers, the cost to the system, the cost to other hardworking men and women of Connecticut, because additional legislation and regulation, which is not well thought out from the second order consequences, hurts them. Employers will reduce their band wages. They may basically play all kinds of other elements of business strategy, especially for the higher paying jobs. We wouldn't know that. It's a complex system. Let's not think that we can think through that's another thing we need to be humble about. It's a complex system. Even Connecticut has 2 million people who are employed by hundreds of thousands of employers. We don't know how they will all react. So with that, I thank Madam Chair for indulging in me, and thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Council Sharp, for answering my questions.
Thank you. And I will say at this point, before we proceed, that I really want us to be mindful that we have almost 100 people signed up today to testify. I want us to be mindful of their time and what it's taken for them to participate in this public hearing. This public hearing is a forum to hear from the public how they feel about the bills that are on this agenda. And I want to make sure that we stick to that. This is not an opportunity to debate. We can debate in committee, we can debate on the House floor and the Senate floor, but this is not the place to do that. So I just want to set the stage going forward so that we're all clear on how we are to proceed during this public hearing. And with that being said, Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to thank our agency, both the Director Hughes and Attorney Sharp, Deputy, I'm sorry, I don't know your full title, but I think this has been a very, it's not unusual for us to spend an hour with agency folks who have all of the information and who really are best in a position to educate us about these bills. And so you've done a magnificent job here today. And I know that you will make yourselves available to any committee member who wants further information prior to our discussion in committee of these bills. I think you've done a lot to educate myself and the public. And I concur with the chair of our committee, Representative Porter, in suggesting that we move on at this point. But I really do so much appreciate what you've brought to us today. It's been extremely helpful to us in contemplating these bills.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. And I will just echo those sentiments. I did find that you answered the questions and you answered them quite well. There were several questions, and I do agree with a lot of what you said. And, it is not our jobs to change hearts and minds, but what we can do and will do is legislate justice and equity for all. And with that being said, are there any other comments or questions from others at this time?
Representative Hughes.
Oh,
Representative Hughes?
thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. I just wanted to affirm that the intentional systemic consequence of lack of transparency is systemic inequity. It's not individual actors deciding to be opaque. This is standard practice. And when we change that standard practice, as a proponent of the bill, to create salary ranges transparent and open and upfront. Boy, I've heard from so many constituents in this time of unemployment that they go through 9 or 10 pages and spend hours applying for a position, having no idea what the salary range is. And that is intentional by the system to have arbitrary offers based on, well, what was your last salary? So we can pay you less now that because you're a woman and you've been earning less for 20 years. And that practice has to change because the intentional consequences of lack of transparency is systemic inequity and discrimination. And the only way to change that is through systemic change of offering the salary range. And I just want to apologize on behalf of this committee for you having to explain your humanity and expend emotional effort in terms of educating us of what that looks like on a personal and systemic level and professional level. I apologize.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Is there anyone else at this time that would like to comment or question? And if so, I'm going to ask that people please use the raise hand feature because I'm having a hard time trying to flip through all the panels to see if anybody is actually raising their hand. So let's go ahead and set the standard that if you do want to comment or question, please use the raise hand feature. And with that being stated, we will move on to the next person to testify this morning, which will be our esteemed colleagues, Representative Stephanie Thomas. You have the floor, Representative.
Oh, I'm glad I'm number 2. Good morning, Madam Chair, Senator Kushner, and colleagues. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. I was not planning to testify, but yesterday when I was scrolling through the bulletin and I saw this listed, I immediately flashed back to March 5th, 2020. I was in Hartford to testify on the public option bill, and I arrived in the assigned room early, and a public hearing was in progress on this act. As a casual observer buried somewhere in the audience, I heard a few comments that were at worst blatantly racist, are at best clear that many are ignorant of how important an issue this is in our workplaces. Seeing this act raised again triggered memories for me of all the forms of bias I've experienced in the workplace as a woman of color. And yes, hair has been one of those things. Today, my haircut raises no eyebrows, but that was not the case in 1994 when I first cut it short. I arrived at work early on a Monday morning, and I can still remember the look on my boss's face when she literally stopped in her tracks at the entrance to my cubicle, and she just had that uncomfortable, like, how do I handle this look that every manager knows well? And she made the usual small talk, like, wow, what made you do it? And at the time, I was very young and feeling great about the cut, so I went on and on about the ease and freedom and my own sense of self-confidence. And when we were done, I thought we were done, she paused and loitered behind my chair for a bit, long enough to make me sort of stop from my work, look up and raise my eyebrow. And she said, "You are going to grow it back, right?" So here I am, almost 30 years later, and that comment sounds pretty innocuous, but I remember how it made me feel, because it was clear in that instant when I looked in her eyes and I said, "No, I don't think I'll ever grow it back," casually. She had somehow shifted my entire potential career path right then and there in her head. she somehow viewed all of my good work differently and assumed that I wouldn't fit in as a safe Black, as a palatable person of color in our core business of convincing wealthy white philanthropists to make donations to our nonprofit. It was also the very moment that I knew I would need to work for myself one day if I wanted fair treatment. Since that time, I have opened my own company, but that only helps me. Throughout my career, I've seen other young Black women discriminated against due to their braids, twists, locks, afros. Many of them testified in this hearing last year. To the comments raised earlier, I think many managers are on a slippery slope. So the good news is this bill is win-win for workers and employers, and I don't think there are any unintended consequences. So I hope this committee will pass HB 6376 and give me and our other colleagues a chance to set one more thing right in the fight against systemic racism. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I thank you so much for that testimony, Representative. I believe that you hit so many points on the head and so many things that needed to be stated. I believe that the people closest to the problems are closest to the solution, but oftentimes furthest from the power. And because you and I have access to power, I think it is our responsibility to empower others. And that is what our testimony and your lived experience around what happened in the workplace with Black women. Anyone have questions or comments for the good Representative Thomas? I see no raised hands, Stephanie. Senator Kushner, did you want to? No?
Yes, I just, having that personal experience shared with us really does underscore the importance of what we're doing here today. And you spoke so well, and I really appreciate that you're really representing the experience of so many people that, if we could go back in history and redo this, I know most of us would want to be there to make these changes, but we have the power to do it today. And so thank you so much, Representative Thomas. It's wonderful to have you in our esteemed body. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, it is, Representative Thomas. I've heard great things about you, and now I've actually experienced some of that. So thank you again for taking the time to be with us today and to testify on this very important piece of legislation. And
thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Up next, we will have Beverly Straight, and I'm sorry if I'm badgering your name, Beverly Street Kefalis, from the Probate Court Administrator and Judge. Beverly, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm having some bandwidth challenges, so I apologize if I stutter or my feed disrupts. So Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Senator Sampson, Representative Aurora, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I am Judge Beverly Straight Kefalis. I am the probate court administrator and the sitting probate judge for over 20 years in the Milford Orange Probate Court. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning on Raise Bill 6382, an act strengthening the probate court system. 2021 marks the 10th year anniversary of one of the most significant governmental reorganizations in the state. On January 5th, 2011, the probate court system reduced from 117 probate districts to the current 54 districts with 6 regional children's probate courts. It's noteworthy that this consolidation, brought about largely due to looming insolvency, was a plan developed internally by the probate court system, with judges participating in the restructuring. It is also noteworthy that throughout the meetings and reorganizational discussions, judges put aside their self-interest for their own job preservation to do what was best to strengthen and preserve the probate court system. What was of paramount concern in restructuring was ensuring that no court staff member lost their job and that there was no reduction in force throughout this reduction. Not only are the compensation rates and right to vacation, personal, sick time, family leave now uniform across all 60 probate courts, the court staff also now have the benefit of all of the other fringe entitlements that judicial branch employees have, such as deferred compensation retirement plans, short and long-term disability policies, life insurance, just to name a few. Prior to this systemic reorganization, there were 117 disparate compensation plans and benefit packages. Oftentimes, the wages, vacation, sick time, and leave policies were dependent on the wealth of the particular probate district and the decision of the individual judge of that court. Not only was the consolidation beneficial to the state as a whole, as it continues to result in annual savings of nearly $4 million by the reduction of judges, it also provided, in my opinion, a significant and critical benefit to the court staff by finally developing and maintaining a consistent, uniform, and equitable system of compensation and benefits. The restructuring included the establishment of the Probate Court Budget Committee, which is the statutory body that meets regularly to determine compensation and benefit plans, to approve annual cost of living adjustments, merit pay compensation, when the finances of this uniquely funded system can support those adjustments. During state budget deficits, there have unfortunately been times when those adjustments could not be approved. I am pleased, however, to report that in the last 2 years, with continued stabilizing general fund appropriations, all budgeted COLAs and merit pay adjustments could be funded and have been approved. Despite consolidation and continuing to the present, we have ensured that at no time has there been a reduction in force for the court staff, even in the face of precipitously declining probate court fee revenue in the first quarter of the COVID-19 public health emergency. During state budget crises, which many of you recall, where other employees throughout the state were furloughed or laid off, the probate court staff has not had to endure any of those adverse consequences. There has not been one staff member laid off nor reassigned to a probate court district against their will. There is, in fact, significant voluntary movement from court to court by court staff when vacancies arise. Regardless of the challenges economically faced by our probate court system, again, uniquely funded in the state, most recently the unprecedented circumstances due to the coronavirus pandemic, the fiscal and physical health of the court staff has been and is of paramount priority. Since the declaration of the the public health emergency that we are still in the throes of, the Probate Court Budget Committee has nimbly and quickly responded to protect the court staff. It has held 7 emergency and special meetings to approve emergency compensation plans so that when health and safety measures such as cohorting and flexible schedules were needed to protect the physical safety of the court staff, their fiscal health was also protected. The court staff levels have not been reduced. They have not lost paid time, even when exposed to infection, face childcare issues due to school closures, amongst other compensation protective measures. The current structure of the probate court system fits the unique circumstances of the probate court system. It ensures that all employees are compensated in accordance with a cohesive, uniform, and equitable criterion, but also ensuring appropriate local authority and relationships over employee selection and supervision. Many of the probate court staff have significant longevity in our system. It's a hallmark of the commitment of both the judges and the staff to meeting the needs of the public and being valued in the system. The probate courts have a strong culture of employee engagement and retention. The bill as presented leaves numerous critical issues unanswered. I have submitted written testimony that outlines just some of the concerns and questions the bill raises. I'd like to highlight a few this morning. One of the unique features of the probate court system is that each judge is an elected official that has the requirement and the responsibility to manage the operations of their respective probate court. One question that is unanswered by the bill as
Madam Judge?
presented, I'm sorry, am I up?
Yes, thank you very much. And we do have, we are in receipt of your written testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I may just conclude that I can share with you that I value and appreciate our court staff, as does every judge in our system. And although I don't think we're perfect, there is no system that is, as we've just heard a lot of testimony about. We do strive to put the priority of the physical and fiscal health of our staff at the top. Because of the many questions I raised in my written testimony, I do have to respectfully oppose this proposal. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Judge Street Capitalist. Please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name right. Your last name?
So the Strite part is Strite is right, and it is Kafalis.
Kafalis.
Strite Kafalis.
Thank you for that.
Which is why in my community, I'm just known as Judge Beverly. It's a lot easier.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go that right, Judge Beverly. Thank you for granting me that. Anyone with any comments or questions for Judge Beverly? Yes, Senator Julie Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Judge Strite Cavallis. I do want to, I want to also say that we appreciate the work that has been done by you and all of the employees of the probate court during this very difficult time of COVID to keep things moving, but at the same time, keep people safe. And so we always want to point that out and say how much we appreciate that. And I also, you know, we're going to hear more testimony here today. I do remember hearing from some of the same people last year on this bill. My point is this, that I truly believe that collective bargaining is a very important mechanism to making sure that all voices are heard and all voices are respected in the workplace. And so many of the things that you point out here today sound reasonable, sound appropriate, and certainly in the collective bargaining situation, you would make that case. And if there was a different point of view, they would have to make their case as well, and you would have to come to some agreement that was equitable and fair. And so I urge you and others on this committee to consider this because I think that collective bargaining does not take away from anything that you mentioned, but in fact would enhance the whole process of decision making. So with that, I really appreciate your testimony here today and look forward to hearing other views on this topic as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner.
If I may.
I'm sorry. Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Can I respond? Thank you. You know, one of the unique features of the probate court system, as you know, is that judges are elected officials and have an obligation to meet their local constituent needs. But what's important as well is that we do have the probate court budget committee, which is the statutory entity the legislature ensured would give the opportunity for court staff to participate and offer their positions regarding compensation and benefits. We are unique because of not only the financial structure, but the fact that we are 60 unique entities. And as I raised in my written testimony, that brings unusual and unique challenges in the collective bargaining forum. I'm happy to discuss, you know, even outside of this public hearing, in more detail, my specific concerns and the concern with collective bargaining for our unique system. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chairwoman.
You're welcome, Judge Beverly. Representative Retigliano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
I'm well. Good morning.
Good morning. I just had a quick question, a couple actually. Are probate courts funded equally throughout, or does it depend on the district and the amount of cases they have and what flows through the probate courts on whether or not they have money or not?
So that's one of the significant results of the restructuring and the reorganization 10 years ago. It used to be that each court's operations, court staff compensation, judges compensation even, was tied to the actual revenue generated by each respective district. So obviously there are wealthier communities than others. And so those courts actually had the advantage for their court staff to have higher compensation. Restructuring offered and required that all of that be centralized. So there is now a uniform compensation schedule for all positions in the probate court, as well as for the judges. And their operations are also equalized in that regard, no longer dependent on the unique fee revenue of each district.
Well, thank you. And does this legislation suppose or propose, because I know the clerks for the Superior Court are lawyers, correct? But for the probate court, they don't have that need for that qualification. Will this change that qualification and they'd have to hire attorneys to be the clerks?
Well, it certainly is a very serious and significant concern. Chief clerks in the judicial branch are all licensed and attorneys. Predominantly, our job descriptions were developed to recognize the unique experience of working in a court system, not just educational parameters. So I do think that that's a serious concern that may be the results of collective bargaining. Chief clerks also in our system are supervisors of the rest of the staff in that respective court, and that is another area that's unanswered by this proposed bill.
So it doesn't suggest that the chief clerks be treated differently since they are the managers of all the rest of the clerk? Because that was my next question.
I don't know if the bill expressly provides or answers that question one way or the other, but it is a concern.
Just my final question is that I didn't know if you know of any other elected position that doesn't have the ability to pick their own clerk for their office.
I can tell you that in last year, as well as my predecessor's testimony in past years, one comparison we have offered is that as legislators and elected officials and ensuring that constituent needs are met, that you also select your own legislative aides. And I think that's an instrumental tool for judges to make sure that their legal needs of the community are met, but also that the processes are consistent with the needs of their community.
So if some employee of the probate court currently had a dispute or discrepancy, would they use the same means as every other employee in the state of Connecticut? They would go to the Labor Department or CHRO or wherever they're to address their grievance? Is that how it works?
I'm not a labor lawyer by practice, but all of the CHRO protection measures, whistleblower statutes, wage and hour enforcements that the Department of Labor offer are definitely remedies available to any probate court employee.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And looking through the participants panel, I do not see any other hands raised. So I will thank you at this time for your testimony, Judge Beverly, and for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well. Next up, we have Councilwoman. Nope. I don't believe she's with us yet. So I'm going to skip past her and call the mayor of Bloomfield, Suzette Statham Brown. Mayor Brown, are you with us?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you
Good
hear
to
me?
see you. Yes, we can.
Good morning. Thank you. So to State Representative Porter, our Shiro, and to our State Senator Kushner, thank you very much for allowing me to speak on House Bill 6376, creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. It's interesting to me, however, that we have to have a bill to give us as Black women, African Americans, Caribbeans, permission to show up as our most authentic self. I thought about what I would say this morning, and after the press conference where Miss Christina so eloquently told us how she sees the world at 13, I kind of pivoted. So I am a Caribbean Black woman, and I've been in the United States now for a long time. And I couldn't wait to get my hair permed because my tightly coiled hair was not received well. Now I'm much older, but I've learned, I think it was Christmas, I decided that it was time for me to be okay with me, regardless of whatever other people thought about it. So I used to perm my hair, I used to braid my hair, I used to twist my hair, I used to do everything that we as Black women get to do because we're so versatile. But the last 3 years, I started wearing wigs. And I'm not going to get emotional about this because that's not what's going to happen today. I started wearing wigs because I ran for election. I ran for election as the mayor of the best town in the state of Connecticut, Bloomfield. But I realized that sometimes when I showed up in my most authentic way, some people didn't appreciate that. They didn't appreciate it and they didn't respect it. Once I was elected, there was a subcommittee meeting that was happening. I wasn't at the subcommittee meeting. I wasn't on the agenda of the subcommittee meeting, but the committee chair decided to talk about the new mayor of Bloomfield and how she didn't appreciate the way that she showed up, how she didn't appreciate that she was the one that was representing this amazing town that's 57 to 60% Black. And I heard about it after the committee meeting from a resident. And I think for a good day, I was sad because it wasn't about the fact that I've been a community servant. It wasn't about the fact that I'm a mother and a wife and a pastor, or that I have my bachelor's degree and my master's degree and that I've had a ton of experience. It wasn't about that. It was about how I showed up. To be honest with you, I got over it. You know, I spoke to the person. I see her for who she is, and I got over it. I did the best job that I could representing our town. And I must say, I do believe I did a good job. But this year, last year, December, I was sitting down having a conversation with myself. And myself told me it was okay for me to show up as my most authentic self with my crown, whether I wanted to perm it, whether I wanted to coil it up, whether I wanted to twist it up, whatever I wanted to do with it, I should be able to do with it. Everybody else get to do what they want to do with their hair and still be represented and respected. Only us, only us. And I feel that it is a sign, it's almost like imprisonment, right? You're holding me hostage because you want me to show up the way you want me to show up. I can only be accepted the way you think that I should represent myself and or anyone else. I believe that if I show up the way I was created, I am representing myself and anyone else that I'm speaking for at the moment. As I stated, it's very unfair that we have to now create a bill to say that we can't be discriminated against, whether it's an Afro puff, whether it's dreads, whether it's locks, whether it's sister locks, whatever, cornrows. I support this bill, and I support this bill because I have daughters and I have nieces and I have godchildren and I have little Black and brown people in this town that looks up to me and to everyone that we see that looks like us. When State Rep Porter puts on her scarves on her head and she shows up, that gives me some encouragement. So I want us to be able to encourage our next generation and let them know that you're beautiful, you're smart, you're intelligent, you're worthy. You're worthy.
Thank you
for
very
whatever
much, Mayor
place you're
Lisa
in,
Brown.
no matter how you show up. So I do support this bill. And I thank you, State Senator and State Representative, for being a part of this fight.
Thank you so very much for that testimony. Again, much like our Representative Thomas, I believe that there is so much value in testimony that comes from those with lived experience that have faced these problems and continue to face these problems on a daily. And I thank you for really validating the fact that our crown is sacred. It is our authenticity. It is our versatility. And it should be our right to show up however we choose to. And we know that our white counterparts get to do that. And I had somebody say something to me the other day when they saw this bill coming back up, and it was, they made a good point. You know, like, we have women that show up with purple hair and blue hair and red hair and green hair. And, you know, we're just getting to the point where we feel like we can do that too. But they've been doing that forever. And we know that hair does not define your ability to get the work done, that it's culturally meaningful and it has no impact on our abilities to perform whatever it is we need to perform, whether it's professionally or academically. So thank you again, Mayor Brown, for sharing that testimony and really bringing light to real life experiences of people such as yourself serving in the capacity that you do as an elected official. Is there anyone that would like to comment or have questions for Mayor Brown? And I'm just taking a quick look here to see if I see any raised hands. And I do not, so we will move on and we will call on our esteemed Representative David Michel. State Rep David Michel, are you with us? All right, well, moving along, we have up next the illustrious Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy, B. Melinda Johnson with YWCA Hartford Region. Welcome to our public hearing today, Queen.
Thank you, Representative Porter. I feel like I just saw you earlier this morning. Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Melinda Johnson. I am the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy with the YWCA Hartford region, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. And I stand, and our organization stands in support of House Bill 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. So as we stand here today, sorry, I'm working with my 3-year-old, closures. The ugly and oppressive reality of systemic and structural racism can be as overt as police brutality or as subtle as Eurocentric grooming policies in educational and professional settings that subject people of color to identity shaming. The Crown Act not only puts an end to discrimination of people of color based on their hair texture and ethnic styles, but it affirms the identity of Black and Brown people, and it affirmed that it must be accepted in mainstream culture, not just tolerated as an alternative. In the schools, our Black and Brown children need to be able to hold their heads high without the fear of taunting and ridicule. In the workplace, men and women of color need to know that their hair does not outshine their accomplishments, their talents, their education, and their abilities. The implications of discrimination based on hair texture and ethnic styles bleeds into educational disparities imposed on children and unfair economic disadvantages placed on people of color. People who literally can't get ahead because they are judged and regulated and seen as less than because of what grows from their head. The statistics can't be ignored, and a study conducted by Dove indicated that in 2016, the 11th Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals held the Civil Rights Act does not prohibit discrimination on the basis of hairstyle, stating that hairstyles only have a cultural link to race or Blackness, rather than being an immutable trait of one's race. Black women's hair is 3.4 times more likely to be perceived as unprofessional. Black women are 30% more likely to be made aware of formal workplace appearance policies. Black women are 1.5 times more likely to be sent home from the workplace because of their hair. Black women are 83% more likely to report being judged more harshly on their looks than other women. And Black women are 80% more likely to change their natural hair to fit in at their office. When we're talking about hair discrimination, we are talking about so much more than just how a person feels they are able to operate in educational and work spaces. We're talking about how people are limited in their presentation of their full self in our society, which means at the end of the day, it's our society that's missing out. We're missing out on the full presentation of genius in the works. We're missing out on doctors being their best self at the hospitals. We're missing out on teachers being their full self in the classroom. We're missing out on students learning and receiving and feeling that they are full and complete and enough in our society. Thus far, 7 states have adopted the Crown Act, and it is now Connecticut's turn to step up, not because it's trendy, but because it's right. So in closing, I urge you all, our legislators, to support House Bill 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair to prohibit discrimination based on hair texture and style. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We do appreciate that testimony. Are there anyone? Yes, Senator Cush.
You had that timed perfectly. I do want to thank you, Ms. Johnson, and for all the work that you do, and to the YWCA. Many years ago, decades and decades ago, my sister was the executive director of a YWCA and participated in the national board. And I know that the history of the Y that has been in the forefront of fighting systemic racism. And I really appreciate that about your organization and the efforts that you have made to take it beyond a mission statement and put it into action like you're doing here today. I also want to thank you for your testimony. I think we all had a great experience this morning hearing from CHRO and from Cheryl Sharp and Tanya Hughes as they really educated us about the law. And I think you've done that here today as well with the statistics that you presented in your testimony. I assume that that testimony has been provided in writing because I know it's of the nature that I want to go back and study it and work from it and testify to the surveys that you have brought to our attention. I think they're very, very important. So I just want to commend you for all the work you're doing and for being here today and making such a strong statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. And yes, this has been submitted in writing.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, for those statements. Recognizing Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony. You know, my family, especially my wife, has been extremely involved with the YWCA here in town. She's on the board. I think she spends more hours on that, and that's such a she's quite passionate about being on that board, and those meetings, as I understand, go longer than she would have thought, and she enjoys them. And the advocacy as well as the work you all do is just admirable and so consequential. Thank you. You know, I actually here wanted to ask you a question because about here, because this is very personal to me, right? And you're gonna say, why Harry Aurora? Is it personal to you? I'm a Sikh. I don't know how many of any in this Sikh by religion. It's a religious practice in India. There's about 35 million people who practice this religion. Most of them are in India, but there's a lot in America, maybe 100,000, 150,000 Sikhs in America. And the reason, for those of you who don't know who Sikhs are, you know one when you see one, because they have facial, traditional, those who are traditional are supposed to basically not cut their hair. So they sport, a facial hair, right? And that's how it is. And, 35 million people in India, and very big, a very vibrant community globally. As a matter of fact, we always say the First World War and the Second World War, we were on the right side fighting, for the Allied forces, and so there's a lot of history behind it. There's a movie which really encapsulates very well. So my question really, however, and traditional Sikhs I speak to, I'm obviously not practicing in that way. They basically feel somewhat similar to what you say. They're discounted when they show up because they have facial hair, and and many of them even sport a turban, and they really feel, that it doesn't work. But the question which is really being asked, and they ask, and we discuss this, is it legislation? Is it education? Because a lot of it here, and that's basically the discussion I had earlier this morning as well, is if we could legislate equality, justice, fairness, we would already have had it. Right? And I really want your thoughts on this, because you have practical experience, and I wish I could have asked this question to Mayor Debathan Brown as well, because I personally have felt it. My father has felt it. He's a traditional. He's traditional in this way, but he tells me, Harry, that it's what you do, and make sure that you spread the word. And that's one of the reasons I want to talk about it right now as well, because hey, listen, they're being discriminated. There's a big deal there in my community, in the religious community which I associate with. But to your point, and my question to you is this legislative work? Because this is indeed the education work. This is indeed media work. We basically thought, in some sense, to have better movies on that. So please, if you could talk to that, I would really appreciate that.
Certainly. And thank you, Representative Aurora, for posing that question. I do have some ties to India as well. My grandfather hailed from India and journeyed to Trinidad, and hence I am here in America, a representation of both worlds. Regarding the question, is it education or legislation? To be honest, it is both that is required. Legislation does the work of showing the standards, not just putting in place laws and rules, but showing the standards of what we will and will not tolerate as a culture, in my opinion. And additionally, education then helps to expose people to other vantage points with the facts. That's what education is supposed to do. But in between both of those worlds, there is still ignorance. And ignorance, in my opinion, is not just the lack of education or the lack of awareness, but sometimes it is also a choice to persist in a behavior or persist in a certain pattern, despite the facts or the presentation of the facts. The choice to ignore what has been educated to you, what has been presented to you, what you've been taught. And so it is my hopes that with this work that we are able to pass the legislation, set a standard for our society, that organizations like the YWCA Hartford region will continue to do the education component, make sure that there's enough information out there, and that together as a culture, we can choose not to be ignorant, not to ignore what is presented before us.
So let me ask you a question. Should I be advocating that there should be language for Sikhs in this as well? Because that's it's not a hairstyle, it's what they sport. I have never heard that asked, by anyone in my community or in the Sikh community. But, the reality of the matter is that, because the belief is that it's what they ask me is, please, can we go speak on the floor of LOB? I'm like, yes, anytime you want. because what they want to make sure is that it is very clear that it is to be associated with leadership, because that's what the religion is traditionally related to. One of the reasons I gave up business life to be in public life is because of my upbringing in that religion, saying that if you can, thou will do public service. And I said, well, this is my public service. So my point being that I worry that we cannot legislate everything, and I understand that incrementally that's a good idea, perhaps. But at the same time, I think sometimes we try to carry on in the legislative load a little more than what, while some of the real changes are going to come culturally, as another earlier speaker said. I just got, I get bullied right, left, center, even in the legislature, I'll tell you. And I don't know whether because how I look or what it is, by people who I would never think would bully me. But, that's what I'm saying, that this is education and awareness. This is not, I want to make the point here for record that a lot of this stuff has to do with education, awareness, and the change of heart, right? And we do have good legislation. That's one thing I pointed out earlier. And I think some listeners did not appreciate that the legislations are strong. We can make them stronger, but I will tell you that's going to move the needle much smaller than if we for the work you do. And so I thank you once again, and would love to hear on a separate time about what you all do on this topic, because I do believe that that's how we address some of these issues. Not by legislation is going to be less of an answer from here on, what they call diminishing utility of legislation, whereas the education as well as the awareness and the good work you do is what is going to carry a lot more. Activism at some point, which you do, is going to carry a lot more of the load.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And again, while I do not stand in full agreement with all that you presented, I do respect your perspective. And I do welcome you for a further conversation on the work of the YW, as we recognize that as we push policy and advocate in that space, we also advocate in platforms of education with our community through conversations and other tools. And I would love to afford the opportunity to have that conversation with you at a later date.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You're welcome. Let's see if we have any further questions. Seeing none, I would just like to take this opportunity, Mrs. Johnson, to thank you for your tremendous advocacy and how you are always on the front lines fighting for what's right. And your testimony was very powerful. I appreciate the points that were made and the manner in which you were able to respond to the questions presented to you. And I look forward to working with you even more so in the future. So thank you again for being with us today. All right, up next, we have Kimberly Glassman, the Director for Foundation for Fair Contracting. Kimberly, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chairwoman Porter.
Good morning.
Chairwoman Kushner, Ranking Member Aurora, Ranking Member Sampson, and the distinguished members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Kimberly Glassman. I'm the Director of the Foundation for Fair Contracting, and I am here before you this morning to testify in strong support of House Bill 6378, an act codifying prevailing wage contract rates. I have submitted written testimony already, so you do have that, and I'm certainly happy to answer any technical questions about the legislation that is before you here today. But I wanted to also just note that this legislation had strong bipartisan support in this committee last year. We are certainly hopeful that this legislation benefits from the same strong bipartisan support this year. And I also wanted to just take a moment to speak directly to some of the opposition to this legislation. I recognize that there is testimony submitted in opposition to this bill from Betsy Guerra, the Council of Small Towns, And I know that CCM is signed up to testify. I just want to be very clear that these organizations do not understand what this bill seeks to do. They don't have a clear understanding of this law. And if you were to ask them, and I hope that you do, if they come and testify today, ask them technical questions about how these wage rates are determined and what this legislation seeks to do, because I believe that they will not be able to answer those questions. Neither of these organizations have ever, not once, reached out to the proponents of this bill to seek guidance or ask questions or try to understand. It seems that they have they are predisposed to oppose this legislation, regardless of the facts and data presented, and that's just very unfortunate. And I think it speaks to the times that we're in. So I do hope to have your support. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions about the bill and what it does. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony today on this very important bill. I guess I will start with a question before opening it up to the floor. And I just want to know if you can speak to, are there any other states that use CBA rates?
Yes, thank you for that question, Chairwoman Porter. There are quite a number of prevailing wage states in the country that use collective bargaining rates to determine their state's prevailing wage rate. And I've included in my written testimony, you can scroll down, and I've included all of the states, all of the prevailing wage states in the country, links to their statutes for determining the prevailing wage rate. The states around us, just so you know, are Massachusetts, New York. Then there's a number of other states: Illinois, New Jersey, Maryland, Alaska, Ohio, quite a number of other states as well. So we're certainly not trying to reinvent the wheel here.
Thank you for that clarity. I appreciate that. Senator Kushner.
Thank you for testifying here today. It's good to see you. And although in Zoom, sometimes I can't see people's heads above their knees, but I appreciate your testimony. I think the question that we hear the most from people who are concerned about this is this going to cost more money? That's sort of what people are curious about and concerned about. So I think if you could address that, we would all benefit.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chairwoman Kushner. The answer is no. So right now, the way the rates are determined is the U.S. Department of Labor conducts wage surveys, but the U.S. Department of Labor has sort of moved away from doing wage surveys. They don't do them very often. In fact, it's been years since we've had a wage survey done in Connecticut. But per the wage survey process, the collective bargained rate in Connecticut is the prevailing wage rate. So the rate that is in a collective bargaining agreement is the prevailing wage rate. Those are the rates that prevail. And the way that that has been determined by the Department of Labor is by asking contractors for their pay scales in a specific period of time for specific types of work, and they ask for peak weeks, and they determine based upon all of that data from all contractors, regardless of whether they're a union contractor or a non-union contractor. They take all of that data and they say, what is the market for this type of work in this area? And what has been determined is that the collective bargaining rate is the market rate in Connecticut. So what this bill seeks to do is simply to change an administrative process. It would have no effect on any of our contracting agencies. They would feel no change. They are still going to request the wage determination for their for a new construction project, just as they would anyway through the Department of Labor. And those rates will be the same as they currently are. There will be no change for the contracting agencies. The change will be for clarity to get around any confusion that the Department of Labor will not have to wait for the U.S. Department of Labor to reflect the collective bargaining rate in the U.S. Department of Labor. This will allow the Connecticut Department of Labor to ensure that that rate is updated on time on July 1st of every year, which is the current law. They have to update the rate every July 1st. So that is what this bill seeks to do. And there should be absolutely no change for our contracting authorities.
Thank you for that answer. And I have a second question because I do remember testimony on this last year. And if I'm correct, I believe there were contractors who in this industry who support this proposed bill. And they support it in part because I think there could be some potential cost savings to them in that any delays in getting this information back from Washington cause delays in their ability to negotiate contracts, to secure contracts and close deals, and then could also require back wages that can be costly for an employer to implement. So that's my recollection is that, and I know you work for both the industry and the unions in the industry. You have a board that is made up of both sides of this equation. So if that's wrong, please correct me, but that was my recollection.
No, your recollection is just perfect. And in fact, I urge the committee members to look at the written testimony that has been submitted on this bill on the CGA website. You will see that there are quite a number of written testimonies submitted by our contractor base right here in Connecticut. These are Connecticut employers who hire and employ Connecticut workers, and they support this legislation because they actually, it's really a contractor's bill. You're going to hear from labor. Like Chairwoman Kushner indicated, my organization, the Foundation for Fair Contracting, is a labor management organization. I have on my board both representatives from labor, but also contractors. And this is at its core a contractor's bill because it is contractors who have to put together a bid and bid to a public authority. That is a very lengthy, it is a very tedious process to put together that bid. And they need to know what those wage rates are at the time that they're putting together that bid. And if those wage rates aren't updated appropriately, or if they're not reflected correctly, it can give some contractors an artificial edge over others, because you're only really bound to pay what is on the wage determination. If that gets submitted incorrectly or a rate doesn't get posted correctly or in a timely manner, that can really create a lot of confusion in our contractor base. So you're going to hear from labor, and of course, labor is going to support this legislation, but I want to be very clear that what this legislation seeks to do is to create some streamlined processes for our contractors in Connecticut.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair. That is all my questions for the moment.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. And just to reiterate before I call on Representative Retigliano, you are stating that this bill is to codify. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure that that's being understood. We're not changing anything. We're not asking for anything. We want to make sure that what we're doing, which is working, is actually what we continue to do in the best interest of workers and employers.
Well, let me be I want to actually clarify. It is true. It is also not exactly true, right? Right now, the Connecticut the rate will not change. So we're trying to codify the rate that will not change. It is the process that we're trying to change slightly because there is bureaucracy, government bureaucracy at the federal level. And you will read testimony from contractors, from labor organizations. The onus is on them to get their collective bargaining agreements into the Department of Labor on time to ensure that that rate gets reflected by the July 1st posting. If it's not reflected appropriately or correctly, That's where we've run into problems. And essentially everybody you're going to hear from on this bill has some type of horror story that they can share where that rate hasn't been updated correctly. There's been confusion. They're on the phone with the feds. They're emailing the feds. They're trying to get the feds to update it right. The State Department of Labor ends up having to put out an amended wage determination. And so what we're trying to do is sort of give some autonomy to the state of Connecticut. There's no change to the wage, but we are trying to alter an administrative process for the Department of Labor, which we believe will ultimately make it easier for the Connecticut Department of Labor and streamline administrative process for them, while also benefiting the Connecticut construction industry as a whole by removing any confusion on the process. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I just wanted to make sure we're making it clear for the record. So thank you for taking the time to elaborate on that. With that, I will call on Representative Ritigliano to be followed by Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Kimberly. How are you today?
Good morning, Representative Ritigliano. I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Listen, I just want to be clear. There are certain folks among us that hear the word prevailing wage and automatically they sort of get into opposition, or their antenna goes up. To be clear, and you take all the time you need to explain it, this doesn't add any new project that's subject to the prevailing wage. Does it raise the rates? Does it lower the rates? Does it do any? So it doesn't really add anything to what a prevailing wage would apply to. Am I correct?
You are 100% correct. This bill does not artificially raise wages. This is the same wage that is currently the prevailing wage in Connecticut, nor does it expand prevailing wage protections to grasp any other type of work. This is simply an administrative.
Right. So if a project is subject to it now, it'll be subject to it the day after it's passed.
Yes.
And if a project isn't subject to it, it won't become subject to it, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. And I want to be also, if I could, just take a moment. This is what's frustrating about our opposition, who, again, I want to stress, we have reached out. My organization has extended an olive branch to COST and CCM more times than I care to recall over the past decade that I have been at the helm of this organization. And every time that olive branch gets chopped down, they have never reached out to the stakeholders of this organization to try to find common ground, to try to understand, to work together to maybe come up with some ideas of how to lower the cost of public construction. Can we look at the soft costs on the construction manager side, where there's, we're paying consultants a lot of money on large scale construction projects? Can we look at erroneous or unnecessary permitting processes to lower the cost of construction? Is there common ground that we can work on together? And the conversation never goes anywhere. And what is frustrating to me is when I look at COST's, Betsy Guerra from COST's testimony, when I read that testimony, she indicates, Representative Ritigliano, that this would possibly increase the cost of construction. And she points to states like New York and Massachusetts where the prevailing wage rates are higher. The cost of living in those states is higher. So the market rate is different in those states. We are not changing the market. The market is set. And these are the rates that the Department of Labor has determined are the prevailing wage rates in Connecticut. There is no other change. So I just want to be very clear when she comes and speaks before you today. I hope that you, that you ask the same questions, because there seems to be a lot of confusion. And I also want to just point out one more note. I have an email where I did email some of the leaders within COST a few years ago and asked to meet about prevailing wage, and said, we're always at odds on this issue. And we probably don't need to be, because there's probably more agreement on this issue than there is disagreement. And I got an email back from a first selectman saying, we've got more important issues. We don't have the time to meet with you on this. But yet they have the time to come before this committee every single year and complain and perpetuate myths and misinformation about this good wage protection that has been on the books since the 1930s past by Republicans.
Just to be clear, because I'm pretty linear, I'm a linear guy. There may be some opposition to prevailing wage. There may people have a different opinion than some. I think the point and the reason for my question was that this isn't the bill. This isn't going to add, take away. This isn't where prevailing wage gets expanded. It's just a simple codification of how we calculate the rate.
Correct.
So I understood that. So I asked you the question so that maybe other people could feel more comfortable. And I appreciate your time and your answer. And it sounds like you got a bit of an argument on your hand with some people. So I'll let you.
We're not trying to argue the merits of the law.
Understood.
The law is the law. And that's not what this legislation does. We are simply trying to clarify an administrative hurdle for that within the law.
Understood. You have a great day.
Thank you, Representative. You too.
Thank you. And up next, we have Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Would this be accurate, given the unusual and unpredictable behavior at the federal level? We're bringing the calculation of the rates in-house, calculating them the same way, and thereby making the rates predictable.
100%. You nailed it. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Representative Aurora.
I think Representative Aurora is on mute.
Hundreds of Zoom calls later, it still happens. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Glassman, for your testimony and for being here to help us understand. I have a few questions here I would ask you. So, as you know, in the legislature, we understand that process is very important, and I get taught that lesson every single day about how process is the most important thing. And so here we are talking about process. So this is fairly and squarely in things which we understand well. My question here is that let's just go through it one more time, because I want to basically shed light on some things which you're saying which may not be factual, and maybe I will get corrected by you. That currently the way the prevailing wage is being determined is you poll every single person who's doing that trade or contractor who's doing that trade. Some of them are unionized, some of them are non-unionized, and you take the average or the median, or perhaps some median. Let's call it the median. So you say 50 percentile, and that's the number that becomes the prevailing wage. Is that your understanding, Ms. Glassman?
No, they don't take a median of the weight of all of the data. And frankly, I don't want to give you wrong information because I don't do those wage surveys. So I could certainly speak with the U.S. Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division and ask for the exact methodology. But it's not a median. It
is that data, though. The data is comprised of all contractors, and then
that's correct.
Median would be the fair way. You could take the average, which would be lower. I always think, you take the larger number in this case, and so maybe you take the median or you take the average. I'm assuming you don't take the top 5 percentile or the bottom 5 percentile. That wouldn't be good practice, anyways.
I'm just going to interject real quick and ask that everyone that's speaking be allowed to complete their sentences before the next person starts to speak. Kimberly, did you want to respond?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Any further questions, Representative?
Yes, I am. Representative Porter, could I will, can I have a constant interflow, and I will make sure that I stop, as you said, and make sure Kimberly has the full time to respond. Is that okay?
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll refer to you as Ms. Glassman, if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine.
So if you take, would you agree that there's more number of people who do non-union work in the state of Connecticut than unionized work? Because there's in construction, you do have a lot of business, which may or may not be unionized. There's small contractors who do different kinds of work. So if you consider, let's say, a task like a plumber, right? Plumbing work, right? Plumbing work is done by, I was looking at the numbers, about 14,000 people or some very large number of plumbing contractors in the town of, in the state of Connecticut. And of which I would love to hear if I'm totally mistaken, only 12 to 14% of those were actually unionized, right? So in terms of pure numbers, the number of, I'm only taking one specific trade. You could extend it to carpenters or perhaps to iron workers. It does appear that the number of people who are part of the union in that specific group, is much larger relative to those who are unionized versus non-unionized.
I think that is incredibly misleading. So I want to explain so that so we're all on the same page. If you're going to make a blanket statement that there are more non-union contractors in Connecticut than union contractors, that might be true. But what we're talking about is public works construction. We are not talking about hiring, and I'm not denigrating this work by any means, just to be clear, but we are not talking about a private, small, residential contractor who comes to your house and fixes your sink or fixes your bathroom. We are talking about the types of contractors that have to be pre-qualified by the Department of Administrative Services, who perform work on schools, on courthouses, on our roads and our bridges. So I just want to be very clear that when you draw that line, we have to mean what we're saying. So is it true that there may be more non-union contractors in Connecticut than union contractors? That could very well be true. But is it true that there are more non-union contractors that perform public prevailing wage work? That is a question, and I would take issue with that statement.
So would you say that it's an exclusive group, that people who are not doing public work are not required, can tomorrow, because not do public work, this is exclusive club in some sense? Because my viewpoint is that, small, for renovation, this is not just state work, this is also municipal work or prevailing.
Yeah, I said schools.
Yeah,
yep.
So municipal work, as you would say, is basically, and some of them are renovations under up to $400,000. As a matter of fact, up to $100,000.
Yep.
So if you have a $50,000 renovation, and somebody, I know you say these are small. The small contractor comes and bids, a $5,000 job. You think a normal contractor cannot really bid it because he's not a part of the club or a part of this institute, this circle of what you're describing, that the 90% of the contractors, because they're small and they only work on large residential constructions or hotel projects, are excluded? Would that be your opinion?
No, anybody can bid, and anybody can bid a public project in Connecticut. What I am suggesting is that most of these small residential companies do not bid, and I didn't say state, I said public works prevailing wage projects, because most public works prevailing wage projects are more complex. They're higher scale work that you need to be very skilled in your arena in order to perform. Most of those projects, you do need to be pre-qualified by the state of Connecticut to show that you have the ability to perform work of that scale. So I just want to be clear that when you say all these non-union contractors, I think we just want to be very clear about what we're talking about, because we can't compare, a residential smaller shop that, and I don't want to just say residential, maybe commercial, and they go into grocery stores and they do, HVAC and, maintenance work in some commercial capacity as well. But we do not want to compare companies like that who don't really play in the public works arena with the contractor base that does perform work in the public works arena.
Yeah, but Ms. Glassman, that's where I'm taking a little bit of exception that if you are, I want to correct you, and perhaps, maybe you may disagree, that when you come to the number of projects on municipal work and public works, including renovations, when you consider the number of projects, there's a very large number of small projects, very large number. There may be a few very large projects which are 100 million, 20 million, 40 million. I understand that. But when we talk about employment, the small worker is important, Ms. Glassman. The small important worker for me, and I know he's only working on a 50,000 or 500,000, HVAC in a Stop and Shop locally, because Stop and Shops and commercial can be reasonably large. They can be $50 million, construction, of which they may do $1 million. So what I'm saying to you is that there is a lot of small projects which are municipal projects in number, not in dollar value, in number. The median project may be very small. And the reality is that you are excluding a lot of people who, please, may I finish, madam?
Okay.
Ms. Glassman, I really would like you to—
Please finish. Please finish.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is that this is exclusionary in that sense, that the point is that we need to include all contractors who are unionized or non-unionized to basically figure out the wage. And what you're trying to say is not only we only want unionized contractor, and we want to make this an extensive exclusive club. And I really think that's where you're headed. And the reality is that you may say, but you will not guarantee. I know numbers very well. The process which you are trying to advocate for will lead to 10 to 20% more costs. And you can bad paint your the people who oppose the bill and that they are wrong and they don't do this and that. We have to respect everyone. And the reality is that there are some very significant points of fact and rigor they make, which is that what you're saying is your process which you're suggesting. If I put up the numbers, you can say one thing, but when you add up the numbers, number one, all these prices will go up by 20% or a significant number, and they may not go up immediately. You're right, because it will take some time. Because you are going to exclude all the lower price people or the lowest price contractors, add all the large contractor, and make this totally exclusionary. Do you don't agree? Do you? What is your opinion on that?
That's wrong. No. You clearly. I'm sorry, Representative Arora. This is my world. This is my universe. You can tell me how the Wall Street works, but this is my world, construction, and I'm telling you that you're wrong. The comment that I only care about union contractors. I mean, please let's not make assumptions about each other, right? Let's be respectful. So the way that I don't do the wage surveys. This isn't up to the Foundation for Fair Contracting. This is a process that has been in existence since the 1930s, when this bill, when the law was founded in the United States. So the wage determinations are conducted to look at the contractors who perform this type of work. If you do not perform this type of work, if you are not performing road construction, if you are a maintenance contractor that works in the residential world, the U.S. Department of Labor is not asking you for your wages on road construction. They are asking road builders, both union and non-union, what do you pay an operating engineer, an iron worker, a laborer, a carpenter? They're asking those contractors how they pay, what their pay scale is. And so I want to be very clear that I do not create these wages. Our contractors are who creates these wages. They are who pay our workforce, our construction workforce in Connecticut. So I just want to be very clear about that. There's no exclusionary practices here. Nothing prevents any contractor from bidding on a prevailing wage project in Connecticut, whether it's municipal or state or federal. any contractor can bid a prevailing wage project. Now, some contracting agencies will ask that those contractors be pre-qualified by the state of Connecticut in order to qualify for a bid, so that they can see that that company is capable of bonding, so they can see that that company has performed work of that skill set before, so they can see if that company has any prior wage violations that have been adjudicated by the Department of Labor, whether federal or state. But beyond that, nothing is excluding any companies from bidding a prevailing wage project.
Thank you, Ms. Glassman, but that's exactly the point I'm saying. I think I want you to clarify perhaps that the pool of labor, the pool of contractors is large. And some of them may not exactly be working for my town hall, and they're working for the Stop and Shop. And to say that they are not in the pool, that they are not contractors for public works because they just did a hotel or a grocery store of 400,000 square feet. So they are eligible in the pool for and they may be non-unionized, and they're eligible in the pool for the town hall because they could easily, they have done large work. They technically may or may not participate in the public work for one reason or the other, but at times they will. So what I'm saying to you is that the current, and let's just put it this way, I do not represent Wall Street. You represent a small group. I represent 3.5 million people. I'm working for 3.5 million people, many of them for the state, in the state of Connecticut. So let's just get this right. I'm not working for the 25,000, 35,000 contractors. I'm working for 3.5 million very hard paying workers. And it hurts me. It hurts me when there's inequity, because here is a lot of research over research which proves that prevailing wage has been exclusionary to not only to new entrants, but also people of color. This is one of the most exclusionary laws which even exist. And I cannot believe that this committee even wants to think about it. We talked all day long about something that we need to legislate to make sure that there is more equity for people of color or people who think differently or who have different hairstyles. And here is enough evidence here. Enough evidence, even if this is not 100% correct. I'm not going to say, everybody with research these days have biases. There is enough research out there saying that this is going on people of color. It bothers me. And here we are going to basically talk about and say, well, you know what? This is the law we love. And this is what we're going to expand more bells and whistles on it. What we're going to do is we're going to put more on it. As far as new entrants, you just told me that they are small people. The reality is most of the contractors can do most of the jobs in the public works. The reason they don't do it is because they cannot comply with the complex prevailing wage statute.
Okay, I'm gonna Representative Aurora.
Respond.
Yes, please.
Representative, no, one moment, please. Thank you. I am going to give you an opportunity to respond, and then I'm going to wrap this up because as I have stated before, I think that all the points have been made. I'm not going to allow us to belabor the issue because we have to be considerate of the number in that 3.5 million that you referenced that are sitting patiently waiting to testify. So I'm going to ask that you make it brief, Kimberly, and then we're going to move on because we actually still have Representative Winkler, who is waiting patiently to ask you a question, and then others that are waiting very patiently to testify. And as I said, I do believe that the back and forth has delivered the points that have been made on both sides, and we don't need to belabor it any further. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes, and then we're going to move on.
Thank you. And Representative Aurora, I do appreciate your passion on this issue. And we clearly disagree, right? My concern is that I just don't think you have a strong grasp and understanding of the law. And we can certainly talk offline about it in more detail. But it is not going to raise cost. It's just simply not. And you reference all of these studies. You and I had this debate. You reference that you have studies that show that this is going to raise cost or show that this is exclusionary or discriminatory. And yet we have dozens of academic studies that refute that show that when we repeal prevailing wage or weaken prevailing wage, that workers suffer, that you have an increase in subsidies, you have an increase in unemployment, wages go down, there's an increase on public assistance. And so I do take issue with some of these claims, but I also want to be clear that we got into a whole discussion on the merits of the underlying law, which is not what this bill is about. So we need to debate the bill. And it's not about the merits of prevailing wage, because we will likely disagree. And we knew that going into this. So I'm not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me, but that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about an administrative, bureaucratic process that we're trying to clarify and make better for our contractor base. Our contractor base, both union and non-union, who bid and perform public works construction projects throughout the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Chairwoman Porter.
Thank you. Thank you both for the conversation. I do see that Representative Winkler has lowered his hand. I just want to confirm that you are passing on this opportunity. I see you nodding yes, so I'm going to take that as an affirmative. And Representative Ritigliano for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't chime in really quickly. Even though I do think maybe Representative Aurora is speaking to a different subject that's within the bill, I would associate my remarks with Kimberly just said, that the bill doesn't address any of his stress over prevailing wage, which I think is a topic or a conversation that he should have. But also, Madam Chair, I would be remiss I believe Representative Aurora has the right to ask as many questions as he likes, as long as he's respectful and he sticks to the subject matter and he treats everybody with dignity. I didn't have any issue, even though I may disagree with his line of questionings at the moment about the bill. I do think that he has the right to continue as long as he chooses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Duly noted. Thank you. Representative Aurora, if you have any new questions, please state them. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. What I'm pointing out is the fact that the discussion is about this bill and the process. And I think we cannot not discuss the process in detail. We have Ms. Glassman, who perhaps is our only chance today, to really focus on the process. We're not talking about, let's just leave that alone. You mentioned about we for whatever reason, as you saw, I'm very passionate about discriminatory practices in any area. So we went there, but we won't. The question on process has to be clarified, that in your current process, we are including non-union people who are in the pool to determine the wage.
Yes.
In the new process you're suggesting, we will not be including them. So how is it possible that the wage won't go up? Why are you misleading the fact that if you take out non-union people or non-union contractors from the determination of the process, add only union contractors, it will increase the wages. So I am saying what the fact is, let's put the fact, maybe it maybe still be okay for this committee to pass the bill. But what I'm saying is, let's state the fact that if we change the process to include only union workers, then the wages will go up, just like others are saying, by 10 to 20%. And that's a fact.
Can I answer the question?
Yes, please.
It's not a fact. So please don't ask me to agree with a fact that is your assumption and opinion. And second of all, I also take issue with this defiance that the wages are going to go up. They are not. The current process is that the market has been set by the collective bargaining rates. The Department of Labor has taken data, wage data, from both union contractors and non-union contractors, and has determined that on building projects in Connecticut over 4 stories, and on heavy and highway work in Connecticut, that the collective bargained rate is the prevailing wage rate in Connecticut. And so we're not changing anything. Currently, that's the practice. When the town of Greenwich needs to build a school and they go to the Department of Labor and they say, please, we are requesting a wage determination. So we're going to go out to bid. And in the bid documents is going to be a wage determination that lists all of the trades and what they pay. This is how much a sprinkler fitter makes. This is how much an electrician makes. This is how much a plumber makes, right? When they get that wage determination for that school, those are the collective bargained rates in Connecticut now. So this assumption that the rates are going to go up is simply not true. They already abide by the collective bargaining rate. The issue that we are trying to address is simply a bureaucratic one. When the town of Greenwich requests that wage determination, every July 1st, there's a new wage determination that comes out. Because the US Department of Labor has had more delays, because there has not been a streamlined process within their wage and hour division on updating these rates in a timely manner, the wage rates in some cases have been wrong. And so that creates confusion for contractors who want to bid a public works project in Connecticut. So what we're trying to do is give the state of Connecticut's Department of Labor more autonomy so they don't have to rely on the US Department of Labor. There are so many other prevailing wage states that already do this. I don't understand what the problem here is, or the problem that you believe this is going to create. But I think what is also important is that no non-union contractor has testified against this bill. No non-union contractor has submitted written testimony against the bill. No non-union contractor has signed up to testify against the bill today. And that is because it is going to create just as much streamline clarity for them as it will our union contractor base.
Thank you. Senator Kushner?
I think after all of this discussion, I may understand the dispute between my good representative from Greenwich and I think what you're taking issue with isn't what the current process, it isn't what's before us in this bill. This bill does not change the current practice and procedure for establishing the prevailing wage rate for Connecticut. It only streamlines it, has been suggested, by not having it go to Washington and then come back. But it is the same methodology that will be used, that is used currently in Washington. I think what you are arguing, Representative Aurora, may be changing the procedure for establishing prevailing wage. And I do want to say that is not before us today. And I appreciate your efforts, Kimberly, to educate us about this bill and about the procedure. But I do think that I have clarity now, and that it has been established that this will not change either the way the determination is made or how much the determination will be. It simply means it doesn't have to go to Washington and come back, that it will be done in-house here in Connecticut, which streamlines it and is a benefit to all contractors, regardless of whether they're union or non-union. So I think that was a good summary, and I hope that clarifies the matter and we can move on.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Seeing no further hands, we will move along, and I will just take this time to thank you for your testimony, Ms. Glassman, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you to both the chairs, to Ranking Member Aurora, Representative Winkler, Representative Ritigliano. I really do appreciate the conversation. I do appreciate the questions. I know that this is sometimes a wonky topic, and certainly I'm happy to answer any further questions offline. So thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you again, Kimberly. Moving on, I do believe that we have Representative David Michelle with us, State Rep. Are you still with us?
Yes, Chair Porter, thank you very much. And thank you for letting me do this. I'm basically, and thank you, honorable members of the committee, I'm basically going to concede my time to Ojawa Asumoa, as I'm assuming that that person is also on the call. But great bills being discussed today.
Okay, do we have Adjoa B. Samoa?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much. Greetings, Chairwoman and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. I will attempt to speak quickly considering I only have 3 minutes. For the official record, my name is Adjoa B. Asamoah, and as the racial equity champion and impact strategist who developed the legislative strategy for the nationwide Crown Act movement on behalf of the Crown Coalition, co-founded by Dove, the National Urban League, and others, it is my honor to testify in full support of Bill 6376. I am proud and excited to appear before you all today, not only because I lead the efforts to pass the Crown Act across the country, but because I am also from Connecticut and my mother, sister, brother, niece, and other family members all still live in Connecticut. I was born and raised in New Haven and graduated from Hopkins before moving to attend college and graduate school. There is a long-standing history and problematic practice of racial discrimination based on hair in the United States. There have been countless cases where Black people have been discriminated against for wearing natural hair and/or protective styles, including but not limited to braids, locks, twists, etc. This prevalent form of discrimination includes being fired, passed over for promotions, and having offers of employment rescinded. It impacts our upward mobility and has been the reason far too many of our children have missed school and had negative educational experiences. As I think about the work we've done at the local, state, and federal levels, I think about a dynamic student in Louisiana who was sent home in tears because she wore beautiful braids that were deemed a violation of school rules. I think about a student in Texas who was told he could not participate in his high school graduation ceremony with his friends due to his locks, a display of cultural pride. I think about how people all over collectively gasped witnessing a student wrestler in New Jersey be forced to make a decision he should have never been tasked with making and choose between having his locks cut and identity attacked or forfeiting a match he had participated in based on talent, or had earned the right, I should say, to participate in based on talent. The African aesthetic is beautiful and it must be lifted and valued. This issue of narrow beauty standards in America continue to perpetuate inequity, injustice, and discrimination in the workplace and in schools, and it warrants a legislative fix. Whether you're natural but wearing your hair blown out like mine is today, or wearing twists like I did last week, our decision to rock our crowns naturally and/or in protective styles must be preserved and protected. This bill will provide protection against discrimination based on hair by extending statutory protection to hair texture and protective styles, traits that are historically associated with race. On behalf of the entire Crown Coalition, including over 70 civil rights and civic engagement focused organizations, we value and thank you, Representative Porter and Senator Kushner, for championing the Crown Act in Connecticut. My dad, Dr. Kwame Butwi Asamoah, moved to Connecticut from Ghana and taught me African history, self-love, and how to advocate for myself and others on the issues such as this. With this being Black History Month, it all comes full circle. I encourage you all to act favorably on the Crown Act. Again, on behalf of the Crown Coalition, I thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership and for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you so much, Adjoa. We really do appreciate you taking the time to join us, not only today to testify, but also for the press conference that we heard earlier. We thank you for your leadership and how you continue to champion the Crown Act throughout the nation. And we are looking forward to being state number 8 when we finally get this over the finish line. Yes, Senator Kushner, I see you just raised your hand. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you so much. And Adjoa, I just want to thank you. It does not go unnoticed that you are from the great state of Connecticut and from New Haven. We are so proud of you and proud of your advocacy on the national level. What you are doing is critically important. And every time we move that needle just a little farther to justice, we are doing great things. So I'm happy to support this bill and the initiative, and I hope that other states will follow. So thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Thank you so much for your support and leadership, both of you.
You're welcome. And with that, I see no other raised hands. So I'm going to ask Representative Michelle if he has anything he would like to add. And thank you again, Adjoa. Peace and blessings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go, I'll just give some sort of shout out for Bill 6377, because in conjunction with the governor's bill, it will bring a labor peace agreement as a condition of licensure. So I'm all in favor, and just want to make sure I stress that. And thank you very much for all the good work of the members of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Michelle. And with that, we will move on to, I believe we do have now City Councilwoman Wildelise Bermudez from the city of Hartford with us.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Madam Councilwoman. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Dear Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Committee on Labor and Public Employees, my name is Wildelise Bermudez, and I am an elected official with the Hartford Court of Common Council. And I'm here to speak to you today in support of HB 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements and modern and equitable cannabis workforce. So in 2017, the Hartford Court of Common Council passed a resolution in favor of supporting cannabis equity and a cannabis report. By 2019, Hartford Court of Common Council held community conversations, community forums, where we invited guest speakers such as the esteemed Commissioner for Massachusetts, Shalene Title, who's the Commissioner for Cannabis Regulation, as well as other business experts from Colorado all the way to New York, to speak to the community about what would cannabis legislation equity look like for cities like Hartford and throughout the entire state of Connecticut. So basically in Hartford, we've had some time, a significant amount of time, to think about what would cannabis equity look like. As such, HB 6377 presents the most thorough, just, and complete path forward for our state of Connecticut to correct the harm done to the working class as well as communities of color by the historical criminalization of cannabis. Many advocates for cannabis legalization in Connecticut and beyond correctly pointed out the major economic opportunity that this presents itself for our great state. The question we have to ask ourselves is it going to be for the interest of the big corporate community, or is it going to benefit our working class people in Connecticut? And so HB 6377 answers these questions very clearly because it's made to focus investment directly to our working class communities and our own workers. And so how does it do this? HB 6377 achieves these goals by, number one, using data-driven reinvestment. Also, secondly, thorough protections against corruption, interest, and discrimination. It creates more Connecticut-based jobs. It creates a lot of jobs, and it creates more opportunities for entrepreneurs. Additionally, it will create more revenue to the state of Connecticut. And that's to summarize this pretty lengthy document of the bill. And lastly, of course, guarantees that labor will have a seat at the table as we build a new industry for our state's future. I'm very grateful for all the stakeholders that came to the table to create this bill, and it would be easy but wrong to push a bill forward, a bill that did not bring together such a diverse set of voices into its development. The comprehensive and collaborative vision reflected in this bill is exactly what will make it so effective in making sure that cannabis legalization benefits all people in Connecticut, especially those that have been wronged by our war on drugs. I thank you for your time, and I really appreciate everything that you do for our great state of Connecticut.
Thank you for your testimony, Councilwoman Bermudez. Any questions? Yes, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Councilwoman Bermudez. And I think you've done a great job clarifying, summarizing this bill. And I think we need to be very intentional when we pass laws in the state. And And one of the things that has become so clear this year is that our efforts in the past to root out systemic racism have not gone far enough, have not been bold enough, and have not been deep enough. And clearly, as we address this issue of legalization of cannabis, it is important that we are intentional in looking at ways that we can be more equitable. And I believe both the equity provisions of this bill that you outlined, and also the labor peace agreement, which gives voices and lifts voices and creates more equality and better jobs and jobs with benefits, that's a very important aspect to it. So I appreciate your advocacy on this, and I also want to thank you for the work you've done in the past to get us to this point. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I will just echo those sentiments, Councilwoman, and do thank you for your very precise summary on this bill and the importance of workforce development, the labor peace agreement, and how we believe that this will actually be the tide that lifts all workers. So thank you so very much for that. Yes, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Councilwoman Bermudez. I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here. Am I unmuted? All right, I'm still playing the, yes, I am unmuted. Thank you. So I had a quick question, which is when you speak about, advantaging from the opportunity, I just want to be a little bit careful that there is quite some research out there that those who are, that being in that business may lead to more exposure and possibly addiction issues. And so what we want to do is basically be careful as to, do we want our youth to be involved in that business, or how do we, it's a complex issue. And I don't think we need to be saying that, listen, because the criminalization was impacted one community a lot more, that now we need to have that same community participate in that business because of the we don't even know whether there are a lot of risk associated with being in that business. So I just want to point out and see if you have thoughts on that, because there is a prevailing kind of a thought that because of the harm done to specific communities by these stricter laws or by these sentencing situations, I think we need to reverse and have more economic prosperity from there. So, to the extent that, how do we balance that? I would love your guidance on that.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. I'd also like to mention before I respond to that question that I'm absolutely in support of 6376 bill, which is the Crown Act. I think it's about time that we need to pass that. Now, in reference to your question, Representative Aurora, so the beauty of this bill is it has a lot of amazing components, but one component in particular that really stands out to many folks who have been very supportive of cannabis equity and cannabis in general, in speaking about it, is the component that refers to having a cannabis equity task force. And by putting together a task force and giving yourself a year to compile data, to compile information, to do an analysis, to do an actual fact-finding mission, to establish principles and ideas of how will this get done. Because if we look at the current reality in New Jersey, they passed it, great, they had a vote on it, but there was no idea on how to implement. And so here we are saying we are going to compile the information. We're giving ourselves a year to compile this data through a task force. And that task force is able to then provide the information and to report back to you all, to our General Assembly, which is brilliant, because then that will give us enough time to figure out how this will be carried out. In addition to my response, I would also like to mention that MCBA will be speaking on behalf of this bill later today. And so that's the Minority Cannabis Business Association, along with other advocates. And so, but just to to summarize because I know there's a lot of people that are waiting, just to summarize my response, I think the beauty is in having that task force come together, provide you with the numbers that you need to then be able to carry on.
Thank you for that response. Are you finished with your question or comments, Representative Aurora? You're on mute, I'm sorry.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, we have heard from Senator Kushner, Representative Aurora. I do not see any other hands raised, so I will thank you for your testimony today, Councilwoman, and look forward to working with you in the future on other legislation.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. And up next, we will have before us Claudine Fox, ACLU of Connecticut, serving as the Interim Public Policy and Advocacy Director. Ms. Fox, you have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, Rep. Porter, Ranking Member Sampson, Ranking Member Aurora, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Claudine Fox, and I'm the Interim Public Policy and Advocacy Director for the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut, or the ACLU. We've submitted written testimony supporting HB 5158, HB 6377, and HB 6380. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair. To create an equitable world for all races, the ACLU believes that we must address racism in all forms. Discrimination against natural Black hair and protective hairstyles is as old as this country, but recent years have seen a rash of discrimination against Black people for wearing such hairstyles, both in Connecticut and across the country. This kind of racism often appears in workplaces and schools. This bill is not only critical for adults in the workplace, but for youth, Black youth, that receive so many messages from society about how they are not seen or valued. Black youth who absorb these messages just by existing and have to spend years undoing the self-hate that can come from having these glorious curls on their head. I'm one of those youth. It took me years to love my hair and to see it for how beautiful it is. It took me years to value the hours that my mom spent on Sundays preparing me and my sister's hair for the week so that we could be seen as presentable to the outside world. It took me years to undo the societal standard of what presentable means so that I could step into my power. I dream of a world where it isn't revolutionary to have an afro one day and then 24-inch faux locks the next day while serving on city council. Me. I dream of a world where Black policy directors don't feel pressured to adjust their hairstyles to make others more comfortable because they're moving through spaces of power. Me. I dream of a world where I am seen and evaluated because of what I bring to the table, not the hair that's attached to me. House Bill 6376 expands the existing definition of racial discrimination in Chapter 46A of the General Statutes to make it clear that discrimination against natural hair and protective hairstyle is racial discrimination. Expanding this definition will allow the Commission of Human Rights and Opportunities to investigate and educate hair-based racial discrimination in many spheres, including employment, education, housing, public services, and more. Explicitly recognizing that discriminating against Black hair is no different than discriminating against Black skin is an important step in providing equity and equality for all people in Connecticut. So accordingly, the ACLU supports House Bill 6376, and we urge this committee to support it as well.
Thank you, and thank you for that testimony, Claudine. Any comments or questions for Ms. Fox? Right, well, seeing none, I would just like to thank you again for your testimony and your time today. Look forward to doing work with you in the future.
Thanks, y'all.
You're welcome. All right, so up next, we have Catherine Fielder, Save the Sound. Catherine, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon, co-chairs Kushner and Porter and distinguished members of this committee. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kat Fiedler. I'm a staff attorney with Save the Sound, and I'm here to express my support for House Bill 6381, an act establishing a task force regarding the state workforce and retiring employees. The upcoming 2022 retirement cliff will affect agency resources statewide, as we all know. A task force addressing succession planning and staff retention or recruitment is critical to ensure that all agencies are able to fulfill their core responsibilities. Save the Sound, of course, is most familiar with the critical role of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and its core charge of environmental enforcement, ensuring compliance with environmental laws that protect our water, land, wildlife, and air, and our public health. Fundamentally, effective environmental enforcement requires people. Enforcement staff ensure that environmental requirements are met by the regulated community through both direct enforcement and through the expectation of consistent enforcement. And these roles cannot be replaced by technology, and the burden should not be alleviated by eliminating oversight. Retention is particularly important for these enforcement roles. Retirement eligible staff take with them decades of experience that cannot be replaced by new hires. In fact, DEEP staff has estimated that in order to be independent and effective in these positions, staff require 3 to 7 years of experience with the agency. For these reasons, we are particularly concerned with the impacts of the 2022 retirement cliff and staff retention on DEEP's capacity to continue to protect and improve our environment. A 2019 survey of DEEP staff showed that approximately 26% of DEEP staff only expected to remain with the agency through 2022. Attrition could be partially attributed to the 2022 retirement cutoff. This estimate is very similar to what is expected statewide with other agencies. With these retirements come significant challenges for DEEP to continue to fulfill its charge. However, while I reiterate the need for proper succession planning, and I commend these efforts and this task force to focus on recruitment and retention, we must acknowledge that we are already seeing those retirements and loss of institutional knowledge. And there is significant risk that these positions will not be reauthorized. Impacts of retirements and attrition are already baked into the next few years in the form of significant resource constraints. At the same time, agencies are being asked to capitalize on retirements for budget savings. A review of professional development and staff retention could be rendered moot if there is not also funding allocated for rehiring or retention itself, or if retirements are indeed used as a budget stopgap. Sufficient staffing in and of itself can aid in staff retention as it allows for sustainable and rewarding workloads. DEEP enforcement staff have shown an incredible aptitude to conduct impressive work under strained resources, and we hope that these positions and others statewide remain desirable and even aspirational so that we can achieve the highest environmental outcomes and provide other necessary public services. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And yes, I do see Representative Aurora has a comment or question.
Representative, you're on mute.
This will be the last time. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pedler, for your testimony. You know, I'm a big supporter to that this upcoming change, which is going to be pretty large, needs to be done thoughtfully or needs to be managed thoughtfully by the executive branch. I like the idea of this task force, you know, perhaps one bill, which I really do like here today. And my question, however, is, should we put a little more parameters? Because right now we're saying we create a task force, whatever they do, they do. But they study, meaning just broadly. Should we go a little more? You mentioned retention, you know, and a couple of other ideas right now. My question is that I feel training, perhaps, or you know, even outsourced training in a sense, sending them for a 6-week program to, you know, to the various policy schools or you know, wherever they learn their specific skill set. Training, more use of technology, which is, you know, not in a, you know, that's the fact of life. You know, we use way more technology now than we ever have. Those are the kind of things, more systems which streamline work. You know, that should be part of this by even in our bill. Could you basically talk to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that there's room for expansion of the charge of this task force. I'll try to hit on a few of those. I think one of them is dealing with efficiencies and resource capacity of the agency. Staff will not be happy on the job if they're working with reduced resources. state staff want to do good work, and when they're overburdened and can't do the charge of their agency, that will impact retention. So I know that's a large conversation to resource agencies properly, but I think that has to be a part of that. It's a big charge to add into the task force, but I do hope that this committee and the task force consider how to do that. We also have observed and we understand that the hiring practices do limit the overlap between staff that are retiring or leaving an agency and the new hires that would replace them. That is a problem in terms of transitioning institutional knowledge. That's knowledge that cannot be really shared through external training or training programs. It has to really come from mentorship between staff members. So I would request that the task force consider how the hiring procedures of the state work and how that could allow for overlap between incoming staff and exiting staff so that mentorship can be had. I do, especially I think in terms of DEEP, the agency I'm most familiar with my work, the training, and a lot of it comes from the personal relationships that come through enforcement. There's relationships with the regulated community that allows for information sharing and proper oversight. That's really hard to do with online training programs and really comes from on the ground mentorship. I'm sorry, I keep repeating that, but I think that is really important and a tricky thing to achieve here with how hiring practices continue on. See if I've missed anything there. I mean, I think the other thing for implementing technology that's critical. We need to have a check to see how implementing technology and changing position structures really impact the outcomes from the charge of the agency. We hope to see with DEEP in particular that there can be a transparency efforts in terms of environmental enforcement outcomes, environmental quality outcomes, so we can see how our newly reconfigured state agency can continue to do its work. And then I think one thing that I'm not seeing in the bill right now is the need for this agency by agency consideration. Succession planning will look different between agencies. That is a big task for the task force to do, but I think looking statewide, we might not capture the nuance of how agencies work, the tasks that are before them, how staff retention can be had, even job opportunities that are similar pathways outside of state employment. So as much as the task force can look agency by agency and get feedback from those agencies themselves will be critical.
No, thank you. That's really very insightful. Is it possible, and I'm gonna go to your testimony, to get more specific bullet points which might be includable in the or which can be included? I don't know if includable is well. It can be included in the bill, because I hear 3 or 4 major ideas from you: retention and training. I actually, more than training, what I hear from you is mentorship or overlap. And whether that overlap is the outgoing person gets another 6 months or the incoming comes in 6 months earlier, then agency by agency element has to be, it's to me, having worked, seen larger organizations and read about, really analyzed larger organizations is super critical. So and you say that a number of the members of the task force may or may not be inclined in that manner to understand the relative importance of these issues. To my mind, what you mentioned right now about agency, it could be huge, because no two agencies are very different. And the idea of, I never thought about the overlap kind of thing. No company could operate out there without that overlap aspect. It's not even possible. So if you could give more ideas now or later to kind of, big picture, not really small picture, but the ones you gave were really big picture. Technology, once again, I think on those I've had conversations even with others and in the administration, and they've been quite big on how we impose technology, put technology in this element or element of technology in it. So would really appreciate your thoughts here, and possibly, I will leverage your testimony if there is, or reach out separately for more ideas here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did submit written testimony. I will say that failed to include specifically articulated amendments that could be included to expand that task force scope. So I'd be happy to work with you offline to better articulate what we were just discussing and have that inserted into the charge of the task force.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Arora. And I don't see any other hands for this subject matter, for this witness. Seeing no other hands, then thank you for your testimony and have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Next
time.
up- Sure. Next up, we have Eva Bermudez. Is Eva here?
I'm here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Robin Porter, and members of the committee. I do want to send my solidarity to the sisters who did testify on the Crown Act on 6376 and my support. I'm not here to go in detail on that bill, but I will submit my testimony in reference to that act. And I did wear my natural hair in support of that bill. Without further ado, I'm here on behalf of CSEA SEIU as the organizing director. My name's, again, Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. I'm the organizing director of Local 2001, who represents 25,000 members throughout the state of Connecticut. In that time of organizing and getting to know these different workforces and getting to know these different family members, I've had the privilege of meeting probate workers in that support of trying to make sure that everyone has a right to organize. I'm here asking for your support on House Bill 6382, an act strengthening the probate court system. These men and women are probate court workers who are the social fabric of Connecticut society, the same way that healthcare workers and educators are. If you are a loved one, if you recently passed, if you are settling your family's assets, disputing guardianship, if you're trying to make sure that you have the ability to adopt a child, these are all part of the probate court system. Or as the probate website mentions it, no room for error. When dealing with children's probate, when dealing with people, there is no room for error. Why? Because they're fabric of our society. They're there doing very hard work as vital positions that they may be. As part of their service, you have 54 different courts that were consolidated back in 2011. They share the same reality. They are not all state employees. You have a probate administration who are state employees who have the right to organize. And then the probate court workers do not share that reality. They are workers who do not get raises on a regular basis. They do not have the ability for longevity. They don't have transfers to other departments. They don't have basic time off for loved one when people die, for bereavement. Every court lives in its own island, despite the consolidation. The sick time policy for bereavement, again, is basic entry-level compensation, varies court to court. And since 1969, the statute 45A through 8A says that the probate court employee shall not be deemed state employees. They shall serve at the pleasure of the judge of the court. That is the reality they live in. And why does that matter? It matters because when you completely knock off their ability for representation, to have a voice, to have a choice, then all of the things that I just mentioned, bereavement, time off, sick time, longevity, payment, are not into play. They do not have the ability to negotiate or face a reality of trying to progress within the scale system, within the payment system. I would also like to point out that the probate administration now oversees probate workers. They oversee the pay, the accruals, and the benefits. Every decade has brought the probate court system every step closer for parity, but still not close enough to their counterparts with who are state employees. That cycle of probate workers not having a voice, not having a say in their own destiny is slowly deteriorating the ability that they can try to bring back home the basic human needs to support their household, to get their kids through college, to better plan for retirement. A lot of the probate workers happen to be women. A lot of the people I've met happen to be single mothers. And in the last year and a half, almost 2 years now organizing them, I've been in and out of courts, meeting with them, meeting with these wonderful probate workers. And I've heard stories, agonizing stories of how they didn't have an opportunity, of how they couldn't fully help their child when they're going to college, of how they couldn't afford the ability to buy that new car because the stagnant wages. So what this bill does, and just to clarify for any curiosities, and I'll open up myself for questioning here, is an opportunity to voice that change. Right now, probate workers do not have the ability to voice a change. So I thank you for your time, and I open my time up for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And I will now ask if there are any questions from any of the members of the committee. I see no hands right now. I have a couple of questions. Oh, I see Representative Aurora.
You're on mute,
Representative Aurora.
Representative.
Yes, yeah. No, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Bermudez, for the testimony. Really appreciate your time and you being here. You know, I have a couple of questions because we are hearing a lot from the probate judges that this is the question is about job kind of flexibility or job ability for the court judges to be able to work with the clerks and have the ability to choose the right people who can do the work and less about comp. You know, so comp is one different thing and we can talk about it, but the real questions we are getting is that if in a structure where there is such collective bargaining, is it possible that we lead to a place where a judge cannot select their own clerk or head clerk?
No.
As you call it?
No, not possible. In any collective bargaining agreement, you always have a clause that's called management rights, and that always allows for management, in this case, the probate court judge / probate administration, to select and hire and fire with due process, if there is a collective bargaining agreement, those workers. So at any point, they get to hire the worker that they prefer, the worker who is most talented for the job. What this legislation is asking for is an opportunity to allow probate workers to organize, an opportunity to be seen as equals in the eyes of the state, but that does not mean that management rights go out the window.
That's an excellent point. I appreciate. I really, that's the reason, you know, these hearings can be so insightful. So, but they have several similar in that line, some similar concerns about their flexibility to allocate work, because you know, I do understand management rights, or I appreciate now that you educated me about how management rights can be written in collective bargaining agreements. But you know, there's a lot more flexibility. The way they work is right now is just as you said, just like, you know, all the members of the cabinet work at the pleasure of the president or the governor, you know, so you have to read that in a little bit in that light, that, you know, the work of the judge can get extremely complex. And lots of, we are hearing from a number of judges that this is going to be really difficult for them because they have these effective working relationships. And you know, and there's even locality specificity, right? So a probate issue in Stamford, Connecticut versus one in, let's say, in Wilton, Connecticut, or Norwalk, Connecticut. You know, they have their own intricacies, or Greenwich, Connecticut. They have their own intricacies. You know, they understand how lots of works work. So that's another issue which is being brought up. That will they lose the ability? Even the clerks might now want to stay local and not be able to be assigned, because it will be then a big system. It would be a statewide system in some sense. So that's another question.
So it doesn't change. So if a clerk wanted to change from one court to another, if a clerk has a certain assignment given to by a judge, none of those intricacies of the job placement, job duties will change, not by representation. What we're looking at when you're looking at organizing in general, you're looking at the ability to negotiate on bereavement, time off, these global overarching things that have impact and affect probate workers that they currently don't have. So if the fear of the judge is, oh my, by allowing this legislation, it opens a Pandora box of me not having the power or authority to make sure my court is the best court possible, then they shouldn't be scared of this legislation. I've recently started reaching out to probate judges, specifically with the task of asking them to meet with me. So I reached out 1.5 years ago, but there's many judges, and we do have judges who are pro this legislation. And now I'm circling back with those judges and asking them that we should probably look at this holistically, have a meeting, have a conversation, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of confusion out there. And kind of the questions that you're asking, Representative, are the questions that they're asking. But this is why we have a process. This is why we're here, and we're receptive and happy to meet with them. And I can tell you now that we had probate surveys for the for the clerks and for the probate staff. And over 200 probate workers just mentioned how unhappy they were with their compensation, how upset they were with how the process works, and that they are looking into options to vocalize those differences.
So thank you once again. I think this is really fantastic what you're offering here, is because to your point, we hear a lot, and there's some of them are genuine concerns, because you have to realize that that's a very tough job at times. Now, my question here, one other question is, we're talking about the 65. There are about 65 probate courts here, 65 probate judges. Is that right? We're talking about that number, and so
there's 54 courts, and probate employees, it's over 370. Some numbers that I have calculated put them at 396, but that fluctuates depending on how many hires you have within a year. So the probate administrator would have a more accurate number, but from my numbers, it doesn't surpass 400 employees throughout the court system.
Right. So the thank you again for that information. You're a wealth of info there. The question which I'm hearing, and I'm reading something which was emailed to me as well, so pardon me if I look down like this, right? The question which is asked is that there's a huge value for continuity in that profession. Like just we heard from our past speaker, the different jobs have different degree of value, and I had referred to that as specificity of geography as well. And so the question which I'm being asked is, now would probate employees have the ability to retire after 15 years, right?
Probate employees have the opportunity now for retirement. They're already, just another clarification, probate employees are already part of the state employee pension package, and are already, they have the option to be part of the state employee healthcare package. So continuity is not an issue. This legislation will not alter their reality when it comes to continuity of work, continuity. Again, that goes back to management rights. At no point does any labor agreement have the authority to hire, fire, or say who you're going to hire, or a contract tell you how you're going to do your job. That's not what it's about. It's about, like you said, continuity by giving the respect to these workers that they deserve, by making sure that the compensation's equal, that they're seen, that their work has value.
No, absolutely. Those are all important things. I think the question being asked over and over is, if for example, a chief clerk resigns, would the judge be allowed to select his or her own chief clerk?
Absolutely. If they resign, and if the probate clerk or that worker wanted to switch courts, then there should be a process in place to implement that. But again, this legislation does not have any connection to the minutia. This legislation is just opening a doorway to allow probate workers to vocalize if they want to collectively bargain, if they want to organize.
No, but that's the real question, right? That if there is a collective bargain, it's a negotiation, right? Right now, this is, just as you said, serves as the pleasure of. So if today we have Foreign Secretary Blinken, he serves as the president at the pleasure of. Right, and so on. I'm just talking about the federal because those names come to mind. We're hearing all of those new appointments these days. So the question which we, for example, here would ask is but that's, now you're saying it's open to negotiation. Maybe
if they were to organize, but we're not even there yet. This is the beginnings.
Excuse me. Hold on a second. I do want to ask. Ava, if you will allow the representative to finish his question, and everybody take a breath. And also, after you're finished, he will take a breath. But I do want to emphasize your point here. As I have read this and this is for the benefit of the whole committee, I do want to point out that this piece of legislation that's proposed here, this proposed bill, does not determine whether or not there will be a union amongst probate court employees. It's limited to allowing those employees to have collective bargaining rights if they so choose. And it also, I want to point out that I don't think we're here to negotiate the contract on behalf of these workers. If they choose to unionize, my experience with professional workers like lawyers who were represented by my union, the United Auto Workers, the lawyers that were members of our union had very professional skills, very complicated jobs, and they negotiated the terms that fit their situation best. And I know that we as legislators probably can't determine that here in this hearing, but are anxious to allow the workers and the management of the probate courts to work those details out. So I recognize, Eva, you have a lot of background in this field and you're doing a great job answering Representative Aurora's questions, but I want to make sure that we stay focused on the bill that is before us. So thank you. And now, Representative Aurora, if you want to restate that question or repeat that question, and then Eva, you'll certainly have every opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're so kind. Thank you so much. I was just trying to finish my question saying that would, the concern being espoused, and I would like, since you're knowledgeable, I just want to have your opinion on it, or your viewpoint is, the concern being espoused is that once it becomes a function of a bargaining, we have no control. It may go that 5 years from now, the bargaining moves to a point where the clerks basically can choose which judge they want to be, or which judge, it just becomes that way, and that's a real concern. Do we ensure, that the judges want us to, are really worried about that, because that's uncertainty, right? So that's one of the things that, something in a negotiation is different than we have to pull some things out of a negotiation, just like we were referring to, the president and his cabinet, that because of the intricate working relationship, and the excellent work they do, perhaps, we need to enshrine those management rights already in a bill, maybe, or perhaps, there's a reason to believe that this bill is a little bit of overreach.
So since 1938, when the Fair Labor Standards Act was required on the federal system, when they created minimum wage, when we had the ability to create equity and labor organizing, that labor power, never since that history, since 1938, have we had a situation where labor unions circumvented the law and were able to fire the employer or the management. So I can guarantee you that whatever the future might hold for these workers, that the workers are still indeed workers. They're staff members, they're professional staff members, and they're very dedicated to their job. But at no moment does this legislation or any future organizing endeavor that these workers are trying to accomplish is trying to undermine the wonderful work that we have from probate judges or the probate system. If the probate judges decide in a further future to change the dynamics of how they do their job, that is up to them. But this legislation and any future organizing that happens would not make that determination for them.
Thank you. There will be more questions, but I think I've had asked enough of you. I really do appreciate your time and your insights. This is a very important thing we're discussing, as many probate judges tell me. So we'll continue, digging deep into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions that I want to ask as well. We did hear testimony earlier earlier today that somehow having a collective bargaining agreement or having having employees of the probate court given an opportunity to bargain would somehow impact the flexibility of the court. And as I mentioned before, in my experience as a union negotiator, I just want to check with you on the process that your union works. In my experience, the way the process works is that once a group of workers determine that they want to unionize, and they do that through a process that's administered through the state, once they determine that, and it's determined that a majority of the clerks chose unionization, the most common practice that I'm aware of is then the workers themselves who are closest to the issues at hand formulate proposals. And those proposals then are brought to the bargaining table and management comes forward with their proposals. And through the process of negotiations, they work out an agreement. And if they fail to be able to work out that agreement, then there's another state process that kicks in that allows for an impartial to determine what is fair. And so there are lots of ways in which management has an opportunity to voice their opinion, to argue their points. And of course, my experience with workers is that they want their system or their employer to be successful and to be able to carry out the work. And so oftentimes there are compromises reached, accommodations reached to make sure that everyone can work together. So that's the process. And then at the end of that, you have a collective bargaining agreement. And essentially, I would say that my experience has also been that the most common provision in a collective bargaining agreement that really makes it all work is a grievance and arbitration procedure, a fair procedure for resolving disputes during the life of that agreement. And so those are sort of that's probably what I would focus on the most, is sort of the fundamentals of collective bargaining. And, I wonder if that's your experience as well.
It is my experience, and what I would like to add to that wonderful description and accurate description is that this is really in the hands of the workers, of the probate staff. At no point can the employer or anyone have the authority to say how someone should vote, if they should vote no for the union or yes for the union. That is a personal choice. There are federal and state protections to that reality to ensure the safety of the workers. And through that process, while I'm shepherding them through the process, and we have labor lawyers, we have labor organizers, all who know labor law, and if indeed the workers move forward and decide to organize by a majority vote, we'll make sure that we are under the State Labor Relations Act and making sure that we're complying with that path forward. But yes, your description is completely accurate.
Thank you for that. And I also appreciate your additional comments, because I think what is really important and to underscore is that the work that you're providing in expertise. So frequently, workers on their own do not have access to enforce their rights because they, maybe can't afford to hire an attorney or can't afford to, or are unable to work through the system and make sure their rights are enforced. And so I do appreciate your additional point that through unionization, there's additional resources that would become available to these workers to make sure all their rights are protected and enforced. And so I appreciate that. Are there any other questions from committee members? I don't see any raised hands. I do know that we will have additional witnesses today on this bill. I see from the witness list, and so I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to ask additional questions. I have to say, though, before we release you, that it's pretty cool to see the sisters, the Bermudez sisters, before us today in this labor hearing, and you both rock. So, and I love the hair.
Thank you. Thank you. It's very bold. It's the first time I've ever testified with natural hair, but sometimes you have to break through and show people your natural colors and embrace who you are. So it's a beautiful thing.
Thank you for your
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank
and
you.
I will turn this back over to Representative Porter to chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to jump in and thank Eva Bermudez for her testimony and comment on how beautiful her crown is today, and just very proud that she took the leap of faith to stand in her authenticity. And I hope that what we're doing with the Crown Act will provide the platform for many other Black women, men, and children to do the same. And with that being said, up next, we have Pat Chase, Probate Clerk, Probate Advocacy Alliance. Ms. Chase, you do have the floor.
Members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, thank you for hearing from us today. I'm Pat Chase. I work at the Derby Probate Court, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6283. I testified last year regarding the plight of the probate clerks, and we appreciated your approval to send us to the next step in gaining approval to investigate collective bargaining. Then COVID-19 hit, and the rest is history. So I'm listening to what's been going on, and I have written testimony that I've submitted, but for some of the representatives who don't know, we did testify last year, and as clerks, we feel that we're kind of thrown under the bus. So first off, I'll tell you that I have a bachelor's degree in special ed, and I taught in the state of Connecticut birth to program for 8 years in the late 70s, early 80s. I started at $9,000 a year, and then we unionized, and we definitely benefited from that. I also have a master's degree in counseling and 15 credits beyond that, also in special ed. I utilize my degree every day as I deal with our court's conservatorships, commitments, guardian of the intellectually disabled, and when we had the children's cases in our court, I managed those. Like many clerks, I have formed great relationships with the people we serve. I am the first call for questions regarding comfort, general health, good news, and bad news. Oh, I don't have my video on, I guess. I don't know how to get my video on. I'm getting text messages. Share screen, maybe?
If you go to the bottom of your screen, you should see your video camera. Oh, there you are, great.
Okay, so here we are a year later and we're in the same position as we were last year. We cannot advocate for ourselves on any aspect of pay, health insurance, or retirement. Our courts remained open through the pandemic, unlike probate court administration and other state agencies who all went home to work. We shared our time in the offices. I handed out my phone number to the local hospital, the hospital attorneys, and attorneys that I dealt with on a regular basis. And from my home, I was managing things that had to be done. We had COVID hit our office, and we have an extremely small office. So at one point it was myself running the court, and the judge would come in and then a part-time worker. It was a lot of work, but we got it done. We have met with the probate administrator, and we had a meeting, and we did ask to sit on the budget committee, but we were told the statute doesn't allow for that. We also have never had any say in our health benefits, and you're going to hear that we pay significantly more for the same plans that PCA and the judges do. That too is determined by a statute. We believe the statutes were created in the 60s, and things certainly have changed. Women comprise the majority of the clerks, probably 80 to 85%. Our pay raises are not in line with the judges and PCA. Most men wouldn't even take this job because who could start at $15 an hour? I have worked in the system for 14 years, and I started at $15 an hour. In 2015, for 4 years, we didn't get a raise. With that, we lost, and our health insurance went up, so we actually lost money.
Thank you.
This past year, I finally reached market pay, which is determined by PCA. They have a compensation schedule for us. 14 years to reach market pay, which was set back in 2012. In the last month.
I'm sorry, excuse me, but the time has wrapped up. Thank you very much, Ms. J.
Can I just say one last thing?
Yes.
In 14 years, my pay raise equals $1 per year.
And what a way to end that testimony. Thank you so much. First of all, for coming before us. I know that this is never an easy task, having to come forward and testify, especially still being seated in your current position. But we do appreciate you coming forward to share with us what the disparities are and how you all are actually being marginalized compared to other workers in the building that do comparable work. And I know that you didn't get a chance to finish up what you were saying. So my question to you is, what else do you have to add to what it was you were saying?
Well, last year I was questioned about retirement, and I honestly had not really even looked at our retirement plan because I've never made enough money to think about retirement. But I'm 65, so I just looked into my retirement, which is directly affected by how much we make. So I will be getting, if I retire in April, I will be getting $1,100 a month, and I'm going to be paying taxes on that. So I've worked 14 years for $1,100 a month. I am not happy. I don't want to have to keep working or have to get another job when I retire because I never could make enough money. And then I want to say that the judges are going to have you believe that the majority of the clerks are not interested into looking into this. But the only way we can get the word out is to do a system-wide email. So I have done several of those, as has many of us that will speak today. And I've received many personal emails. I've given out my phone number and my email. And there's many clerks who are in support of this, but they're afraid of their judges. And we're constantly under subtle threats. Oh, we're going to have to lay people off. Oh, we're going to, you're going to be sorry about this. Oh, you might have to go to a court outside of your system. Like they're just subtle threats. Or my favorite one is, well, maybe you should get another job. So as much as they tell us, we appreciate everything you do, we like it, we don't get compensated for that in any way. And there's other issues that we have, but we're just trying to get through what we're going through right now. And I will say, and it will be talked about, but our health insurance went up dramatically this year without any warning, 2 weeks notice, which again took money away from the clerks. So that's all I have to say. We just want to be treated fairly and equally.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your testimony. Another question that I wanted to ask you, were you able to hear the testimony of Judge Beverly when she testified?
Yes. And I have a hard time, obviously to address it, I'm going to make people very angry. But my feeling is PCA and the judges don't want this because it's going to dip into their money. So they're going to maybe have to cut some workers. I just looked at the 2020 payroll for last year with PCA, and it was up $10,000 from the year before, and they got a 5% raise. So there's some pretty significant salaries in there. And I have nothing against any of them, but they get a raise every year. Maybe they had 1 year they didn't get a raise, but they make substantially more than we do. And in addition, we pay 3 times the amount for health insurance if you have a family plan than they pay. And it's the same system. So we have a problem with that. And I know Judge Beverly, oh, the system will collapse. Well, I don't think they want the system to collapse because they have great jobs. And I get it. So that's what we're facing. So there's going to be judges, and there are also many judges that are in favor of us, but there's kind of what I perceive as a bully issue. If you speak up and say, I support the clerks, I think they have a lot of problems. So we think there's, there's some people, judges and PCA that don't, they're afraid that the system would collapse. And we're a great system. And many of us love our jobs. And I have thank you notes all over my bulletin board from people that we help and things that we do. And many clerks do.
I'm sure you do. And we do appreciate the work you do. My sister is actually a clerk in New York City. And I hear the stories about the work and what it entails. You guys are very much appreciated. Oftentimes buffers that are much needed. Your degree in counseling, I sure comes in handy in ways that I can't imagine, but I'm very grateful for you being there. I'm grateful for you weathering this storm and for fighting for what's right, because I believe this is right. The other thing I thought about, and I do believe that in some of the conversations we had with you all earlier on, you did mention that not only is the work comparable, but the pay isn't, but you also have people that report to you that actually make more than you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And they claim that we can work throughout the system. But one thing they did when we merged, because I was here before we merged, so you get a assistant clerk, court assistant, or chief clerk. Let's say you're a clerk and you want to take a job closer to your home because one's opened up, but it's an assistant clerk. Your pay is now like you can only make the maximum. And if you're already at the maximum for an assistant clerk, that's all you get. You don't get a raise. We don't get the merit raises or things like that. So you get capped. So we can move, but there is a cost to it.
Absolutely. And this is why we're fighting on your behalf, because we believe that what you're asking for is what you deserve and what you should have. And with that being said, I will call on Senator Kushner. I see she has her hand raised.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to commend you, Ms. Chase, for being here. I believe you may have testified last year. Is that correct?
I did. I testified last. And actually, I think my chief clerk and I testified together. And we think we made a lot of headway. We brought
You
things
did.
out.
You did. You were extremely helpful to us last year, and I'm sorry we can't be there in person to see you again this year and to have you both seated together at the table. That was, I think, a big help to you to have someone sitting there by your side when you might have been testifying for the first time. And you're probably used to seeing people on the witness stand, but not being a witness yourself. So I do want to commend you for your courage. And I do know that when workers step up and take this step of asserting your rights, in many cases, the workers already have those rights, but I have been in a number of organizing campaigns where the workers involved didn't yet have statutory rights. And I know it takes a great deal of courage, and I want to commend you and all the other workers who will be here today, the clerks that will testify. It isn't required that you disagree with your employer. It's not personal. I'm sure it's not personal for you. It's about making sure that you have representation and that you have the ability to advocate for yourselves. And so I really appreciate what you're doing here today. I know Representative Porter was able to ask you about some of the conditions that you face. I think the thing that really hit me maybe the most seriously last year was that because you're in the state system for healthcare and for pension, that you were hit with the increases in the healthcare costs for years, that you were not receiving the same raises that were received by state employees through collective bargaining. And that set up a situation that seems to me was incredibly unfair. So I wondered if you could elaborate on that a bit.
So we had several years that we did not get a pay raise because they felt they didn't have the money to pay us. Part of the pay was a compensation study that had been done, and we were promised a certain amount of money, and we were getting it in July and then again in January. Well, January came and they said we didn't have the money. We did eventually get that in 2019, so that was 4 years later, which makes me think that that wasn't really relevant to the time now. But anyways, what would happen is we wouldn't get a raise, cost of living adjustment, we wouldn't get a merit raise, but our health costs would go up. So I remember going to the accountant and him saying to me, "What are you doing? Like, you just made less money this year." And it was like, I know, but hopefully we'll catch up. Well, 4 years of that, like I said, I make $1 an hour, basically a raise for my 14 years here. It's just crazy. So the health cost, just recently, last July, we got wind that they were cutting one of our plans, which was Oxford Health. They didn't announce it to us, but we had found out about it. So come September, because everything was put off for October 1st, we finally sent out an email, like, what's happening with health insurance? So it came out. Some of the clerks are now paying $150 more a month for their health plan. We had no choice. We had no say. So even though they tried to make up for us and they gave us a raise in December, which was our merit raise, all of a sudden they had the money. And they gave us a merit raise, and then we got a cost of living, but I made $1.65 more. So that certainly wasn't going to cover. I personally was already on that plan, so I've always been overpaying on that plan. But it was pretty shocking, and clerks were really upset because now, you got to pay for groceries. I mean, people, it's COVID-19. People have spouses that aren't working, that are losing money. I personally know many people that are holding off on paying their mortgage. And so here we are. It was just another thing. And they didn't even tell us in July when you know it. So at least we can start preparing, but they don't want the onslaught of us ranting and raving. And our only avenue is system-wide emails, which they hate. So, and
thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, I really appreciate your time.
I know it's hard with these Zooms to coordinate speaking roles, but I do thank you for being here, and I look forward to hearing from the other workers. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me those questions.
You're welcome. Senator Kushner. And thank you, Ms. Chase, for being with us today, taking the time to share your testimony. And we look forward to hearing from your colleagues.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
And with that being said, you're welcome. You have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. Up next, we have a probate chief clerk, Probate Advocacy Alliance, Jackie Buckle. You have the floor, Ms. Buckle.
Thank you. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jackie Buckle. I'm the Chief Clerk of Northern Fairfield County Probate Court. I've been a dedicated employee of the probate court system for close to 30 years. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6382. Probate clerks deserve to be recognized and treated the same as state employees. The disadvantages of not being recognized are devastating both personally and financially. Our health insurance is the same health insurance that state employees have, but yet we pay at least twice as much for that same insurance. There's no job security because we serve at the pleasure of the judge. We're always in jeopardy of losing our jobs, especially when it's an election year. Our salaries and other employee policies are set by the budget committee that consists of the probate court administrator and 2 judges. Since consolidation of the courts 10 years ago, the clerks went 5 years without a raise, and when we finally got that raise, it wasn't retroactive. Most recently, the budget committee made a decision to temporarily delay merit increases. The delay resulted in a decrease of my salary and the salary of other clerks that are at max on the pay scale. Because per the policy, merit pay for clerks who are at max is only from fiscal year to fiscal year. It was yet another kick in the gut after going to work every day since the beginning of the pandemic, making sure the court was open to serve the public. The reward was a decrease in pay. There have been many policy changes during the pandemic to deal with different situations. Perhaps this policy could have simply been changed also. When situations happen, as one previously mentioned, there's no advocate to speak on our behalf. The only thing we can do is call probate administration, or a judge can call probate administration on our behalf, and the answer is usually look at the policy. The attitude is, if you don't like it, find another job. That shouldn't be the only option. The majority of probate clerks are dedicated employees that actually like their jobs. Most of us go above and beyond what is required. We often go in early, stay late, skip lunch to stay on top of increasing workload and other responsibilities. We deserve the same opportunities and protections that other state employees have. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Buckle? All right, well, seeing none, I'd just like to take the opportunity. I'm sorry, I was looking for raised hands. Senator Kushner.
I know I couldn't get to all the buttons in time. I just want to thank you for your testimony. And in particular, I want to apologize on behalf of all of us that you should have suffered a decrease in your pay during COVID is really, to me, astonishing and something that shouldn't have happened. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, and hopefully through this bill and other actions, that kind of treatment can be remedied. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you again. And I do agree with Mrs. or Senator Kushner that we do apologize for that. Shame on us. You know, we have definitely been struggling in the state to honor our heroes, and we do see you all as heroes. So we will continue to work as earnestly as possible to make you whole. And we are here for anything you need, especially as it relates to keeping us abreast of what's going on and what that treatment continues to be and whether that changes, especially after today's testimony. So thank you again, and we look forward to hearing from your colleagues. All right, next up, we have Derby Probate Chief Clerk, Probate Advocacy Alliance, Kay Jeanette. Ms. Jeanette, you do have the floor now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Kay Janetti, and I am the Chief Clerk of the Derby Probate Court, where I've been an employee for almost 14 years. I'm testifying in support of the House Bill 6283. I came before you last year to ask for the opportunity to explore collective bargaining in relation to the probate clerk's health benefits, job security, and raises. The clerks are not asking to reinvent the probate court system or take it down. It is unfortunate that over the years that we have voiced our concerns, no one from PCA has ever said, how can we help fix or change that? It certainly would have meant a lot to some to think that they were concerned. Clerks, as my fellow workmate Pat had said, clerks have asked to be part of the budget committee. And again, we had been told that by statute, we weren't allowed to be part of it, but we could attend, but have no say. If the clerk has a workplace issue or a grievance, we don't know where to go. There's no human resource department. The number of clerks who have showed interest in exploring this issue would surprise many. However, fear of having it held against them if they spoke up is real. Afraid of comments such as be careful what you're asking for, or layoffs could result from that. Also, several clerks have mentioned that they've been told you can always leave if you're not happy. Being fearful or nervous to speak up is certainly understandable, especially during this past year of not knowing what tomorrow will bring. I hope you will consider giving us the chance to have the same opportunities as other state employees. And I thank you today for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jeanette, and we thank you for your time and for your courage coming before us today to share this testimony. I want you to know that what you have expressed and the others that have come before you have not fallen on deaf ears, and I think us raising this bill proves that we are with you in this fight, and we are going to work earnestly to make sure that you all are made whole and given what it is you deserve. With that being said, anyone? Yes, I see a hand. Senator Kushner.
It's so hard to, I know that I hope all of our committee members are patient, but each one of you that is testifying here today deserves commendation for being brave and for stepping up. And I know what you're doing is not easy and that you take this work very, very seriously. And so, I feel hopeful that we can get this bill done this year. I would have liked to have seen it happen last year and might have made your work better this year. So I just want to commend you and your coworkers for speaking up today. And, obviously we're not here to determine how you address these issues, only to give you the vehicle and the rights that we think you so deserve. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again. Enjoy your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. And with that being said, we have Probate Chief Clerk, Probate Advocacy Alliance, Sherry McPartlin. Sherry, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and all the members of the Labor and Public Employee Committee. My name is Sherry McPartlin. I'm the Chief Clerk at the Waterbury Regional Children's Probate Court, where I've worked for almost 12 and a half years now. I'm here to testify because in support of House Bill 6382, because I believe it is time that probate court employees are finally given the opportunity to have someone advocate on our behalf. It's time for us to have a voice. You will most likely not see many employees willing to testify or even submit written testimony because they are afraid. They're afraid of retribution from their judge, who may not want any changes to the system and will therefore fire them for being involved in this cause. I'm lucky enough to have worked with judges who are supportive of fair and equal treatment for their employees, even though I too do fear retribution in other ways from other people. So while I'm not here speaking on behalf of all clerks, I can tell you that I have been personally contacted by many other probate employees who are afraid to speak up, but are also tired of being treated as state employees when it comes to time for things like pay freezes, but were ignored when it comes time for merit increases, COLAs, cost of health insurance, etc. Everyone is looking for change, but they know that if their judge is not in favor of it, they can be retaliated against by being fired or by making their job a living hell. And that is all because by statute, probate employees serve at the pleasure of the judge. I started working at the court in 2008, and from the beginning have had my family on the health insurance. I found my records back to 2011 where my Oxford Health Insurance family plan cost $165 per month. By 2019, that same insurance was up to $557 per month. Then came 2020 when we were given 2 weeks notice that our plan choice was eliminated and that the equivalent plan would now cost $706 a month, which is what I'm paying right now. The most frustrating part of that story is that we received the same insurance packet with the forward by the Connecticut State Comptroller Kevin Lembo that the state of Connecticut employees receive. But the difference is huge when you look at the cost. A unionized state employee on this same exact family plan would pay $326 per month, almost $400 less than we pay every month. And that is because there is another antiquated statute that specifically states that although our insurance is negotiated by the state, provided by the state, and says state of Connecticut on our insurance cards, probate employees on any plan other than single shall pay a substantially higher percentage of the cost than state employees. There's really just no reason that that should exist in this day and age. Despite making PCA aware of our shock and concern over the years, over these increasing health costs, nothing is done about it. And that is because there is no one advocating on our behalf. We have no one to complain to. Nobody cares. Nobody listens. We have these two antiquated and discriminatory statutes, which are so harmful to us as employees, and they have not been changed. This year, out of all years, this difference between us and every other state agency has been illustrated so much more vividly. Almost every agency that we work with in our courts on a daily basis has been given the ability to work from home and still does so on a hybrid schedule, including our own probate court administration. That health and safety accommodation has not been made for us despite the longevity of this never-ending pandemic. For a short while, we were allowed to break our staff into cohorts, and that was a good thing because myself and the two others in my cohort all contracted COVID at the same time. Were it not for the other cohort working, our court would have been completely shut down. But that program that allowed us to cohort was discontinued after January 22nd. And here we are all together back in our offices every single day, despite the fact the virus is still raging. No other state employees are back in their offices every single day like we are. And now there are even more contagious variants floating around. We're not asking for the whole probate system to be dismantled.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you to wrap up really quick for me. All right. Thank you.
We're not asking for things to be dismantled. We're just asking for the ability to have someone advocate for us. Probate court administration are state employees. The judges have their own lobbyist, but we have nobody. 5 out of 6 of my employees are not even at the market rate for their job category, even though one is a clerk with 16 years of experience, one is a clerk with 10 years of experience, and they are not even at market rate. It's really actually disgraceful. We can't apply to other job openings. We are basically stuck.
Let me ask you this. We keep hearing about the disparities and the difference in pay and the exorbitant amount that you're having to pay for healthcare, et cetera. Speak to me about how this would change your life. I mean, let's take it. Let's pivot just a little bit because I think we've really made concrete statements and you brought forth evidence, personal experience to speak to the disparity.
Right.
And when we can get this done, I need for people to understand what this is going to mean for you. I know what it'll mean for us, but I want you to speak to what it will mean for the probate clerk.
If we were able to negotiate our benefits and our, which would include salary, but it's more about job protection. I think job protection is probably number one on all of our concerns because of our inability or the ability of the court to just fire us for no reason. Our judges are elected, and should a new judge be elected and want to bring in his own people, we are gone automatically. I know that some judges believe that we can go to another court. We cannot do that unless there's an opening in another court. It could be 60 miles away, it could be 100 miles away. And if they don't have an opening, you can't go there. If I was to leave my job or have a problem with my judge right now as the chief clerk in Waterbury, I don't believe that there are any other chief clerk openings in the state at this moment. So no, I would be without a job. It's just if we were able to negotiate being that our responsibilities are so closely identical to the state employees in the judicial department at Superior Court, if we were able to negotiate our salaries, and our health benefits are already part of what the state employees receive, just the fact that our family plan is $400 a month more than it is for state employees, just fixing that statute alone and getting rid of that statute would save us all a tremendous amount of money, which would make a big difference, of course, in our daily lives. At this point in time with COVID, many of us are already single mothers, or we have spouses who have lost their jobs, or people are struggling financially due to this, but an additional burden has been put on us that does not exist for other state employees, for all the state employees.
Thank you for that, Sherry. I appreciate you making those points. And I do know if you had more disposable income in your pocket, that would mean more revenue in our economies and our communities, which would in turn help everyone. So thank you for making that point. I don't see that anyone has any further questions. So I will just thank you for your time, your testimony, your courage, your intestinal fortitude. I could go on and on, but I really want you to know how very much we appreciate being here today to shed light to what is going on and what has been going on so that we can move the ball forward on it. Thank you again.
Thank you too. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next, we have social media influencer Sidoni Fukami. I hope I didn't mess that up, but Sidoni Fukami, are you with us? Okay, we're going to move on. We have Associate Director Stacy Zimmerman of SEIU Connecticut State Council. Mr. Zimmerman, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Chairman, Chair people Porter and Kushner. I'm with the Service Employees International Union. We represent 65,000 members here in the state of Connecticut and over 2 million across the United States and Canada. It's sort of a Bermudez-Zimmerman-orama here, I guess, today. I'm humbled to go after my sister-in-law and my wife. I want to just say that in a shocking display, SEIU supports this whole agenda. This agenda is an agenda for the future of Connecticut and leads the way for the nation. We are tackling problems that are both long-term and COVID-related. We're giving people a voice at work, and we're making sure that those in need are covered. So I want to thank you and the committee for putting together this agenda. The bill I'd like to spend the majority of my time on is the probate court worker bill. It's 8 on the agenda, and it's House Bill 6382. SEIU strongly supports the probate workers' ability to form a union if they choose. We are glad that the administrator has the workers first and foremost in their decisions-making processes, yet we believe that if this bill passes, we can make their job a little easier by having the workers have a voice at work and let them know what the real issues are. We just heard from a number of workers who feel alone, and I want to let them know they are not alone. They have myself, they have the rest of SEIU and the rest of the labor movement with them. So don't feel afraid, do not feel alone, feel empowered. You did a wonderful job today. So, we're 40th per capita in public employees in the country. People think that Connecticut has this bloated system. Even our Democratic gubernatorial folks have decimated the state workforce. And this is a way to help rebuild it, create equity in the workplace, and a little justice to go along with it. And we hope that you can support this. If this bill's passed, the workers can come to the table with the concerns. And quite honestly, pension and healthcare will be bargained at CBEC, so the judges and the administrators don't have to worry about that. It'll all be about workplace concerns, and we can come to the table and talk about this stuff, and we can figure out how we can move forward together as a probate system, not as the judges and the workers, but as a system. And that's what we do in every state government branch. is we bring people together to talk about systems-wide change. And today we have an opportunity to do that, not only on this bill, but with many of these bills that are in front of us. So I know it's COVID and, you know, everyone feels a little lonely and wants to keep talking, but I will leave it at that and answer any questions folks may have.
All right, well, thank you for that testimony, Mr. Zimmerman. Great job. And you did very well following behind your wife and sister-in-law.
It's not easy.
Well, it shouldn't be, you know, we're women and nothing against the men, but we all know women do it better. Anyone who would be interested in making a comment or have any questions for Mr. Zimmerman at this time? All right, seeing none, I thank you again for your time and look forward to future work with you.
Well, thank you so much. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Mr. John Murphy with UAW Local 376. You have the floor, sir. Do we not have Mr. Murphy with us, Devin?
I see him there. Oh, there he is.
Oh, okay. I see you as well. There you go. You have the floor, Mr. Murphy. Oh, we still can't hear you. I see you unmuted on your computer. Are you calling in? Because you may need to unmute your phone as well. No? Okay.
You might need to increase
We're gonna
the
let
volume.
you.
Can you try increasing the volume on your computer?
Okay. We're going to see if we can get Devin to assist you in getting connected, Mr. Murphy, and we will come back to you. We're going to move on, and next up we will call, very good friend. Okay, Roxana Walker Canton of Hamden, Connecticut. Are you with us? Devin, do we have Mrs. Walker Canton in the room?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, so moving on. We have Michael Thompson, Executive Director of Associated Sheet Metal and Roofing Contractors Association. Mr. Thompson, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairwoman Porter, Chairwoman Kushner, Ranking Members Sampson and Aurora, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Michael Thompson, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Mason Contractors Association of Connecticut and the Associated Sheet Metal and Roofing Contractors of Connecticut. In total, these organizations represent over 100 contractors who are signatory to multiple state building trade unions and routinely do work on public projects throughout the state. I'm here to urge your support of House Bill 6378, which would codify in state statute what is already the practice in Connecticut for adopting prevailing wage rates as determined by the U.S. Department of Labor. The bill would streamline the process for adopting and posting prevailing wages and remove several inefficient and time-consuming requirements that add no value to the current process. The U.S. Department of Labor determines the Davis-Bacon rates by conducting wage surveys, wherein it surveys the rates paid by contractors, by worker classification, and by geographic area in each state. In Connecticut, the rates determined through collective bargaining agreements eventually become the prevailing wage, as they represent the vast majority of wages paid to workers in each classification. In addition, the Connecticut Department of Labor must update the prevailing wage rates July 1st every year. The USDOL updates the rates to reflect any escalations or changes to a classification. Unfortunately, however, the U.S. Department of Labor is not always timely or reliable in updating their wage determinations, which has led to administrative delays and unnecessary confusion for contractors. House Bill 6378 would protect the integrity of the prevailing wage law, but it would not expand prevailing wage protections into other areas or arbitrarily raise wages. It simply protects the law as it's in practice today. More than half of the prevailing wage states in the nation accept the collective bargaining agreement rates when determining their prevailing rate. House Bill 6378 would eliminate lengthy, cumbersome, inefficient steps from this process and allow organizations and bargaining units to work directly with the Connecticut DOL in a more efficient and effective manner. I've submitted written testimony on behalf of both organizations already, and I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Let's see. I see no questions, so I will thank you for your testimony today. Okay. Senator Kushner popped back in just in the nick of time. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony. So my understanding from your testimony, you're the head of an association of contractors. So basically
Correct.
The employer side of the equation. So you represent
Yes.
other employers in this business. And we heard earlier concern that somehow this was an exclusive club that might not be open to non-union contractors and thereby would inflate wages rather than bring them down in depressed wages. And I wondered if you could comment on that from your perspective as an employer.
Yeah, so again, I represent two trade organizations, a multitude of different mason contractors, restoration contractors, roofers, sheet metal contractors. There would be no change to the prevailing wages as they are now. It's basically a streamlining of the process that would avoid confusion that happens a lot of times. My contractor members reach out to me because there's discrepancies in wages between what has been published and what the rates actually are because of delays from the US DOL. And again, I mean, the collective bargaining rates are already the vast majority of wages paid to all those different classifications throughout the state. So nothing would change in that regard. It's more or less just an administrative burden really on the contractor that could be avoided and with the state DOL as well.
So following up on that, I think the concern was that this is an exclusive club, that you can't break into it as a small business, that you wouldn't have the opportunity to bid on jobs or to get this, important work. So I wondered if you could comment a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm aware of plenty of other, I represent union contractors. I know there's many other non-union contractors that are able to bid and do bid on prevailing wage projects in the state. I don't see it as an exclusive club or in creating a barrier. Nothing would change as it is right now in that regard at all. So I really think it's really a simple bill and kind of a no-brainer. I believe. I do understand some concern about those things, but this wouldn't change any of those aspects at all.
I so appreciate your answers, and it's important to hear from your side of the equation, from your side of the table as well. So I appreciate you being here today to support
Sure.
this bill. Thank you.
Yep,
Thank
my
you,
pleasure.
Representative Porter. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Kushner. Representative Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Thompson for his testimony. He's a constituent of mine. I've never met him. I did receive his email a couple days ago. And thanks to his testimony and others, I understand this issue and much better, more sympathetic. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Anderson.
All right. With that being said, I'd like to thank you again for your testimony today. And we will next hear from, I'm going to go back and see if some of these folks are in the room that I called. Number 16 was Sidoni Fukami, Food Dot, social media influencer. Okay, number 19, Roxana Walker Canton. All right, moving on to number 21, we have Executive Director Betsy Gara.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Porter, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Gara. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here today to testify regarding House Bill 6378, an act codifying the prevailing wage contract rates. And as you've heard, this bill changes the way that the prevailing wage rates are calculated in this state. And we do have some concerns. So since 1977, the State Department of Labor has used the federally calculated rates because it has indicated that it's less expensive to do that than to go out and survey various organizations and contracts. And it also maintains conformity with the prevailing wage rates that are applicable to federally funded projects. So we do have concerns about how this change would affect not only the prevailing wage rates in Connecticut, but also the Department of Labor's staff and resources. Is this something, because they have relied on the federal survey process to set prevailing wage rates, is this something that's going to cost the Department of Labor time and money? And also, to what extent will it increase prevailing wage rates in this state? We do have a lot of concerns with prevailing wage rates and how they impact the cost of municipal projects. And when we're talking about some of these projects, it's always a concern that even simple projects like salt sheds and adding a bay to a garage and things of that nature are subject to prevailing wage and end up increasing the cost of that. And we have had situations, and I know there's been a lot of debate back and forth over the years about whether or not prevailing wage does increase the cost of projects, but it has been determined when we have towns that have gone out to bid, assuming that it was under the threshold of prevailing wage, and then when they realized that it was at or above the threshold, had to go rebid, that in fact that the wage rates came in much higher and the cost of the project increased. So that has been a concern. I understand that this bill does not expand prevailing wage to include other work and other projects. But again, we do have the question and raise a concern as to what extent does this end up increasing prevailing wage rates by relying on what is referred to as the union dominance rate. My understanding is that under the federal level, the prevailing wage for any class of workers, for example, electricians, sprinkler fitters, et cetera, is the wage paid to the majority of the type of worker on similar projects in the area and for during that period in question. And if the majority of that type of worker is not paid the same wage, the prevailing wage is the average wage weighted by the total employed in the class. This is not something that I have come up with, but this is something that is reflected in an Office of Legislative Research report dated September 28th, 2020. I did point out in my testimony that the reason that we are concerned that this may lead to an increase in the cost of municipal projects is that Massachusetts and New York both rely on this method for calculating prevailing wage rates. And the report notes that their wage rates are significantly higher than Connecticut's, and that it also includes some significant regional variations in wage rates. So again, my issues with the bill are threefold. One, the extent that the reliance on the union dominance rate will increase the cost of municipal projects, the extent to which the bill will require additional staff and resources at the State Department of Labor, and the extent to which the bill creates disparities between prevailing wage rates on federally funded projects and state funded projects. So, and I do want to refer back to an email. I know Ms. Glassman had mentioned that they had reached out to us on a number of occasions. I will say that I actually did look back in my email, and I did find an email exchange between the organizations. Yes.
Gara?
Yes.
Thanks very much. I'm sorry, your time is wrapped up.
Oh, fine. Sorry to go over. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. And my question will be, so that you can finish up that thought, Ms. Gara, what exactly was shared in the email that you discovered?
Sure. Well, this was following a public hearing on a bill to increase the prevailing wage threshold for new construction projects to $1 million. And there were a number of representatives, first selectmen from the Northwest Hills that had testified at the hearing because it's a real issue in their communities. They find that when they have prevailing wage projects, that they don't get very many bids and they get bids from out-of-state contractors, not local contractors. I understand that non-union contractors are eligible to bid on prevailing wage, but for whatever reason, sometimes the smaller contractors just don't want to get involved with a lot of the different requirements subject to prevailing wage. In response to the request for a meeting, it was not that we're too busy, we can't meet. It was, it was March 3rd, 2017, very busy part of the session. Let's get by some other important issues that we have to deal with this session. We have proposals such as the shift in teachers' retirement, pension cost to towns. There were deep cuts in ECS funding on the table. There was a very convoluted proposal to reorganize all the health districts in the state. A lot of proposals that were really creating a lot of anxiety. And we had intended to meet at the end of session, but that session ended up pouring into the summer, into several special sessions. And at the end of it all, they did, as part of the bipartisan budget agreement, agree to increase the prevailing wage threshold to $1 million for new construction. We are certainly happy to meet and have a respectful dialogue. I know there have been occasions, however, when we have been at public hearings when I can honestly say it was not a very respectful dialogue, and that raised some concerns. And so again, we're happy to meet and discuss this further. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And I do hope that that will be the case sooner than later, because this is also a pressing issue. I think they all are pressing issues, and depending on where you fall, you know, the sense of urgency may increase or decrease. But I think that all people that are stakeholders and touched by any kind of legislation that we put forward should absolutely all be at the same table, working together to get where we need to be for the sake of the folks that are counting on us and need us the most right now during this pandemic. I do have a question. Can you speak to what is the effect on contractors if there's a new wage determination in the middle of a contract?
I'm sorry, can you re-ask that question? I wasn't clear what you kind of froze a little.
You know, part of this deals with the fact that, you know, the determination in the middle of a contract, like really trying to streamline and expedite the way things are done from the federal back down to the state. So I wanted to know if you could speak to what is the effect on contractors if there is a new wage determination in the middle of a contract. How does that impact?
Well, it depends on if the contract has already been accepted. So if it's part of a bid proposal that has been accepted, my understanding is that there would be some question as to whether or not you can end up increasing the wage rates reflected in that contract. What I did have a question on was that the state has relied on this federal process since 1977. So what has changed recently to make that process unsuccessful or problematic in any way? Because this is the first year that I'm hearing, or I know we had a public hearing last year, that there's some delay in getting the information from the US Department of Labor down to the states. And I think that is something that should be corrected, but I don't know that shifting the way that you calculate rates and requiring the state to then go through this process is going to resolve that.
Well, it is my understanding that there is that delay and that the prevailing wage would not change. So that is my understanding. So that is something that you're saying one thing, and what I'm understanding is something.
No, I actually agreed with that statement, that if it's part of a bid proposal project that's already been accepted and the prevailing wage rates change on the federal level, but for whatever reason it hasn't been communicated to the state, that it would not change. And that I agree that that could be an issue that should be addressed. Why is there now a delay? Is that something that's happened recently, or has that been a long-standing problem?
It is my understanding that this has been an ongoing problem, that this isn't something new. And I do see that Senator Kushner has her hand raised, so I will give you the floor at this time, Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Ms. Gara, it's nice to meet you. I haven't met you before, but I do, I get to work closely with, I think, the chair of COST, First Selectman Matt Knickerbocker, and he does a great job in our district, and he's a great leader. And so I'm happy to meet you, and hopefully we will have an opportunity to get the parties to the table from COST and the contracting agency that Ms. Glassman testified on behalf of earlier today. I think that would be helpful. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the way in which this process works. So can you describe to me now the USDOL process for determining the prevailing wage?
Right. So again, there is an OLR report 2020-R-0251 that sets forth very clearly and succinctly the process under the federal regulations 29 CFR subsection 1-2, and it allows the department to consider the following when making wage rate determinations: statements showing wage rates on project, signed collective bargaining agreements, public construction wage rates set by state and local officials under state and local prevailing wage laws for certain type of federal highway projects, consultations with the state highway department where the work will be performed, wage rate data submitted to the USDOL by certain federal contracting agencies, and other pertinent information. And in addition, the department then determines the prevailing wage rates by obtaining and compiling wage rate information through a survey program. And then, you know, the survey has various parameters. It identifies active projects in the area to be surveyed, conducts pre-survey briefings to explain the survey process to contractors, notifies interested contractors, analyzes the data, and then publishes the subsequent prevailing wage rates.
Thank you for reading that OLR report to us. But I do have a question whether or not, do you know if that in fact survey has taken place and if those procedures have taken place? And if so, when was the last time that the federal government conducted such a survey?
My understanding is that there was a survey conducted in 2019. I don't know about 2020. I'd have to look at that.
Okay, I have heard differently, but I will absolutely look into that further. You testified that the prevailing wages are higher in Massachusetts than New York. And I gather from your testimony, you were suggesting that that was the case because of the methodology that they use currently. Is that your testimony?
That's my concern, yes. Again, it was based on an OLR report that indicates and compared prevailing wage rates in those states. And they did indicate that both those states rely on the union dominance rate to determine their prevailing wage rates. And then they noted, I don't think that they made that link that this is definitively why they are higher, but they noted that the wage rates are significantly higher in both those states and that there's a significant amount of variation across the state.
So my understanding is that currently in Connecticut, that the prevailing wage rate that is set by the federal government and sent back to Connecticut is based on the collective bargaining agreements that are forwarded to the federal government. Is that your understanding?
In part, you know, based on the criteria and the federal regulation, it can be partly based on that, but it also can be based on the survey. So,
and we will
kind of
we will look at whether or not that survey has taken place as you suggested in 2019. But I do want to ask you: are you aware that the contract rates in New York and Massachusetts may be considerably higher than in Connecticut?
Am I aware that the prevailing wage rates are higher than?
No, I'm talking about the collective bargaining agreement rates that are set in New York. So their prevailing wage in New York and Massachusetts, my understanding, is based on the collective bargaining rates that are set in the contracts by the trades in New York and in Massachusetts. And so therefore, because the wage rates are higher in those states, that could account for why their prevailing wage rates are higher than in Connecticut. Is there any reason for you to disagree with that?
No, there's not.
Okay, because I do want to note that if they have higher collective bargaining rates in New York and in Connecticut and in Massachusetts, then that might explain, I think it's very likely to explain the difference, and would not then correlate that if we go to this methodology to codify the rates, that it would result in higher rates. Those rates would be where they are today as a result of the collective bargaining agreements.
Right. Well, my purpose in testifying on this issue is to make sure that we understand the implications, because I think that it's touted as something that is simply a minor change that isn't going to have any effect. And yet, I don't know that we've necessarily done our due diligence to determine what that effect would be. Now, I know Ms. Glassman referenced that there are a number of states that rely on this method for calculating prevailing wage rates. It seems that it would be fairly simple to then analyze how those wage rates compare to wage rates that are determined under the federal regulations.
And another question I have for you, have you ever participated in a wage survey in one of these surveys?
Have I ever participated? No.
Or any of your municipalities that you represent?
I don't know, but the state, since the state hasn't done the survey since 1977, I don't know, they certainly haven't participated in the state survey. I don't know whether or not that they participated, or whether they would be the entity that would receive the information relative to the federal survey.
So you haven't participated in the federal survey, or you have no knowledge that any of your towns that you represent have participated in the federal survey?
I don't know that. I can certainly ask that question of them.
Thank you. I would appreciate hearing back from you on that.
The agent is still here.
Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. That was somebody unmuting for a moment. I do want to ask, finally, the information I have is that the last survey that was done was in 2016. Is there any reason to think that it was done more recently? You're muted, I'm sorry.
I can go back and look at the research and indicate whether that's the case.
Thank you. I obviously I recognize your concern about increased cost to towns and municipalities, and clearly we've heard testimony that both from from Kim Glassman, but also from the recent contractor who spoke as well, that this does not change the amount of the prevailing wage, nor does it expand the group that would be prevailing wage would be applied to, but it strictly would streamline that and make it much better for Connecticut workers and employers when they are bidding on jobs and when they are working on jobs. So I appreciate your testimony, but I certainly believe that this is important. It's an important step that we need to take here in Connecticut to make sure that we're doing the very best for our employers and for our workers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cara, for your excellent testimony and for all the information you provided. We really do appreciate that. No, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the discussion I had with Ms. Glassman, because I'm going to ask you the same question. I think she was very dismissive of all my arguments, but I would like to ask the same question, that the union dominance element, which is in this current bill, is it very clear? Because it is to me that is not the current process at the federal level.
That is the way that I review the summary of the federal regulations, that it is one element of how the feds determine the prevailing wage rate, but it's not the sole element. And so again, the concern is, if that's the only criteria that you're considering, to what extent does that drive up the prevailing wage rates across the board?
Yeah, no, I absolutely see what you're saying, because I tried to go through the same argument piece by piece, that if you take a number of input data and take an average of it versus you take just the union dominance data, the answers would be different. And I just wanted to, because the disagreement was so strong, I just wanted to even check myself that it would lead to different answers, because it's really so obvious in some sense to me that if you take 5 large numbers and take an average of those, and thank you also for pointing out that it's an average versus taking just 2 numbers, the top 2 numbers, it would be different.
That's how I read it. So I guess
Thank
we're on
you.
the same page there. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. The other question I would have for you is, do you think that the DOL, that this is a fairly complex process and building a repetitive bureaucracy? Because I'm assuming that the federal government does it for, they may have the same number of people, they'll go to Connecticut, then they go to the second set, then they go to the third state, and then they also use the average numbers. There's a lot of richness which comes from it. Would you not think that Connecticut now to rebuild the machine, and it may take 10 people or 100 people or more, or, and the processes, do you think it's, our overall DOL is only a few hundred people, right? Do you think this is something which we should even try to do?
Well, that is a concern that I raised, because we do know that the state staff and resources are swamped right now, and particularly the State Department of Labor, with a significant increase in unemployment claims, et cetera. And we have to be mindful of that of a state, because we're entering a very fragile recovery, hopefully, from COVID-19. I know there's a lot of uncertainty, and our towns are very nervous about what is going to happen next year in terms of the local economy and property tax revenues. And so, we do take a close look at these things to try to figure out, well, what will be the impact on the state resources as well as local projects.
One other question: do you think it is a possibility in your mind that the real purpose of this bill is to use the process to increase the prevailing wage rates? Because as you just mentioned, that this has been done since 1977 in a certain way. What happened just now? So it's just that I'm just a skeptical person who always asks questions. Sometimes the questioner always gets shot a lot more at. So my question for you would be: do you think there is a possibility that the real motive is to use the process to really goose up or bump the rates, rather than any issue with the timing? Because that's been around for 37 years.
Well, that is a concern. I mean, when you see that this has gotten widespread support from the unions, it does suggest that there may be more to it than just kind of clarifying the process. So that's why, again, we are urging people to take a long look at this and to consider the financial implications.
Thank you. And my final question would be that, I think this was asked of you earlier, but I just wanted to clarify that such survey would be done only of contractors. You would not want to do the people who buy the survey, in a sense that such surveys are not done calling the municipalities or the people who do the projects. It is the wage surveys, because you may even not know the wages, right? You're not privy, the contractor doesn't give you the details of all wages they give their people, they just bid on a job.
Well, that's correct. And it does indicate that the contractors would be, and other interested parties would be contacted. But you're right, the towns may not necessarily know the hourly wage data, and also the benefit, because the prevailing wage rate includes a benefit portion. And that's something that we wouldn't have any information on.
And finally, do you think that it is natural for contractors to be really liking this? Because especially in the context of our discussion, that this would lead to higher wages, because then they would be bidding at those higher wages, or including those higher wages, all of them, because it would apply to every single contractor, to the municipality. So in some sense, it's anti-competitive that, that the rates would go up because everybody so every contractor should want this to be passed, so that their wages can go up, so that they can charge additional prices to the municipalities at the cost of the taxpayer. With that logic, is there any flaw in that logic? Shoot me down if you can.
I'm not really clear on what you're suggesting with that reasoning. But, you know, again, we are concerned that it would end up increasing prevailing wage rates, and that just leads to increasing the costs of our local municipal projects. And that is a big concern. You know, we think as part of this recovery, it's important to get our projects going so we can end up creating some local jobs and also support efforts to address infrastructure issues. That's important right now. And so again, we just want to be mindful of how this is going to impact those projects.
And of all times, this would not be the right time to pick up something like this, which would increase uncertainty that possibly rates go up and projects cannot be undertaken, I would think. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that it is a very uncertain time. And so to the extent that we can ensure that we're not adding any unintended costs, I think is very important.
I really thank you for your testimony, for your questions, for your answers. You know, as I mentioned earlier in an earlier testimony, it's important that such action not be taken in COVID times. And there seems to be more research, as you said, and thank you for pointing that out, that the right thing to be doing would be to research this thoroughly, the process, and also ask the DOL whether they have the capacity to do something and how much would it cost them. Is it be hundreds of the people, or do we have to really, what do they have to do to get geared up? You know, because it might take them 2 or 3 years to gear up. So I think the right thing would be to not do it in a hurry, but really, you know, think through what we're doing and whether there is some vested interest pushing it against our municipalities. So again, I thank you so much for all the things you brought up, for the clarity you provide to the committee, because it's only by looking at it from different perspectives that we gain knowledge to be able to pass these legislation and these policy matters. So once again, thank you very much, Ms. Guerra, and thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. And I just want to go back because you keep mentioning the thought or the uncertainty of the bill raising the prevailing wage threshold. So I wanted to know if.
No, I didn't, not raising the prevailing wage threshold. I do, in my testimony, I didn't bother you or belabor you with that today, but we would support increasing the prevailing wage threshold on renovations, because that was left at 100,000, which if you're trying to do a renovation of a local municipal project, it's going to exceed that that threshold very easily. So just to clarify there.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I appreciate that. Any further questions for Ms. Guerra? Yes, Senator Kushner.
Thank you for allowing me a second time around, Chairman Porter. But I do want to just ask you one more question. Can you tell me now, do the prevailing wage rates that are established here in Connecticut today, are those wage rates the same as the collective bargaining rates?
I have not looked at them with that eye. I don't have information on what the collective bargaining rates would actually be, so I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you. All right, and before I actually call the next person up, I just want the people on the Labor and Public Employees Committee, this is specifically directed to my committee members, that I want us to refrain from actually characterizing people that come before us to testify. I don't think that that is polite or respectful, and I want to set the tone for a polite and respectful community. Folks are taking their time to be here today, and I don't want people to feel like they're being disrespected. So I'm going to put that on the record and ask that we all be mindful of the public. This is a public hearing, and this is a hearing for the public to come before us to express their support or opposition of legislation that this committee is looking at. Thank you. And with that being said, I am going to go back to, I do believe we have Mr. John Murphy, who is ready to testify with UAW Local 376. Mr. Murphy, you have the floor.
Trying again for the third time. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, Ranking Member Aurora, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is John Murphy, and on behalf of the members of the United Auto Workers, Region 9A, I am here to testify in favor of House Bill 6382, an act strengthening the probate court system. Our union has also submitted written testimony in favor of HB 6376, the Crown Act, and HB 5158 concerning breastfeeding in the workplace. The UAW believes in collective bargaining for all workers, and workers in the probate system are no different. Many employers consider their business or mission to be unique, but that is no reason to deny collective bargaining rights to workers simply because they work for the probate court system. While the Probate Court Budget Committee over time has strived to improve and standardize wages and benefits, the probate court workers have no official role in these decisions and no say. Granting collective bargaining rights to probate court employees simply allows them to decide whether they want a union to represent them. If they choose to vote in favor of unionization, then they have a right to elect their own officers and bargaining committee to represent them in negotiating a union contract regarding work, wages, hours, and working conditions. Every worker deserves access to a grievance and arbitration process that guarantees fairness and due process. Most supervisors believe they treat their employees fairly, but this collective bargain, passing this bill will ensure that probate court employees will have due process. Please vote in favor of 6382. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Murphy. Senator Kushner.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony here. It seems like I just saw you. I think that was late last night, wasn't it? In another public hearing.
In another Zoom room.
Another Zoom public hearing, the Public Health Committee, which went on for 13 hours. So thank you for being here today. I know you testified about the probate court collective bargaining, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but are you testifying about any of the other bills that are before us today?
I'm not testifying, but we have submitted written testimony in favor of the Crown Act and the act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace.
Okay.
And as a former construction worker, I'm also, on a personal level, I'm in favor of the bill on prevailing rate.
That's great to know. And I'm kind of guessing you might be in favor of labor peace agreements. I'm not sure if you want to testify on that today, but labor peace agreements certainly are on our agenda for today as well.
Yes, we are in favor of those as well. Everyone's running out of room to write. I don't have time. So.
All right. Is there anything else you care to testify about today?
No, thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Next up, we will have, let's see here. Lakia Shaban, CEO, Mixed Chicks Sorority Incorporated. And I might have cut off some of your name. It's really long. Let me try this again. Number 22, Lakia Shaban Leitner Paget, CEO, Mixed Chicks Sorority Incorporated. Okay, moving on to number 23, Nancy Howard, Chief Clerk, Housatonic Probate Court.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Hi, Nancy.
Senator Kushner and Representative Porter. And the esteemed members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I am the Chief Clerk of the Housatonic Probate Court, and I'm also the co-president of CAPS, the Connecticut Probate Clerks Association, and the other co-president will be testifying. She's number 31. So I have been listening to everybody's testimony, and I I feel that you all know that we're essential at this point, and we provide a service, and it really, I think, comes down to, for us, we don't actually, for our members, there are people that are uncertain about unions or not, but they're all pretty much in the same idea of that we need somebody to speak for us for a collective bargaining. When people were talking about it took them 14 years to get to market, the assistant clerk average of market is you have the starting pay, and then it's $4.82 more to get to market. So my assistant clerk that has worked here for 4 years, she makes $1.04 more an hour now, above the the base pay. And if we continue on the way we've been going, it'll take her 16 years to get to market. And that'll be for all of us. I mean, it is very hard to get to market pay. We don't have anybody who lobbies for us. The budget committee at probate administration is supposed to lobby for us, but as somebody testified before, if they don't have money, we're the first to get cut. And we sit there for those 4 or 5 years where probate administration employees got raises, the judges got raises, and we did not get raises. When we finally did get a raise after about close to 5 years, we went to the budget hearing. I asked if it could be retro or if we could have any of it retro, and they just said no. No reason, no this, no, just no. It could not happen. So we have no say in anything that goes on. We have no say in what our pay is, what we pay for our insurance and our, everything else like that. We are very grateful. We are all very grateful that we have jobs. We're very grateful that we're employed. We all love our jobs. We love what we do. We love working with the public. We love helping people who call up and are in tears and just beside themselves, and they need somebody to, sometimes they just need an ear to somebody to listen to them. They need help, and we love doing that part of it. But because we love it, we stay with it. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be paid what we deserve to be paid, and that we shouldn't have some kind of say in that. Our members are unsure. I mean, they want somebody to speak for us. So they are the ones that have responded to our survey are in, want to, discover, want something with collective bargaining, but are.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Okay.
Please conclude. Thank you.
You can finish your thought. Thank you.
It's just, I mean, we are essential. We do enjoy what we're doing. We're happy to come to work. We have no issue with that. It's just that we should be paid a decent wage. For my assistant clerk, 16 years to get a market pay for $4.82 is market pay more. We just want a voice. That's what we want. We want a voice, and we want some actual strength behind our voice. That's what we're looking for.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, and thank you for coming here to testify. I do have a couple of questions before I open it up to the committee. I've heard others testify here today about the market rate, and I'm not entirely sure I understand how your process works. You're hired in below market, and then what is the process? You've mentioned that it would take 16 years to get to market rate. How does that happen?
By getting a raise, by getting
no,
raised.
I get that part of it. I understand that you need to.
That's
but there's no.
Don't have any it's not well, you do have. There's a small percentage that is based on your I can't think what it's called right now. You do have a review every 6 months, and so there is a small percentage based on your review as to how you did. The majority of it is, though, just cost of living raise or COLA, something like that. And there's a small percentage that is your review.
So does that mean that a lot of the employees that are working in the probate court are working below or far below market rate?
Yes. Yep. I'm below market rate. Everybody in my court is below market rate.
And how many are you in your cohort?
4.
And how long? Who's served the longest, and who's been there the longest? And how many?
I've been here about over 10 years, but I have moved from assistant clerk to chief clerk. So, so I have moved to that. So that is one of the reasons I've made more money. Then the next person, she has worked here 4 years. I've had several people leave because they need to go where they make more money. And also the market rate was a probate study that was done back in, it started in 2010. So is the market rate really the market rate today? And to take that years to get, and I do remember somebody said to me one time, well, we're expecting the market rate. You need to work here a lot of years, like, 15, 20. And I'm like, for $4.82, 15, 20 years? You gotta be kidding me. I mean, sorry, I'm being nice.
Well, no, I appreciate everything you've testified to, and I think this clarification is very important, particularly that the market rate study was done in 2010, and clearly conditions have changed since 2010, and without collective bargaining, there is no mechanism, as I understand it, for you to for there to be an adjustment in that. So I appreciate your testimony. I have to say that it is shocking that someone who would be there for 10 years would not be at market rate, even if that market rate, particularly because that market rate doesn't truly reflect today's market rate values. So I encourage you to go ahead.
Sorry. I think also the frustration of people is that there has been a big turnover at probate administration. And so like an executive assistant makes over $10,000 more a year than a chief clerk. Starting pay executive assistant makes over $10,000 more a year than a starting pay of a chief clerk. And, or just an administrative clerk makes $7,000 more than an assistant clerk makes. So I think there's just such a, discrepancy. There's just such a disparity between what they make and what we make.
So I do appreciate your testimony here today. And, one of the things that I have learned in my experience in the labor movement is that a lot of times when workers organize, they have access to greater resources, such as we discussed earlier today, attorneys, researchers, analysts, experts that can help advise them. But the real beauty of forming a union is that you as workers gain the ability to have your own voice and speak out and address these issues. So whether or not this bill, I want to point out, does not require you to form a union. It doesn't make that decision for you. But I think every group of workers should have that opportunity to make that decision. So happy to support this bill.
All we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Representative Aurora has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Howard, for your testimony. And, I really am interested in hearing, what yourself and some of your peers have said, because, while it's very easy to paint members of the committee, right and left, but, the reality is we are all working for you, for the people of Connecticut. And, we do want to, I'm very keenly interested in knowing why anybody's getting lower than the market rate, because, we think that's the market mechanism should work. Why is it broken? Typically, market mechanisms break when there are some extenuating circumstances or some things which constrain folks. So my question to you is that your opinion or your not opinion, what you believe is that the market is not working. You're getting paid lesser than market rate by quite some time, by quite some amount. And my question here is there, is it very hard? That would mean that it would be very hard to find replacements when someone like yourself finally says enough is enough. Is that the matter of, is that the real, because we got to see what the environment is, what other factors are. Is that right? Actually, is that how it is?
It is. It's extremely hard. It's extremely hard because there is a lot of training that goes on in assistant clerk, or chief clerk. It's especially to get us an assistant clerk who's just coming in and doesn't understand what it literally takes a good 2 years to understand all the ins and outs and nuances of what you're doing. So when people leave, like in our court, we've had several leave because they, had better job offers. They're good clerks and they've had better job offers. And so we have to start from scratch and, retrain somebody. And it takes a long time. I mean, it's a process, and it sends your court back because you have still all the work coming in, but, you can't process all the work. So then, if you're strained, then you work overtime, but you don't get paid for overtime. So you don't really say you work overtime, but you still have all these people that need things from you that you have to get out to them.
No, fair point, and I'm very sympathetic to it. Let me ask you we are all sympathetic to anyone working on the market, but let me ask you another question. What are the other, what we call substitute situations or opportunities? So if this opportunity is, as you said, underpaying quite often to deserving people, where do your clerks go, or who hires them away? Because that would tell us those are the other pies are paying fairly where you're not. Because if somebody is working for the clerk's office and then gets hired away all the time, then we know that's the problem. And the clerk and the court should also be quite organizational, worried about it, and raise wages. So where do typically most folks who work with you or as clerks end up going?
So sometimes they go to lawyer's office, and sometimes they just get out of the field completely because they can get a job at, like a bank will pay them more money, or towns will pay them more money, or let's see, towns, banks, lawyers, just other jobs that pay more money.
I see. So it's not that that's a legal profession. They may even at time, go to.
No, I think they would like to stay. Most people who are clerks want to stay as clerks. So you can also go, not all courts have openings for like clerks, or because people do stay here for a while. We've had in the last, I have to say, 3 years, we've had a lot of turnover, a lot of turnover. But, and the whole, it used to be you never saw anybody leave, but now many people are leaving just because they don't get paid what they should get paid. So.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for pointing that out. I think that really adds another dimension. We have been hearing more that the judges would like to focus, are not really, a lot of judges want to make sure that the management control does not go away. Somebody described it as management control, that their ability to, have the clerks they want and work in a certain way. And sometimes, even extra, the work culture and so on and so forth, that shouldn't go away. That's what we had heard a lot about, or we were focused on. But I think, last 3 or 4 testimonies, I've heard here, really make me also look at the other dimension, which is are the wages correct? And if not so, why is it so? I would have thought that the markets would work and the clerks would leave and new clerks would demand more wages. That's how typically, fair market wages work. So, but it looks like for one reason or the other, that system is not working. Well, that's what I'm hearing. So I appreciate you bringing that point out. And so we have to kind of balance all of these things as we discuss these issues. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. Let me just look and see. I don't see any other hands at this time. So thank you, Ms. Howard. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. So next up, we have, we're on number 24. And I just want to remind the committee, this is fascinating and we can stay here all night. We are able to do that, especially now that we're on Zoom. But I do want to remind the committee that we have 98 witnesses that signed up today, and we're on number 24 at 3 o'clock. So we're going to be in here for the long haul. I want to call next, I will call on Nicole San Clemente from Guelph, followed by number 25, Sal Luciano from the AFL-CIO. Ms. San Clemente. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Nicole San Clemente, and I'm the Policy and Program Associate for the Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6380, an act concerning the disclosure of salary range for a vacant position. In Connecticut, women continue to earn significantly less than their male counterparts and earn 84 cents to every dollar paid to men. The wage gap is greater for women of color. African-American women earn 57 cents, Latinas earn 48 cents, and Asian women earn 83 cents for every dollar paid to their white, non-Hispanic male counterparts. Guelph commends the state of Connecticut for its recent strides towards closing the gender wage gap, but in order to continue our progress, salary range transparency must be an integral part of our state's employment processes. Studies show that women often ask for less than men when they negotiate, even when they are otherwise equally qualified. Research also indicates that women who negotiate their salaries are at a disadvantage due to biased perceptions of them as demanding and less desirable candidates. When women negotiate a salary for a new position and are unaware of what the potential job is worth, these factors can lead to pay disparities. Salary range transparency helps level the playing field for all candidates in the workforce and can make negotiating more equitable and fairer. House Bill number 6380 does not prohibit employers from paying outside the disclosed pay range and does not remove the ability for the employer to negotiate. Instead, HB 6380 creates a building block for negotiation with a prospective employee, including but not limited to market value, experience, and benefits. HB 6380 will give employees a tool to better understand how they are being paid, which can help them see their room for growth in a potential position. Since employers cannot ask for an employee's salary history, this is the tool they need to efficiently set pay in a less biased way. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to exacerbate existing issues throughout our state, most of which disproportionately affect women, especially women of color. Although the majority of our nation's essential workforce are women, including healthcare workers, grocery store workers, and childcare workers, they lose between $3,000 to $5,000 per year to the gender wage gap. As we continue to respond to a global pandemic and reckon with deep-rooted systemic inequities in our state and country, salary range transparency is one step to combating growing gender and racial wage gaps without negatively impacting employers. HB 6380 is one step to create a more comfortable, welcoming, and equitable workplace, all while strengthening employer-employee relationships. Guelph thanks the committee for raising this important issue again this year. Voting in support of HB 6380 will advance the economic security of women across Connecticut and continue moving our state towards achieving gender equity and equality. Thank you.
Thank you. That was done very efficiently. You made it within the time period allotted. Thank you for your testimony. And let me just see if there are any hands. I see no hands at this moment raised. Okay, I do want to thank you because I think your testimony was very clear and helps inform us about the bill that's before us. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have number 25, Sal Luciano, followed by number 26, Ronald Petronella. So Sal, if you are there, please show your face and unmute yourself if you can. Sal, I don't know if we can't hear you. There you're unmuted, but we don't, your camera's not on. Now you're muted again. I know this technology is a little difficult.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
I don't know if you can adjust the camera so we can see you.
Yes.
There you go. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Julie Kushner and Chairperson Robin Porter. My name is Sal Luciano. I'm proud to serve as president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing more than 250,000 members. I just want to say that COVID-19 has truly highlighted structural racism and structural sexism that was already in existence. So I commend this committee for addressing them. I've written testimony in support of 9 of them, starting with HB 6376, an act creating respectful and open world for natural hair. HB 6376 provides an opportunity for Connecticut to take another step towards racial equality. For generations, racism has shaped society's near exclusive embrace of European beauty standards and ideas of what constitutes a professional appearance. So it's no surprise that over time, those possessing those features not considered European have felt pressure to alter their appearance in order to find employment, advance on the job, and provide comfort to white employers. Those alterations have often included harmful styling practices to alter the natural characteristics of their hair, like heat straightening or chemical permanent relaxers, both of which can lead to hair damage and loss. By advancing the acceptance of protective hairstyles within workforce, this bill will draw attention to cultural and racial sensitivity in the workplace. Ultimately, this bill aims to reform the European image of professionalism in order to ensure and protect diversity in the workplace. California, New York, and New Jersey have already passed Crown Acts, and dozens of other states are considering similar legislation. We urge the committee to support this bill. HB 6376, an act codifying prevailing wage contract rates. You've heard both non-union and union employers support this bill, and you've heard Kim Glassman explain it. This is, I think, necessary in order to help move construction in the state of Connecticut and move the trades. Their job have really decreased over the last couple of years, and they need the support. An act concerning workers' rights. We talked about before, non-competes are important when you have intellectual property that you want to protect, but somebody who works at Wendy's as a hamburger flipper should not have a non-compete clause so that they then can't work at McDonald's. Amazon requires its warehouse employees to sign agreements that promise during employment and for 18 months after the separation date, employee will not engage and support the development, manufacturing, marketing, or sale of any product or service that competes or is intended to compete with any product or service sold, offered, or otherwise provided by Amazon. Essentially, that means you're not working anywhere for 18 months.
Excuse me, Mr. Luciano. Thank you. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Luciano, Brother Sal, if you could perhaps share with us the other bills that you want to support here today.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Kushner. I will be quick. The act concerning disclosure of salary range for a vacant position. This would help women who don't earn anywhere near as much as men. Equal work for equal pay. Stronger women, stronger nation. An act establishing a task force regarding the state workforce and retiring employees support. We know that the silver tsunami is coming. We commend you for taking a smart look at how we provide services after that date. An act strengthening the probate court system. You know, it's interesting when the employer says that the employees don't need a union, but the 4 people that spoke, we should let them decide. And it also, I'm sure most of you noticed that the 4 that did testify for a union were all women. So thank you for helping to empower women in that legislation. An act concerning call centers and notice of closures. Call centers are easy to move within a minute's notice. And Connecticut have lost thousands of jobs over the years. This bill would allow 100 days notice before they can simply move, and it would provide some protection for workers. And lastly, an act concerning permanent partial disability and pension offsets. I don't know, recently, if you have a permanent partial disability and you receive money because you've lost the ability to walk, your workers' comp, your pension will be offset by that amount. That makes no sense to the injured worker who both loses the ability to walk and the reduction in their pension. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, President Luciano. This was very helpful to hear from the labor movement in Connecticut on the bills that you support in this public hearing. I'm looking to my colleagues here to see if there are any hands raised. I see Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Luciano. I've heard about the great work that you do, and it's such an honor to be able to speak to you and be able to discuss these important ideas with yourself. The question which our goals are the same. I want to emphasize up front. To work for the people of Connecticut who are hardworking people. My question here is that I had asked this earlier, and I really wanted your view on it. That many of these things we have had work for many years, and just as we're hearing and as we know, some of these things we are stuck. In a sense that some of the equity issues are quite significant. Some folks have described them as systemic. Some discussions whether they're deep red and so on and so forth. And we are problem solvers here in this committee and in this legislature. And so the question I have to ask you are these legislations gonna do the thing in your viewpoint? Because whether it be racial equity, whether it be a lot of the things which we spoke about, I think it's a lot of it is also the education and the cultural aspect of it. Because if you look at it here, we discussed it in a couple of prior with a couple of prior folks who put testimony, that we are trying to change some of the very large problems. For example, we're talking about racial or gender equity, and the solution being advocated today as be all end all is let everybody show their salary ranges. If that were to fix it, I am the first one to vote for this bill, right? For the reason that's a very easy fix to a very, somebody's telling me a century-old problem, right? And if I basically ask questions, they're like, well, we're fixing that real problem. And I am basically asking you, please, sir, you've been doing this for such a long time. These are bigger issues. And so when we color everything with that gender inequity, we are sometimes unable to say, well, is there other concerns with this issue? Because we've seen other states do it, and they do it for a certain, they cap it at a certain amount. They say anybody making under this amount, you have to be extremely transparent, because there are two-sided risks there. At higher wages, sometimes, ranges can be used. There is in behavioral economics, it's called anchoring. It's used to anchor you lower. So same thing which we think will benefit is going to disbenefit. So to leave it to I really would ask you those questions. Do you think legislation is the right thing? Do you think there are risks of unintended consequences which would go exactly opposite of what you and me and all the members here are trying to do?
Representative Aurora, I think that is a brilliant question. And I will answer it by saying that these problems existed before COVID. COVID actually clarified the problems that exist. If you look at who's suffering, African Americans and minorities are bearing the brunt of this disease, of this pandemic, more than anybody else. There's the 200,000 jobs that are lost in Connecticut are mostly women and people of color. If we're not going to begin to address structural and sexual racism and sexism now, when are we going to do it? Contrast that with what's happened with the wealthy. Well, we've lost 200,000 jobs. Millionaires and billionaires have made in excess of $1 trillion in profits. And so I say to you, this has happened under current legislation. Isn't it about time we change it? If you're a working person, you're paying an effective tax rate of 3 times more than somebody who earns $700,000 a year. I'm not saying soak the rich. I'm saying stop soaking working people. And if we're not going to do that now through legislation, when are we going to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Giuliano, for that input. You know, the question here is not that should we legislate or not. The question which I would like to ask you is, are the legislations on the table here, right? You know, to basically show salary ranges and so on and so forth. Are they the ones for the, are we using the right tool for the right job? Right? It's not, you know, and when you, each time I ask these questions, yourself and many others really point me to the enormity of the problem, which I'm agreeing with, that we need to reduce economic inequality in society. And you pointed out to that one, you know, and all of those are important. You know, we know creating higher paying, you know, higher productivity, more what they call value, moving up the value chain in our state is very important. You know, what we have seen in the last decade actually is we are moving down the value chain in a sense that a lot of jobs which were lost were higher value added jobs, and the jobs we gained back over the last decade since the 2008, you know, were lower value added jobs. And that worries me. That really worries me. We are on the same, you know, I just want to make sure that in this committee, all of us are on the same kind of platform or the team on that. Why are we losing higher quality or higher value add jobs and getting lower value add jobs? And the question, and some of the times we are hearing back is that too much regulation, too much, you know, the higher value guys say, well, we are out of here and we're going to be in some other place which doesn't really, you know, knick-knack and bother us and try to micromanage us too much. And, you know, there are other states, we are a federation, you know, the way our structure is, you know, firms move. And so that's the question. Are these legislation not going to achieve what we want to achieve and hurt us more? And I want you to just basically just look at the point of view. We are all going to want the same goal. So is that a possibility in your mind that, you know, listen, you know, we may not solve racial, gender equity by providing salary range for people who are making over $100,000. But you know what? Everybody might anchor everybody 10,000 lower, and you might have a difficult time in some sense for people who make in that range.
So the only thing I can respond in a larger picture is one of the reasons why there is a Rust Belt in the United States is because we have passed federal legislation that have actually rewarded shipping our jobs overseas. Now, specifically in Connecticut, I just want to point out a couple of things. It's illegal to discriminate against race, but today you could fire somebody for wearing their natural hair. And that's what I think is trying to be addressed by this bill today. And if you don't allow the probate workers to have a voice for themselves, many of them, almost all of them female, then they could be fired because they're at-will employees, and it could be because the judge doesn't like the fact that they're wearing their natural hair. So if you ask me, do I think the Labor Committee are doing the right things by these bills? I not only say absolutely, I say it's about damn time.
Well, I do hope and wish and pray that these are the problems which solve. These are the laws, legislation which solve some of these very structural, major problems our country and our state faces. I respectfully think that, you know, we are dancing around the edges and not really going at the real problems here, and perhaps, you know, we may do unintended, you know, in economics as they call it, behavioral changes and unintended damage, which we would come back in 5 years or a decade, and all of us will have a friendly discussion and say, well, that one we didn't think we got it right, and this one we got right, and so on and so forth. But thank you for that discussion. It's always a pleasure to hear from people eminent who have been in this business and in this work for such a long time. And thank you for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And you do prompt me to, Representative Arora, you have prompted me to think back to 2019 and a public hearing we had and a discussion we had in that hearing where perhaps you yourself, President Luciano, were testifying on the minimum wage. And it's so interesting because at that time, we were proposing a bill that would bring people over time to $15. And as you know, we were successful in passing that and have seen so many people helped by that important piece of legislation. But at the time, I remember a colleague from across the aisle and repeatedly asked every witness who testified about how poor they were and how they couldn't live on the minimum wage here in Connecticut prior to this bill that we passed. And my colleague asked every witness, do you think $15 is a living wage? And you remember that. And every single time he would ask every witness that, and they would always say, no, I don't think $15 is a living wage. And finally, I turned to my colleague and I said, would you like us to change this to an $18 minimum wage bill? Because we could do that. So I appreciate your questions, Representative Arora, and I would wish we could always do more for working people and raise and elevate more quickly than the incremental change that we have been able to make. But I hope, President Luciano, you would agree with me that doing nothing is not an alternative and that what we're doing here today is quite important.
Yes, if we're not going to do it during COVID, in terms of, it's been so painful, but it's also been so clear in terms of who's been hurt by this and who's been helped, that I think if we don't do it now, I don't know when.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your service to the working people of Connecticut. You've been steadfast in that dedication, and we certainly appreciate your leadership. And now I would like to ask my esteemed co-chair, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. And I could not allow Mr. Luciano to leave without saying something. I was able to catch the last bit of your testimony, but we've had several conversations. I know you well. I know what you stand for. And I really do appreciate the way that you always come to this committee impassioned, pushing for the things that are right and lifting up workers and speaking truth to power. It takes courage to do that. And I just want to commend you again today, publicly, by saying that my co-chair and myself are very grateful for the relationship that we have with you and with labor and with the partnership that we share in advancing working people in this state, especially during the midst of a pandemic such as COVID. And you're right, I got to hear a little bit of what Representative Arora was saying, and the fact that, we're not losing higher value jobs. What we're losing is higher value pay. We've gained back almost all of our jobs, and they're all low wage, minimum wage jobs. And it means that people that are graduating, my daughter, one of them, with graduate and advanced degrees, are out here having to be at home because they can't afford a home. They can't afford to live on their own. They can't afford a car because the degrees that they carry actually aren't carrying the financial weight that they should. And then you compound that with the fact that there is disparity in pay, that women in general are paid less. And if you're a woman of color, you're paid even less. All the bills that we have before us today are a vehicle to answering the clarion call, the cries of the people in the communities that we serve to do what's right. And the time is now to do what's right. And I'll just say this, and I'll end on this note, because you inspire me to speak about this stuff. The people that were the first to go to work, the first to catch COVID, the first to die, the first to lose their health care, the first to lose their job, should not be the last ones to be made whole. And that is what we are addressing here today. So I just thank you. I thank you for what you do, and I thank you for your support in our efforts to serve the constituents of this state in a way that levels the playing field and lifts from the bottom so that everyone is elevated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
thank you for comforting the afflicted.
And I did see, I don't know, Representative Aurora, if you wanted to be called on for the second time or whether you just hadn't lowered your hand.
No, the question, no, I will make my point in the next speaker, because I think we are talking something philosophical here in terms of why we have lower value added jobs. I don't think that's a fact. The quality of the jobs over the last decade has gone to lower value add. We have to make sure that we are not doing something, to cause that. And that's a perspective. This is my first year in the legislature to bringing to here that, let's be self-reflective and say, well, if there is damage that has been done over the last decade, are we the problem or are we solving it? I think, I hear a lot of confidence here that no, we are the solvers, but I do want us to self-reflect and say the last decade of this committee's work is not really showing up until now. We're just consistently moving down the value chain. That's sad. That's very sad. And for our people, that's very sad. For the 1.7 million workforce, that's very sad. And we need to work to make sure that we be smart as well, not just linear. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora, and I'm sure we'll have opportunities to discuss this in committee. So now I would like to thank you, President Luciano, and I see no further hands, so we will move on to President of UFCW Local 371, Ronald Petronella. Ronnie, are you with us?
I am. I just need to put my camera on. Can't start your camera. You've got me, you have my camera shut off?
Hey, Devin, excuse me, Devin is our clerk. Devin, can you instruct President Petronella on how to turn on his camera?
It's your end, not my end. The host has asked you to start your video. Okay.
Yes, Mr. There you go.
Got me. There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee for the opportunity to speak in favor of HB 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements in a modern and equitable cannabis workforce. My name is Ronald Petronella. I'm president of Local 371 UFCW, a union representing over 8,000 workers in food retail, food manufacturing, healthcare, and other industries. Nationwide, our union represents over 10,000 cannabis workers, and those numbers are growing rapidly as the industry grows and more workers choose to organize. We aren't here to discuss the merits of legalized cannabis for adult use, although the benefits are many. We are here to address the unique opportunity to create an entirely new industry in our state from the ground up, and our ability to make sure it employs a diverse workforce and creates family-sustaining jobs. It is my hope that with this bill, we are able to create jobs that encourage young people from all backgrounds to put down roots in our state and raise their families on the income they will make as cannabis workers. Labor peace agreements are an agreement between the employer and the union where the union agrees not to strike, picket, boycott, or otherwise disturb an employer's business. In exchange, the employer agrees to allow its workers to decide whether or not to join a union free from intimidation or interference. The unionized cannabis worker has been rapidly growing in the United States as a result of these labor peace agreements, and cannabis workers' wages and benefits have been growing too. Unionized workers make 13% more than their non-union competitors. Our members working in the cannabis industry are able to join our union, healthcare plans, and defined pension plans, which will allow Connecticut workers who may currently be working in lower wage jobs to get off of public health insurance plans and finally have retirement security. Many of our members currently live in communities which were disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. Enacting a bill that encourages equity and creates good family sustaining union jobs is an opportunity to right those wrongs, and we are excited to be part of those changes in our state. So thank you for the opportunity to let me speak before the committee. And I do want to say that I've been on listening since 10 o'clock this morning, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's a pleasure to see our government in action. And all these bills should be considered, especially 6382. Every worker should have the right to organize. And that's my final statement.
Thank you, President Petronella. It's so nice to see you here today. Haven't
Good to
seen
see
you for
you.
a long time. So I appreciate your testimony here. I see that Representative Aurora has raised his hand. Representative Aurora.
Sure.
President Petronella, it's such a I thank you for being here and for your testimony, and it's really very appreciated that we can have the wisdom and the thoughtfulness you bring and the experience you bring. And I'm hoping that you're referring to the very as I would say, active and spirited to and fro we've been having for the last 5-6 hours, and hope to continue for a little bit of time. And I've come with it with the best of spirit and honesty here, and my chairs will keep me in line if I don't. The question which I really want to ask you is, do you see the future of our state workforce in cannabis? And that's the kind of stuff we are going to focus on and be leadership in. I love technology. I love a lot what is happening. I want our I want our workforce to develop with this high value added great jobs. I love biotech. I love law. I love pretty much every single job you can find. I love the new e-commerce and the delivery, the DoorDash and the new ways. And I love but when it comes to cannabis, if that is the one bill which when business promotion comes, that's the one bill I'm seeing. We want to make sure that our community leads, our state leads in cannabis jobs, and people of color who have been left out should get a major share and be not left behind. I want to say technology. I want to say there's a lot which comes to my mind, which my heart really. I'm a passionate guy by now, right? Please help me here. That's one thing we should basically say, let the market work. Whatever happens, let's focus and encourage the sunrise businesses of tomorrow, the biotechs, the solving of the cancer, and let's make sure that there's enough, women and any, other. Demographics which are left behind in all of those exciting areas of tomorrow, so that's how the inequity gets solved. But why cannabis?
It's Massachusetts is right next door, and people can go there, and they are going there from Connecticut. The underground market and the tax revenue that the state is losing right now is incredible. It's not like, it's kind of reminds me of alcohol during Prohibition. It's kind of the same thing. There's many industries now where there's actually a lot of people employed, where they make candies and all kinds of stuff. And it's one of the I think it is a faster growing industry right now than the microbreweries. Washington State, Colorado, California, Massachusetts, it's coming. And the question is, if we're going to do it, let's get it right. Am I for legal recreational marijuana? I am with a labor peace agreement in it. I'm not without it. I feel like if we're going to create jobs, let them have health insurance, let them have pensions, let them have retirement security, let them have collective bargaining rights, and let's make those jobs good paying jobs. And that's what I'm about. You know, let's negotiate contracts with them. May the best competitor win. And let's make the playing field level and keep it level so the best competitor does win, instead of one guy pays more, one guy pays less, one company has better healthcare, the other one doesn't. You know, through our Taft-Hartley funds, we can provide healthcare to employers at a very reasonable cost because we're a big pool. And we have a lot to offer workers. So I would hope you would consider, if we're going to legalize recreational marijuana, not to do it without a peace agreement, a labor peace agreement.
Thank you, sir. That was, you are speaking my language. Good paying jobs, good progress. The question which I keep asking, you know, I have 2 points to what you made. Maybe you can consider them follow-up questions or follow-up comments. The first one is that the sure way in the history to kill a new business, the short way, a growth business, is over legislate and over-regulate and try to make them do things. It's not even, you know, that's just the economics tells us. And, you know, typically, you know, even think about how light a legislation we had for the e-commerce business for a while, and they kept chewing up on, you know, across the country and across globally. And now they are a big force, and we are taxing them, legislating them, and so on and so forth. So my point being that, you know, if you really want those jobs here, I think, you know, if you sit back and say, wait for a few years till they come in, then you can, you know, take a, you know, that's my real, that's my understanding of the world. The world exists the way it is as they teach it in spiritual class, right? The world exists, you're not going to change it, you know, because that's how most likely the world is going to go. If we put all of these on an industry which is not even started in Connecticut, I can tell you, we are what they're saying, trying to really, it's not going to come here, number one. And number two, my point really is still with the small part of that law. You know, I want good jobs, period. I want really good jobs, right? You know, the one which I'm saying is, why are we proposing a grant or money for helping attract people to cannabis industry? You know, people will go to cannabis industry. There's some people who get attracted. You know, I'm not going to be against any industry. I'm not. If it's legal, it's good. You know, there's a different discussion being had in a different committee whether it should be legal or not. You know, but I do think if you have to prefer an industry, if you wanna, you know, give money, public money to encourage people to go to an industry, they should be the sunrise industries which have huge consensus. I don't find any consensus. Hey, do I want my son and my daughter to grow up and get a nice degree and go work for the cannabis industry? I'm sorry, I don't want my kids to work for the cannabis industry. Maybe other people really are looking that as the future of their children. I don't know about that. But I will tell you that industry doesn't need money to be put to for job development. I think we should give that to Sunrise Technology, Biotech, STEM, you know, and many, many others. And I really object to that piece of the legislation. And I would again humbly end my questions there. And if you would have comments on both those ideas, i.e., is this an industry we want to support? And B, do you not, you understand, I know you understand this business of jobs very, very, very well. You know, I'm a rookie in some sense. You know, that, you know, are you not just going to kill the industry up front if you start putting these legislation up right now? Wait for 2 or 3 years, let them get big, and then you can get them.
Well, I think the partnership would be, and I think the attraction would be, it would be the members, it would be the employee's choice whether they would want to join or not. Now, the employer, if he's going to look at things like retirement security and medical insurance and things like that, he would probably want to be union. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of stability there with our plans. You don't have to change insurance companies every other day because your healthcare costs are out of line. But it's the employee's choice. What I'm asking for is neutrality. What I'm asking for is not to have an employer not let me talk to the workers, not let me have a say in educating them on what a union is.
All fair points. I just think we need to make sure these industries grow, let's not kill them before they start, please, 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 and thank you so much for your time, sir. And thank you for allowing me to ask questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Petronella. I want to follow up on that briefly. I know when you were testifying, you said we need to get it right. And because we have past shared experience in a new industry to Connecticut that came into our state in 1992, and that would be the tribal casinos that came into being. We didn't get it right at the beginning then. And we did not have peace agreements. And I know you have the same experience I did in organizing workers there. It took 20 years before workers were able to organize. And during that time, they saw their wages and benefits decline tremendously, which is what they're organizing. And then without labor peace, they faced tremendous obstacles and challenges in organizing. And then I think your union was successful, and after one attempt was successful in getting a labor peace agreement, and the results were very different. So if you could address that, that would be appreciated.
Sure. We represent the bartenders and the beverage servers up at Foxwoods Casino. And when we first tried to organize them, we did a mailing to them. And the Indians filed a lawsuit against the state of Connecticut and us. And we had gathered enough support, enough signatures, enough cards, and we filed for an election under the National Labor Relations Board. And it was going to be government held, run, and the conflict began where the tribe said they would not recognize that election, and we would end up in the Supreme Court. And we ended up working it out with them, where we signed off on basically a neutrality agreement, and we did things under tribal law. And we have a union there today. And everybody's going to survive. They're going to make money. We're going to make money. Everybody will survive. And that's like when I think about the clerks in the court system. That's a no-brainer, to let them have a union. That's not going to kill the court. It's not going to hurt anybody. So, I mean, labor peace, it works. If the employer wants to cooperate, it works. If they don't want to cooperate, then you have to do other things. Picket, protest. We don't want to have to do that.
Thank you. And I do want to appreciate your response. I do want to make sure the record is clear. We had a similar experience in my union in terms of obstacles that workers face that shouldn't have been there when they first started organizing. But I do want to give a really huge shout out to the tribe, because both tribes, after these struggles, really recognized that it was much better to work together. And we were able to reach labor peace agreements, not just for the workers at Foxwoods in your case, but also in looking at expanded gaming in Connecticut. And so in that instance, we worked together to get it right from the beginning. And I think that's what we're trying to do here with a new industry like the cannabis industry. And I do want to underscore that getting it right in this day and age, it means getting it right both from the perspective of labor rights, but also from the perspective of equity. And I so appreciate your work on this, President Petronella, and the other advocates for equity, and coming together as you have at one table has been tremendously important. So I appreciate your testimony here today and your efforts on this in this regard.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
And I see we have hands. We have Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. President Petronella, good afternoon. Thank you so much for testifying today. Thank you so much for your leadership. I know you well, and I know you come from a long tradition in your family fighting for working men and women in the state of Connecticut, and I want to applaud you for that and for the work that you do every day. I was wondering if you could maybe drill down a little bit, and for the benefit of some on the committee that maybe don't have the experience of working with working men and women every day in the trenches. Why it's so important to have a labor peace agreement? What are some of the obstacles that workers face when they don't have a level playing field that a labor peace agreement can bring?
Well, the biggest obstacle is the employer has their workers for a minimum of 8 hours, if they're full-time, 8 hours a day. And we're not allowed on the property. We're not allowed to talk to them. And with the Connecticut stalking laws and everything, in the old days, you used to be able to track them down through motor vehicle. You can't do that anymore. And you could house call them, find out where they lived and things like that. But the other obstacle, George, now that I have you here, is the captive audience meetings, what they do to the workers. They do the one-on-ones with them. They bring them in a room and they subtly threaten them. Or they have another employee that is more pro company leak things out to the workforce, like they're going to close the plant if the union gets in, or they're going to lay people off. And they like to plant seeds in the facility or in the supermarket or in any non-union environment once, especially once they get a hold of an anti-union consultant who gets paid big bucks for what they do, which is to try to ruin people's lives, in my opinion.
I appreciate that. And I think that's really what we're talking about here is a level playing field, an environment where workers can freely make their own decisions, free from the intimidation of the employer. So I really appreciate you taking the time to testify today. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you. I see Representative Vargas has raised his hand. Representative Vargas? Oh, Representative Vargas, we can't hear you. I wonder if you're muted. Try again. We still don't hear you. Devin, can you assist with that?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, it is a connectivity issue, I believe, on the part on the other end, but I will try on the back end to see what we can do.
And Representative Vargas, if you turn off your camera, we may be able to hear you. If you try now. We're still not hearing you. You may have to leave this and come back, and I apologize for that. We do have a number of other speakers on, I believe, that will be addressing this particular bill. So even if we don't get a chance to hear from you, Representative Vargas, hopefully you'll be able to come back and we'll get to hear when you return. In the meantime, let me call on Representative Porter, my co-chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, Mr. Petronella. I echo the sentiments of everything that's already been expressed insofar as your testimony. I think that we are all on the same page when we recognize the importance of labor peace agreements and how they really do come into play and help to level the playing field, bring about good paying jobs, health care, retirement funds, all of that matters. And most of the people that we're talking about or thinking about that will actually play a role in the cannabis industry are people that have been harmed the most, and rightfully so. There should be platforms and ways for them to get into the business and not just get in, but be able to stay in. You know, sustainability has to be key. So as Senator Kushner stated earlier, labor peace and equity certainly go hand in hand. And I found it really interesting that one of the questions that was posed to you was, you know, why are we, you know, looking at the cannabis industry? And you mentioned Massachusetts, and I just want to say for the record, you know, when the industry in Massachusetts reached 1 billion in sales in only 4 years, you know, and that certainly gets people's attention. 4 years after legalizing cannabis for adult recreational use, and only 2 years after the first retail shops opened, this relatively new industry surpassed that $1 billion mark. So there are a lot of jobs that go along with $1 billion in industry activity. And what we're seeing here at the Labor Committee, myself, Senator Kushner, and our members, is that we want to make sure that those jobs are equitable and that those jobs actually provide a platform for prosperity and help to lift the very ones who have been marginalized and disenfranchised over centuries. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation that had been had, and just to thank you for taking the time to be with us since 10 o'clock this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and we really do appreciate your input and the work that you've done over the years. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair? Can you hear me, Madam?
We can hear you,
Yes,
Bob.
now I can
Oh,
hear you,
thanks.
Representative Vargas. Before we release President Petronella, we get a chance to hear your question. Thank you. Representative Vargas, the floor is yours.
Well, I just wanted to say, having worked with your dad and your uncle, Bob and Ronnie, 40 years ago, it's wonderful to see a Petronella still active in the vineyards supporting working people. And I wanted to say that you have my support on this union neutrality. If employers were obeying labor law, we wouldn't need these special bills. But we know that they don't obey labor law and they try to find every loophole possible. So we wind up needing to pass bills like this. But I'm pretty sure that my colleagues on the Labor and Public Employees Committee, for the most part, feel the same way I do. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vargas, and thank you for remembering his father, Bob, and your brother, Brian, who I worked with on the Foxwoods campaigns. And
that's right.
He's so missed. But I will call the next witness, but I do want to also note that I appreciate so much what you said, Representative Porter, about the growing industry in Massachusetts. And, we have to remember that all work is valuable and all workers are valuable. And when the auto industry first formed, it was a dirty, dangerous kind of work, low paid, and there were lots of abuses and institutionalized racism. And through the years and through the organizing that was done, these became some of the best middle-class jobs in America. And so when we look at a new industry like cannabis and getting right is starting out with union rights and with equity, so that these jobs too will be jobs that people will value and that people will respect, and that the rewards of working in the industry will be there for the people that will absolutely make it a profitable industry for Connecticut. So I really appreciate you being with us, President Petronella, and to my co-chair, Representative Porter, you always get it right.
We get it right. We get it right. Teamwork makes the dream work. And with that being said, I think we have up next Rafael Rosario, Basement Ghost Media LLC founder. Mr. Ram Rosario.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you and see you, and you have the floor, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you guys so much. Hello, distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Rafael Rosario, and though I wear many hats today, I come to you as a small business owner in Connecticut. Basement Ghost Media LLC became official in around 2018 at the height of some historic elections here in the state. We do digital consulting in cannabis, esports, music, and political spaces. So I encourage members to support HB 6377 and other legislators who are listening and watching this hearing happen. And if you don't know about this bill, I suggest you follow CureCT on Facebook and follow along CureCT website. I know there are other people speaking today that can speak better to the bill more precisely than I can. So as a comms professional, I just want to take a short time to share an experience, kind of change the flow of things here today. So when I first moved to Connecticut, my first job was a counselor at a men's halfway house. I worked there for over a decade in downtown Waterbury. Because of Connecticut's antiquated public transportation system, my clients got interviews at places that buses wouldn't get to, or they would get close to, but miles away. Towards the end of my time there, I transitioned from becoming a counselor to a job developer. My job was literally to help justice-impacted folks try to find employment. I think I traveled to each corner of the state only to have doors closed to them constantly. One day, a client asked me to take him to an interview at a place in Watertown. Now, the bus drove to this location once in the morning at 7 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. The job interview was at 9. This guy, he had his Sunday best on. He had his shirt, his khakis, his tie, his shoes, his hair did. He had his cover letter and his resume ready to go. His excitement was contagious. I couldn't wait to take this guy to his job interview. So as we got in the car, he gave me the address and we started driving. He smiled the whole way. And after 11 years in this business, you get familiar with what employers are going to hire and which ones aren't. So as we drove into the place, I already knew that this place was going to disappoint him. Because I knew that this place doesn't hire people with backgrounds. So no matter what, I sent him in there. And I've always encouraged my clients that no matter what, it's the experience that counts, that you need to knock on 100 doors just to get to answer one. So he came out of the interview and his excitement was amazement. It was a different type of amazement. So he wasn't amazed that he didn't get the job because he kind of knew that going in there. But he was surprised that Connecticut was now making millions of dollars selling something that he and his bunkies did time for. So as we drove home, I began to explain to him even the sadder reality, that even if he had dreams of becoming a legal operator in this state, the obstacles set in place in a state like Connecticut aren't just absurd, they're racist. So before I end, I want to make sure this is on the record somewhere. We applaud the current medical industry while turning a blind eye. The current industry in one of Connecticut's racist sectors. Some legislators would be okay with handing it completely over to them. 100% white-owned growers and dispensary owners. And the only reason it's like that is because they lobbied for it to be that way. Before COVID, I would run into these lobbyists all day at the LOB who actively lobby against home grow, equity, and the maintenance of their current monopoly. Because at the core of white supremacy is economic oppression. And as someone who works in comms, words matter. So if we're going to keep calling the unregulated market the black market, then what should we call the existing market? The legacy market has always existed. Connecticut prisons and jails are currently made up of legacy market operators, most of them Black and Latinx. The medical industry isn't new. It isn't revolutionary. The medical industry isn't anything new. And all it did was eat it into existing market shares. The industry isn't worried about patients. And the
Mr. Rosario?
I'm almost done. I got you, Devin. I got you. I'm gonna wrap this up real quick.
Thank you.
Cannabis encompasses all industries. The U.S. government holds a patent on CBD as a neuroprotectant. Cannabis, because CBD impacts certain forms of cancer. Technology, biotech, STEM are all included. Please do your research. If anyone on the committee needs research, I can provide that offline as well. And lastly, I will say this bill is one of many steps towards economic and racial justice. This bill is about putting equity first for the people who have been harmed by it the most. What I'm asking for as a small business owner, what activists, including the thousands that marched on the streets this summer for racial justice, are asking for is that the people sitting in jails are asking for, that legislators that we helped elect get into office have the courage and willpower to do what's needed. And as Mashiro would say, the people closest to the problem are just closest to the solution. So Robin, I thank you for your tireless work, for your increase to minimum wage, paid family leave, the Crown Act, anti-discrimination, the real work for the people that has been done on the shoulders of Black women. So words like thank you don't come close to describing my appreciation. I am grateful for you. Thank you, Robin.
Wow. Well, thank you, Rafael Rosario. What a powerful testimony. Talk about speaking truth to power. Representative Ann Hughes, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rafael. Can you tell me more about how this is a justice issue when we are prioritizing equity in terms of the end of prohibition on cannabis?
We actually have some great speakers following behind me. Jason Ortiz, president of MCBA, can do a better job of explaining that. I think for me, I'm going to just keep it to anecdotal. I made a promise to the guys at the halfway house that if the industry was ever open or ever available, that I would do my best to make sure that they could participate in that industry. I think it's hypocritical that as a state, we incarcerate folks for cannabis, yet there are people operating in our same state, raking in millions and millions of dollars while charging patients obscene amounts of cost and fees. So again, I do think that this is a racial justice issue. I think it's an equity issue. And, I look forward to, this bill hopefully being made into law. And, again, we have other people who are on this call who can speak to it better than I can. But again, I made a promise to these gentlemen, and I will do my best to fight for that equity for them.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. I see no other hands raised. I will thank you again, Raphael, for your impassioned testimony today and for your courage to speak truth to power
Thank you,
regarding this important issue. And next up, we have Mr. Jason Ortiz, President of Minority Cannabis Business Association. Mr. Ortiz, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, thank you again, Chairwoman Porter and Chairwoman Julie Kushner, for having the courage to bring this bill forward for us all to discuss exactly how we can start to end the war on our communities, that is the war on drugs. This bill is definitely something that I am proud to support and want to encourage every single legislator in the state of Connecticut to support, because it is one of the few bills I've ever seen that really comprehensively address the various types of discrimination and impact that happen as we have decided to wage this war in our communities called the war on drugs. And of course, the state of Connecticut has been a part of that and has arrested countless individuals, destroyed countless families, ruined countless lives, all in the effort of a failed policy of punitive punishment around drug use. And so as we can see today, after 100 years of this failed policy, cannabis is still here. Cannabis users continue to be productive members of society. But today, at least on this committee, we have the opportunity to change how we talk about legalization to include economic justice in a way it's never been included before. And I think that is what's so important about this bill, is while we have the broader conversation about other types of policies in other committees, economic justice has to be part of any legalization effort, or it simply will not be successful. And the folks that are in the currently unregulated market will remain there and not be paying taxes to support our communities. And so I think, as somebody who was affected by legalization's efforts in the past, I was actually someone that was arrested in high school. I am somebody from Norwich, Connecticut, and I was at NFA in year 2000. It was arrested for simple possession. It threw me out of school, put me into the criminal justice system, and it jeopardized my ability to go to college. Luckily for folks like myself, we were able to change some of those laws before I applied to college regarding financial aid, and I was able to go to college, graduate from the University of Connecticut. But in that process, I learned all about the school to prison pipeline and phrases like selective enforcement. And I think that is a phrase that the members of this committee really have to take to heart when we have a discussion of why things like grants and community investment are needed. And they're needed because over the course of the last 100 years, certain communities were over-policed, and it was done in a way where folks knew exactly what they were doing, knew the impacts, knew the data, continued to double down on these types of policies. And here we are today with a massive cannabis industry that is largely owned by rich white men, and here in the state of Connecticut, owned by folks that don't even live in Connecticut. And so I think what HB 6377 does, it lays out the process and pathway for fully accounting of the damage done by the war on drugs, using that data to then serve to create the specific policies that we need to address the specific investments that make the most sense, and bring in larger entities to support the new industry, like our unions, our tribal partners, and the University of Connecticut and our other universities and colleges. This brings all of those fantastic resources together to create a jobs pipeline, like I would like to call a pipeline to prosperity, that is the direct opposite of the school to prison pipeline. So as we're developing our processes, we have to make sure that, as has been said earlier, specific policies are addressing the right issue. And here, when we talk about disruption to our lives, it was largely economic and also incarceral, but that's a different conversation. So the next thing I think that's really important with this piece of legislation is that it sets up a process. So there's many checks and balances along the way, but there's participation from lots of different communities in solving the problems, and make sure that we have representatives from the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus and Labor and the Department of Economic Development all on the research committee and also on the eventual Cannabis Control Commission. So the more that we have beautiful partners like our labor unions and our tribal leaders at the table developing these policies, the bigger the industry will be, the more stable the industry will be, the more businesses will create, and the more reinvestment dollars will come to our community. And I do believe by using this approach, we will create more jobs, generate more revenue, and empower more entrepreneurs than any other bill that's come before us in Connecticut history. And I've testified on many bills in many committees, and it seems like folks want to try a very watered down process to address this problem. But the reality is the war on drugs was not a watered down policy in our communities. It was pernicious, it was regressive, and it was consistent and constant. I've definitely had friends and family members incarcerated for cannabis crimes. And I'll just finalize quickly with just saying that I also think that this fully addresses issues in regards to youth use and protecting our youth. One of the most important parts of this bill is not to address young people and how we help them solely with punitive punishments. This addresses it by adding protections, by adding process for folks to seek restorative justice and other means of remediation that aren't punitive. And so I think as we talk about how to protect the youth, we also have to look at things, how can we protect them from the problems they're dealing with in society so that they never have a difficult situation with drug use. And so I think this bill does that. It brings the youth to the table to actually help design those policies. And I think that HB 6377 can and should be the primary vehicle for when we're talking about cannabis equity moving forward. And it presents a process that I think is very deliberative, thoughtful, and uses data instead of feelings every step of the way.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ortiz. And I do see that we have Representative Ann Hughes with her hand raised. So Representative Hughes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your eloquent testimony. A couple of things. You said 100 years of failed policy. And do you believe that we need to reckon and acknowledge that to implement good policy now? Acknowledge that failure, because that unacknowledgement is preventing us from really good policy in terms of ending prohibition and using the data to invest in those most impacted. Now that is power right there. And finally, and you talked about the participation in the solution of these powerful allies and partners that we already have in this state. We may not be the first in the country, but can Connecticut still be the best in the country in implementing an equity-based end of prohibition? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, and briefly also, I just want to point out that I'm the president of the Minority Cannabis Business Association. And so we're an association of entrepreneurs and consumers of color that seek to get more community of color into the business as owners, employees, and as consumers. And so we cover a wide range of different pieces. As for our partners, there's definitely tremendous opportunity. I was able to actually meet with the folks at the UConn Cultivation Department. As some folks may know, the University of Connecticut is currently growing cannabis and studying cannabis. And it's definitely one of the most popular classes in UConn history, and they're ready to expand. But of course, they need the support of the state. They need the statutory authority to do certain things. And they're very interested in working with the legislature, not just to figure out how we can expand research, but how the efforts of the University of Connecticut can specifically support the equity programs, right? So we have tremendous minds at the University of Connecticut that can help starting entrepreneurs do their business plans, right? The UConn Law School can help them work through a lot of the different legal requirements that are going to happen along the way. So I think what HB 6377 really does is a focus on cooperation between all these different entities and not competition. What we saw with the medical market was a direct competition. Who had the most money would win, and we're seeing the results of that right now. And so I think entities like UConn, but also our tribal entities are some of the biggest employers in the state and are more than capable of entering into all kinds of business agreements and associations on their own land, right? Of what kind of businesses they would like to support there, but also how they could support our equity operations off of the reservation, right? They have tremendous networks throughout the state of Connecticut, and they want to help. They want to be there. We actually have a few members of the Eastern Tribe set to testify a little bit later. So I think, first and foremost, we just kind of need to get out of their way and let them do what they need to do. But further than that, I want to be actively supporting and working together on this. And I think that is the big thing that, Chairwoman Robin Porter and Chairwoman Julie Kushner have really emphasized with this bill, that we have the resources, the talent, and the ability to do this. We just got to get in a room together to figure it out. I really do think the partnership of labor and equity applicants solve a lot of the problems we've had in sort of how do we make sure equity operators are successful. I think the unions can provide tremendous training and support so that they will be successful and can be from small to large. And there's just such a beautiful partnership that can happen there. And then what was your first question again?
Well, I asked about the failure and acknowledging.
Oh, right. So not only do we need to know exactly what happened, right? We need to quantify it. And so, I would put this to say, if there was someone that was sick, right? And we just said blankly, they're sick. They need medicine very flatly. We would not help that person very much, right? We probably wouldn't give them the right amount of medicine and they wouldn't get any better. If we are not clear on how sick our society is from the war on drugs, we will underinvest in our communities and the same problems will persist. I think one of the things that many folks don't want to admit is how damaging it really was. That if we do a proper accounting, the number is going to be tremendously high. But to hide from the truth is not going to get us a real good policy, right? We need to at least know the numbers, figure out what's going on, and have it be a conversation around data and strategy, not emotional understandings of a plan or propaganda folks have heard over time, right? I really want to make sure we're focusing on data as much as possible, but regardless of how we format the data of arrest records is clear. It has been studied. That part is not really up for debates, right? The question is, to the scale that happened, what was the economic impact of that?
Right.
And I think that's what the study seeks to address.
That's amazing. And finally, how can we be best in country with implementing this?
Well,
from all the learnings of all the other states and all of the mistakes.
By putting equity first, right? There has yet to be a state that truly put equity at the beginning of the timeline of who's going to be able to operate as soon as possible. And we haven't given, I would say, sufficient supports to those equity programs. We have tremendously talented people making do with less than perfect programs. However, in Connecticut, we can ask the tribes in Yukon and the unions to actually support this program and make sure that plenty of entrepreneurs are given licenses. The idea that we should restrict licenses artificially to single digits or even, a very few number, that's a big problem. I think the data should tell us how many licenses make sense, right? I think the number of licenses when we talk to, for example, Kat Packer, who is the director of the LA program, they have over 400 equity licenses alone, just equity, right? And so when we talk about how many licenses, that's where we can do better. We can create more jobs, more entrepreneurs, and generate more revenue if we give out more licenses.
And finally, how can this generate an economic recovery for Connecticut that we currently can't imagine?
The number of different ways that the cannabis industry can benefit society is equal to all the different ways the war on drugs has hurt us. So you can see there's 25 pages here of protections for different ways we want to make sure folks are discriminated against. If we were to measure removing all of those programs, we're going to have stronger schools. We're going to have more just workplaces. We're going to have much more, pure taxpayers in all these different jobs. Depending on how many entrepreneurs are allowed to operate, it's thousands of really high-paying jobs. Cannabis jobs actually pay more than the average and are pretty solid jobs generally overall. And so that's one piece of it. But when we start to think about the total revenue that could possibly come into our communities, the University of Connecticut study put it anywhere from $700 million to $1 billion over 5 years in revenue specifically from the cannabis industry, using a rather conservative approach when it comes to taxes. $1 billion invested into our communities right now. That's teachers, that's homeowner support systems, that's mental health services, that's countless how I would spend, or any of us would spend $1 billion. As someone that used to work for the city of Hartford, I can tell you there are plenty of places that we could use an additional few $1 million from the cannabis industry to get programs running or to continue to sustain programs that are in jeopardy of being cut. So we're talking about $1 billion, thousands of jobs, and finally addressing racial justice in society will help to repair some of the emotional distance between our communities and our police officers. So if all of those pieces, right, are not sufficient reasons why we should do this, the pure economic impact of a workforce development pipeline, very much specifically invested in and addressed and in cooperation with our unions, the cannabis industry could be one of the biggest employers in the state. And I think we could use more, industries that are at the cutting edge. As someone mentioned earlier, the cannabis industry is right now producing flowers and products, but it's about to revolutionize healthcare. It's going to revolutionize producing goods for construction. There is a wide range of things that are simply being held back by public policy, right? That I could go on for days of the various ways we can have this plan boost our economy.
Thank you for that testimony, Madam Chair. I'm sold, so let's go.
All right, Representative Hughes. Up next, we have Senator Julie Kushner. Senator Kushner, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your testimony today. I will be brief because you've covered so much information, but I do want to comment that working with you in just recent days, I have realized how important the equity piece of this is. And while I may have said that in the past and thought that sort of theoretically in the past, the way you brought it home through this bill and your work on it, as well as through your testimony today, is really, really important. And I just have to say, telling your personal story was also very meaningful, because it does point to how important it is to get it right, to make sure that we're doing this in a way that is going to address the inequities of the past, the atrocities of the past, and recognize going forward what we were missing, and what you came through, and how you were able to prosper because of actions that were taken by our government, by this legislature, to make it possible for you to go to college. It just speaks volumes to how important this is right now. So thank you so much for testifying today and for all your work in this area. You are quite an advocate. Really impressive. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the honor.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Up next, we have Representative Aurora. Representative Aurora, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your testimony. You know, you definitely come up very sharp, and you know, I'm looking forward to a couple of questions here. Sure. You know, and that's the beauty of this discussion format of this public hearing, is that we do get to hear from some very thoughtful advocates. And my question is, do you know a minority AI? You know, the AI, artificial intelligence, is a very, very big field. You know, there's going to be trillions, but not billions, trillions, or cloud association. Do you know of them?
Do I know of the technology?
No, minority AI association.
No, but I'd be very interested. One of my other passions is actually robotics and drones, and so I would love to hear more about it. And we can talk about how we can use robotics and drones to make our grows more efficient. Actually, automation will be the future of cultivation, and so there's a lot that we can do there. And it's another example, right? AI will get a boon if we legalize cannabis.
You may not also have heard about the Minority Cloud Storage Association.
Not yet.
So that's the problem, that, you know, most of the time there are some exciting technologies which are creating trillions of businesses, and we want to encourage, you know, and I'm not saying that we want to discourage or dissuade anybody from any business, but there are a lot of businesses we are not getting anybody in, and, you know, because there's not a minority AI association, and so the point I'm trying to make here is that while the cannabis business may be a great business at this point in time, and I know somebody compared my good friend here, my good senator, compared it to the auto business and the casino business. You know, listen, you know, casino gambling and smoking and are great, or you know, this is not medicinal actually, and pot and cannabis are things, you know, people do, but, you know, I'm trying to make a point that this is not a business we got to get excited about to bail Connecticut out. No, I know you differ. I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. What you're saying is that the $700 to $1 billion, is that revenues or is that tax revenues?
Taxes.
What is the rate of taxation do you perceive?
That I foresee, or what the study was done on?
Well, yeah,
there was a specific University of Connecticut study done by Frank Carstensen at the economic department, and so you should look at his methodology. I wouldn't, you know, assume to be able to explain his methodology fully, but I believe it was based off of the governor's previous bill in 2018, SB 16, that had 1.25 cents per dry gram, 50 cents per trim, and then an additional sales tax of 10%, I believe. But that is definitely a question for the University of Connecticut, the specifics. And also just quickly on the previous technology. So I know of the technology, I don't know of any specific association, but I think if you're interested, we can totally draft, what equity looks like in the AI department, because I would think that there's going to be institutional racism in that industry as well. And it's just a matter of time before somebody has the courage to start an association. But those industries exist already. They're not illegal. Right? The cannabis industry is illegal for just about everybody except for probably about 25 white men in Connecticut. For everybody else, it's completely illegal. So you don't need a minority AI industry because I can just go study AI without any threat of going to prison.
No. The product right now is illegal. Once the product is legal, the business will be legal for everyone, not for minority.
Well, the product and sales of the product are illegal.
Product and the sales. Yes. That's right. The product and the sales of the product. So when you're saying $700 to $1 billion, you're saying, that those numbers were about 10 to 15%. You're right. That's what they're complicated, but 10% is that. So that really, just to take a number, that would imply we'll be selling $7 to $10 billion worth of marijuana in this state. Which
Correct.
Really means
over 5 years.
Over 5 years, so $2 billion a year, something like that. Which really, when I think about it, if a marijuana shop sells $1 million worth a year, we will have 2,000 shops. So every town will have 5 to 10 stores. So you're saying, let's just flood marijuana in every town. We have only 20 stores for selling alcohol. You might say there should be 20 stores selling marijuana. So that is the vision of Connecticut you have in 5 years. Every town with 5, 10, 20 marijuana stores, which are basically, do you think that there's a risk that our kids might get, that there might be a situation where kids start getting high or misusing it? There's still going to be 21-year limit, right? I'm hoping it's not. Are you advocating that kids should be allowed at an earlier age as well? No, 21 years. That's I think is a very reasonable assumption. I would really appreciate that. Now the question which we're saying is, so don't you think that if they're 10, 15 new, there's also the novelty aspect of it. So what you're saying is that every town will have 5, 10 stores. Don't you worry that the kids are going to start we spend a lot of money and time and energy getting them off cigarettes. And now I think there's a good news is that the usage of cigarettes in kids is underage is declined, which we are very, very excited to see. But do you think that that's going to just move over to marijuana? Do you think their risk exists, or do you think that's not a risk?
I think the data in the states that have already legalized shows that it has not been an increase in youth use in every state that has legalized. And so I would like us to determine how many licenses by the data done by the study so that it's not just a random number thrown out. But for a number, we have 4,000 liquor establishments in the state of Connecticut, 4,000. And so what we're talking about here is in probably the hundreds, if maybe even less than 100 total licenses. It's nowhere even close to one per town. Right. I do believe we should have more licenses, and it will be up to the Cannabis Control Commission to determine exactly how many. It's not going to be anyone that wants a license can just get one. There's going to be a process for what is required of getting that license, who can do it, what kind of processes and timelines we have to put in place so that every step of the way, we know we're creating however many licenses and we can check, is this meeting demand? We don't know how many licenses make sense if we have no idea of what demand looks like. I think there's a lot of folks that think they know how much cannabis is consumed in the state of Connecticut, but nobody really knows. And the more that we restrict the total number of legal entrepreneurs is going to continue to have all the folks that are unregulated and unlicensed will feed the market that we're refusing to offer our products to. And so I don't think it should be something that is everywhere. I think, different towns will still be able to zone different things however they zone any other business. So there will never be a point where we just can't stop an avalanche of businesses. But I do think we should make that decision slowly, right? We should get the equity programs going first. We should get the smaller businesses going and then see, do we even need any of these big businesses to come in, right? We may not. And I think that's the question that I would like us to ask. Maybe we don't need any of these big businesses. We can have a craft industry here in Connecticut. And if at any point in time we decide that we need some of these big businesses because there's not enough demand, we can make that decision. And here in 6377 specifically, none of the major multi-state operators will be able to get a license until equity is achieved in the system. So it puts a hard stop that if we think we don't need any outside players, we don't have to let them in.
Yeah, no, I beg to differ in a wholeheartedly, or what is the right word there? I'm losing the vocabulary. Very, I don't know what the right word is. It's big time, okay, that I don't think we need 100 marijuana shops in Connecticut.
What do you base that number off of, though?
Mr. Ortiz, let me finish and then I would love for you to hear you. I'm really enjoying what you're saying because I want to bring this out here. And I really appreciate you giving me doing it. Senator Kushner said it the right way. She said, take a breath after you're done. And then when I finish, I take a breath. And, so that's a good protocol right there. So no, what I'm saying here is that I disagree very, very big time or vehemently. That was the word I was looking for. That we should have 100, even 100. I think we should have a handful of places because I really think we should go slow. Exactly what you were saying. We just don't know. I went to a ski resort in Colorado a couple of years ago, and what I saw was really very, very difficult to see. Most of the youth were basically who were on the ski slopes were. They were working, but nobody could say anything. But you could point out very easily. They were on, there's no test. There is no, it was a bad state of affairs. And they are having, I hear, that they're having second thoughts that what's going on here is that, and they're getting only 80 or 100 million, by the way. That old state is getting 100 and some million. And really, it's a bad state of affairs. They're going to spend 3 times that in addiction programs. And the cycle will go on and on and on. I think we should go slow, but at the same time, you're right. If everybody else is doing, we might have to do something. But I think it's important to go real slow. It's okay. Money is not everything in life. Money is not everything, right? Let's just go slow here because I think the risk of addiction is huge. The risk of adverse consequences are huge. And they are massive for our kids. There's no study to show just because it has never been legal. What happens to the brains for our children or younger adults or to even 21 to 25-year-old if they consume a certain amount? And their tests are not developed. Again, but I'm not saying that we should just prohibit it, but I'm saying go slow. And I think as far as business focusing on 700 million and 7 billion, I beg to differ. I think this is not the time to discuss dollars for that industry and there's a lot of way to raise taxes. The last one I would say is by basically encouraging the marijuana industry and making us the cannabis capital of the country. If that's your vision, I beg to differ. I want us to be made the biotech, which is already happening in New Haven and Moderna. And there's a lot of exciting companies there, and I would love for us to be discussed as the biotech capital or the submarine capital or the financial capital or the n number of other businesses we do very well. But at the same time, I would ask you that that these numbers look very large and we need to go slow. And the idea of preferentially offering extra money for minorities to just be in that business. I think an equal amount should be offered or more should be offered, and that's my viewpoint, to places like AI, cloud, and many, many others. I don't even know. Biotech, studies of the new technologies which are going to solve gene-based genetic technologies which are changing the world. I think if we have to offer $1 million to people to get into cannabis and restore equity there, $1 million should be offered to those businesses rather than these businesses. And there should be no reason that we are right gung-ho about cannabis. And I would love for you to comment on that. Is it that, if the $1 million is being offered here, should we be offering that same amount in those other businesses? And finally, has Massachusetts passed a law for equity? Which other states have? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I can try to answer those as much as possible. A lot of questions thrown out there at once. And so when it comes to other states, so just about every other state so far has some equity law on the books. California has one, Colorado does as well. Illinois recently passed one of the strongest equity bills in the country, and so did New Jersey recently when they passed their bill. So basically, every single country either did it right at the beginning or has since done it if they didn't do it when they first started out. As far as the biotech, cannabis is a plant that produces 400 or more cannabinoids, that those cannabinoids affect the body's ability to regulate homeostasis. So homeostasis is affected by all types of ailments and illnesses. Cannabis research, specifically cannabis genetic biotechnical research, can address any problem with a person that they're having that has to do with their homeostasis, which is just about everything. So if this bill were to actually allow the University of Connecticut to set up research programs, we could be a leader in biotech specifically through the cannabis industry. So one of the things that we are talking about here is opening up the possibilities for these other facets of economic development. Now, as far as the other industry goes, you are empowered as a representative to introduce a bill to ask for money for those other programs if you think that those are successful programs that need to be invested in. This particular bill today, however, is asking to right a wrong that has been developed over 100 years of racist policing in our communities. We're writing something that happened over history. This is not just, we think the cannabis industry is a good idea, so let's throw some money at it, even though the state of Connecticut does that countless times in many other places and in far smaller quantities that we're looking at here. So I think if you want to have a conversation of how to help those other tech-specific places, that's fine. We can introduce those kind of bills and talk about those in the proper committees. But today we're talking about ending the war on drugs and ending the war on my community. And these programs are here specifically to address that purpose.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I do beg to differ that I don't think cannabis is the solution for all the problems of the world. I do beg to differ on that. I know you kind of alluded to that, but I also think, you know, there's a huge risk. There's a real huge risk you're taking. You're taking that you know, getting more of our minority entrepreneurs focused on these businesses versus some of the other exciting businesses is a risk. It's a risk that you're going to base going down, which is not free of cost. That you know they'll miss the other industries because entrepreneurs are very difficult to find. Entrepreneurs like yourself, you know, it's impossible to find, right? Where do you get them? You know, they don't teach you. There's nothing like entrepreneurship school. They say that it is. You know, I've been to most of the entrepreneurship schools. They tell us in the end, the professor will tell us, well, you know what? Either you have it or you don't, right? Because it's entrepreneurship. You know, it comes out. I've built a bunch of companies. Each time it comes from the stomach, right? It comes from inside. And I see your passion in building the cannabis industry. I just think that most industries at this level, when they're starting up, do not need legislative. You should not focus on legislative support. I don't think Massachusetts, which has grown very fast, is doing that. You know, masses. I think that's the wrong attitude here. Let it grow. If it is the right business, you know, then we will know about it. But you know, again, I think there's a difference here. You think that's a way to restore justice. I don't think one wrong solves another wrong. I think this industry is going to create more wrongs in the future for our kids, and I want it to be small. And you know, it has already wronged a generation in the past. This cannabis thing has wronged a lot of people in the past history of our country, as you said. It just happens to be more even on certain races through various ways. And I don't think that we need to create another wrong here, that in the next decade we have another, you know, whether it's a different race or a different demographic. I don't want other wrongs. No two wrongs don't make a right. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
So I don't think the cannabis industry is a wrong, right? When you're saying that we want to empower entrepreneurs, this bill specifically creates the sort of jobs pipeline and entrepreneurship support system that would be the school you say doesn't exist. And you're right, it doesn't really exist for folks like myself or folks that maybe didn't go to the University of Connecticut and have on-the-job training that they had from being in the unregulated market. This bill creates the on-ramp for them to get those entrepreneurship skills, to partner with unions, to partner with the University of Connecticut, to actually be able to be a serious entrepreneur. If we look at what's happening in the rest of the country, people are making billions of dollars on this. Cannabis CEOs, cannabis CFOs, cannabis CTOs are the same position in all of the other companies as they are in cannabis. So we are producing people that are able to move into other industries, but very specifically, this specific bill does train people to do it the right way. And there's no way we can look at HB 6377 and think we're just not supporting the entrepreneur enough. This is a jobs workforce pipeline bill that does it better than we've ever seen in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you. We have again, actually, I'm going to call on Representative Anderson, Representative Hughes, and then I'll come back to you for the second time. Representative Anderson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ortiz, so I don't think I've heard you talk about the labor peace agreement. So
Sure.
You're an entrepreneur. So I read that there are 6 types of licenses, and it appears all of them require entering in that labor peace agreement, which seemed to me might be a barrier to small entrepreneurs and might increase costs and fail to compete as well with the black market. So I wonder your thoughts on that.
Well, I think making sure that we partner all of our businesses with the labor unions make us a more strong industry as a whole, right? And so we're talking about an ecosystem and I want to make sure that the businesses that begin to operate have the right standard operating procedures, are hiring and training people appropriately, and all of those different pieces are in there in a place that can be a bit sporadic with laws changing a lot. So I actually think the unions provide stability for a lot of our businesses. Yes, they may not be as profitable at the end of the day when it comes to profit for the owners, but I think it's better for the state of Connecticut if we have a strong industry. That being said, we want to make sure that the businesses we create are profitable, right? And that taxes remain competitive. That being said, though, however we do the license piece of it, I don't believe that adding union agreements detract from the overall viability of the business. I think maybe it reduces profit somewhat, but it makes a stronger entity in the long run.
Thank you. I come at this from, I'm open to changing the marijuana laws, but I'm coming from the liberty side, not equity and not the unions and all that. So I think this bill is very messy. I see a lot of the money does not go to the general fund. So I think it needs a lot of work if you're gonna sell people like me. That's all.
So I unfortunately, I would like it if we had a free market for the cannabis industry, but that's not what we're working with really. There's a lot of push out and using licenses to reduce the number of players in the industry. If we were talking about a much less restrictive situation, I could have a much more simple bill. But however, the current medical cannabis industry is not allowing that to move forward. And so I have to operate in the space as it exists, not as the space as I wish it. But I agree. If we could take a fully free market approach, we probably wouldn't need a lot of these other programs. But
yeah, I like your attitude. If this bill doesn't go through, we'll talk.
Fantastic. Appreciate that.
All right, Representative Anderson, I'm gonna have to be to the table as well. Well, I do not see any, I'm sorry, Representative Hughes for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jason. I just wanted you to have a chance to remind us again, did we go slow with the war on drugs? Did we go slow with the damage to entire generations? And did we go slow with decarceration resources and investing in addiction services as a policy?
You know, we've spent countless billions of dollars disrupting communities in this country in an effort to try to crack down and be tough on crime. And it's been one disaster after another. And so, you know, of course, I was directly impacted. I'm sure every single person on this call has someone in their life that was either arrested, thrown out of school, lost a job, you know, failed a drug test, and it ruined their future. And so it is something that affects from the wealthy to the working class, everybody in between. And it has been nothing but a ramp up continuously. And during the 70s, like, we have to be real, like, it was a blatant and overt process of disrupting Black and brown communities and the anti-war community. Richard Nixon was not quiet in how he felt about using the war on drugs to push his own agenda. And so we're still dealing with the ramifications of that today. And then we had the ramp up with the crack epidemic. And then it got, you know, we had the RAVE Act with, you know, other drugs, and people just kept more incarceration and more incarceration, to the point where we had millions of people incarcerated. And we started to reduce that. I'm glad to see the state of Connecticut is starting to close prisons and reduce it, but it never should have got anywhere even close to that. And I think people really look at those stats sometimes and think of it like, oh, that's just, you know, X number of people that were affected. The economic impact of losing a breadwinner in a family ripples out to the rest of the community. And that's when we're arresting a mother, right? And that's what I think is a very proud piece of this bill, does address parental rights in this situation. The number of families that have been ripped apart simply because one of the parents either had possession of cannabis or got arrested and had to go through a process, all of those families had economic impacts of what's happening. And so I do think people underestimate exactly how damaging it was if they didn't have someone that had to deal with it or had to pay court fees or had to lose a job. And so I just want to make sure that as we have all these conversations, we start to shift away from having gut emotional determinants of qualitative issues, right? We're talking a number of licenses. That number should not be based on because I feel that's what it should be. It should be because X amount of jobs need to be created. We believe there's this amount of demand in the legacy market that we want to bring above board to generate taxes. We want to create a certain number of entrepreneurs. That can all be done with math and data and expertise of various people in the state of Connecticut. And so as long as we can agree that the damage done to our communities was racist in its intent and its impact, and start to quantify that, we can start to unravel this whole big problem of how do we make our communities whole? But there's just no way to know how much investment it takes to make a community whole unless you know how much damage was done.
And finally, can you say something about the risk of fentanyl-laced, black market product that is seriously damaging our young people and youth because we do not have a regulated, equitable, economic market right now?
Sure. I mean, I think anytime we can have more regulation on a system that's largely cloudy to purchasers and consumers, that's going to be a good thing. Again, this is where having unions come in to really standardize the process. We'll be able to make sure that our, food grade edibles are under the same strict scrutiny as other food grade products that we have in other markets. And so that by itself is going to give confidence to the consumer that what they're purchasing is going to be better. That being said, we have to be able to offer products and bring the community networks to the existing community infrastructure of those markets into the legal market. It's not just the consumer. You have to bring the entire supply chain into the legal market for the consumer to come with them. And I think that's an important part of this, that if we were to, for example, replace the local community cannabis salesman with somebody from another country or another state, that does not pull that person's financial network into the legal market, right? It's a different community. And I think that's where our existing community infrastructure, there are thousands of entrepreneurs. I know my friend thought that there wasn't that many entrepreneurs that can do it, but I guarantee you, if we open up the applications and they are accessible to people of color, hundreds, if not thousands of people will apply. The question is, how many of them will we empower to become Connecticut champions?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Senator Cabrera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ortiz, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say that we thank you very much. It's very instructive. It's been very insightful and enlightening to help the testimony you provided today and helping us understand the landscape. And I think, the last point, one of the last points you made, I think is very important in that I think too many people assume that the market as it currently exists in medical is essentially a free market, and that you simply have to just, kind of jump in the market and compete freely and survive, go up or down, survive or be successful based on your own efforts. And that's simply the barriers that are put in place there currently. And I think that's a really, really important point you make. I hope you keep making that point to more constituencies and more elected officials so that they're aware of it. So I just wanted to jump in and say thank you so much for taking the time to provide us with your testimony. It was very instructive.
Thank you. And just quickly on that, for folks that are listening, we have 4 current cultivator and manufacturers in Connecticut. No amount of money that I had today, I could get a license. If I had $1 billion, I could not apply for a license. I could move to Massachusetts or Puerto Rico or other places and try, but in the state of Connecticut, it's legally impossible for me to get a medical marijuana license. Even though the state did authorize 10 licenses, we've only issued 4. Still, it's just impossible for me to do it, no matter how talented or wealthy I am right now. And so that is the epitome of a closed market and an oligopoly. And I think this program gives us the opportunity to really crack that wide open and erase the mistake that we made a long time ago. We wanted to keep it really tightly regulated, but I think now it's a good example of over-regulation keeping out entire communities.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I don't see any further hands, so I will just make my comments and then we will release you. You've done an outstanding job in helping to outline, summarize, and actually delve a little deeper into what this bill is and what it actually does. The one point that I'd like to make, just listening to the conversation over the many speakers that have spoken and questioned you and commented, I think it's interesting that we have 31 states currently in the midst of a pandemic, right, that are allowing dispensaries to stay open and calling them essential. So we have federally, it's illegal, but it's also necessary. Talk about conflict, right? Talk about things that don't make sense. And to think that we don't need to be discussing this and talking about putting labor peace agreements and equity on the front end, absolutely. This is a booming business, whether we like it or not. It is happening all around us in close proximity. And Connecticut has been known to be a leader, right? We're supposed to be progressive. There's no reason why we don't get in now and we do it right and we do it better. We have a pathway to make that happen. Is 6377 perfect? Absolutely not. Is there further discussions that need to be had? Absolutely. Are there other stakeholders that need to be to the table? Absolutely. And I think that this is the platform that we have provided here in the Labor Committee to expand this discussion, to make it all inclusive, and to put the people that are closest to the problem, closest to the solution. That is the whole objective of having this bill before us today. And I think that it's also important that we mention, the licenses is very important. And it is the number one way that we saw in California, how it made it easy for big businesses to get in. And we don't want to see that same thing happen here in Connecticut. We have checks and balances, we provide transparency, and we address the original sin of this country. And a lot of people have been using the term war on drugs. You know what I call it? The war on Black and brown people. Let's be honest, because we got people that are doing the same drugs and that are not being criminalized, marginalized, imprisoned, or incarcerated at the rates that Black and brown bodies are. So this is not about a war on drugs. This is about a war on Black and brown people. And this bill actually addresses all of that. It takes all of those things into consideration. And I think last year when we tried to get this done, we put the brakes on it because the equity was not there. So for me and Senator Kushner, as the labor chairs in the Senate and the House at the General Assembly in Connecticut, we say they go hand in hand, and that we can't move forward without labor peace, and we cannot move forward without equity. So thank you so very much. I had questions for you, but you've done it all. You said it all, and I'm not going to belabor the issue any further because we do have other folks that are waiting to testify and are being really patient. But I just wanted to thank you again, Jason, for the partnership, for your work, for sharing your wisdom and your insight. And I look forward to us having further discussions and expanding the table and bringing more people to the table so that we can get this right the first time we do this here in Connecticut.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll just quickly say, for any problem that comes up not addressed by this bill, we have fantastic, brilliant people of color throughout the country that can solve every single piece of it. So if there's any legislator that wants to figure out some specific part of the problem, feel free to just reach out to us. I'm happy to help.
Well, we have folks weighing in, and we will be having that conversation because there are things that do need to be considered that haven't been considered. So I look forward to, like I said, expand the discussion and bringing more people to the table. And I thank you again for your participation in all of this.
Thank you.
And with that, you're welcome. We will call up next Farian Rabbani, and I hope that I'm saying that correctly.
You got it.
All right, Farian Rabbani, you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you to the honorable members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Farian Rabbani. I've served as the Deputy Field Director for Congresswoman Hayes, was the founder of Students for Johanna Hayes in 2018, and a co-founder of the Connecticut-based nonprofit project called Be a Part. I'm also a Seymour resident, a recent UConn graduate, and someone who strongly supports HB 6377. Today, I come before the committee as a concerned citizen. All of my work I've done has centered empowering young people, including the reason for me testifying today. Though that this is not the education committee, the members here today have an ability to create a positive impact for our state's most precious capital, young people. HB 6377 is the first step to achieving equity in our state. This bill will support and empower young people, especially young people of color who have been systematically excluded from opportunities due to crimes related to cannabis. As mentioned by Mr. Ortiz, it first starts with fact-finding. We must gather all of the data that illustrates the full extent of the harm done to young people of color due to punitive cannabis laws. HB 6377 also protects young people from future discrimination due to any adverse cannabis crimes they may have been involved in, including simply having a joint in your college dorm room. I believe that being caught with a joint in your dorm room should not be the reason for destroying a young person's future, as controversial as that may be. If you were found in your dorm room with a joint, you risk the loss of financial aid that is crucial to obtaining an education. You also stand to lose your student housing, and for many, this means the end of their educational career. Growing up, I've always heard that education is my pathway to prosperity. Throughout my educational career here in Connecticut, through their public schools and our flagship university, I've found that to be true. However, it seems absolutely absurd to me that if I was to be caught with the joint, something I imagine many of the members of this committee have come across at some point in time, I would risk losing my financial aid, student housing, and ultimately my educational career. Section 29 of this bill is crucial to ensuring that we, as a state, empower our young people. We must reaffirm that education is our pathway to prosperity and do our best to make that true for every student in Connecticut. Through consulting the Cannabis Control Commission outlined in this bill and the Office of Justice Reinvestment and community organizations like Students for Sensible Drug Policy, we could find the best way to keep our young people safe while having their ability to prosper in the future. It's plainly evident that the criminalization of cannabis does not prevent young people from purchasing or consuming it. What it does do is make their lives much more difficult in the aftermath. We also do know that cannabis consumption is not a valid reason to prevent a young person from getting student loans, protections in school, or jobs in the future. This broken system is what perpetuates the long-lasting consequences on the war on drugs, or as Representative Porter said, the war on Black and Brown people within our most vulnerable communities. A joint in your dorm room quite simply should not disqualify you from pursuing prosperity through education. In order to empower young people throughout the state, especially young people of color, I urge this committee to co-sponsor, support, and pass HB 6377. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbani. Any questions? I see none, so I would like to thank you for your Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Rabbani, for that excellent testimony. I want to ask you to make one comment and one question, keep it brief. The comment is that this discussion is not about decriminalizing marijuana, because there is 100% agreement on my side that nobody should be going to jail for a joint in their dorm room, right? I think you're right. There have been things which have been done in the past. We don't look proudly to them. That, you know, some of the laws were strict and were applied in certain ways which was not equitable. We all agree with that. This is not that discussion. You know, I think it's easy sometimes to basically, because the passion about that and the clarity on that issue is a lot, just like Reporter said, right? She said, well, that really has been for all Black, brown people and for our communities been such a wrong thing. But what this discussion is about, should we encourage minorities to basically plunge into now selling in a legal format marijuana and encouraging in our state the consumption of marijuana? We're not saying, just please for a moment, you know, there are two constructs here. It's important for us to be rigorous. We're not saying anything about what you said, that the harm had been done, we should decriminalize, and that is not even, that's a necessity, because nobody should ever have all the consequences just because they smoked a joint. But what we are discussing here is, should we give protections to industry? Should we basically encourage our minorities, people who are minorities, to go and build businesses? Is this our future? And I would like you to comment if that's where you see, and you work for Congressman Hayes, that's where we see the future of this country and this state, or yeah, you know what, as long as we decriminalize it, you're fine, right? Or do you think that we need to make sure that that people who got hurt should make money back selling it now to others? Because in the end, if it's overconsumed, we do know it'll harm our kids, it'll harm our communities. The same communities can, what they call ricochet, have a second harm. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not talking, there's nobody here discussing decriminalization is a bad idea. What we're saying is, do we want everybody to promote this industry in Connecticut so that we're the greatest grower, and this is the job engine of our future, and this is every minority business should be basically we should have a lot of minority participation and encouragement to growing and selling cannabis in our state.
Thank you for that question and comment. I would start by saying, first of all, people are consuming and distributing cannabis already. So it's not like we're going to change that from happening. It's already happening. So that is not my worry personally. My worry is making sure that the groups that have had the harm done to them in doing what others are doing legally are the first to get the opportunity to do the same. So in regards to that, that would be my response. Also, you were talking about this not being about decriminalization. So what I was referring to is Section 29 of the bill that specifically outlines how young people, students specifically, will be protected in the face of criminal actions related to cannabis, which is a part of this bill and a really important part. So I understand that you're not arguing against decriminalization, but what I am saying is please consider that young people, if you're found with a joint or pulled over with any amount of cannabis, you could lose your student loans. And for a lot of people, especially people from poor backgrounds and communities of color, student loans are the pathway to getting a higher education. And student housing is the only way they're able to do that, which they stand to lose due to our current laws. So what I'm saying is, this bill, HB 6377, specifically in Section 29, addresses a longstanding understated issue that must be addressed.
Yeah, the domain or the jurisdiction of the Labor Committee is not to those issues in a sense that, let's for a moment, if you took out the element of labor agreements as well as promotion of the business, that aspect is going to go through a different committee. When you decriminalize, when you make it legal, you will have to change and define the laws. When something is legal, you cannot basically go or decriminalize. You cannot go and say, well, just because you consume the legal substance, you're going to lose your student loan. Those go hand in hand. That's the same element. Now, you can add it in any bill, because when you write bills, you do have latitude, but that's a different thing. That when you decriminalize and make recreational marijuana legal, or you make it that it is not criminal to consume marijuana in the state of Connecticut, those issues will be solved, and correctly so. So again, I want to focus in the jurisdiction of what we're discussing, which is, should we be focusing on allowing, ensuring that we have unionized labor in marijuana, not upfront when the industry starts? I actually think that's really counter to the very proponent of the industry, because that's going to ensure that the industry is going to be in Massachusetts and not here. That's like creating what in business they call DOA, that you will not get the industry here if you put more regulation and put more constraint. But that's one. And the second is that if you basically, do you want to encourage, you just said that people who got hurt most need to take advantage of this boom. This boom is a dangerous boom, in my mind. You may consider that the next coming business in the future of Connecticut is basically for people to grow and sell marijuana. My viewpoint is that when you start dealing with an addictive substance, there is a lot of risk. And I don't know for a fact, or because there is not enough data around here to figure out what happens to people who get into that business as young, especially in young ages. Do they start selling it to younger people? Because think about that, a 24-year-old, if we basically ask them to sell marijuana, who are they gonna target? Most likely 21 years old and pushing to down, right? So my viewpoint is that, listen, please be careful what you're saying. You look very sharp and have done good work. I think this is an error perhaps in your part that you're saying that the harm should be done to those communities. They should be rewarded not by education in all areas or any areas, but by helping them build businesses selling a substance which is very addictive and could harm them a second time. Even if one of that 100 people get harmed a second time, I couldn't look myself, any committee member would be able to justify that? No, they got hurt basically because of strict laws and because they were persecuted for one thing. And then we basically encouraged them to sell and grow marijuana. And then they got addicted, or their kids got addicted, they got hurt the second time. Right? And hopefully nothing like that happens, but the risk exists. Manage the risk now. I just want to see if you feel that there is any risk, or that's just basically an opinion of somebody who's maybe more risk averse and not very pro cannabis. But you know, I would. But at the same time, for the record, I do think that it needs to be decriminalized. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was a couple things in your statement there. First of all, I'm going to address one of the things you said first, that, you know, this is part of this bill, and this bill is in this committee. So right now, that's why I'm here addressing this committee on this portion of the bill. It's before your committee. I understand that it may go to another committee in a different bill, but right now it's here, and you guys have such an awesome power to create positive change within communities, especially young people and people of color. So that's why I'm here today, and why I brought up this point of the bill before you guys. In terms of the risk of harm, or a second harm, as you say, I don't think anything will outweigh the risk that especially communities of color face due to its existing laws. I don't think anything outweighs the risk of losing your student loans and your student housing, completely shutting out the opportunity to pursue an educational career. So I think that risk that you are mentioning, first of all, I don't know much data that would support that. And even if there was, it doesn't outweigh the risk in my mind that, you know, our current laws and our current system have perpetuated.
Okay, thank you. So what you're saying, other than section 29, you are not testifying for other sections. You are primarily testifying for section 29.
I am here to testify in favor of the bill, but I am focusing on section 29 because that's what I understand the best. There's others who are going to testify or have already testified, like Mr. Ortiz, who have outlined really well, in my opinion, why the rest of the bill is also important.
Got it. So what you're saying is that 1 to 28, you know, 29 section, the 3%, which the 29 section represents, you're the expert on. From 1 to 28, we should rely on others. You don't have much of an opinion, but I appreciate your time. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And with that, I will thank you, Mr. Rabbani, for your patience and for being very precise in what your focus is on this bill. And we do appreciate your testimony on section number 29.
Thank you again.
You're welcome. You have a great evening. All right, up next we have Rhonda Caldwell. Caldwell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and the other ranking members, Sampson and Aurora, thank you for listening today. I've been listening since 10 o'clock this morning as well. I'm here from Hamden in Action Now, Black and Brown United in Action. We're community activists down here in Hamden and Newhallville section of New Haven. And we're in support of this very important and incremental piece of legislation, HB 6376, which is an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair that will bring the change and lead our state out of our historical discriminatory belief system. So what is the belief system that I'm speaking of? It's white supremacy, and that somehow we are less competent and qualified merely as a result of our skin color and the texture of our hair. It's the belief system that whiteness is the human ideal here in Connecticut. How did I come to this conclusion here, that this is what's going on here in Connecticut? Well, let me just say, from this morning, Cheryl Sharp from the CHRO talked this morning about a recent study that showed brown women in the workforce were earning 54 cents and Black women were earning 62 cents of every dollar made by a white man. We continue to live through historical wage discrimination based on gender and race, and the evidence is all around us and is rampant throughout our communities. How much more evidence will we need before it is stopped and rectified? I've also heard today that perhaps this can be resolved by way of more and better education, training, and diversity, and et cetera. Okay, so just think of it like this. Do we need to train employers and educators to stop valuing their students and workers based on their skin color and the texture of their hair? You know, this can only work if white folks are willing to be teachable and acknowledge a full rejection of this false belief system. We cannot continue to legislate morality, but fortunately, we'll have to continue to do so. And it's quite a shame that we have to have this type of legislation in 2021. However, without it, Black and brown women will continue to be financially exploited without an avenue to sue when we've been discriminated against in the workplace and at school, which affects every area of our existence. Connecticut's businesses and economy are being held down on the backs of Black and brown women, and myself being one as a sole caregiving parent while we're just trying to survive. Why did I say this is incremental legislation? Well, we all know we have a long way to go to get to equality from 54 cents to $1. So thank you again, Representative Porter, Representative Hughes, Senator Kushner, and the committee for your leadership in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell, for your testimony. I'm looking, I see no questions. So I will just thank you for taking the time and being with us from 10 a.m. this morning. And we look forward to working with you on other legislation that I know you have interest in as well. All right, up next. Oh Lord, we're getting to the end of one page. Here we go. Chief Clerk of the East Hartford Probate Court, Idalise Gomez. Idalise, you have the floor.
Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Representative Porter. Good evening to all of you members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I'm Idalise Gomez, and I'm testifying today regarding House Bill 6382, an act strengthening the probate court system. I am the Chief Clerk of the East Hartford Probate Court, as well as the co-president of the Connecticut Association of Probate Clerks. You heard from the co-president, Nancy Howard, earlier today, and we also submitted written testimony. I just wanted to talk, I know you've heard from a lot of clerks regarding this bill, but I'm here to present the views of our members. So I'm here to speak on behalf of the association. We did conduct a probate employee survey concerning issues of compensation, benefits, and collective bargaining. And when asked if they believe that state employees receive better benefits and compensation than probate employees, over 88% agreed. When asked if we should receive the same benefits and compensation as state employees, over 92% agreed. Over 78% feel that we're not being fairly compensated, and over 83% think that we should be able to collectively bargain. So basically, as co-president of the association, I'm here to present the views of our members, and the opinions that they expressed are overwhelmingly in support of collective bargaining rights. So I just wanted to express that to the committee. On the other hand, as a chief clerk, I am in agreement with judges retaining the right to be able to interview and make hiring decisions when there's a vacancy in their court. Does that mean that we shouldn't have collective bargaining rights to address inequities in the probate system as it relates to our compensation and benefits? I don't believe that the two should be mutually exclusive. I think that somewhere in the negotiating process, we should be able to make those types of decisions without completely giving up our right to collectively bargain. I don't think it's fair that probate employees are asked to give their all to a system that in turn depresses their wages. That leads to lower retirement benefits, and it just affects basically, your ability to keep up with cost of living increases. As you heard earlier, we went 4 years, nearly 5, without a pay increase, without a COLA increase. It's just hard to sit by and idly do nothing when these inequities are blatant. So that's all I wanted to say today. I know that you all must be tired. I'm tired and I haven't spoken once. You've been speaking all day, so I know that you must all be tired. But basically, I can't sit by and agree that clerks are better off without collective bargaining rights. The inequities are clear. I think that this bill gives us a right to make those decisions for ourselves. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. We do appreciate you hanging in there today and providing us with your testimony and speaking on behalf of those you represent. That is extremely important, and I just want to commend you for that. I do see we have Representative Aurora, so you do have the floor now, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Gomez. Yes, I am tired. We've been discussing these issues, but listen, this is I take my job very seriously, and I hope all the points which we are making and bringing out, are substantive and not for the sake of anything else. My question, I really appreciated your testimony because you bring the balance. You brought the balance in there, saying, listen, the issues which we have heard and which make sense is that the judges need to have some degree of ability to have control over that process of hiring and retaining. And so when a new judge comes in, does he, I don't know the word, what happens with the earlier person, because they may for one reason or the other want to work with a different clerk. And so in a organized in a contractual bargain, that would never fly, that when somebody else new comes in, you can basically say, hey, listen, I can't work with you. Where does that person go? What is the resolution?
Right.
The issues are tougher here. But at the same time, I hear the other elements of compensation. Why should you be different than anybody, a clerk in the Superior Court, right? I have to ask that because, as I said, sometimes it's easy to color, people on this committee as one side or the other. That's just not true. We are asked to look at every element of the issue of equity is extremely important, especially in the Labor Committee. That if Superior Court clerks shouldn't be, we should compare the two comps or the conditions of work. Now, the question I have, yeah, go ahead, please comment.
No. Well, I just wanted to just highlight that's why I said when filling a vacancy in the court, one of the major concerns of the court clerks is that if a judge retires or doesn't win re-election, their job is at risk. They have dedicated years to the system, sometimes decades, and now they're all of a sudden just expendable. Someone can come in and, or rather a new judge could just come in and, eliminate their job. So that's one of the major concerns that the clerks have expressed. I have to also comment that when a new judge is coming in, usually it's because the outgoing judge has retired and the chief clerk has been managing that court for, like I said, years, if not decades. They normally are not going to just get rid of the chief clerk who basically manages the court. But the fear is that they can, and that, after years of dedication, jobs are just, not protected. There's no job security.
No, that's why, sometimes you keep digging in issues and then the truth comes out, right? You're very right. It's a real problem. The problem is because judges are elected, and probate judges are elected, there is much more uncertainty in the process. And judges do want, we're hearing a lot that judges want to have control over their chief clerk to be effective. and but those two things are not consistent, right? So let's assume for a moment a judge is there for 8 years, they can lose their election, they are out of their job, and then the new person comes in, and they're like, well, I've worked with this other person in another business for the last decade, and I want them to be my clerk. Right now, what they would do is basically try to find something and work for a transition. And I don't know what they do right now, to tell the truth. I have no idea. I don't know much about. But what we're hearing is that the flexibility exists, that if they cannot work with the old clerk, that they have the right to kind of make the change. And that's a really big thing. That's a big thing for both sides, right? So we can talk about compensation because there will be ease. That's one question. But this whole idea of flexibility for the judges is a very important question, which I know we can put on the side and say, well, that doesn't exist really. But that's the big, what they call the term they use. That's the million pound element.
Elephant.
The elephant in the room, right? That's what which we have to discuss it. That's the reason, you discuss it 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, your head hurts, but you're like, now you talk, and that really that's the problem why they have it. Because I'm assuming that because you're already part of the state system, those other problems, those other issues are not as large for them as the issue of flexibility and control over their as I would call their inside team,
right.
They're the top team, right? So, I would love for you to comment, is there a way to get around this? And secondly, I really want to also, I want to ask that later about the compensation process, because let's just figure out, while we are at it, let's just get it all out. Who decides the compensation process? Why is somebody paying on the market, which we hear? And that should never happen, especially in the league, in the profession you're in, because, there's competition, and so I want to ask that separately. But for the first thing, what do you think about this flexibility requirement that the judges have? Do you think that, and how do you have any ideas? You create a pool. How do you address it in a situation where they don't have the flexibility and it is subject to some kind of a bargaining agreement?
Right, and those are questions that we actually also have in discussing whether or not the clerks would benefit from having collective bargaining rights, and then take it one step further, if we would benefit from unionization. One of the questions is, that very question: what happens with these hiring decisions? Who's able to apply for certain jobs? I know that in speaking with Eva Bermudez, who has spoken with us on several occasions, she has touched a little bit on it, but we haven't gotten the full scope of what it would entail, what a collective bargaining agreement would look like, how these issues would play out, the issue of a judge's right to choose his own staff versus union protections for workers, and if someone can just be let go for no reason, or if it has to be for cause. There's a lot of unanswered questions that we're just at the beginning stages of discussing. But it all starts really with just with the ability to collectively bargain. It just gives us that right to exercise. But what everything else looks like after that, that's up for discussion and it's up for debate. If we get past this first legislative change that would allow it. So
no, Ms. Gomez, those are very, very thoughtful points. I understand, what the worry is that, sometimes when legislators change the balance of discussion, then, things go in a very, very interesting way very soon. And what the judges are saying is, listen, this is going to lead to this, in step 1, step 2, step 3. And so perhaps give us some protection on that side. That's what they are asking us in some ways, that, we do not want to lose flexibility. So, but when you are going to give we're not negotiating any collective bargaining agreements here. Let's just get that right. What we're saying is that once those things start, then that will lead to those issues. The loss of flexibility is imminent because of the structure of the court, because of the structure of the hiring and so on and so forth. And that's why they're saying, well, this should be part of this discussion, and you can't just say, well, this is just hey, we're just asking you to bargain. We're not saying the bargain has got to be good bargain or a equitable bargain between, but this will lead to, it's imminent. Now, so we'll leave that alone. The point has been well made. My question here to you on compensation, which is the other element. So flexibility is one element, how the code is structured. The other element on the other side is compensation, which we're hearing a lot of. They really are technically not connected, but they are connected in some ways, right?
Right.
They could be separate if there's several ways to do it that they could be separated. The question is, how does the pay of somebody who is a probate court clerk get determined? Does the judge have the right to decide the pay, or is it some kind of municipal process? Because in the end of the day, they're still working for a court, which is a government or a public entity.
Right. No, it used to be that the judges were able to set the benefits and compensation of their staff. In 2011, after the courts consolidated, where we became 54 from 117, I believe, and 6 regional children's courts, that right was taken from the judges and given to probate administration. So it's probate administration who sets those policies. They set the policies concerning compensation, benefits, court staffing levels, retirement benefits. They are basically are the ones that make those decisions, I believe, in whole. I don't know if they consult with anybody else in making those decisions, but they set those policies in the probate court administration policy manual. And so as far as I'm concerned, they're the final.
Sorry.
I'm sorry?
No, sorry, go ahead. Finish your,
No, so as far as I'm concerned, they're the final word on that, on those issues.
So the compensation is decided by the program department or the probate programs department in the court system.
Probate court administration. They're a state agency. So probate court administration is a state agency. The Office of the Probate Court Administrator, they basically oversee the functioning of all the courts. So they provide assistance to the courts. So they're kind of like the court, I would say. Well, they're the administrative body of the probate court. So they're the ones that oversee the functioning of the courts and set the policies.
Understood. Now, would you have any idea why they are putting wages which are considered under market? Because this is a state agency. Again, the discussion all morning long I've been trying to point to is the goals are the same. I don't think we need to over legislate. We need to sometimes follow the laws which have already been made. So if the agency is a state agency setting the compensation for probate court clerks, why do you have an assessment why they are setting it at what I'm hearing under market levels, which are very harmful? Is there a reason? Do they have an agenda against these are state employees who in the probate administration? Why is it so?
So I think the problem is that they set the policy. So when I came in 2011, and I came in right after consolidation. So I was never part of the pre-consolidation court system. As I understood it back then, every court was its own individual company, if you want to say, with the judge being the CEO, being the decider of all of the court's, operations. When PCA came in 2011 and the system was, consolidated and central administration was given over to PCA, they set they wanted to make a uniform policy for all the courts because the courts all had different pay rates, benefits, they were all completely different. So PCA comes in, makes a uniform policy, it applies to all the courts. Now they did try to correct inequities between the courts. So they made this uniform pay scale. It has a starting pay, a market pay, and a max pay, or min, market, max for each of the positions within the court. Now, I think the problem is that when I came in 2011, I want to say the starting pay for an assistant clerk, which I started off as, I want to say was in the region of maybe $15, maybe $16 an hour. So over time, that has changed. Those, min, market, max have gone up, but the rate at which we receive merit increases and COLA increases, which would, incrementally move our wages upwards, has been very slow. It's been extremely slow. Like I said, we went 4, almost 5 years without any type of pay increase. So what happens is when they then raise the min, and I started at a certain min, someone that's coming in years after me is going to be started at a way higher rate than I started. And because pay increases are so slowly applied or implemented, then it's like you can never really catch up.
Understood.
It's you're gonna be behind.
No, you have, we have been sitting here for hours, listening to you, to testimony, and you are basically explaining the problem, like a professor. This is beautiful, right? The problem with the diagnosis, and we are with the diagnosis to me is that, this is a HR compensation problem. This is, every company has it. This is a small company of 500 people. Or what somebody else, I think it was Ava who told us, as there's 470 people, 60 judges and 400 employees,
Just about right.
About 500 people, and this company has a problem. The firm has the business or the organization has a compensation issue. I think we should be asking them to review the compensation issue, so that, just like what you said, this is inequity that, you started earlier and, somebody else started later. They got market pay, but you are moving up slowly, but it looks like you were moving up so slowly that you are not stuck. And the point is that, I'm not a compensation expert, but in business, there's a lot of people overall around the world who make their living just designing fair, reasonable pay systems, compensation systems. And I think what we are trying to legislate is something really, that organization. Now, I'm assuming the probate, you said the probate, what's it called? The system.
Probate administration.
PCA, probate court administration, will have some HR experts, I'm assuming, and they are the ones who are doing it. But then it comes down to, where does the money come from? Is it coming from, because finally, I'm sure they understand that already. It's not that, again, let's dig one more step further, that, so they have a problem that the compensation is unfair and wrong. And because of what you just defined, I don't think there's anybody in this room, or how many people, 66 people, will agree that just because you joined earlier, this formula doesn't look right. And we heard this several times, that, people who are working for me are making more, it's not fair. And so now what my question is, would you know where the money comes from? Why are they doing this? They are not bad people, I can tell you, without knowing any of them.
No,
they're good people.
No, they're not.
Yes, they're good people. You know that. I know that. Everybody.
I do. I know them personally, and they are good people.
They are good people. I know that. I don't know anyone personally. I still believe they're good people. Right? My question to you is it the part of money from which this is getting paid? Is that limited? Where is it coming from?
So I think this is the other part of the problem. Now, from what I know of the probate court budget, we are partially self-funded because we charge probate fees, we charge accounting fees, estate tax fees, the courts do bring in revenue. So we're partially self-funded, but we're not fully funded. So part of our funding comes from the general fund. Now, how those funds are applied is where the clerks are kind of in the dark. We don't really know what percentage of the budget is going to different things. Now, I know that when there is unused funds in the probate court budget, there's a sweep and it goes back into the general fund. Now, again, when the budget is approved, it's approved by, there's a budget committee, and obviously it has to be approved by the state. But we don't know how the funds are allocated. You know, are there funds being set aside to ensure that the clerks and probate court employees are getting, you know, their, I mean, I think it's a 3% COLA, and merit increases are usually in the range of between 2 and I want to say 5%, which never happens. I mean, it's usually at 3%. That's what you can expect to get on a good budget year. So I know that the money comes partially from self-funding, partially from the general fund. So that's about as much as I know about, you know, the funding of the probate court system.
Well, you know more about many of us here as we speak here, you know, but I thank you because I think it gives us a good idea where the real problem lies. The real problem lies that perhaps, you know, as we decided that these are good people and they need to, there's some changes needed in the compensation methodologies, which, you know, every company goes through it. This company got started in 2011. Let me not call it a company, let me call it an organization. This organization started in 2011. You know, they started with some rules. The rules were basically not consistent over time, especially. And so now they have to update their rules. And if we do agree with the fact that these are smart, good people, they must have a revenue issue or some kind of a issue that, hey, listen, we're not going to go anywhere. So then the question comes out, how are you funded? What's the issue here? So, you know, I think there is the real, again, the purpose of the legislation seems to be totally different than what we're trying to achieve, because we're going to create all these flexibility issues and all of that stuff through this legislation. But the real issue is that you know, that compensation group, which is a government group, which is our own state government group, needs to basically figure out how to have a system, a good system. So I thank you for bringing all of these things up. You know, we had to dig really deep and, you know, for hours to get this information, and you are the shining light here on this legislation, at least from my understanding. I think I understand these issues, and so I'm hoping others in the committee very well. I thank you for all your information and your time you're taken, and thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging in me. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, I see we have one last person. Last but not least, Senator Julie Kushner, you have the floor. We can't hear you, Senator Kushner.
How's that? Is that better?
That's better.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Adelise, for your testimony here today. And certainly, we don't expect you to negotiate a contract with us. We don't expect you to know all the answers of how the probate court system works, although your testimony was very thorough and very helpful. I do think that one thing that I want to comment on is you really got it right when you talked about your own personal views on what should be included in the contract. That is the process of collective bargaining. You get to decide what you as a group want to negotiate for, and management gets to decide what's important to them, and it works out to be fair to both sides. And so I so appreciate your testimony and your bringing all of this forward, and I wish you the best. I hope that this bill makes it all through the chambers and becomes law, so that you will have the opportunity to work through these complex issues with your management with equal footing and with an equal voice. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Welcome. Yes, and thank you so much for your testimony today and for your patience. And as Senator Kushner said, we are really pushing to make sure that all the way across the finish line. It's what you deserve.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
You're very welcome.
And thank you all for your time.
You have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
All right, so up next we have Director of Business Development, Mr. Bill Finch, Connecticut Labor Management Cooperative Committee. Mr. Finch, you have the floor. I know I saw him. Yes. Mr. Finch, are you there?
How are you?
All right. I'm well. How are you?
Good. Chair Porter and Chair Kushner, ranking members, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. I know it's getting late and you must be getting just as tired as all of us, but I've had the opportunity to listen all day to the committee. And let me just say the Connecticut Labor Management Cooperative Committee is the effort between the contractors and the IBEW is 100 years old. And George Cabrera will know that the carpenters have a similar effort. And I have to tell you, it's just wonderfully, it's such a wonderful feeling to be involved with such a positive effort. Unbeknownst to me, I used PLAs all the time as mayor of Bridgeport and supported them when I was a senator. But unbeknownst to me, there's just so much more underneath the hood at the IBEW, where we are the human resources component of the Electrical Contractors Association. And this has been going on for over 100 years. And it's really exciting to be part of it in this age of dissension and disruption and anger, to see labor and management working together. I know, George, Senator, you feel the same way, having been exposed to it through the carpenters. But you know, a lot's been said about the bill tonight, 6378, and during the day. There's a lot of misunderstandings about prevailing wage. And I just want to say the prevailing wage to me is a living wage. And as mayor, I was able to help with the trade unions bring many, many people into the middle class. We had very high targets for women and minorities. We always built our buildings under a project labor agreement, prevailing wages. And we were able to have at least 30% of the workforce be women and minorities. And in one case, we had 75% of the people building the Discovery Magnet were women and minorities. And I have to tell you that that prevailing wage that we had stayed in the community. And I say that because I understand that nothing in this bill is going to change anything. It will give us more stability. It will stop the silliness of having to wait for our own numbers to come back from Washington. And if somebody wants to play games with us in Washington, as has happened in the past, through intentional or unintentional, then we have two sets of prices. And we don't need that because we give the numbers. Connecticut gives the numbers to the federal government. And as Senator Kushner, you pointed out, we're just waiting for our own numbers to come back to us. It's a bureaucratic step that's not required. It's not necessary. And we can give everybody a level playing field and not have two prices, as can often happen if there's a delay. But let me just say, you know, to me, it means an awful lot to protect prevailing wages in any way, shape, or form we can. And some of the misinformation, when you have a project labor agreement and you try to pay prevailing wage, non-union and union companies can bid for it. And the other thing that bothers me is labor is so often scapegoated. When I looked at my projects, labor costs were 20%. If I'm building a $40 million school, I only have 20 to 25% maybe is labor. The rest is land, materials, permitting, geotechnical, all of the other things, profit, management fees. And we often scapegoat labor. It's really wrong. And I know your committee doesn't do that, but I just want to point out that we believe that this bill doesn't change anything. It's a simple fix to avoid a problem. And it avoids the disruption that you can have. So I would just urge you that anytime you get a chance to support prevailing wages, make it more efficient, help the industry, you know, you should do that. And I know the committee's been strong in that. Prevailing wage is a living wage, and this just takes out some of the uncertainty by codifying it with our own numbers that we've been using. I've asked the guys here, I said, did you ever change, did the feds ever change the number we sent? They said, no, we can't remember them ever doing that. So why give it to them only to wait for it to come back? It's silly. And I know that it's opened the door about whether prevailing wages are good or bad. In my experience, prevailing wages were a godsend. And I would point out that Davis-Bacon and Hoover, who signed the bill, were all Republicans. And most of my mayor buddies that I had at the time, John Harkins and Mayor Boughton, it was never political. It was just very pragmatic. Get prevailing wages out there in your community, because when you hire union, you hire local.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Mr. Finch. You hit on some very pivotal points, eloquently put, and we thank you for that. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you. I don't know whether usually you use your old titles to honor someone. I don't know whether to say.
Call me anything but late for supper.
Whether I say Mayor Finch or Senator Finch, I'm not sure what to say, but I think I will address you as Mayor Finch, because I think your perspective from a municipal government level is critical to us here. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you weighing in and couldn't agree. I agree with everything you said, and you said it far better. And it's great to hear from someone who has been on the other side of the table. So I appreciate it so much, and thank you for your input today.
I never could have achieved all of the renewable energy projects and the minority contracting that we did and the minority hiring that we did and the women hiring, never could have achieved that without organized labor. So I think some of the attacks tend to be polemics and maybe other agendas, but they were my right hand in so many of the things we had to do. And it's a pragmatic thing you can offer mayors regardless of party. And I can tell you that we would scratch our heads, me and Mark Boughton, we would be at a mayor's meeting. How does this possibly get political? You know, Davis-Bacon was a Republican bill. And we know that Republican or Democrat doesn't matter when you're filling potholes or building libraries. So that was a great experience. And I hats off to the Republican mayors who do it too, because sometimes they get beat up on an ideology, and this is just pragmatism.
All right, well, seeing no further hands raised, we will close with thanking you again, Mr. Finch, for your participation and for bringing that level of validation to what it is we're attempting to do here in labor. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks for
Have a
your
good
patience
night.
to listen to all of us.
Hey,
And
it's
you
a
can
labor,
call me
it's a
anything but
labor
late
of
for
love.
supper.
It's labor of love. All right. You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Up next, we have Latasha Johnson, Alpha Kappa Alpha Epsilon Omicron Omega chapter of Hartford. Ms. Johnson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Thank you, Senator Kushner, and thank you, member of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. I am Latasha M. Johnson, a proud Black and Latina woman, a proud resident of the city of Hartford, a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Omicron Omega chapter. And I come before you to support and lend my voice to HB 6376, an act creating respectful and open world for natural hair. It is sad that we are in a state that we have to legislate hair, but we are here because we constantly are being discriminated against as people of color with respect to our hair. As someone who has grown up and experienced negative and unsolicited, might I add, commentary on my hair, I grew up surrounded by the dominant culture's perception that whiteness was the standard of beauty and its physical misrepresentation of professionalism. The dominant culture deciding what was appropriate, well-kept, and neat as it related to hair. The dominant culture deciding as a child growing up what is appropriate. And as attending schools in predominantly white spaces, navigating adolescence and my intro into adulthood with someone else telling you what is acceptable and approved by their standards of beauty and professionalism for your hair, help me understand this. For what grows from your scalp, help me understand this. Let that set in, please. There is a psychological trauma that is associated with this and further exacerbated by the unwillingness to call this what it is: discrimination and disparate treatment. Black women's hair is 3 to 4 times more likely to be perceived as unprofessional than non-Black women's hair. And Black women are 80% more likely than those women to feel that they must change their hair from its natural state to fit in at work. To embrace my natural hair, I embarked on a journey and growing the chemical relaxer product out of my hair. At the time, I was working in an office with predominantly white staff, and as I navigated this journey, I can't tell you the countless comments from peers, supervisors, and the like that felt the need to tell me that I should go back to relaxing my hair. It was neater, they said. It was prettier, they said. When I was interviewing for promotional opportunities, it was suggested that I pull my hair back, blow dry, and even straighten it to get the job. For years, I attempted to navigate my natural hair journey, eventually foregoing for what I will characterize now as easy. No one should be made to feel that way. And I'm here to stand up for those young women. As our state looks to address systemic racism and oppression, let me be clear and this state be setting and be a trendsetter, an example, and set the true standard. If we truly believe in diversity and equity, we must embrace natural hair. We must ensure that employers leave biases and judgments that include the dominant culture's perception of professionalism. Natural hair is and always will be professional. And I thank you for your time.
I thank you for your testimony. I feel your pain. And I just really thank you for coming forth and sharing that with us. This is something real. And we've been talking about education here, you know, and I really hope that this public hearing and the one from last year is that platform where people are being educated around the things that they are not exposed to, they don't have an experience with, and frankly, don't have a clue. This is something that has been ongoing for forever, centuries, right? This is nothing new. As we would say in our community, it is deja vu. We've been around this mountain way too many times, and it is going to be this year that I pray people join us in our efforts to eradicate this kind of discrimination in workplaces, public accommodations, credit, housing, you name it. So thank you so very much. I don't see anyone double checking, no hands raised. So there'll be no questions, but I do want to thank you again, Ms. Johnson, for your patience and for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
You're welcome. You have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have business agent and organizer for United Food and Commercial Workers Local 919, Emily Sabo. Emily, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Senator Kushner, Chair Representative Porter, ranking members, and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Emily Sabo, and I am a business agent and organizer with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 919. We represent about 7,000 workers here in Connecticut. The UFCW supports the equitable legalization of adult use cannabis and has really been at the forefront in creating and shaping a new industry in the country. Currently, the UFCW International Union represents over 10,000 cannabis workers nationwide from seed to sale, including growers and manufacturers, cultivators, processors, and dispensary technicians. On average, unionized cannabis workers earn 13% more than non-union workers. We are focused on growing this industry in a fair and equitable way. We support HB 6377 because it does just that. This bill will build the framework that Connecticut needs to create jobs with good wages and benefits in a growing industry. I've spent the past 2 years talking to cannabis workers, and a common theme in these discussions is no different than discussions with workers in any other industry. Cannabis workers want to join unions, but they're afraid of retaliation by their employer. Additionally, cannabis cultivators currently don't even have the right to organize a union. The true difference here is that we have the opportunity to create a new industry that empowers the workers to make a decision without the fear of retaliation or fear of losing their job. It's time to level the playing field and empower workers. Labor peace agreements ensure that workers have a choice to join a union in a neutral environment. With a union contract, the workers have the ability to negotiate better wages, affordable healthcare, and secure retirement. Both labor peace agreements and union contracts help address the existing inequalities that cannabis prohibition has caused by providing equal opportunity to all workers. Labor peace agreements give workers a chance at having a union and, more importantly, a voice in the workplace. We urge you to support HB 6377 and help create a new workforce in a fair and equitable way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. It's good to see you. Thank you for your patience as well and for your testimony. And I know we have someone that is eager to speak with you. Senator George Cabrera, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Emily, for taking time. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for hanging in there and testifying and all the work that you've done. I know we've talked about this many times. I just want to thank you for all your hard work in this space. And was wondering, you know, and I said this earlier to a few other people that testified, I think sometimes it's difficult for individuals to understand the world in which we live in and we navigate with workers and what they go through as they try to freely make their own decisions on whether or not they want to join a union. So I'll ask you the same question. Could you just share with us one or two examples of some of the obstacles that workers face in real time when they try to freely make their own decisions whether or not they want to join a union?
Sure. So I have a few examples, but most recently is an example that's been all over the news. The workers at Amazon in Alabama are trying to organize a union, and there's so many videos out there of Amazon even posting notices in the bathroom about to say yes, to say no to the union. They're holding captive audience meetings. They're keeping them late at work. They even changed a stoplight at the end of the Amazon distribution center so that any organizer doesn't even have the ability to speak to someone at a light because Amazon just wants to keep their workers from having a voice and having a choice to join a union. Now here in Connecticut, in the cannabis industry, I've spoken to a lot of workers, both who work in one of the 4 cultivation centers and also in the dispensaries. So some of the cultivators don't even have the right to join a union. So Labor Peace would help give them the ability that if they choose to, they can join a union. And other workers, the security in the cultivation centers is really high and tight. So you only have access to the department that you work in. So coworkers can't even really communicate with each other and say, hey, listen, have you heard about this? What do you think about a union? So there's really a lot of obstacles that workers face.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Emily. Thank you for taking the time to testify today. I really appreciate it. Yet one more example why it's so important to have the labor peace agreement so we have some level playing field and give workers the freedom to decide for themselves whether or not they want to come together and have a larger voice in them. Thank you again for taking the time out of your busy schedule to testify today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cabrera. Representative Aurora, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sabo, for your testimony. My question is, one is, since you have been really involved with the industry and, know a lot about the subject, do you know how big the industry is in terms of number of people, workers who work in the cannabis industry, both growers and dispensaries? Because we did hear there were not too many licenses actually to dispense, but how many workers are in the industry?
So I don't necessarily know how many workers are in the industry, but I would be happy to get that information for you. Additionally, I do know that there's 4 cultivation centers, and that has to do with processing the flower, making the consumables. And then there's also over 20 dispensaries in Connecticut. The most recently opened one, I believe, was over the summer in New London.
You said 18? 8 or 18?
No, 18.
18 dispensaries. So, 10, I'm just making a very, approximate number. We're talking about 200 to 300 people in the industry, or maybe 500, because, 18 dispensaries, 10 people, that's 180. Then you add up, maybe 300, 330 people in the industry, or thereabouts. Right. So this is the question. Does Massachusetts, which has a much larger industry, do they have similar laws?
With labor peace?
Massachusetts, yeah, union, yeah, all of the, yeah.
California, New Jersey, New York, Chicago has points on there. They have a merit-based application with points for labor peace. So there are other states that do have labor peace language, yeah. And then, there's nothing stopping, I know in Massachusetts, some employers have come to local unions looking just for labor peace agreements. That happened in Washington, D.C., I believe, as well.
Right. The reason, there is several elements of this law, and several objectives of this law, right? We've heard in detail about those. One of them is to basically make sure that we have a larger industry here in Connecticut. The other is obviously that it is equitable, as the industry has. Another one is that the industry should give more opportunity to people who were harmed earlier by the excessive, the stringent laws or criminal laws which were in place in the country and the state for a very long period of time. So there are varying objectives here. The question which I'm trying to get is, or one of the concepts I'm trying to figure out here is that, is it going to work for our purpose if we start taking a 300-person industry and start putting these additional regulatory constraints and rules? Most likely, I do think what's going to happen is the industry is going to avoid Connecticut. We may have some small folks here, but by and large, the industry is going to say, see you later. We've seen that, that is a very well possibility. So the very objective of the law will be defeated. Would you care to comment on that?
I'm happy that you touched on this because I actually wrote this note down when you were questioning President Petronella. So I have since tried to follow up with our international union since you asked this question earlier. I haven't gotten a response yet, but I don't believe that any operator has left a state because they have to have a labor peace agreement. And the simplest answer to this is that we believe that any worker who wants every single worker deserves the choice to decide for themselves if they would like to have a union to represent them.
Right. No, the industry, I don't think the question is how many people have left because there is no industry right now. Right now, it's a 400 people industry. And we think, we heard from Mr. Ortiz that this is going to be a $7 billion industry, which really means it is going to grow. Right now, I'm reading it says $7 million or a $20 million industry. So it's going to grow 50 times. So 50 times employment there'll be 20,000 people employed in this. That's the vision which I heard. There will be many dispensing centers. Well, there'll be the vision I'm hearing is what I'm really trying to challenge here. And the question which I'm saying is that, guess what? If you put these laws, this is never going to go from a 400 person industry. I understand that these 400 people may not grow. And I still think it's such a growth industry because it's being legalized. It's that you're going to go from 400 to 800 irrespective. But if you put these laws in place right now, it's going to go from 400 to 800. If you don't put these laws, it's most likely going to go from 400 to 4,000 in terms of employment. The choice is the labor committee's choice. Do we want to really promote this industry? Because the law of economics out there are real. They work. Industries which get regulated early industries do not like early regulation. Industries gravitate to states and domiciles and areas where you have earlier ability to do things, ability to figure out new models. And that's where I'm gonna leave it. That I don't think this is a very small fledgling industry in Connecticut. It is basically a risky industry for our youth. We need to be careful. This law does all that we shouldn't. It encourages a risky industry. It tries to curtail a risky industry, which would lead to perhaps just the demise of the industry or a very low growth, boring industry here in the state. And so, but I haven't heard anybody really challenge those economics. I got something with casinos, but where is casinos 10 years later? We're not Vegas. We're not anywhere. We're basically that industry also, perhaps was overregulated or not managed right or regulated right. Anyways, I'll leave that there because I don't have that much knowledge about that industry either. But I do believe that the law of economics says do not overregulate an industry earlier.
Sure. So what I will, it seems that you like research and study. So what I will do is I will follow up with you about the state of California specifically. So they started with a medical cannabis program and then also legalized cannabis for recreational use with a labor peace agreement. And California their cannabis industry is growing exponentially. And like I mentioned earlier, none of those operators who are operating in California under a medical license chose to leave the state of California because of a labor peace agreement. And I would be happy to follow up with you about that offline as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Representative Aurora. Just one brief question for you that came up, and you can tell me what you think, what your response would be. Is regulation more risky than a legal market?
No.
Okay.
I believe that here we're giving workers a chance, a fair shot. We're creating a new industry where workers don't usually workers aren't the person that is at the forefront of the mind. And we want to keep Connecticut workers in mind, and we want to make sure that they have a fair chance at joining a union if they want to.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. And not anything against industry, but I really would like to see small businesses have an opportunity to really capture this market in a way that no other state has done before, because we know that it is the small businesses that really push revenue in states. And it's time that we really, we talk about it, but we really give small businesses the platforms that they need in order to succeed. So thank you so much. I'm sorry. I see Senator Kushner has raised her hand. Senator Kushner?
I just want to say, well done. You did a great job describing the bill and describing what will come of this bill. And I appreciate your response about California. I did happen to be in California shortly after the labor peace agreements were put in place, and just shopping, ran into owner of one of the large operations, and we just started talking about legalization of cannabis, and he told me there was a labor peace agreement, and I can just tell you from the shopping I saw his wife doing, he was doing really well. So I think that people can be prosperous with unions. That's been proven across the nation for decades and decades and decades. And so I look forward to, I appreciate your testimony and think that we can move forward effectively based on much of what you said. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, Emily. Have a great evening. All right. Up next, we have Brittany Yancey. Ms. Yancey, you do have the floor.
Thank you, Representative Porter. To Senator Kushner, to Representative Porter, and the members of this distinguished committee. My name is Brittany Yancey. I live in Vernon, Connecticut, and I stand in support of HB 6376. I also am a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and we are a national partner in the Crown Act Alliance. I also am a member of CT Black Women and one of the ambassadors to the United States of Women. But despite that, I stand here in support of this act because I am a Black woman who sits here proudly in my natural state. This bill is personal for me, like so many others who will come before you. Like many Black and brown girls, as I got older, I felt pressure to straighten my hair, put chemicals in my hair to be socially accepted for picture day, graduations, and for work and job interviews. The need for us overwhelmingly Black women to alter our natural state is deeply rooted in this legacy of white supremacy, enslavement, Jim Crow, and assimilation in this country. The institution of education in particular has played a historic, nefarious role in protecting hair discrimination. From the 19th century Native American boarding schools to all the countless laws and systems that have penalized, denied, and traumatized Black and brown children in this country. I personally have not only witnessed, but been victim of it myself as an educator for almost 2 decades. I have had a white program director put her hands in my hair and pet me like I'm some animal and approve of my hairstyle. But my incident is a thumbnail to the countless stories that you may know of or you may not know of. For example, the countless people who have been dismissed from their jobs, like Chastity Jones, threatened for expulsion, like the Cook sisters in Massachusetts, and the wrestler who had to cut his locks before America, and to alter his hair, excuse me. The cases are a thumbnail to the discrimination taking place in our country, and there are many cases that are taking place here in Connecticut. Today, we are demanding that this committee follow through with the elimination of white supremacy by passing this law on race-based hair discrimination. Black women, as it is already stated before, are 3.4 times more likely to be perceived as unprofessional, their hairstyles, to those who are non-Black. But I won't go through the stats, given the fact that I am supposed to be in my class right now teaching. Despite all of the laws on racial discrimination, too often courts have wrongly excluded hair discrimination. Hair discrimination is racial discrimination. And as elected officials, you cannot stand before and yell Black Lives Matter, put a sign in front of your yard, and yet waver on this bill. This has to pass. This bill is not simply about hair, it is about people's rights and their rights to bodily autonomy, their rights to their identity and culture, and for atoning for the long history of structural oppression in this state. In closing, I urge you to pass HB 6376, HB 6377, and HB 63080 in full support. Thank you for your time. And I have time for one question if there is one, but I have to go.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much, Brittany. I do see that we have a question from Representative Winkler, and I will just state quickly before he asks his question or makes his comment that you really conjured up something in me that makes my belly, heart, and soul ache. That was one of the things that really pushed me forward in this. Andrew Johnson, December 27, 2018. That is what I remember about the wrestler who I watched stand and have his crown, just decimated. It's sacred. The symbolism of locks is very sacred. And I can't even begin to tell you what it did to me to watch him be surrounded by white people and a white woman with scissors in her hand as she cut off his locks so that he could finish his wrestling match. So, I mean, these are the things that people really need to be educated around, and just put yourself in the place of a parent or a child that is happening to, because that's what I had to do. And with that, Representative Winkler, you have the floor.
I'll just keep you for about 20 seconds. Ms. Yancey is a constituent. We've corresponded. I just wanted to thank you for your compelling and concise testimony. Thank you.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Representative Winkler. I appreciate your support in helping me prepare for today. So thank you so much, and your commitment to this issue and all the agenda.
Yes, you have a rock star of a representative, Ms. Yancey. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. Now you get back to class and teach those young minds what they need to know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a great evening.
You too.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Yvonne Renee Davis. Ms. Davis, you have the floor. Maybe we don't have Ms. Davis with us. I don't see her, so we're going to move on. And next up, we have the founder of VTD Consulting Group. This is Veronica Delandro. You have the floor, ma'am.
Gotta turn my camera on. Uh-oh. Can you see me? My apologies. Thank you. Can you all see me?
We can see you and hear you. You have the floor, madam.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. To Madam Chair Porter, Madam Chair Kushner, and to the rest of the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. My name is Veronica T. Delandro, and I live in New Britain, and I come before you today standing in support of HB 6376, which is an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair, also known as the Crown Act. On July 7th, I chopped it off. I had a hair appointment, and instead of getting another touch-up or relaxing my hair, I decided to chop off all my hair. And so began my natural hair journey. Coincidentally, the same day I chopped my hair was the same day I had an interview with a national nonprofit organization. Before my interview, I kept looking in the mirror to see what accessories or which colors would balance my new look. I'll admit, I was curious if it would be a topic of conversation, where I felt I would need to explain my look as I've had to do so many other times in the workplace. However, instead of asking about my hair, the president of the organization gave me a compliment. While I appreciated the compliment, the fact that I got myself worked up wondering what will be said about my hair while interviewing for a senior leadership position was taxing. Why does it matter what my hair looks like or how I choose to wear my hair? Oftentimes, Black women feel the burden of having to disguise our hair for fear of being the butt end of a joke. Questioning what Black women and men do with our hair and how we choose to do it is demeaning, discriminating, distracting, and divisive. There is research tells us, according to the Dove Crown Act, that Black women's hair is 3.4 times more likely to be perceived as unprofessional. Other key findings from the report show that Black women are more policed in the workplace, and we feel more targeted based on our hair. Every night, I read a story to my 5-year-old daughter, who oftentimes chooses a book about princesses. One of her favorite books is called The Princess Hair. This story states the fact that all princesses wear a crown, but that underneath their crowns, not all princesses have the same hair, and it's okay. So whether it's a puff, a twist out, dreadlock, kinks, frohawk, head wrap, curls, teeny weeny afro, bantu knots, braids, afros, buns, blowouts, twists, or a flat out nappy, all princesses, all little Black girls should go about the world being free and happy without a care about their hair. And we've seen in the news the stories about young girls being sent home, punished, or even expelled because of their hairstyle. I never want to be the parent that receives a phone call or an email because my child's school is saying they need to be sent home because of how they're choosing to wear their hair. They shouldn't have to worry about what their hairstyle looks like, nor should the Black mothers, sisters, aunties, grandmas, and cousins who are often discriminated against in the workplace worry about their hair. California, New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Colorado, Washington State, and Maryland have all passed the Crown Act. I'm submitting my testimony today, urging the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, ensuring that the state of Connecticut is the next state to pass the Crown Act. So today I urge each of you to support HB 6376, and I thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Veronica, for your testimony. Representative Hughes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. DeLandro. If you could wave your magic wand for your daughter and all the daughters, what would this committee grant you as your one wish?
Pass the Crown Act.
Thank you. Thank you for waiting all day to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that does look like it as far as comments and questions. So thank you, Veronica. We appreciate you. We love you. And, you know, we are going to show our little Black girls and boys, our children, that they are beautiful just the way they are. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Have a good evening. We're going to go back. I want to see if Yvonne Renee Davis is in the room. And if she is not, up next we have Bianca Shin. Bianca, are you with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Porter and Co-Chair Kushner and committee members. My name is Bianca Shin Desros. I'm a social justice advocate from Stamford, Connecticut, a Connecticut native and proud. I am here to speak in support of the HB number 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair that prohibits discrimination on the basis of ethnic hairstyles, historically associated with race, by adopting what is commonly referred as the Crown Act. I would like to speak on behalf of the many young girls who today are wondering, is it worth the battle to wear their hair naturally or face discrimination, whether at school or at work or for their next interview? The numbers 8, 23, 33 are significant memories that are ingrained in my head. Each of these numbers represent the age in which I vividly recall experiencing discrimination at work and school for wearing my hair in its natural state, specifically braids. I had no recourse or protection under the law. Under the guise of dress code policies, many women, specifically women of color, have had their hair become patrolled or dictated, having to choose having natural hair locks to represent their crown, or having to choose whether they want that promotion or whether they want to continue to get that paycheck to support their families. The words that came along with these numbers that I shared with you, 8, 2333 came along with other vivid memories. And the words that came along with them that I always remember. One, I suggest that you have your mother change your hair if you want to do well, because it's distracting in the classroom. I remember getting ready to go into a meeting at a place I worked in New York, very prestigious. As a diplomat, I was told that if I want to further my career, having braids would not help. It would push me back. So I took the option and not wear the braids anymore and cut my hair short. I felt humiliated. I felt something from me was taken, and it was. The stereotypes that exist perpetuate patrolling, full outright abuse against women of color who wear their hair in their natural states. Natural Black hairstyles may come in many forms, such as afro, braids, etc. It is those styles that in some schools, again, I would like to say some, and places of employment that are deemed unsafe or inappropriate for people of color who decides to wear their hair that and may face disciplinary action. Yes, here in Connecticut. It is a daily battle that students and young people throughout this country and in Connecticut that plays no exception that face these. Legislation in education is needed. Legislation will protect pride and provide standard. We cannot have education without legislation. The legislation is the first tier of intervention. And I leave to you to say, now it's Connecticut State's Assembly turn to do its part by passing the Crown Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. And I do not see any hands raised. So I'm just going to go ahead and thank you again for your patience, for your time, and for your testimony. Thank you so much for sharing your story and for speaking on behalf of young girls.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You have a good evening. All right, up next we have Rick Hart, UPFFA. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Chairwoman Porter and Senator Kushner, ranking members Aurora and Senator Sampson. My name is Rick Hart. I represent the 4,000 career firefighters in the state of Connecticut that are members of the UPFFA and 60 affiliates of the International Association of Firefighters, which comprises of 330,000 firefighters across the United States and Canada. I'm here tonight to testify in support of Senate Bill 836, an act concerning permanent partial disability and pension offsets. This is the third year for this bill to be before your committee. Hopefully the third year is the charm that this bill gets enacted into statute. It was unanimously passed out of committee in 2019 and passed on a 13-1 vote last session. At the crux of this bill is the money grab by the municipalities on our membership, that when they get injured to the point where they have to retire on a disability pension, state statute under the workers' comp law provides for permanent partial disability payment for loss of a function of a body part or loss of a body part. That schedule is found in Connecticut General Statutes 31-308, and it assigns a weekly benefit for each injured body part. So for instance, if you injure your back, a total disability of a back injury is worth 374 weeks of payment under workers' comp payment schedule. A doctor, three doctors have to agree on when you reach maximum medical improvement. If they deem that you cannot return to work, you're retired under that disability. Now, under workers' comp, they assign you a percentage of loss of that body function. And it's unfortunate that the opposition testimony that is presented shows a gross lack of understanding of the statute. They claim that they discourage that members will be discouraged to return to work as a result of these injuries. Well, that's categorically false. The doctors have deemed that the injured employee cannot return. They have to retire. So the workers' comp assigns a weekly payment of X number of dollars that is due them because of the injury that they incurred while on duty. What municipalities are doing is taking that PPD payment, conflating it with wages, and in an OLR report from 2000, OLR defined the PPD as a benefit, not a wage, but a benefit. So they're taking that sum of money on a weekly basis and they're just subtracting that from their pension that they are owed from the municipality. Cost also claims it's an unfunded mandate, which is categorically false. They're using the boogeyman theory of, let's call it an unfunded mandate. They have to pay the pension. If you have a defined benefit plan, the pension has to be paid out, which that money is already there. And they have to pay the PPD payment, which is already there if they are self-insured. That money is already in their workers' comp account. So to call it an unfunded mandate is just categorically false. So
Thank
we're
you,
looking-
Mr. Hart. Excuse me, your 3 minutes is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes. So what we are looking for is we're looking for in the bill that is written to prevent municipalities from offsetting pensions with injuries that are so severe that the members have to retire. They get their PPD payment, which in effect, what they are doing now is making the employee pay for their own injury. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your testimony, Rick. I do want to ask you a couple of questions around, in discovering this, I never realized that this was the case, that, they could actually hold back your pension due to workers' compensation, especially when it relates to a permanent partial disability benefit. So could you tell me why would a municipality eliminate a retiree's benefits due to receipt of a partial disability benefit?
In the simplest terms, it's a money grab. It's a way for them to save money out of their pension fund. Plain and simple. There's no other explanation for it. They claim that workers' comp statute says you can't earn more than 100% of your wages. Absolutely true. PPD payments are not a benefit. They're a finite weekly payment that lasts anywhere from 1 week to, they could go up if you have 100% disability of your brain, for example, that is worth 520 weeks. But obviously that is, that's never paid out. That's just the number that they assign what your brain is worth. So it's just basically a money grab to save a few dollars. And that's why I said it's blood money.
Wow, thank you for that. Last question, as you state that, think I know the answer, but I'm gonna let you make it plain. What impact would this have on the pension funds of the municipalities? You're saying that the money is already there, correct?
The money's already there. The pension is due the employee, and they know that going in. That's why you hear about, you guys are well-versed in unfunded pension liabilities. That money is due the employee based upon their contractual or whether or not it's an ordinance, their pension disability payment is already there.
Okay.
So it's not
Thank
like.
you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's not like it's, they have to come up with extra money to pay out to the employee.
All right, thank you for that. I do see that we have Representative Aurora. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hart. You know, many of us are very sympathetic to this issue. When we have read and heard much about it. So I'm very glad that we have you for your testimony here. You know, I have just one question, and maybe it's a clarification. The worker comp ends up getting paid by the insurance for most municipality, right? It's not out of their pocket. So that's you know, they paid the insurance and that's going to pay out. So that's not a cost to them.
It depends. If like Kerma's the biggest insurance company that is provided municipalities that are not self-insured. And in fact, I'm sure the committee is well aware, workers' comp costs have dropped dramatically over the past 5 years. So, I mean, to say that this is going to blow up workers' comp costs, these are already happening. These injuries are already happening. It's not like this is something new out of the blue.
Yeah, no, very well, point well taken. You know, I'm not in any way, you know, taking, you know, I'm sympathetic, as I said, to the point here. I just want to make sure that I understand it. So the municipality has either self-insured or has a worker comp, and that pays one part of it. The other part is coming from the retirement fund, which is, as you said, partly even paid in by the employee, right? Because the employees will pay part of the retirement fund, and you know, so the point which is being discussed is that if both of them pay out, the municipality is trying to take one out or offsetting it. And you know, I think it's a very important question. I thank you for clarifying. Now it's very clear in my mind too, as well. So I appreciate those. The clarification. Thank you, Mr. Hart. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative Aurora. Yes, Senator Kushner, you have the floor now.
Thank you, and it's good to see you, Rick. I appreciate your comments here tonight. I was only involved in 2019 and 2020. I guess those were the 2 years you raised this bill. And clearly in 2019, we had a lot of things on our agenda and we didn't get to it, thinking we would do it in 2020. And of course, COVID impacted that greatly, and we weren't able to get through the bills that were so important in that session. So I'm glad to see you back here this year to testify on this bill. You've done a great deal to educate us about it. But I think one thing that maybe has increased our awareness even more is because of COVID. Throughout this period of COVID, we have looked to our first responders, our healthcare workers, with great admiration. And we have put out signs thanking them and calling them our heroes. And that's all really important and very well deserved. But I think what strikes me about this bill and the importance of doing something for our heroes is that when you risk your life, you sometimes get hurt. And some of your members have been, you know, permanently, partially disabled in a way that, you know, can be life-changing. And they should not suffer the economic consequence of having their pensions reduced as a result of that. And I think the most important thing you pointed out tonight that helps us to understand this is that it's unfairly being characterized as a wage, when in fact it's not a wage at all. It's a compensation for having risked their life and having been hurt on the job, and they should never be penalized for that. So I appreciate the education you brought to this issue for these last several years. Certainly, it was something I was not aware of previously, and you have my commitment that we will work very hard to get this done this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator.
All right, and I do believe that is it. So thank you so much for your testimony and your time, your commitment, your dedication. The firefighters are blessed to have you on their team. And as Senator Kushner said, we are working really hard to make sure we get this across the finish line for you all this year. So thank you again, Rick, and you have a great evening.
Thanks, you did too. Thank you very much, everyone.
You're welcome. Right, up next, we have retiree Felix Sambuco. You have the floor, sir.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Chairwoman, Representative Porter, and Senator Kushner, members of the Labor Public Employees Committee. I'm speaking in favor of passage of SB 836. My name is Felix Sambuco, and I am a retired member of the City of Waterbury Fire Department. I retired in 2012 when I was diagnosed with a degenerative heart condition and hypertension that was directly the result of my 26 years of service in the Waterbury Fire Department. Immediately upon my diagnosis, I notified the city of my condition, and I also notified the Workers' Compensation Commission, and I filed a claim for that injury. After consulting with my heart specialist, a decision was made to retire based on the damage to my heart and his concerns that should I continue in that employment, it would only further damage and strain my heart and possibly resulting in my premature demise. So I then applied for and received a service pension. Now, this is important because I did not retire with a disability pension. I retired with a service pension that was strictly based on my 26 years of service in the Waterbury Fire Department. During that process, as my attorney and the city reviewed my claim, it was finally agreed upon that the city of Waterbury would accept responsibility for my injury. And then the process began to determine the exact extent of the injury. So after many months of further examination and testing by both the city physician and my own heart specialist, they determined that I had a 15% disability, a permanent partial disability. I was then awarded a permanent partial disability award by the Workers' Compensation Commission. So at this point, I'm satisfied. I'm happy. This is going to be behind me. And then very promptly after that, I was notified by the city of Waterbury in a very nice letter that that permanent partial disability award for my injury was going to be offset by my pension, by my service pension that I had earned after 26 years of service, which basically resulted in my permanent partial disability award amounting to nothing, zero. Not 1 cent. So I say to myself, what does one have to do with the other? One is a service pension. The other is a disability award for an injury that I received while being employed. I frankly, I was stunned. So my opinion is that this arbitrary ordinance is merely nothing more than a money grab by the city to deny the employees their protections that are afforded to every other municipal employee in the state. It's as simple as that. I mean, the majority of the other state employees are covered by the workers' compensation laws, yet this law seems to not exist in the city of Waterbury. So with that, I will tell you that I've been retired now for over 8 years, and I'm currently involved in a lawsuit against the city of Waterbury that will hopefully be heard by the Supreme Court to rectify this injustice. This has been 8 years now. So 8 years fighting for an award that the city already accepted, only to hide behind this obscure ordinance. Now, I'm of the opinion that the city of Waterbury does this purposely. And I think part of their agenda is to hope that I die before the case is settled. It's already been 8 years and I've got a defective heart. So, but I continue to fight. And every year I go for an echocardiogram. My heart doctor monitors my progress or lack of progress, because this is not something that's going to heal itself. And unfortunately, this year, only 2 weeks ago, I went for my echocardiogram, and normally I get the call from the doctor and he says, okay, no need to see me, you're okay. That wasn't the case this year. He called me into his office to tell me that we will be doing open heart surgery this year on me. And it's not going to cure my problem. It is going to hopefully arrest the problem and give me a chance at a fuller, more normal life.
Excuse
So,
me, Mr. Sambuco.
yes.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes up. Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, well, so that's basically it. So in closing, let me say that, I appreciate the time to speak to the committee and voice my concerns. And the only other thing I would say in relation to this is that, ironically, had I not retired, instead, had I decided to stay on the city payroll and not retire, I would have received my full permanent disability award payment and my full weekly wage. So it's ironic that as a result of my retiring, I was penalized. So with that, if you have any questions or if I can be of any more help on this matter, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for your service. I apologize on behalf of this state and the municipality that has subjected you to such injustice. And I know that you're not the only one. I know that there are other firefighters that are being faced with the same thing that you're being faced with. I just find it really heart-wrenching. I can't believe that this is being done, that it has been a practice. Senator Cush and I both said, we weren't aware of this. And to find out that this is how people are doing business with those who go out as first responders and put their lives on the line, leave your family every day, not knowing if you're coming back. And to have that kind of service and then turn around and have your pension deducted by, a partial disability payment simply isn't fair. I mean, I don't know any other way to say it. I'm going to definitely keep you in my prayers. I hear what you're saying about going into surgery. Definitely will be lifting you up. But as I pray for you, I'm going to also have my hands on the plow and be grinding to make sure that we get this over the finish line. You have no idea. I say there's so much power in story and what you shared with us. I hope, that those that are listening, not just the members of this committee, but the members of the General Assembly as a collective, understand how important this piece of legislation is, and not that the rest of them aren't, but this is really a pressing issue, and you all deserve to be made whole, and we are committed. As Senator Kushner said, we are wholeheartedly committed to getting this across the finish line this year.
Well, I thank you very much for that, and I appreciate your kind words. And if I could just say one last thing in closing, and it's just an observation of mine, and what you have just said, and the thanks that you've given to myself and other firefighters and emergency responders is very touching. But I'm reminded of a number of funeral services that I've attended for members of our fire department, not only in the city of Waterbury, but in 9/11 and throughout my career. But most importantly, the ones that I've been involved with personally in the Waterbury Fire Department. And what always struck me was the number of city politicians, state and local politicians, legislators, members of the political community, always made sure that they were front and center of those services and had a prominent place, always up front in the front pews, making sure they're seen, and then later making sure they're heard when they speak so glowingly about our service and about our sacrifice and what we do. And yet, when it comes time, after the cameras are put away and after the speakers have gone and after the public has left, and we are standing graveside or standing beside the families of those who have sacrificed, they don't have the decency to do something as simple as paying us, or not even paying us, I shouldn't say that, trying to make us whole for something or an injury that we received in service to that city. I will forever be grateful for my service, and I loved every day that I did it. But quite honestly, it has left a very bitter taste in my mouth to know that in the end of my career, I was treated with such disdain. But for yourself and members of your committee and those of us who are in support of this, I can't say thank you enough. Thank you.
I thank you again. And I think Senator Cabrera said it best a few days ago. You know, we want to talk about heroes, but we don't get to call them heroes until we treat them like heroes. And that is truly the mission of this committee, to honor you all in more than just word, but in action. And you deserve that, you and all your fellow brothers and sisters. So please rest assured that we are doing our best to make this happen. And I'm hoping and praying that this is the year it happens.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You have a blessed evening. Thank you so much.
You as well.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Connecticut Team Leader of Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, Mr. Steve Kennedy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Steve Kennedy. I'm a resident of Fairfield, and I'm here in my capacity as Connecticut Team Leader for Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. But before I get to my testimony for IAVA, I just want to express my personal support for HB 5158, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace. You're going to hear from my wife later on this bill, so we're still awake for it. And having seen the difficulties she's faced breastfeeding our 4 kids while working full time, I don't think I could possibly understate the need for change in this area. She's the hardest working person that I know, and she works for an employer that's actually known for being accommodating of working parents, but it took just an incredible amount of effort on her part to make it work. I mean, I like to think that I'm a pretty hard-working person, but I could not have done what she did at all. And I can't imagine how many people have been either unable to continue breastfeeding or have been kept out of the workplace altogether because it's still not a welcoming space for people who are breastfeeding. So I just wanted to express my support for that.
Thank you.
But yeah, so turning to HB 6377, an act concerning labor peace agreements in a modern and equitable cannabis workforce. I want to express IAVA's support for this measure with the recommendation that certain veterans be included in the equity provisions of the bill. Similar to a criminal conviction, less than honorable discharges based on the use of cannabis follow veterans for their entire lives. These veterans are more likely to experience unemployment and homelessness. They suffer from service-connected mental health conditions at greater rate. They die by suicide at twice the rate of their peers with honorable discharges. These discharges are also given to disproportionate numbers of veterans of color, LGBTQ veterans, and veterans with mental health conditions. So even though the CHRO has issued guidance warning that this may violate anti-discrimination laws, many employers use honorable only policies in regard to hiring veterans, which further perpetuates that disparate impact and contributes to those same negative outcomes. So including veterans with less than honorable discharges for cannabis-related offenses in the equity provisions of the bill would remedy this injustice and create potentially life-changing economic opportunities for these veterans in much the same way as the proposed legislation would for civilians with prior cannabis-related convictions. So we ask that the committee recognize that like individuals with such criminal convictions, less than honorably discharged veterans are often among those who have suffered most from the harmful effects of prohibition. And we'd be happy to work with the committee to ensure that these veterans are included as this legislation moves forward. And finally, I just want to briefly offer support as well for HB 6376. So in response to Iraq and Afghanistan veterans and current service members, even the military has begun to modify its grooming standards to acknowledge the racism inherent in its current standards. And if an institution like the military, which has an explicit goal of enforcing conformity, can introduce protections for Black service members who wear their hair in natural styles, it's beyond me why a state like Connecticut should not be able to as well. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wow, thank you for that. And I'm gonna call on Senator Kushner so that we can move this along. But I really do appreciate your testimony on all the bills, the breastfeeding, definitely, and what you just stated about the military really resonates. So thank you for sharing that with us, Representative. Senator Kushner, you have the floor, ma'am.
Well, Steve, you just blew me away. We've had so much testimony today from so many different individuals. We've been at it all day long. But there's something new to learn from almost every one of the people who has testified, and you brought to the table a new perspective that I really appreciate. I would love to help, and I'm sure Representative Porter and I would be happy to facilitate bringing you to the table with the other advocates for equity, because you point out
Thank you.
And I look forward to hearing from your wife, because based on your performance, I'm imagining that she's also going to be very interesting.
All right, thank you, Senator Kushner. And before I call Representative Aurora, I'm going to turn this over to you, and I will be back in a few. Thank you.
Representative Aurora, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for your testimony. You know, as you are concise and powerful, and you know, I really appreciate all you said. And you know, I just want to talk about one bill, which is 6377. And for a moment, I want you to kind of my opinion would be that Section 29, which you really focus your testimony on, you know, is something which really, you know, has strong consensus. And for myself, I really believe strongly that that is something that has to be done. I just don't think that's a Labor Committee issue, but because, you know, someone else pointed out that it is in front of the Labor Committee, it has been drafted in the Labor Committee, looks like a duck, walks like a duck, then we have to do it, right? So, but I thought, you know, your point was well taken. We are going to, we all think that the idea that somebody, because they had a marijuana violation, would have those consequences, just doesn't make any sense anymore, or never made sense, but especially with what we have, it doesn't make sense. My question to you is that bill is coupled up with 20, or actually there's 34 sections, or 30 some sections. There are 33 other sections. So our discussion, or our kind of probing, or my probing, has been on the other sections. And since you did spend time looking at the bill, you know, and for a moment think about, hey, I am a big supporter of Section 29, because I do believe that what you're saying is basically is not speculative. There's nothing to, we have to support that we have to decriminalize. We have to make sure folks who have that, you know, cannot get punished that way, or what has been done. But my question to you is, the other 28 sections, or the other 32 sections, do you have a view on those? Because we do believe that this is going to kill the industry, number one, if you start over-regulating it. And there was confusion here. Some other member mentioned that regulation of the use versus regulation of the industry. Regulation of the use, good thing. Regulation of the industry and overall, not the greatest thing, especially when it take you to more than the regular regulations. Similarly, you know, taking and focusing, you know, even, you know, I would ask you a question: should we focus folks who have served in the military and encourage them to go to grow and sell marijuana versus other businesses, right? And should there be a priority on this? You know, or should we be neutral, or should we actually discourage, hey, marijuana in favor of technology and others? Because as you know, veterans bring so much to the table in terms of you know, their skill set. So can you please talk to other aspects other than 29? Because 29, we are with you. We will have all of our support. But can we have your opinion on the other parts of the bill, which seem to be, you know, very detrimental to a number of things?
Sure. So, I mean, first, I'd say I can't speak to every section of this bill as representative of IAVA. I mean, just because it is outside of our area of expertise. You know, I can't speak to, you know, how labor agreements will work here. Although, you know, I have personal opinions about it, but I can't speak to that as representative of IAVA. What I can say is that, you know, our focus actually has been on sections 2 and 30, where the bill, in our understanding at least, is to make an investment in the people who have been impacted by the prohibition of cannabis. And that's why we want to make sure that as we're doing that, we are including veterans who've been impacted by that prohibition within the military as well as in the civilian context. So that's kind of been our focus. I think that when you take a veteran who served the country and then gets kicked out, stripped of all their benefits simply for possession of cannabis, which certainly happens, it's fair to give them a little bit more support maybe than somebody who has not had that experience as we open up this industry. And then as far as directing people into certain industries, things like that, I would argue that Connecticut actually does do quite a good job supporting veterans. That's one thing that we've always been really proud to support with, to work along with Connecticut's Veterans Affairs Committee and our state Department of Veterans Affairs. I think that I don't think there's another state in the country I would rather be as a veteran. We do have a lot of ways of supporting veterans here already, and I think that this is a very strong addition to those supports.
It does gladden my heart to hear what you said, that we do a reasonable job supporting veterans, because because at the we do have to understand that they have put everything on the line for us. So I thank you for actually offering that. I still want to probe a little more. Do you really believe that the right way to right that wrong, that something is to encourage them in that same industry? We don't have to do the same thing, because it is an addictive material. It's not criminal, agreed, but it's still addictive. Do you want them in that business? Do you want to give them incentives to be in that business? Do you want to make sure that, and as you said, they have seen many veterans have done such great things that they have so much other opportunity where we can encourage them to go. And same thing, it can't be like for like, right? Nobody is disagreeing that there is some harm done. But the like for like, that the same industry, we want to support an industry. Do you not feel that that may have adverse consequences? Don't you feel the risk of it, as I do?
I mean, I would argue that we're not necessarily offering incentives to them to do it, rather than making up for the current disincentives. So without some sort of provision for a veteran who's been disadvantaged so severely because of their impact from this current system, to provide them some kind of support there provides equity, as the provisions say. I wouldn't say that it makes a veteran any more likely than an average person to go into this industry. I would say that it makes it possible.
Okay, I think there is always a little bit kind of a confusion between Section 30 and other sections, because Section 30, again, I agree with you. The whole idea is that, you have to check that and you have to rectify that, but the rectification process, or the rectification remedy, remedy cannot be encourage them to go in that business. Maybe we differ on that. First of all, I thank you for your service. I support the sections which you specifically mentioned, but I do humbly want to point out that there is a lot of risk and possible harm to communities from some of the other sections which we need to avoid. But thank you again for being here. I know it's late and we've been asking a lot of questions of a lot of our participants here, but we do appreciate your patience. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the podium here.
Thank you, Representative Aurora. And thank you, Steve, for being here tonight. I see no further hands, but we do appreciate your testimony, and we'll absolutely make sure that it is under consideration by the committee and hopefully by the other advocates in the equity at the equity table. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brandon Wyatt. Is Brandon here? Brandon Wyatt with Minority Cannabis Business Association. Okay, I do not see him at this time. I know it's been a long day and we may see him later, and if so, we will bring him back. Next, I have Luis Vega from Wepa Farms. He's the CEO. There you are, Luis. Is it Luis or Louis? Oh, you have to unmute.
Hello, my name is Luis Vega. Puerto Rican descent, living here in Connecticut and doing amazing thing. Thank you so much for you guys taking all your time today to talk about this. My name is Luis Vega. I'm the CEO of Huepa Hemp Farms, talking today in support of HB 6377. I am part of the Connecticut Hemp Program currently. I'm a licensed processor as well as producer. I am from Meriden, Connecticut. It's where I live. I work in a couple different districts in the state as a licensed producer. I help manage different contracts throughout the state and permits throughout the state. I was featured in Forbes, Yahoo Finance, and a couple other, and most recently Hemp Growers Magazine. I'm a member of the Meriden Chamber of Commerce, the Monroe Chamber of Commerce, and the Valley Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a member of Lambda Alpha Upsilon Fraternity Incorporated and an alumni of the University of New Haven and UConn for my undergraduate and my postgraduate degrees. I entered into the CBD hemp field and the cannabis industry due to my own personal medical conditions. I have Crohn's disease, and cannabis and CBD has been something that's always helped me in my life. But ultimately, I'm talking in support of this bill because as a young entrepreneur, I was able to enter into the hemp space. And doing so, I was able to create 40 jobs. I was able to create fair wages for my employees through the licenses that I acquired through the Department of Consumer Protection and the Department of Agriculture. With the new procedures coming in and the other bills that have passed in the last couple of years, allowing hemp to be a viable industry here in the state of Connecticut, allowing us to create jobs, allowing us to open up more workforce, allowing us to create more commerce, and actually allowing us to work with our farm service agencies, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and basically gearing up for full production of what can go into the cannabis space. My biggest thing as a Latino here in the state and as a member of the Minority Cannabis Business Association and Minorities for Medical Marijuana, this bill helps address many things for our communities. As a CEO of a company that now has created more jobs for the community, we pay higher than minimum wages. We get to pay tons of taxes to the great state of Connecticut, and I absolutely love from here. I was raised in New York City. I was born in Chicago, and I have made Connecticut my home. I absolutely love it here. It's where I got married. It's where I had my children. It's where I've decided to continue my life and my business. Through this program, the amount of jobs I've been able to create for people that look like me in the Black and brown community, people re-entering, people that don't necessarily get a chance to do anything, really because of some of the restrictions that are placed on them. We have many veterans come to our farms that we work for plant therapy. They'll actually spend the day, come out, work with the plant things, and actually see what goes on soup to nuts. So being able to be a Connecticut producer and processor, we've been able to build out our labs. The infrastructure that we've been able to build out, we've been able to take up vacant buildings that were not being rented, and we now create more spaces. We are a full fulfillment center. And as this industry continues to grow, the amount of jobs that we're able to create in our workplace, we've seen that cannabis was COVID proof ultimately. And I'm not asking for a handout. I'm not asking for a hand up. I just want to be able to compete in the exact same arenas as everybody that's competing currently. We have 4 medical producers where there's actually 10 licenses.
Mr. Vega, your 3 minutes is up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, I want to show my support for HB 6377. It will be able to create fair and equitable jobs. We'll be able to have culturally conscious workplaces, and we'll be able to grow opportunity for even the small person. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. And I don't see any hands at this time. I will say I appreciate hearing from you. I have a very similar experience, having been born in the Midwest, then moved to New York City as a young adult, and then made my home here in Connecticut. After 30 years, I can safely say I am going to stay in Connecticut forever. So I appreciate your devotion to Connecticut. I share your passion for the state and all that we can do. And I also really appreciate your shout out to Puerto Rico, which I worked in for many, many years. And I think that the opportunities that you talk about, creating jobs and good jobs with good benefits, is exactly what we're about here today. So I really appreciate your testimony, and I look forward to seeing you as this industry grows. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
Click the link, and this, I would set you up with a page like this to help raise money, or you can just donate to that.
Julie, you're muted.
So you couldn't hear me, and I was thinking I couldn't hear you. I was just saying thank you for being with us tonight. Karima Mickens, you have the floor. Did I say your name correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Representative Porter, Senator Kushner, and distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Karima Mickens Weber, and I'm a proud resident of Hamden and the chairperson for Ella's Fun Pack. I'm here today to express my strong support for the House Bill 6376, creating a respectful and open world for natural hair, the Crown Act. I am asking for your swift action to make the Crown Act law in the state of Connecticut. By making this bill law, you will help facilitate an end to the racial injustice of discrimination against people because of their hair. You've heard the statistics, but I feel they're worth repeating. The Dove 2019 Crown Research Study identified that a Black woman is 80% more likely to change her natural hair to meet social norms or expectations at work. Black women are 1.5 times more likely to be sent home or know of a Black woman sent home from the workplace because of her hair. In the United States, the law in many states does not currently afford protection for race-based hair discrimination, even if the hairstyle is inherent to racial identity. That means Black women can be denied opportunities for employment or professional advancement without consequence. It means Black children can be denied entry into school or educational opportunities because of their natural hair. This is a problem. This bill is personal for me. I worked in corporate America for 20 years, and throughout my career, I struggled with assimilating. I had the constant stress and discomfort of planning my business trips and determining how I would show up and present myself. I was already one of the few Black women in the room, and when I dared to show up with my hair in its natural state, it became a huge distraction. At the time, I didn't really think about it. It was just what I did, what I saw other Black women do. Today, I embrace my natural hair fully, and I want other Black women and men and children to have the freedom to do the same if they choose. Today, there are 7 states across the country who have taken this action, including our neighbors in New York and New Jersey. My ask is that Connecticut joins them by making this bill law. Show the Black women, men, and children of Connecticut that they have every right to show up as the full expression of themselves and that their hair should not be a barrier. The time is now. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And I see the hand went up right away of Representative Porter. I'm guessing she has something to say to you that I'm anxious to hear as well.
Well, I'm not going to say much. I just want to say thank you, Karima. Thank you for all that you do in our community with Ella's Fun Pack, with the DTC, your involvement across community, and your investment in people. Thank you for hanging in there with us this evening. Your testimony is definitely critical to what we're trying to do. There's power in story, and I thank you for sharing your story and the struggle that you've had. And it is my hope, as well as Senator Kushner's and the rest of the Labor Committee, that we get this done so that we can create a liberating space for Black and Brown women, men, and children. The time is now. It's long overdue, and we have the power to make it happen. And I'm hoping that you would just that. So thank you so much, Karima. I appreciate being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And Rep. Porter, I just want to let you know you are having a little bit of audio trouble, but we do hear you. And Karima, thank you for testifying. I feel that we are very fortunate to have this platform so that so many voices can be heard, beautiful voices that have really shared stories that are very personal and then also bring to us the possibility of hope for a better future. So I really appreciate your words and your being here tonight. Thank you for hanging in there. Okay, seeing no further hands, I will now call on Grant Ellis from Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, the president. Grant, are you here? Yes, I see you.
I am, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for holding this hearing, and to yourself and to Representative Porter and to the ranking members and to the honorable members of the committee. Thank you for hearing all of today's testimony. I'm here today in support of a specific bill, 6377, but I also have been listening since 10 in the morning. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who came out and provided testimony, and to all the members of the legislature for listening. This is the very best of our republic in action, and it really is an honor to see it play out. I will say I support the Crown Act. I was so grateful to learn so much about it today, and I hope you will move forward with that. It's such an important bill and an important cause. On Bill 6377, there's been so much important said today, and I will note that I am from Massachusetts. I'm testifying today in support of this bill for a number of reasons. One, because the lessons we learned in Massachusetts are reflected in this bill. And Jason Ortiz, the president of the Minority Cannabis Business Association, I think did an excellent job providing an overview as to the insights. In particular, what we saw in Massachusetts that this bill addresses is a number of things. One, without being intentional about equity, the market will end up consolidated in the hands of a few multinational and multi-state operators. And in that way, it will become much akin to Standard Oil in the late 1800s, early 1900s, before, they were really regulated in the after the passage of the Sherman Antitrust Act. So I heard a lot said today about how overregulation can kill an industry. But in Massachusetts, if we did not have that level of regulation, the centralization that would have occurred would have drowned out everyone but the largest operators. So this type of novel emerging industry does have the chance to be regulated in a way which wards off that kind of consolidation. Another element of the bill that I think is crucial is the Section 14, which is the personal use and cultivation. I am a disabled and homebound medical cannabis patient. In 2014, I was a graduate student at Boston College studying to get a degree in political philosophy. I fell disabled about 4 years into that graduate work and spent 18 months in and out of the hospital. When I got out of the hospital, I had trigeminal neuralgia, I had lost vision in one of my eyes, and I was on 8 different narcotic medications. My doctors introduced cannabis 12 months into my treatment, and within a year, I was off all of those narcotic medications. If I had to purchase that medication at a brick and mortar medical or adult use dispensary on my SSDI, it would be 50% of my monthly stipend for 1 ounce of cannabis flower per month. By being able to grow it at home, I can grow in Massachusetts as a medical patient 6 to 12 plants, depending on how many adults are in my home. By being able to grow it at home, that price goes down to $30 to $40 an ounce, and I can actually use cannabis medication, which means I don't have to rely on the pharma-narcotics, and I can actually have a functional life. So that home grow provision I also think is crucial, along with the equity provisions. And another provision that wasn't really discussed a lot is Section 24 and Section 25. folks might be familiar, in Massachusetts, we have a huge issue with local corruption, to the point where our U.S. Attorney General Andrew Lelling had to start investigating the abuses on the local level, because small local companies and big companies were being taken advantage of by municipal officials. There's one federal case, US v. Correa, which is actually ongoing right now, and there are a multitude of other investigations into local cities and towns. So local control is an important element of determining how cannabis businesses will function in any state, and I do implore you to give deference to local cities and towns, and that also will help determine the number
Mr.
of.
Ellis?
Sorry.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes up. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, so that local control will help mitigate the number of licenses, but make sure there's state level oversight of the local control to ward off nefarious malfeasance. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that testimony. It's great to hear from a neighbor who's already been through some of this and has had some experience. So I appreciate your comments here tonight. I do see we have a hand. We have Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. I really do appreciate your testimony. You know, I would like to, since you have a lot of experience, and we have been trying to think about Massachusetts, and they've been ahead in a bunch of in the regulatory kind of changes. You know, I think it's important to kind of learn from them in some sense. Now, I want to ask you, are you advocating, because perhaps, we did have 10 bills to go through. Are you advocating that, home growing should be allowed for cannabis for recreational and medicinal purposes? Because I don't think that is in our bill.
I'm supporting section 14 of the bill, Representative.
Section 14, which basically says that any person 21 years, no, that says they should not be arrested for growing marijuana in their residence.
6 plants, I believe, Representative, yes.
So, do you perceive, in your case, I think it's clear that you were able to grow it, reduce your cost. It looked like it was necessary, it had very strong positive benefits for you, which I'm so glad to hear, that you were able to sort out, the challenges you were facing. My question is, do you think it's okay, it's reasonable for everyone to grow 6 plants, both from an industry perspective, both from a fact that, some people may, after you grow the plants, not process it properly? Do you think that's a reasonable element of this bill where, we would allow everybody to grow their own marijuana? We don't allow everybody to roll their own cigarettes. We don't allow everybody to, do many things. Roll their own cigarettes, meaning, make certain medications, especially, right? You are talking to it in a medicinal, you refer to it in a medicinal context. So don't you think it's a little dangerous, because, then we cannot even regulate how much somebody is consuming. We do want to make sure, I'm assuming, I really have never been in I love wine, but I've never been in marijuana. So I have no idea whether there are certain levels which are dangerous. I know that over 4 ounces of wine are dangerous, and so on and so forth. Are there certain proportions which are dangerous, or certain joint size? What is that? What is the 10 milligrams or 10 grams? If you can educate us, what is dangerous? How do we control that if we allow everybody to do their own?
So I appreciate your questions, Representative, and I do think they are all related. First, I would say the lesson we learned in Massachusetts is where there is contamination in cannabis, both adult use and medical use, is in the regulated market, unfortunately. People cut corners, people try to cover things up. It's the classic story of companies trying to save a dollar by avoiding public health regulations. So a lot of patients and adult use consumers will say that they have more control over the cannabis they're producing when it's done in home, much like a vegetable garden or something to that effect. In Massachusetts, we can have 2 barrels of wine per year per household. That's an older tradition that dates back to the 1700s. In any event, the other distinction you asked about was medical use versus adult use. And the reality is that most medical patients cannot get a medical card. And I'd venture almost all cannabis use that would occur in the adult use context would have some medicinal intent. There's a number of people who use cannabis socially or would consider it social use, but they don't realize perhaps the medicinal benefits they're getting. It also ties into the last element of your question, which is what is the toxicity level and is there an LD50? There is no LD50 of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol. They tried to find the LD50 with the lethal dose 50. It refers to at what point will you kill 50 out of 100 test subjects based on the level of dosage administered. That doesn't exist for cannabis. They actually tried to find the level and suffocated a poor monkey before they were able to find the LD50 of delta-9. So I feel terrible. I'm an animal lover, and it hurts me to say that, but that's what happened. In any event, so there's no LD50. And so that is not so much a concern. The question, though, is in a single dose, what method of administration will pair best with what dosage? Edibles, for example, are going to be far more potentiated as to the effects than, for example, sublimation, which is vaporization, or combustion, which is smoking. What I found is that while there's no danger beyond falling asleep of overconsumption of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, it does take time for a medical patient or adult use user to find what works for them. But that experimentation process is something that only takes maybe 5 to 7 days, and folks are then sort of dialed in. That's how I would say that.
Okay, I understand. So what you're saying, how, the two questions I have. One is, so there's no risk of OD, it appears to me, that, you can basically smoke as much as you want, eat as much as you want. That's what you're saying. I have no information, I'm not an expert I'm a legislator, not an expert on marijuana health or what you would say bio impact, or what you're saying, I'm going to take your word, that it has no impact. You can eat or smoke as much as you want, or in vaporized or combusted form. The question is, what about if you basically engage in activity like drive? That would be an issue, right? If you drove when you had more than certain amounts of marijuana, I think you are impaired, or would that be correct though, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a lot like any drugged driving statute. The distinction between ethanol and BAC and a drug driving statute obviously being observable impairment. And yes, it does introduce a level of subjectivity, but I think observable impairment in particular when there's related training, while it cannot supplant an objective test, maybe there will be one day, it does allow an officer to say, well, you've clearly taken, too much of your pain medicine or too much of your cannabis based on how you are impaired at this moment. So
is there some standards available out there to recommend that do not, just like, for example, for alcohol, there are, that you should not have more than, and I don't know, what are the units here? 10 grams of marijuana every 2 hours or 4 hours before you are not allowed to drive, or you should basically give the keys over to your spouse?
No, there is no measure of cannabis in the blood or otherwise that would indicate or be tied to impairment. We may get there one day. So right now, all we have is, as I was mentioning, like a drugged driving arrest would occur. There is observable field sobriety tests, and that training develops, the police agencies will oftentimes develop their own training and material for cannabis intoxication. And we found that they work with the Cannabis Control Commission for best practices, and they seem to like that.
But there is no element of advisory that, because, sometimes people who are actually consuming alcohol or for that matter, cannabis or marijuana would say, well, hey, how much do I do before, it's not safe to drive? and obviously it depends upon the weight, I'm assuming, but let's assume you can say a normal man, an American man weighs one X, I don't even know how much American man, but 170 pounds, you should only smoke 10 grams or 1 gram, or what is it?
Well, I think it's much like, Representative, if you broke your leg and you were prescribed 10 milligrams of oxycodone, the doctor would say, this is your first time using oxycodone, you should not drive. If you were on that medication for 4 months, you would be driving on that dose. And I think that's the nuance that is there. But when an objective test in the blood level or whatever it may be comes about, then that question, I think, becomes a lot more relevant.
So what you're saying is that, you get acclimatized to it, and so you can do more and more of it. So let's say, once again, is it in grams or milligrams when we talk about the?
It depends on your method of consumption. If you were talking about, you wouldn't measure smoking, combustion, or vaporization in anything but grams. But when you're eating edibles, that would be measured in milligrams.
Thank you. That's right. You're educating me in marijuana, really out here, as I need to be, because we're going to have to, debate and vote on this law. So you're saying, okay, there is certain grams which we can combust or vaporize. But, you're saying that, listen, you could start with 10 milligrams, but, hey, if there's somebody who smokes or who vaporizes and smokes marijuana all the time, he could be doing 100 milligrams or something like that. Or, and so you really do a test in terms of the stability or and so on and so forth. My question to you is, do you think that there are enough studies out there that, certain high doses, high amount of consumption, like 100 milligram or 200 milligram, 100 grams to 200 grams of smoking will do impact the brain or certain longer term impact on the body, and should we be considerate about that so that at least we put some kind of a up limit on it, or up, at least as an advisory, if not as a law? Because, last thing we want to do is end up, 10 years from now or 40 years from now and say, hey, listen, these 4 million people who consume more than 50 milligrams a day, we just didn't tell them. They just got increasingly acclimatized to higher and higher levels of this thing. And so, is there any research out there which we can rely on? Because that's why I'm a believer of go slow.
An excellent question. So the research is increasing in number and depth every day because more states are legalizing research. So 2 segments of your question, and one I just quickly tied into something you had mentioned earlier. We have 2 different types of research. One, the research shows that in states that have expanded access to adult and medical use cannabis, this was in JAMA Pediatrics, I'll be happy to send you the study, there is an 8 to 10% decrease in teen and young adult cannabis use in those states. And the reason for this is that the thrill is gone. Not to quote the Eagles, but I do like them. But the thrill is gone. And so that results in a substantial and prevalent decrease in youth consumption. The second question, which I believe you were referring to, which is, are there studies that show the long-term effect of high potency usage? Yes. And right now those studies show not damage, but potential for damage in youth use, which is why it's so good that youth consumption rate is going down. And the other element of that is, which I hope is not forgotten about, there are children with things like the Dravet syndrome, which can induce something like 300 seizures a day. And they need high potency cannabis to reduce that syndrome. So when you say advisory or law, I'd always caution to go with an advisory so that the special use cases are always protected.
Understood. So what you're saying is that there are certain levels which there is some initial research can lead to brain damage, but that may be above 20 or 50 milligrams grams a day. But however, there are some usages which are medicinal. But we're going to leave medicinal aside here for a little bit, because we are talking really about non-medicinal recreational use. And and the final question I would have is, you mentioned about what you call the standard oil paradigm. Economics is indeed, I that's one of my passions, so as to say. And my question is does this industry offer anything for a monopolistic situation? in a sense that this industry is really, there's no barriers to entry, right? It's not as if, you know, hey, listen, you can, just as you said, you know, people can grow it at their home. You know, it's not as if processing is a limitation. Is the processing a limitation? That let's say if I as an individual grow it, before I consume it, do I have to have an expensive processing plant or a methodology?
Yeah, and you know, some people will tell you in Massachusetts it takes $2.5 million to get through the license application process for an adult use license, and that's true but misleading. If you want to get operational, you're looking at like $50 to $75 million of capitalization. And then your question about, is there a propensity towards monopolization? Yes. It's no different than what happened with J.D. Rockefeller in Cleveland in the late 1800s with the deals he made with the railroads. If you like economics, there was an incentive for the railroads to give him a better rate, run all his independent oil town competition out of town. And then he ended up being able to pay the railroads full rate after he was the only refinery game left in town nationwide. And that's why the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1897 was passed. We have a chance in this industry to preempt us getting there. We know there are J.D. Rockefellers and J.P. Morgans out there. We know what they're going to do. We know their playbook. So preempt their playbook. Don't necessarily give a monopoly to someone else, but put in rational, reasonable controls, license limits, municipal and local control, suitability review determinations at the regulatory level for ownership, and then ensure that it's not just ownership of these companies that's getting looked at, but control. Because these companies will attempt to pretend that they don't own a company while controlling a whole slew of companies. So those are the recommendations I'd give to do some trust busting.
Tell me more about the railroads in equivalent in your business, you know, because railroads were controlled the amount you could transfer from the fields to the refining. As a matter of fact, it was as much the railroad, as much the equally by the refining capacity based on the history of that business. What are the railroads that you control? The land, you control processing? What do you control?
Yeah, so there are two types of cannabis licensing. You can either be vertically integrated, which is to say you cultivate, manufacture, and produce and do retail and delivery all under the same license. That is how it is for medical in Massachusetts, as an example. Your bill and how adult use functions in Massachusetts is a deverticalized format of that, where each license category entities can apply for on their own. So in Massachusetts, each entity or company can own up to 3 licenses in each type. So 3 cultivation, 3 manufacturing, 3 retail, 2 delivery. So when you say what's the railroad in this sense is the ability of companies to cultivate political and financial relationships that allow them to navigate the complex regulatory hurdles needed to open the business to begin with. And that's what you have to work on breaking up. Hence why it's so important to give assistance to communities and applicants that were harmed by the drug war, because they cannot use their connections with municipal and state officials to get through the application process. And therefore, they will never own a business if you're not intentional about those programs.
So your point of view is that it's not really the railroad, it's not an economic process. What you're saying is that it's the regulatory capture, that they will be able to buy all the licenses, and then because the licenses are going to be limited, you know, even if it's a larger number, if we have 10, then 10 can be, I think we said we had 18 in the case of medicinal. So those 18s get bought out by Rockefeller or JP Morgan or Morgan, you know, not JP Morgan, and then, you know, nobody else has the Mr. Ortiz doesn't have a chance in the world to compete with them. Is that the real question?
Yes, and my smile came from the fact that over the past 3 years of getting involved with grassroots activism, my new favorite word is regulatory capture, because that is the word of the day. So.
No, we don't like, you know, we are the legislators. I hope you don't call it legislator capture. You know, you might use that term, but jokes aside here, you know, the question which you're saying is that if you basically grow it yourself, you can actually process it yourself as well. So, you know, I didn't know that, you know, I'm not a marijuana expert and I've never smoked or eaten or done anything with it. So does it really mean that, you know, you basically grow a plant like I grow my cilantro, and you basically then convert it into you crush it, or do you have to process it? Or
No, well, yeah. So it could, most 90%, 95% of adult use users are patients. What you would do is, spend 6 to 9 months growing this plant. You got to watch it. It becomes like your baby, metaphorically. And then you have to cure it for 60 days. So it's an investment of your time, a labor of love. Then at the end of that process, you either have flour that you could combust. My throat's collapsing, for example, my esophagus and airway penetrate into each other. So I have to vaporize that flour, crushed flour. Or you could take something like a t-shirt press. I don't know if you've ever seen like a heated t-shirt press to press decals onto a t-shirt. You can use that same concept in a solventless extraction to what's called concentrate your cannabis preparation. So you take the cannabis flowers, you press them in the t-shirt press, and it comes out in this concentrated form that has no tar and that you can sublimate or vaporize in a way that won't harm your lungs. And some patients do that, but a very small number.
No.
Can excuse me, Representative Aurora, I hate to interrupt, but I do want to make an announcement for the public. It is 7:30 and we are on the 45th witness here. And I appreciate the amount of knowledge you bring to this hearing process, Mr. Ellis. I do want to assure the public that we are going to continue and get to every person on this list. I do want to remind committee members that part of the process of a public hearing is that we get to hear from people who have certain expertise, and certainly Mr. Ellis is one of those folks. And generally, we ask them to be brief, and we keep our comments and our questions brief so that we have an opportunity to hear everyone in the public. I know that that may seem confining, but the process has worked for many, many years in hearings. And I do want to say that we're fortunate as legislators to have the ability to contact each one of these wonderful witnesses after the hearing and get further information that will help us make decisions and gain more knowledge where we have certain deficits. And so I appreciate your questions, Representative Aurora, but I hope you will keep in mind that we really do want to hear from all of our witnesses tonight, and that while I have learned a great deal from this conversation, I also know that I can contact Mr. Ellis after the hearings and be thoroughly briefed on all the questions that I might have. So with that in mind, I return the floor to you, Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The real point is that of a public hearing is that we can definitely call Mr. Ellis, but my constituents can't. The 3.5 million people in Connecticut can't. This is their only opportunity to have information from somebody as knowledgeable as him, and and the other 100 people who have been knowledgeable as him. And the purpose of the
Please
public
continue then. I appreciate your comments, but please continue. You have every right to ask as many questions as you want, and I'm sure every member of the public that is waiting will understand that you are sincere in wanting to understand all of this much better than you currently do. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really always appreciate your indulgence in me. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. I do understand. My concern really here is that you presented a very complicated process, which obviously you are super on top of it. But the worry is that if there were, if 3.5 million people in Connecticut were allowed to do it, is there somebody who would basically take the process and not be able to manage it? Because it does look very complicated. You have to realize once you do something over and over, it becomes very simple, right? The things which I do, which are very intricately complicated, but people are like, how do you do it, man? So my viewpoint here is that from your perspective, this is a very simple process. But is it possible that people who are if we allow 3.5 million people to do it, many people might do it wrong and have more tar. I don't even know what that is, but have more tar or stuff which will hurt them. It will hurt their lungs, and and then we are basically have lawsuits and this and that. And the legislator says, why did you approve it, Mr. Aurora? Or why did you vote for it, Mr. Aurora? I want you to basically give us a little color or a little bit of your knowledge as to, hey, listen, how much can it go wrong? This seems to be a complicated process. Maybe they need, you only need to leave it to some experts, or is it that everybody can do it?
I'm sorry, I'm going to interject as the chair of the Labor Committee in the House. And I'm going to make a statement, and I want to make this statement only once. I've tried to be clear about this. I know that Senator Kushner just made a statement. We need to be precise. We need to be concise. If we have questions, let's ask the questions. I want us to shorten the dialogue. And I'm saying this on behalf of the many texts that I'm getting. People have been very patient with us, okay? Very patient with us. And I understand that your constituents, our constituents, everyone wants to hear the testimony. So if there's a question, Representative Aurora, please get to the question and let's move on. Thank you.
Representative Aurora, I think the very quick answer to your question is part of that is education and making sure that people have access to material to know what they're doing. And part of that is public awareness campaigns by the regulatory agency. And the other part of it is that it is like growing a plant. And so, yes, growing a plant can go wrong. You could contaminate the plant, but access to things like testing labs and education will make sure that that does not happen in a prevalent manner.
So I will keep my question short because you see my my chair is gonna has asked me, instructed me to keep the question short. But should we basically allow or mandate training for anybody who basically goes and who's allowed to grow it, or because that's what you said?
I mean, in Massachusetts, we've had home grow for 3.5 years. We've had no incidents. We've had incidents where people rented out a full house and tried to grow 5,000 plants and they were caught within a week. So would I say have safeguards in place for that? Yes. And I think, that's important. But do you need safeguards for growing 6 plants? No. I think the worst thing that could happen is someone has mold on their plant and they need education from the regulatory agency to spot that mold. And that's part of a public awareness campaign that happens in Massachusetts, and I would hope happens in Connecticut as well.
Is it often that people do not, because it's impossible to monitor this, that people who basically start with 6 and end up with 60? Is that something we've seen in Massachusetts?
No, what we've seen is that people stick to the limit because they know that's where their protection is, and they'd much rather just stay in that protection and do another crop cycle. One patient never really will need more than 6 to 12 plants unless they have a special circumstance. So most people are very happy to stay within the law, stay within the limit, and go about their business.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ellis. I really do appreciate the knowledge you bring, and for myself and my my constituents. While I'm quite disturbed by the aggressive need to not go through these, but I appreciate your time, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I have Representative Winkler.
Yes. First, I just wanted to correct one thing. We do allow people to roll their own cigarettes in this state. In fact, I've noticed in a lot of pharmacies that they sell rolling papers, but they don't sell tobacco, which makes me wonder. I have found in my experience that the extreme left and the extreme right are okay with things like homegrown and deregulation. In fact, homegrown seems to be the ultimate in deregulation. Have you found any correlation between the political spectrum and support for marijuana legalization?
I guess I've never thought of it in that context before. I mean, I'm not going to mince words. I'm a progressive bull moose style Democratic Republican and proud of it. But at the same time, I have seen libertarians support cannabis. I have seen Republicans support cannabis. I've seen nonpartisan support cannabis. I've seen Democrats support cannabis. I think what's interesting about the plant is that almost all sides of the political spectrum support its use in some way or another. But then where the questions come is, like you were pointing out, what degree of regulation do we have? Does home grow threaten corporate profits? Does regulation facilitate a free market or protect against trusts? And how you answer those questions, I'm sure, is framed by your political perspective. I try to always answer them from the perspective of, if I were making a universal moral law that everyone had to follow at all times, how would I make the law? But I maybe have a little bit of a bias towards Kant in that regard. So.
Thank you. Is there any greater degree of difficulty in growing marijuana than, say, broccoli?
I don't know a lot about growing broccoli. So maybe it's harder than, I mean, I've never grown a tomato either, but I figure I could. But yeah, what you really need to learn is light cycles. So if you can master turning, either running an automatic on-off switch or turning a light on and off, you can grow a cannabis plant for the first time. And then from there, it's just dialing it in, getting your cannabis to a way that, you know, works for you, in the sense that some buds will be bigger than others depending on how you grow it, and making sure you don't have mold.
All righty. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Seeing no other hands, thank you, Mr. Ellis. You have given us a lot to think about, a lot of information tonight, so we appreciate your being here and testifying.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope the committee enjoys their evening, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. So next up, we have Shailene Title. Is Shailene here? And did I say her name correctly? I don't see Shailene. Okay, if she joins us shortly, we will come back to her. Then I have Brittany Clark. Okay, I don't see Brittany either. But I do see Monica Nugent. You are here and you are ready. The floor is yours. Thank you for testifying.
Good evening. Thank you so much for giving me the time to testify before you today. Good evening, Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, Representative Aurora, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Monica Nugent, and I am president of the Managerial and Exempt Employees United Union, an affiliate of AFT Connecticut. I am here to speak in support of Raise Bill 6381 that requires this committee to establish a task force to look at the retirement cliff that the state is facing just next year and the barriers to recruitment into the state managerial and exempt work classes. I believe that the recommendations that can be provided by this task force will help remedy the situation. I know that you have my written testimony in front of you, and it's been a long evening and day, so I'll try to summarize as quickly as possible. The imminent retirement cliff that has resulted in an urgent situation for the state workforce across all agencies and job classes. However, as cited in a DAS state employee study that I have attached, almost 80% of the managerial workforce is eligible to retire in 2022. Over the past 15 years, managers have not had merit raises or cost of living adjustments as the same rate as bargaining unit employees. This has led to compression and in some cases complete inversion of manager salaries and the employees they supervise. Outside of a 3.5% COLA increase in July of 2019, managers have not received any increases in wages for 6 years, but have had increases in deductions for CSRS, health insurance coverage, and most recently, the paid FMLA deduction. This has led to managers bringing home less money today than they did in 2015. In addition to the issues regarding salary, managers do not get the same opportunities for professional development. Over the past 10 years, the manager training program has been stripped from the Office of DAS, and any in-service training classes have not been offered due to budget reasons. This has led to managers coming into positions with no training or onboarding, with droves of managers leaving the workforce and with them taking the years of institutional knowledge with them. This is going to be a major hurdle for new managers who will have to fill these positions. These are just two of the issues that are creating barriers to recruiting and also retaining managers. Anecdotally, across agencies, we hear all the time of managers downgrading their positions from managers to unionized positions to bring home more money for their families. We're hearing of positions being left vacant or filled with unqualified hires because internal staff who would be able to do the job well are not willing to become managers. M&E and AFT Connecticut believe that conducting a study into these issues facing managerial employees, and the barriers to recruitment into these work classes needs to be conducted. And without it, the state stands to be in an extremely vulnerable position. This study and subsequent report will provide insight and a roadmap to action to ensure that vital state services related to public safety, health and human services, and other general government functions continue uninterrupted. Thank you for your time and attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Nugent. It's great to have you here. Let me just check here for hands. I see Representative Winkler.
Yes, I appreciate your testimony. I'd like to reinforce part of it. I used to be president of ANR, which was a 3,000 member state employees union. And because we were unionized, we started to lap managers. We started to, a few of us began to get more money than our managers. And I had people coming back from promotions to manager back into my bargaining unit because they found that it was better for them financially and otherwise. So it seems that you have not been getting the raises that you should have been getting. And it seems like there's very little incentive to become a manager in the first place.
Absolutely. If I could just quickly respond to that. I mean, as I said, anecdotally, we're seeing this across agencies, and some agencies are plagued worse than others with this. Specifically, the Department of Corrections, they're seeing inversion at a really high rate compared to other agencies. You know, we hear anecdotes sometimes, like at the Department of Transportation, for example, where they were looking for a bridge engineer to manage that unit, and they had to hire someone who had no experience in bridges. So it leads to a major public safety issue when you're tasked to inspect bridges, but you've never inspected a bridge. It's just because of the lack of raises, yes, but also the lack of training and the lack of protection that sometimes are not provided to managers with job security and other, you know, if there's an issue, we don't have anywhere to go to. Those are all issues that come up repeatedly amongst our members.
Thank you. Now, besides state employees being eligible to retire, there's actually an incentive for them to retire or a disincentive for them to stay on the job. Do you know about what that is?
Absolutely. So that's the lack in the COLA raises for pensions coming up at the end of the year, at the end of 2022, if I understand it correctly.
So if they stay on the job, they lose something.
Exactly. So they're losing their livelihoods and the amount of money that they would be having as their monthly pension payment. And so again, it's another one of those situations that I feel that plagues managers slightly more, just because they haven't had the same level of raises. And so now when you're talking about, we haven't made X, Y, and Z percent more over the years, and now we're going to have our pension cut, potentially cut as well, is the way people are viewing it. So there's no incentive for them to stay and to continue to do the work that many of them enjoy doing and don't necessarily want to leave.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you, Representative Winkler, and I appreciate you bringing your experience, background, and expertise to this conversation and helped us understand a little bit more.
Don't we all?
I see that Representative Arora has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Nugent, for your excellent testimony. I have two questions. The first one is basically to clarify, does the pension not go up more? Is it that they do not get COLA increases, or does it go down?
So it's whatever the pension is, that if they, from what I understand, and I'm not an expert in this piece of it, if you work past 2022, the pension that you leave with, you give up the COLA increases.
From there on?
Yes.
from there on. So you do not get any more COLA increases. So, there is a little difference to be put it honestly, that basically there is no more incentive to stay because the COLA increases are no longer there. Not that there is an incentive to leave because you're going to lose something. But the second question I have for you is, which is more important, because I'm a big proponent of this bill and the task force. And my only question, which I've been asking is, can we get more parameters of what we want to figure out? Because, from a previous, there's only been one other testimony about it. And we really were asking questions about, what kind of stuff are most important. So I'm going to ask you the same question. What are the areas which we can do more ask the task force to focus on? Should it be more, we heard about, overlaps when one person leaves and the other comes in. We heard about training, and I am a big believer in training. I want to hear, why is training being cut? Because, in this era, everybody needs to be retrained every 5 years, if not in details, at least in Zoom and, all those kinds of things. So, I want to ask you about all your specific ideas you may have, because it appears you understand a lot about this subject. Perhaps, educate myself and our constituents and all who are watching as to what are the kind of things you want this task force to look at.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, right, the two biggest ones are the salary compression and inversion, and then second, the professional development. The professional development, I think, can have a deeper dive looking at, the task force can look at. The overlap is a great suggestion. I know in my position, I was fortunate enough to have a TWR overlap with my position. I represent a one-person office though. So without her being there for me, I would completely be in the weeds. But also mentorship, I think that's a huge a huge issue. In any kind of corporate position, there are mentorship programs. There's not really anything like that in the state, which I think would be a great asset. Second, another issue that we are exploring as M&E is the restructuring of the MP pay plan. So the MP pay plan is separate and apart from the bargaining unit pay plans. It is set up in a way where it's a range. And that range, if you are a new state employee, you come in at one salary and that's it. You don't get a raise. They don't look at what you were earning previously at a previous job, right? So that's a disincentive to apply for these positions. Because if you're new to state service, you start at that lowest tier and you're not going to get a raise, right? There's no room for a step increase in that pay plan as well. So we would like to see the MP pay plan and kind of look at possibly restructuring that plan so that it's more equitable. That's one thing. Looking at the manager's training guide, again, going back to training, that hasn't been updated in over 10 years. Wow. So a lot of the information that is in there is really outdated. And there are a number of other issues that are actually not even tied to any kind of fiscal amount. So something as simple as being able to work from home. So obviously most of the state workforce is working from home right now due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, managers are actually not allowed to work from home typically. We do not have a policy in place. We've been told that there would be a policy in place. We clearly illustrated during the pandemic that we're able to work from home and continue to bring a high level of customer service to the constituents of the state. But that once the emergency executive order is lifted, we can no longer work from home. So that's one issue. The increase payments in insurance. We have the same insurance as every single other employee in the state. There's no reason that we need to pay about 8% more than a bargaining unit employee. There's a slew of issues, and we, as M&E, have basically started to collect anecdotes and all the issues that have come up, and we'd be happy to meet with you and talk about some of these issues further.
No, thank you so much. I think the compensation, I've been taking notes. So compensation issues are one category of issues. You mentioned 4 or 5 of them. the overlap and the retention issues. What about technology? Can you talk to that? Because technology is changing the world right now. I want you to basically see what your thoughts about it, because I asked our earlier person who testified on this about technology. She had a lot of thoughts. I would love to have your opinion on that.
Sure. As someone who is younger, I absolutely would love to see technology be utilized more. I can give you an anecdote from my own experience as a manager. Before, when I came into my position, I'm the manager of the Judicial Selection Commission for the state. We had an entirely paper system. So every time I had a commission meeting, I would be sending out about 8 files worth of copies to 12 commission members in the mail. Yeah, so it was stacks and stacks of paper. And there was some resistance and cultural change resistance that I had to get over. But we went to a completely paperless system and a tablet system now, where everything is done over secure email. So I think utilizing the technology that's available to us is really, really important. And I think sometimes it's more of getting over a possible cultural change and the fear of doing things how they weren't done, how they have been done for X amount of time is the issue, and not so much that it's not available to us.
Excellent. What about process? Should there be process redefinition? Because business processes get redefined every so often, and all organizational process. Should we focus the task force on organizational processes as well, because they can be pretty significant?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is more so an agency by agency issue. Certain processes are going to work in one agency where they're not going to work anywhere else. I'm a big process person myself, as you can see, trying to lead my own agency. But I know that, for example, if I were to try to do something like that in my previous position as chief of staff at the state police, that would not work. Because there's a certain system there that is in place, and that system is very different. And I think so process change and looking at that is probably a little bit bigger of a bite than we really have time for, because I think the 2022 is it's going to be here before we know it. And it's a really urgent situation. But I do agree that, possibly agencies should look at processes individually.
What about agency by agency? Do you think that all the appointments here we have are, I don't know if you read the bill, they're very, the appointments to the task force are really, focused on, who appoints how, but there is not diversity by agency. Do you think we should have some diversity by agency? Because just as you said, we heard it from the last person who testified as well, that agencies can differ immensely. Would you strongly recommend that we put the task force so that there are different agencies have representation?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just quickly looking at section 10, section 1, subsection 10. So there's 7 appointed by the chairpersons, and so that's where they have a little bit more discretion to appoint people that are in the MPK plan from different agencies. They don't have to be from the same agency. I think that, the more diverse the task force is probably better. I think, as Representative Porter always says, teamwork makes the dream work, right? So if we can all find, some common ground and have a diverse group of people having this discussion, I think that would be better. I don't think I would be opposed, to adding some extra diversity to the members of the task force.
Great, thank you very much, because I think it would be of value if there were different agencies represented. Every agency, especially the large agencies, should be represented in there. All the, I always call it top 10, should be represented in there. Well, thank you so much. You bring such a wealth of information. This is, I would say that this is a once in a lifetime, multi-year, 50-year kind of change we are gonna basically see here in the next few years. We need to basically make sure it's done right. We need to make sure that, we make Connecticut really phenomenally efficient as well as powerful in our government as this change happens. Thank you so much, Ms. Nugent. I do appreciate your time. Perhaps we can do it, perhaps get more information from you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to do this.
Thank you, Representative.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I want to thank you, Ms. Nugent, for being here tonight with us and for sharing all the information you shared. And thank you for waiting so patiently.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great evening.
Great. Next up, I see that we have Stacy Mallett. Stacy Mallett, and I believe you are here and ready to go. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chairwoman Kushner, Porter, and legislative members of the Labor Committee. Hello, my name is Stacy Mallett, and I'm a lead organizer with CSEA SEIU Local 2001. I want to share with all of you the story from a community member, Joanne Nelson. Due to work conflict, she couldn't be here on camera today to support House Bill 6382, so I'm sharing her testimony on her behalf. Members of the committee, I wanted to pass on my experience in working with my local probate offices. I live in Fairfield and have had interactions with the court and the clerk several times. I've engaged with them in finalizing 2 adoptions, the death of my husband, and the settlement of my mother-in-law's estate. The clerks have been extremely helpful. They helped me with all aspects of the paperwork, and I only saw the judge when the adoptions were finalized. My husband died suddenly in 2009, and without their support and patience, it would have been a much more difficult situation. All of the associated paperwork and documentation was overwhelming at the time. Thankfully, they knew exactly what needed to be done and walked me through. When my mother-in-law died, I became the guardian of my children's inheritance until they reached the age of 21. Again, they assisted with the paperwork and even followed up 10 years later when my oldest turned 21. They provided the help to complete the necessary paperwork to turn the ownership over to my adult son and daughter. The clerks are extremely important to the court system and those of us who need to engage with probate. Their knowledge of the many procedures is beneficial to everyone who interacts with them. This is not an easy job, and I truly appreciate the assistance and support I've had through the past several years. Best regards, Joanne Nelson. There was one other thing I just wanted to add on a personal note in the support of House Bill 6376. And we've heard a lot of stories of people having really difficult times as adults based on how they chose to wear their hair. And I just wanted to tell a different kind of story for a moment, very brief. As my role as a parent, I volunteer to chair Picture Day in my daughter's elementary school. And 2 years ago, my friend's son walked in when it was his turn for his picture with the biggest afro you can imagine. And I never seen his hair that way. And I looked at him and I said, Rowan, you look awesome. And when I saw his mother later that afternoon, we talked about it. And I said, it takes a big personality to be able to do that. And we talked about how shy he is, but yet he is very proud of his ethnic hair. Let's make it so that he is not sitting here one day making the same argument against discrimination for his hair. He's very proud of it. His sister is proud of hers, and they should never feel the way people have felt today in their testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that communication. And we're so happy that you could be here to represent her. And also thank you for your comments. I'm looking about the comment. I'm looking to see if there are any hands. Seeing no hands, thank you, Stacy. And I'm going to turn this back over to Representative Porter to continue chairing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. I don't see any questions or hands, so I would just, okay. I was making sure I wasn't muted. Thought I was muted for a moment, Stacy. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for speaking on behalf of the young woman that could not be with us tonight. That will go on the record and be taken into consideration. And thank you for sharing that story that you just shared. I really appreciate that, and hope that we can get that done this year. Double checking. Yep, no hands. So thank you. You have a great evening, and thank you for hanging in there with us tonight.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. All right, and up next we have President and Business Manager for Greater Hartford Building Trades Council and Iron Workers Local 15, Joe Toner. Okay, I do not see Mr. Toner, so we will move on to Executive Director Mary Jane Oatman of Indigenous Cannabis Coalition.
Excuse me, Representative Porter. I'm sorry, when I turned over the chair to you, we were at Stacy Mallett, and I think we skipped over number 50. Am I correct about that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
That's when we hand off the chair, we might get a little confused. So I think we were at number 50, Representative Porter.
Okay, thank you, Senator Kushner. Let me just get back to the list. You said number 50. Oh, okay. I went from, you were at Stacy Malice. I went to Stacey Graham Hunt. My mistake. Yes, up next we have Eric Judy with CBIA.
All right, yeah, I'm Robin, or Representative Porter. I was a little concerned you were skipping over me there. I'm so glad to have the opportunity to speak with you this evening. As you said, my name's Eric Getty, representing CBIA. And unfortunately, I am here today to oppose a few bills, and I will go through this very quickly with respect to all the folks that are waiting behind me. In terms of HB 6380, the disclosure of the salary range bill, I just want to let you know, we limit our opposition to this bill solely to Section 2. Of course, CBIA always supports the fact that individuals should receive equal pay for equal work. However, we do oppose efforts that would undermine the merit pay system. And in this case, Section 2 requires equal pay for comparable work rather than equal pay for equal work. And again, I would just refer you to my testimony for some details on that. In terms of HB 6379 on non-compete agreements, I think we can all agree that there are a lot of industries where non-compete agreements are inappropriate for use. However, there are also a lot of industries where these are very legitimate for the purposes intended. They are highly regulated tools used to prevent the loss of important confidential and proprietary information. And what this bill does is attempt to eliminate the validity of these agreements in two circumstances where they are needed most: when an employer terminates an employment relationship, or when an employee subjectively believes they had good cause to end the employment relationship, yet there's no court or legal authority that validated that belief. Further, the requirement that these agreements should not apply in any industry where their employee does not make twice the minimum wage is both a moving target, given the built-in increases every year to the minimum wage, and does not take into account the needs of individual industries. On HB 6383, the call center bill, this bill would impose some severe financial penalties on businesses that attempt to adapt to market forces. It penalizes businesses for adopting new technologies, and most of all, it will not prevent a single business from leaving the state. It will, however, ensure that a call center will never be relocated to Connecticut. And I'm not alone in my view on this bill, that it will have a negative impact on both employers and employees in the state. And that's exactly why Governor Cuomo of New York rejected a similar bill until significant changes were made. And Governor Newsom of California noted that it would dissuade businesses with no intention of leaving California from making any further investment here, which would hurt, not help, California workers. And then finally, a bill that's received a lot of attention tonight, 6377 regarding cannabis labor piece. And I just want to make it clear, I'm limiting my objection solely to section 3 of this bill and not any other section. The stated purpose of this section in this bill is to reduce the unjustified stigma regarding marijuana use. This seems to be achieved by restricting employers from prohibiting the possession, consumption, and use of marijuana in the workplace, as well as prohibiting employers from requiring, as a condition of employment, that employees refrain from using cannabis outside the workplace. The fact that marijuana has an impairment effect on the body is not a stigma. And I just remind the folks on this committee that employers in this state are under incredible pressure to ensure safe workplaces for employees and customers. Further, many believe that those who do come onto their premises deserve to be free from the worry that the person either driving their bus or injecting their arm with a vaccine or repairing their vehicle is not under the influence of marijuana. At the end of the day, recreational marijuana use is a lifestyle choice. And not everyone in the business community promotes that choice. It is a policy, obviously it's a policy decision that you as a committee and then you as a general body will have to make a decision on in the coming year. We only ask that if you do make the decision that this is the right policy for Connecticut, that you do what every other state has done that has legalized recreational marijuana. And that's respect businesses' individual choices to operate.
Mr. Didi, thank you. Your 3 minutes.
Actually, I got one line left and I'm done. We ask that you respect individual choices as business owners to operate drug-free workplaces and allow us to provide the safest conditions possible for our customers and employees. And with that, I turn it over to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And at this point, and I do see that Representative Aurora's hand's gone up, but at this point, we are halfway through our testimonies. We still have about 48 people to go. It is after 8 p.m. So what am I going to do is ask my committee members to hold their questions so that we can serve the purpose of this public hearing in courtesy and respect of people's time. So at this time, I will thank you for your testimony, Eric, and I'm going to call the next person to testify.
Did Representative Aurora have a question, Madam Chairman?
Representative Vitigliano, I'm asking that the committee members please hold their questions so that we can get through and hear from the people that have been waiting patiently to testify. Thank you.
I appreciate that position, but Mr. Getty's been waiting patiently to testify also.
And he has testified, Mr. Vitigliano, and as the chair of the committee in the House, I've stated my intent, and if you have any issues, we can talk about that later. Thank you. And thank you, Eric, for your testimony.
I object, Madam Chair. I think this is you're bullying me. This is not right because these Eric, I'm sure, wants to be
Representative Aurora. Thank you. I have spoken. I am chairing this committee, and I am saying that we are going to move through and hear from people. I'm asking you to hold your questions. That is what I'm asking.
I have to ask him the question when he has testified.
I'll state it again, Representative Aurora. I'm asking you to hold your questions.
So at what point can I ask him the question? After everybody has testified?
You can ask him the question whenever you feel like it, Representative Aurora. I'm not having you ask the question now because we need to move through this list. We've been at this almost 12 hours and we are halfway through our public hearing. And I've been trying to express to you, I'm sorry, I'm speaking. I am speaking. Thank you.
Please finish.
I'm finished. And I'm ready to call the next.
Madam Chair, the question here is, the mistake here is that we have taken too many bills together. These are very critical bills we need to hear about. We need to make sure the process of democracy works. Just because it takes too much time doesn't mean we won't let the process of democracy work.
Representative Aurora, you are out of order. I am chairing this committee and you are being very disrespectful right now. I have instructed the members to please hold their questions. This is not a debate. and it is not up for debate. I am chairing the committee, and I ask that you honor that. Thank you.
Representative, I really appreciate the time to make my statement today. I am a little concerned that, the fact that, and I certainly would never accuse you of, I know I've been sitting here since 10 o'clock. I totally understand that. There are a lot of people waiting here. I've waited patiently for my opportunity to be able to be heard on this issue. I know that it's just coincidental, of course, that the debate is being limited when it's my turn. And sometimes I have a tendency to come to this committee and oppose a lot of bills. I also tend to come here and support a lot of bills. So I know that has nothing to do with it, but I would like the opportunity at some point in time to be able to address the committee's questions, and not online, not just offline, but also online for the benefit of the public. We represent thousands of member companies throughout the state of Connecticut. They do deserve to get their shot at this committee. They can't sit here all day. They asked me to come here and sit here all day. I will not belabor the point anymore. Again, I know everyone has been waiting very patiently, but we continuously are denied opportunities, it seems, to come in and either make bill suggestions, meet with the committee at times. I know you are incredibly busy, as is your co-chair. You do not have time to meet with all of the people requesting. So, if you are going to be cutting me off today, I do hope that at some point in the opportunity, or you will provide the opportunity to members of the business community to have our side fairly heard the way you've heard so many others today. So with that, I apologize. I certainly do not mean to disrespect you as chair. I respect your decision to cut off debate, but I hope you give the opportunity to the business community to comment in the future.
I appreciate your comments, Eric, and you know that it is not intentionally done because you are the person sitting in the seat right now. You will not be the only one. There are several people behind you. This is the way that we're going to proceed for now, because we really do need to hear people's testimony. And I think that people have been very patient, and that the purpose of this public hearing is for the public to be heard. So I appreciate what you stated, and I will continue to move on to the next. As a matter of fact, go ahead, Eric.
No, I was just going to remind you that while I am an evil lobbyist, of course, I am a member of the public as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's exactly what I meant. You and other people coming behind you, other members of the public, will have an opportunity to present their testimony, and I'm asking that the members of the committee hold their questions. So I didn't mean to say that you were not a member of the committee. So for clarity, you are absolutely a member of the public.
Appreciate that, Representative.
You're welcome, and thank you again, Eric. I am going to ask that we recess this public hearing for 5 minutes. It is now 8:13. We will return at 8:18.
get natural.
Okay, we are going to reconvene the public hearing at this time. And we will pick back up with number 51, Hector Geraldo of Samarin Homestead LLC. Is Geraldo with us? Okay. Hector Geraldo, Samarin Homestead LLC. Moving on to number 52, Erlene Bradshaw. Okay, moving on to number 53, Deborah McKenna.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have the floor, madam.
Great. Thank you very much, Representative Porter and Commissioner of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Thank you for hearing our testimony tonight. I apologize on the back end. I see her all day since 10 o'clock, but she may not stay that way. I'm a partner at Haber McKenna Dinsmore. We're an employment firm with offices in New Haven, Hartford, and Springfield, and our practice is devoted solely to workers' rights. I'm here tonight in my capacity as the Vice President of the Connecticut Employment Lawyers Association. We are a membership organization of private attorneys in Connecticut who devote at least 50% of their employment practice to advancing the rights of workers in Connecticut. I've submitted written testimony, but I'm here really to talk about 4 of the bills that are currently pending before the committee. And those are Raised Bill 5158, which is the breastfeeding extension, Raised Bill 6376, the Crown Act, Raised Bill 6379, the Workers' Rights Bill, and Raised Bill 6380, the Salary Disclosure Bill. And I will try to be brief. First off, in regards to the breastfeeding expansion bill, I don't know that there's that much to say about it other than we believe that any expansion to these protections that give workers more opportunity to be able to express their milk in a safe and private manner are a good thing. And unfortunately, sometimes we need to have the law to encourage employers to do the right thing. As for Raised Bill 6376, the Crown Act, we've heard many speakers on the bill tonight, and there's no way that I could ever, do any justice to their testimony. We've heard a lot of really personal and really painful stories. I can talk to you briefly about my experience in terms as an attorney who practices in the area of race discrimination. And the question about why do we need this law as opposed to more education about that is that employers do not always do the right thing. And if you look at the audits out there, there are people who brought these claims in the past saying that it was a form of race discrimination or racial stereotyping to have dress code or policies that prohibited folks, particularly having particular hairstyles. And unfortunately, the federal jurisprudence just hasn't caught up with that. I'd like to think Connecticut is typically on the forefront in terms of workers' protection. There are 7 states that have passed these bills. I'd love for us to be the 8th. And I think that when you look at the cases that are out there, it's more reason why we should have this codified into the law. So I'm going to move on to the next bills. The bill 6379, which is a worker rate bill. I don't have a colleague, I think this was just later tonight on this. This is a bill on the non-competition agreements. We believe it's a really important step for Connecticut to take for worker protections. You'd be surprised to hear how many low-level employees have to sign non-competition
Excuse me,
agreements.
Ms. McKenna, thank you. There are 3 minutes. Please conclude your remarks.
So I would just, let me just reiterate that we strongly support 6379. We also support 6380, and I would direct you all to the written testimony we've submitted on both of those bills. Be happy for our organization to talk to anyone who has questions at any time. Feel free to reach out to us. We would be happy to talk to you for more questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. McKenna. You did have a pretty choppy, I think your internet is unstable. You do have written testimony that you submit, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. We do appreciate you taking the time to testify.
Thank you.
Madam
You're
Chairman.
welcome.
Madam Chairman.
Yes,
Can you hear me okay?
no, it's a little choppy.
Yeah, I think I'm choppy like the last testifier was. Madam Chairman, I'd like to strongly object to the lack of questioning for witnesses. I don't believe the chair has the authority to limit questions if a member has questions. I'd like to ask for a vote of the committee to see if we should go forward with or without questions.
Actually, there is no vote for a public.
Second the motion. Anderson seconds the
hearing.
motion.
If you would like, I would. I'm sorry, there's something going on here, and I just need for you all to take a time out. This is a public hearing. This is not a committee meeting. I have actually spoken to leadership, and I'm following those directions. If there's any concerns, I would suggest that you speak with leadership.
I may have spoken with leadership, madam, and they suggested that the chair may or may not have the authority to do what you're asking.
It is.
And that the committee should have the last say on the whether or not we are allowed to go forward with questions.
Right before me.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm totally ignoring them because at this point,
I do want to clarify for the public here, and for committee members, we are going to stand at ease and take a short recess. Thank you.
you just briefly touch
So thanks again, and sorry I have to drop off.
Okay, I would like to call this public hearing back to order. I'll give members a moment to get back on. Thank you. I do want to notify the public that we appreciate you hanging in there, and I know that we will give the members an opportunity to get back on as well. Those that have, the witnesses who have not spoken yet. I see that our next witness is there, and before calling on him, I do want to make the committee aware that this is not a committee meeting, so motions are out of order and not for consideration in this forum. As for continuing our public hearing tonight, in the interest of making sure that all of the public members of the public who have been waiting so patiently to speak have an opportunity. We are going to continue this public hearing. Members will be allowed 3 minutes to ask and frame a question, the same as a witness. And we will evaluate as we go forward if we're going to get through the evening with that rule. So I would ask each member, if you decide to ask questions of a witness, to limit your questions to a total of 3 minutes. That means if you have 5 questions, you got to get them out there in 3 minutes. With that in mind, I'm going to move to our next witness.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chairman. I don't want to interrupt, and we all want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear all of the public get their opportunity to speak. And I don't think that any of the members have any desire to extend this meeting anywhere beyond what is truly necessary. But at the same time, Madam Chairman, I would hope that you might reconsider limiting the ability for members to ask pertinent questions of people that are very interested in having their own voices heard on the subject of the bills that are before us. I mean, this is what happens when we host a public hearing and we put controversial items on the agenda. It generates public interest, and sometimes the meeting is going to go long and late into the night. I think that's a natural consequence, but I don't think the answer is to limit the ability for the public to interact with us or the members to get the information that they need. So you have my commitment, and I'm sure the commitment of my Republican colleagues to try and limit the questions only to what's necessary. But I don't like this setting of some arbitrary 3-minute rule. I don't know that that's valid under the joint rules, and I would just hope that you would give us enough leeway to work together with you in the best way possible.
Thank you, Senator Sampson, and I appreciate your comments. I do want to say that we did check on the rules to ensure that this was legitimate, and it is in fact our prerogative to do this. And I understand that these hearings can go quite long, and we're prepared to stay all night, and I think we always have to be prepared for that as legislators. But at this rate, we were afraid we weren't going to get through the public even by staying up all night. And so, I think it got a little out of control, a little out of hand. And I think that a lot of committees will limit in some way how committee members put forward their questions. So we're going to try it this way, and hopefully it will work, and hopefully 3 minutes will be sufficient to ask the questions that you need. And I do want to remind the members of the committee that we do have the ability as legislators to interact with each of these witnesses offline. And there are many avenues toward publicizing our views. We will have a committee meeting where I'm sure we will have heated debate amongst members, and that will afford us another opportunity to inform each other and to inform the public. So I am going to stick with the rule of 3 minutes for your questions, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of the folks who are signed up to testify.
Madam Chair, if I could just make a quick statement that typically my understanding is that when committees do limit time and questioning, it is by bipartisan agreement, and it's sort of worked out ahead of time. Although I do think this meeting is going on a long time, the public hearing, I'm all for speeding it up, and I'm all for having my colleagues speed it up. But if it would have been good if we all agreed to that ahead of time, or that our side of the aisle was consulted. And B, Mr. Getty from the CBIA is really the only one who's going to be shortchanged in the process, as he was dismissed before any questions were asked. And now certain members are going to be asked, other witnesses, 3 minutes. Slightly unfair. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Representative Bertigliano. In fact, I do agree with you that it would be better to do this in a bipartisan fashion prior to the hearing beginning. And hopefully in the future, we'll have those conversations. We won't have to do it while the public is waiting. I think we have seen from tonight's experience that it's something that is very absolutely necessary that we have those conversations, and we fully intend to do that with our ranking members. Thank you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman. You mentioned that there is a rule that allows the chairs the prerogative to limit the time. I'm curious if you could point it out to me in the joint rules.
I did have someone check that, and I'll have someone look that up while we continue with the hearing.
I would
Actually,
appreciate
Senator
that very much.
Kushner, I have it here. Senator Sampson, it starts at 563. The order of testimony of the witnesses and the length of time that each witness may testify shall be determined by the presiding chairperson, who shall give due regard for the convenience of the public.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now continue, and we are now at 54. Dave Roach, who is president of the Connecticut State Building and Construction Trades Council.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Roach, President Roach, I don't see you.
Yeah, it's not allowing me to get my video on.
Okay, let me just try and fix that. Devin, is there a way to make sure he's allowed to use video?
Yeah, how's that?
There
Here we go.
Did
Good
Mr.
evening.
Anderson have a question, or is his hand up from before?
My hand is up.
Whose hand is up?
Representative Anderson, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I did not see that. Everybody was sort of jumping in there. So before you begin, President Roach, please, Representative Anderson.
Madam Chair, I did read on our breaks the joint rules, and I agree with your authority. But you stated a rule allowing 3 minutes of questions, and I repeat what Representative Vitigliano said, that Mr. Getty's the only one here on the whole group that didn't get even that 3 minutes for 5 questions. So I second that sentiment that he should be allowed. He's still on, I can see, that anyone be allowed to ask him questions for up to 3 minutes. That's all.
Representative Anderson, I did actually reach out to Devin, and that's why you see Eric. I asked him to give him a call, see if he could come back to receive questions from the committee.
I do want to point out that he was not the only member. He might be the one you know best, but I do believe we had Deborah McKenna as well. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So I would just suggest before we hear from Mr. Getty, I would want to suggest that we make sure that Deborah McKenna is offered the same opportunity, because I don't want to be unfair to her.
I couldn't agree more about it.
And in the meantime, yeah, we'll hear from Dave.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I just wanted to make sure that Devin is doing that outreach. We will go to President Roach, and then we will come back to Ms. McKenna or Mr. Getty, depending on their availability. So go ahead, President Roach. We are ready.
Good evening. Chairwoman Porter, Chairwoman Kushner, ranking members of the General Labor Committee. I'm here to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 6378, the codifying the CBA rates. You know, there was a lot of talk about this earlier. I think it was about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. This was probably more of a heated discussion. But, you know, this bill is not about raising thresholds, as people were trying to say earlier. It's not about changing determinations. I have specifically been the person for the last 18 years that has dealt with the federal, with the feds on actually getting the rates in so they get done on. And I can tell you the process is not easy. It takes a month at least ahead of time to get them in. They don't post them right away. They almost at the last minute in July. And if they make a wrong determination or make a mistake, which happens often, the state of Connecticut might have already taken them rates, so the wrong rates can be posted. So I think it's actually less of a burden on the State Department of Labor to do it this way. It makes it easier. I don't think this, I know there's no cost factor because they do it now by taking it from the feds, who we give it to, and it kind of just all going to come the same way, except eliminating that one step and it'd be more efficient. So, you know, it's really that simple of a bill. But I got to go back to something earlier that Representative Aurora said, and it blew me away, and it's been bothering me since 1 o'clock this afternoon. And I don't know what study, I don't think it was his personal opinion, I hope, but he did make a statement that prevailing wage discriminates. And I believe he said discriminates against brown people. That just blew me away when he said that, because prevailing wage is just the opposite. It includes everybody. It's a way for us to make sure people are getting paid fairly. I've never heard that in my 42 years of this business. Somebody saying that prevailing wage was discriminatory. Completely wrong, off base. I don't know where that study comes from, but I would burn it if I was your representative, because it's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. And if you would like me to prove that to you, put the studies away, and I will take you to a job site. And I will bring you any morning you want to go. Friday would be good. It'd be about 12 degrees out, and we can go walk a job, and I'll introduce you to people living on prevailing wage. Brown people, females, anybody you want. And I will prove to you it is not discriminatory. And I think Mayor Finch, even in his testimony, kind of enlightened us on that when he told you how many people benefited, 30 to 70% sometimes in Bridgeport. I know over 1,200 residents of Hartford that have gotten opportunities for careers because of prevailing wage. So just to clear that up, but other than that on this bill, this is really a simple bill. It's not meant to do anything, streamline the situation, make it easier. This idea actually came to me from a contractor representative that represents contractors around the state who said, Dave, we should look at this. This is about 5 years ago. So we should look at this because it's a pain in the butt the way it's done now. We could get wrong determinations, and by the time the state figures it out, they can actually have to go back and they might pay people wrong and have to go back and make that up. So just to clear that bill, it's real simple, streamlines. It's a good process. Thanks for having us. I do agree with limited time. I'm sorry, because some of us have to be at work at 5 in the morning. So to stay up all night is tough. I do appreciate your limit. I appreciate that leadership to do that. It should be done all the time. If we get 3 minutes, you should get 3 minutes. So thanks.
Thank you, President Roach. And I will now see if there are any questions from committee members. I see Representative Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Roche, for your testimony. I just wanted to respond to your question as to what study. It's a journal of legislation. It's a bona fide journal. I am happy to send this to you. It's 4/20/2018. It says prevailing wage legislation and the continuing significance of race, and it walks through the history of prevailing wage as the law which was used historically to exclude new entrants. It was used right at the time when Brooklyn Bridge was formed to exclude people from discriminate against people so that new entrants couldn't come in. And at that time, I'm assuming, actually at that time, it was also people of color. It was not Italians, because at different times, different communities have been discriminated in our great country. And so this basically goes through it and tells us that how this is a vestige of discrimination. And what happens is that there is a small group of folks, club, which really ends up giving jobs and getting the same jobs over and over. These are very lucrative jobs, and the other people are relegated to taking unprofitable, low margin jobs. That's basically what I'm referring to. As you said, it's not my own opinion. It's the opinion of somebody's study, and maybe he has got his own biases and maybe he is right, but that's what I pointed to. Now, my question to you.
I appreciate that, and I think that's something that's referring to maybe 100 years ago. I can't comment on 100 years ago. There's a lot of discrimination 100 years ago, not even that far back. But I can tell you that if anybody, and I know there's a lot of people on this committee that know me, if there was anything tied to discrimination with prevailing wage, I would be the first one in arms about it. I wouldn't tolerate it. I would not be behind it. And I can assure you that that's not what happens under prevailing wage.
I appreciate your kind words. I think that's phenomenal. The way this particular piece of research reads is that at this point, there is separate groups, incumbent groups using it to keep new entrants out. Again, it's opinion, that new entrants have a hard time. I would love to ask you how many women in recent years have been added to your to the new contract list, or how many new people have been added, new businesses.
Excuse me, Representative Aurora, we did give you an extra minute because because President Roach did answer your question mid-question, but you have exceeded your 3 minutes. And so you can, if you can ask your question very quickly, like in 30 seconds, we'll give you that.
Well, you know, when democracy is being curtailed, it's being curtailed, you know.
Point of order again.
It is not an opportunity for you to debate the question or the ruling of the chair. You had an opportunity to take another 30 seconds and ask the question, but not to debate me. So you're going to have to just move on to the next speaker. I saw a hand. I will go. I see you, Senator Sampson, but hold on, because I had Representative Ritigliano first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dave, I think it's a great idea, and I'd be proud to join you on any job site. Happy to take any member of the committee. I think it's an excellent suggestion, and I'd love for Mr. Aurora and the rest of the committee and anybody interested to go check it out. I'll even buy the coffee.
You got it. That's a deal. And just real quick, because I know where Representative Aurora is going as far as women in the trades. Look it up. It's called Women in the Trades. The building trades are probably one of the biggest groups right now that are pushing on women coming into the businesses. And we are taking them in whenever we get the opportunity to. As you can go through our Building Pathways programs, our building pathways is basically, that's what it does. It kind of gets women involved so they can see what the trades are about. And we are open arms to everybody to come into the business. We just need more jobs.
Thank you. Thank you. So now I would call on Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. There's nothing I would like better than for this committee to operate peacefully and productively for the next foreseeable future. But I forgive me, I have to raise another point of order, which is that I appreciate that you pointed out the rule which says that the chairs have the power to limit the witnesses and how long their testimony can be, and no one disputes that. But I make my point again that there is no limit on what members can do or the questions that they can ask. I don't think you will find that in the rules anywhere. You know, it's bad enough that we're already doing a Zoom public hearing, which is limiting the ability for many members of the public to participate. You know, if the members have questions, I think they should be allowed to ask. I have a commitment from every one of my Republican colleagues not to make this meeting longer than it has to be, but if they have questions, they should be allowed to ask them.
Well, Senator Sampson, I appreciate your comments, and I would like to get back to the public testimony and to the questions. That is the ruling of the chair, and you know, both Representative Porter and myself have ruled, and so we are going to finish this meeting, this public hearing tonight with that rule in effect. And I respect your opinion and will give you the opportunity when we have when we are not in the middle of the public hearing to discuss it further. So I will absolutely guarantee that we will have a further conversation on this. And I'm sure you look forward to that as I do. So I do want to continue though, and I want to see if there are any other questions for seeing no hands for President Roach. Thank you for sticking with us all evening tonight, and thank you for your service to the building trades. So
thank you all for sticking in it.
Thank you. I have next on the agenda, we are going to go back first to Eric Getty, and then if we get Deborah McKenna, we will also give her an opportunity. So Eric is here. I think I saw him before. There you are, yes. And let me just ask, are there any members of the committee that have any questions for Mr. Getty? Well, I'm sorry we brought you back because I didn't see any hands go up. So I apologize for that, Mr. Getty, but thank you for being with us tonight, and thank you for coming back on. And the next time you testify, we'll have these things ironed out in advance.
Appreciate it, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the list, I have, and I didn't see Deborah McKenna come back. So let me move to next is Ryan Lindsay. Ryan Lindsay Arundel, I'm sorry, Arundel.
Yes, it's a
There.
Can you all hear me clearly?
Thank you. Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you so much for your time and patience, peace, blessings, and patience unto us all this evening. Senator Kushner, Representative Porter, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee of this here Connecticut General Assembly. As I stated, my name is Ryan Lindsay Arendelle, and I live in Hartford, Connecticut. I stand in full support of HB 6376, an act creating a respectful and open world for natural hair, a policy to prohibit discrimination on the basis of ethnic hairstyles associated with race, by adopting what is commonly referred to as the Crown Act. And if I go over by roughly 30 seconds, I would respectfully like to, in the words of California Representative Maxine Waters, reclaim my time for the billions of seconds, in other words, the centuries that Black people were treated as property. I am a proud Black woman. I'm also a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I'm a descendant of West African people, including the Yoruba tribe of Nigeria, who were stolen and brought to this country when we were told that we are property rather than people for century after century during the brutal, evil transatlantic slave trade. This country, this disunited, disjointed, dysfunctional states of America have never, and I mean never, fully recognized the humanity of Black people in this country. If our humanity was indeed fully recognized and respected, if we were seen as 5 fists rather than 3 fists, then the government of this failing democracy would not try to continue to overtly regulate my choices on how I choose to show up in the world, including but not limited to how I wear my hair. When I was in high school, I wanted to be a TV news reporter, and as a college intern, I knew, though it was never said to me, that my hair needed to be straight in order to appear presentable on air. A recruiter from a station looked at my reel and said, "You're really enthusiastic, but you need a more consistent look." I knew what that meant. I am a former journalist. So it is clear I was not told at any point during my time as a reporter for Connecticut Public Radio that my hairstyles and choices were unprofessional. During my time reporting for them, you may have seen me in the halls of the Capitol building, rocking an afro, cornrows, box braids, bantu knots, a shaved head, or a head wrap, because I chose my freedom over anyone else's opinion. And some of the folks in this very building we'd be gathered in otherwise if it weren't for the pandemic, side-eyed me while I was doing my job, in other words, reporting while Black. I remember the looks, the invasive gaze known as the white gaze that traps Black people in white imaginations, limitations, and fetishizations. And I will not make excuses for anti-Blackness or pretend like this gaze did not exist. I have felt it my entire life. My hair is natural because God, Yahweh, Allah made me Black, and I will not apologize for it. Let me be clear, it is humans, not God, who have tried to oppress, regulate, and legislate what's acceptable. So do not give Black crowns, our hair, nicknames, do not touch it, do not discuss it amongst yourselves, do not stare, and please do not try to say that it is my hair that's unprofessional. Racism and white supremacy are unprofessional. My future daughters and sons and Black women and men and children in this country must no longer be bullied, penalized, expelled, and subjected to emotional and physical abuse for what God made and said it is good. It is shameful that we have to even advocate for this bill to exist, let alone that we need legislation to protect our hair, our choices, our humanity, and our autonomy. With a brief regard to the act regarding salary transparency, while there's much to say beyond what time allows, let me remind us all that as a Black woman, I make 62 cents to the white man's dollar and 62 cents to the white woman's 79 cents. Let me also remind you that from age 16, Black girls are paid less than boys of any race the same age, and that gap grows from there. I am a Black woman with a bachelor's and soon to be 2 master's degrees, but make no mistake, I am not here for myself. I did not wait on the Zoom for 2 hours.
Your 3 minutes are up. Please conclude your remarks.
I'm here for the bus drivers, the single moms, the nurses, the fast food workers, the postal workers, countless women who do not have the luxury of sitting in front of a computer screen for 10 hours. Concerns about how much equity costs, how much transparency costs, and where we can or cannot breastfeed is not your concern. It is more a concern about the nature of capitalism than the morality of equity and equality. In closing, I urge you to support HB 6376 and the aforementioned bills regarding transparent salaries and breastfeeding in the workplace. Thank you for your time, for your patience, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I think I do remember seeing you in the building, and it's good to see you here tonight. And I'm so happy that you could be here to express those views, which I think are very important for us to hear. And we need to listen to Black women when they talk about their hair and not touching it and not talking about it. And I appreciate the guidance that you have provided to us tonight. I really do. So with that, let me ask if there are any questions from, I see that Representative Porter would like the floor.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. And thank you, Ryan. I have no questions for you. I just wanted to say thank you for your patience tonight. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for your testimony. And I am loving the head wrap. Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And not seeing any further questions, thank you for being with us tonight. And I'm going to move to our next witness, Sarah Gersten, who's from the Executive Director and General Counsel of the Last Prisoner Project. Is Sarah with us? Okay, I don't see her. If she is able to join us a little later, we will come back to her. Next, I see Kebra Smith-Bolden from Legacy Acquisitions, a registered nurse and CEO. Kebra? Okay, I don't think she is here. Eileen Ego. Do we have Eileen Ego? Hi, Eileen. Thank you for hanging in there tonight. The floor is yours.
Of course, thank you. Thank you. My name is Eileen Ego, and I'm here today to advocate for passage of House Bill 6381, an act establishing a task force regarding the state workforce and retiring employees. I have worked for the Connecticut Department of Transportation for 34 years. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Worcester Polytech, WPI, and I am a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I currently serve as Assistant District Engineer in District 2 Construction. Throughout my career, I have worked hard to represent the department professionally and to be a responsible steward to the taxpayers of Connecticut. I have received many commendations and promotions along the way. Most recently, in November of 2020, I interviewed for and was offered the position of District Engineer in the District 2 office. I would be the first woman to serve in this capacity in the history of the department. And yet I did not accept this position. District Engineer is the first line of management in my chain of command, and management brings with it a whole host of concerns. Managers do not have the power to collectively bargain. They have gone years without raises. The salary compression between first line managers and their direct reports is extreme. In my case, although the job comes with significantly more responsibility, it does not come with a raise. Indeed, I would be taking home less money as a district engineer than I currently do. The reason the position is vacant in the first place is because the former district engineer left state service 4 years early to work in private industry. In his new role, he has far less responsibility and makes 50% more than he did with the department. So the district engineer position in District 2 remains unfilled. Why should you care about this? If you look at page 23 of the DOT's 5-year capital plan, you will see $927 million worth of construction commitments for the years 2021 to 2025. That represents work across all 5 districts. However, District 2's allotment is fully $500 million. Over half of these capital plan commitments will be administered without a manager in place. In addition, the district engineer is the liaison to the contracting community, utility companies, municipalities, and even the legislature. A vacancy in this position will be felt far beyond the limits of the district office. And it's not just DOT. Between now and July of 2022, in some locations, as many as 40% of all state employees are eligible to retire. Many of these are managers. With the current compensation plans, it will be nearly impossible to fill these vacancies. And there are even more concerns. Managers across all agencies have historically participated in the Performance Assessment and Recognition System, PARS. They are expected to identify 3 to 4 initiatives each year that they will work on to improve production, efficiency, reliability, customer service, or some other metric. Theoretically, how well they achieve those results is tied to how much of a raise they get the following year. I say theoretically because since 2007, there have only been 2 years that a PARS increase was actually given. So how hard do you think managers are working to achieve efficiency, reliability, and good customer service? How hard would you work with only 2 performance raises in 14 years? To their credit, state managers continue to be dedicated and are still working really hard. They care about doing a good job, and despite the lack of appreciation they frequently feel, they still strive to do their best each day. But this is a matter of equity and fairness. It is high time they were recognized and rewarded for their contributions. House Bill 6381 is the first step towards addressing these issues by examining succession planning and the barriers to managerial recruitment. I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Eileen, and thank you for being right on the mark with your time. I do want to say that before I look for hands, I do want to congratulate you on your achievements in this position, and I think your words were very helpful. But you personally should feel it's very exciting to meet a woman who has done so much to accomplish such in a field that is frequently dominated or entirely been dominated by men for a very long time. So it's great to see you here. Let me see if there are any questions. I see Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. We lost about 13,000 state employees from 2008 to 2019. On a percentage basis, more managers were lost than any other group. Should we be looking at this silver tsunami as a way to reduce the workforce further, or as far as managers are concerned, at least, should we be looking to at least maintain the ranks?
Yeah, I don't know how you do it with fewer managers. I mean, right now we have 1 manager in the entire district. District 2 is run by 1 manager, the district engineer. And as I explained, that position will be vacant now. I can't speak to, how many managers are in other agencies. I don't know anything about that. I just know that for the Department of Transportation, we operate on a very, very thin line in terms of managers, and we do so much with so little. It's really almost unfair what is expected of us.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. You did have another, you had another couple of minutes, but I appreciate you seeing that time. Are there other questions for Eileen? I don't see any hands at the moment, so I think you are finished for tonight, and we really appreciate you being here and testifying.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list, I have Joe Toner, President and Business Manager of Greater Hartford Building Trades Council and Ironworks Local 15. It's good to see you, Brother Toner. Oh, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. I had the headphones. My wife's sleeping, so I'm trying to keep it down a little bit. Thank you for the time. Sister Kushner, Chairman Kushner, Chairwoman Porter, Ranking Member Sampson, Ranking Member Aurora, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Joe Toner. As stated, I'm the president of the Greater Hartford Building Trades Council and business manager of Ironworkers Local 15. I speak tonight in favor of House Bill 6378, an act codifying prevailing wage rate contract rates. Quickly, I just want to read a quick little statement, and I want to expound on a few points that were made earlier with Brother Roach to the committee, if I may, please. The current process for wage rates to get posted in Connecticut is antiquated and inconsistent. The Connecticut Department of Labor is at the mercy of the federal government to post rate changes. Often these postings aren't timely, which brings confusion to the construction industry in Connecticut. This new language will streamline the wage rate posting system. Many of our neighbor states list collective bargaining agreements as methods in collecting prevailing wage rates. These states are Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Vermont, and Maine. You can see this concept is widely accepted in the region. House Bill 6378 will not raise wage rates, nor does it expand prevailing wage protections beyond current parameters. This legislation will help streamline and codify the administrative process by following the rates to be sent directly to the Connecticut Department of Labor. So it kind of speaks for itself. I know a lot of people have spoke about this earlier. It streamlines the system that's kind of antiquated, quite frankly. The rates go to the federal government and then they get posted back to Connecticut. We could eliminate that one step, and it's going to bring more consistency to the construction industry. I just want to, if I can, Madam Chair, well, I'd like to say something with, we go back to take Representative Vertigliano up on his offer. And I think it's great that he's willing to go to these jobs with us to see, A, the conditions that our people work under, right, in the construction industry, and B, quite frankly, in Hartford, we are so proud of what we've done in Hartford with the schools that we've done. We've had an agreement, a project labor agreement with the city of Hartford for 20 years. We've, on every job in Hartford, if you walk to any job in Hartford under this agreement, everyone on that job, over 50% of the workers on these projects are minorities, and over 30% are Hartford residents. So you talk about expanding and creating opportunities for so many different people in the state of Connecticut, in the unionized construction industry. It's phenomenal. And these aren't just jobs. They don't go to a prevailing wage rate job and make a livable wage on one day, then the next day go to another job where they're making $10 an hour. This is consistent money that they're making day in and day out. It's a livable wage. So we would love to have you, Representative Vertigliano. We would love to have you come with us. And actually, you're probably going to luck out because it will probably be in the spring. Right now, Buckley High School is the next school we're working on. And we'd also like to have Representative Aurora come. I think that would kind of help him to see where we are in the construction industry. And just quickly, if I could note before I finish, as the business manager of the Ironworkers, I'm proud to say we run 2 cycles every year with a Women Could Weld program, where we actually certify women in the welding process at the Ironworkers local, and 90% of them women are of color. And a lot of the women are looking to better themselves that already have jobs. They'll work a night job and they'll come in the morning, get their kids off to school, and they'll come in and learn how to weld. And in return, we put them into the building trades unions and we give them careers. So I'm proud to say, as the ironworker and also as the building trades president, this has been a phenomenal program, and we'll continue to work with the people that need representation to make a livable wage in the construction industry. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Toner. And I do want to thank you also for the work you have done and sharing that information. I will say you'll get in trouble if you only invite Representatives Aurora and Vertigliano. You're going to have to invite the whole committee, I'm afraid, because now everybody's going to want to be on that tour. But I say that partly in jest, but mostly sincerely, we really do need to do this, to go on tours and see the way people work in our state and what they're able to do that benefits us as a society. But also, I appreciate your efforts to offer these career paths to good paying middle-class jobs with good benefits. And I really appreciate you sharing that information with us tonight. I am looking, and I do see that Representative Aurora is here and has raised his hand.
Thank you, Mr. Toner. I really do appreciate your testimony, and I will take you up on it. I will take you up on your offer. I definitely want to go, see in the, put myself in other shoes. Hopefully, sometime very soon, as soon as we get done with some of the more stringent work of this labor committee, I hopefully very soon. But I do appreciate what you do, and I have huge respect for you and everybody in the business. And my question here still is that from a point of view of diversity in terms of both Hispanics as well as minorities in general, do you have enough representation there, enough participation? New entrants is the key word. I would love to see some research. I haven't. But research is very clear that these laws are basically thwarting new entrants. So would love your your input, and no follow-up questions. I don't want to be in trouble with the majority here. No follow-up questions, but please do talk about do you have enough new entrants in percentage, in numbers, and so on and so forth.
Yes, we do, Representative. Quite frankly, I mean, it's as the ironworker. I'll speak as the ironworker. We're a general trade, and we don't. There's no restriction for anyone to join our local union, and one of the problems is the state laws actually prohibit some ex-offenders to get into the licensed trades, right? So quite frankly, with us and the iron workers, and Dave Roach mentioned earlier, we've taken over 1,200 Hartford residents that were underemployed ex-offenders, right? Minorities, the majority of them, and brought them into the unionized construction industry. Out of that group, I would say over 25%, 20% of my local is minority. And many of them, or many in my membership, I would say probably over 15% of my membership are ex-offenders. So we're going to continue to provide opportunities for people less fortunate and bring them up into the middle class to the best of our ability. It's something that we believe in, and it's something that we historically have done for years. So we'll keep providing opportunities.
Thank you. What about owning contractor?
Excuse me?
What about the contractors who own businesses? Are there enough new entrants?
Yes, there is. I mean, it's an incumbent on the contractor to want to go into the business, but we have more and more minority members that are becoming contractors that are getting into the contracting side, which is good. And there's a good program in Connecticut that actually helps these folks. And there's percentages on state jobs where these folks are actually have an opportunity to bid against one another. So that's expanding also.
Thank you. Competition is good. We need to allow new entrants to come in. In my business, the new entrants in technology, new entrants take over, the old guy's gone. You know, I hope you do better, because it's pretty brutal in my business. Thank you, sir. Thank you for all you do.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Toner. I don't see any other hands, and it's, as I said, it's good to see you here tonight, Brother Joe, and we look forward to those tours that you're offering us. And
thank you.
know,
They're open for everyone. They're open for everyone, Sister Kushner. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mary Jane Oatman. Mary Jane is Executive Director of the Indigenous Cannabis Coalition.
Thank you all for your time. Tatsala to the distinguished members of the Labor Public Employees Committee and Public. I am the founder of the and Executive Director of the Indigenous Cannabis Coalition. And we also publish Tribal Hemp and Cannabis magazine, which is the nation's first print publication dedicated to tribal hemp and cannabis education and advocacy. ICANC is a not-for-profit national coalition created to address the needs of Indigenous cannabis tribes, communities, families, and support other organizations in education about tribal sovereignty and cannabis legalization. I am an enrolled member of the Nez Perce tribe in Idaho, and I applaud the efforts of HB 6377 as a pivotal process towards the reclamation of Indigenous cordage economies of the Indigenous peoples there, and the recognition of Connecticut's Indigenous families as living, thriving communities of today, and not a part of history to erase. I encourage members of the committee to support HB 6377 because it provides solutions to the long-failed history of criminalizing communities of color for using plant medicines, allows for the religious and spiritual freedom of prayer without persecution from a government, and supports data-driven policymaking. The language in Section 32 of H. Bill 6377 on deference to tribal sovereignty is critical for tribes to be able to safely and compliantly enter into cannabis economies without fear of constant battles with local governments and state officials. When a state fails to acknowledge the protection of tribal sovereignty, it fractures other areas of effective government-to-government relationships. An example is California's Proposition 64, which voters approved in 2016. The legislation was silent on how California would interact with tribes in the legal marketplace, leaving them on the sidelines as the multi-billion-dollar cannabis market rapidly developed without them. And when some tribes stepped forward in cultivation, production, and processing, they faced illegal raids from local law enforcement. Washington, Oregon, and Nevada have all passed legislation that empowers them to sign individual compacts with each tribe and allows for sharing of regulatory responsibilities on reservations that includes the protections of homelands. Under the Clean Water Act, tribes, estates, or TASs have an extra duty to protect their watersheds and homelands and have authority to prosecute violations under federal laws. In Washington state, tribes agree to impose regulations and tax levels that at a minimum mirror those of the state. Tribal and state regulators also collaborate on enforcement, while the state can run background checks on non-tribal investors and partners. In return, tribes have access to the general Washington market and tax revenue goes to reservation coffers. This is done without a waiver of tribal sovereign immunity. As sovereign nations, tribes are able to regulate, grow, and sell cannabis on reservation lands, and many are moving forward with proprietary track and trace systems for strong compliance in nation-to-nation trade and commerce between other sovereigns. Since the inception of gaming, tribes have endured a higher burden of regulation and compliance under the National Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, or NIGRA. Tribes have themselves raised the bar and work within guidelines of minimum internal control standards. As we move towards equitable federal legislation, it is imperative that tribal sovereignty is acknowledged in state laws to further the trust responsibility that our nation has to tribes. There is a unique relationship that states have with these tribes. Tribes are not a traditional stakeholder. They are indigenous homelands within governments, and states just happen to reside within these sovereign territories. Legislation must be mindful and respect the unique government-to-government relationship with each respective sovereign. We applaud many other sections of House Bill 6377 that address the repair to communities and families by addressing the social equity gaps in health, housing, education, workforce, and law enforcement. And with this, I humbly request and encourage all members of the Connecticut State Legislature to co-sponsor and ultimately pass HB 6377. Katsiaya.
Thank you, Ms. Oven. I appreciate your testimony. I just have one question. Well, I don't have just one question. I might have two, but I want to ask you: Are you coming to us from Idaho?
I am. I'm calling in. I was online since 7 o'clock this morning. I am also on the ACLU Board of Directors, so I'm multitasking right now with my duties with the ACLU this evening.
Well, I appreciate that. I was going to say that it's a lot earlier in Idaho, but when you said you've been on since 7 a.m., it was earlier then too. So I appreciate you being with us all day. And I will now look to my colleagues here to see if there are any questions. At this point, I don't see any hands, but I will say that I really appreciate your perspective on this. And I think, we've talked a lot throughout the evening and throughout the day about getting it right as we introduce a new industry in Connecticut, and we've endeavored to do that. And I think having the tribal nations represented at the table is really a very positive development in Connecticut, because I'm confident we can go forward together and build a very good industry for business and also for the workers of Connecticut. Thank you. So next up we have Cameron Chaplin, who is with the United Association of Plumbers and Pipe Fitters, Local 305. And I know, Cameron, I saw you earlier. There you are. Thank you. Thank you for hanging in there.
It's been a very interesting day.
Well, I appreciate you being here, and you have the floor.
Chairwoman Porter, Chairwoman Kushner, Representative Aurora, Senator Sampson. My name is Cameron Champlin. I represent Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 777. I've been a 55-year member, and I now lobby for them. This is in strong support of House Bill 6378. During my time, I was worked with the tools. I was also a business manager and a business agent. So I have been through the process of the prevailing wage and how it is done. This is not doing anything that isn't already being done except streamlining, as everybody has said earlier. It's streamlining the process. It will be less burdensome on our DOL here in Connecticut to do it this way. Other than that, I just want to, because of the time, I'm not gonna go on and on and on. Just a couple of things I want to mention. One of them is, since you've been invited everywhere, I'm going to invite anybody that wants to come to our training center. And I want you to understand, we don't get any money from the state or the feds. This is all paid for out of our dues. So we have our training center in Meriden. I would love to have you and any other of the members of that committee that would like to come and see our training center. When we have our apprentices there, we also put on journeyman training there. And all this is due to the prevailing wage. In fact, my pension is good because of the prevailing wage. One other thing I do want to say, there's been a lot of talk today about women and especially women of color. Anyone that thinks that women or women of color are not as smart as other people, I wish they would go and see the movie that is Hidden Figures. And that would be interesting for anybody. I think that's all that I have to say, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate you being here to testify tonight. I see that Representative Winkler has his hand up.
Yes, just one question. I have been to most, if not all, of the training centers in the state, and almost all of them have a management support component. That is, management and labor both fund the training center. That's not the case in your situation?
That's correct. And I'm sorry, I said it's out of our dues. We pay a certain, we have a deduction from the members, and also the contractors pay in too. It is a joint apprenticeship committee. And I apologize for misleading. I didn't mean to do that.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And I don't see any more hands at this time. So thank you, Brother Chaplain, and we will move on. Thanks for being here.
Your time. Have a good night.
Of course. Next up, we have Sarah Noon. Sarah is with Students for Sensible Drug Policy and the United States Federal Policy Liaison.
Hi, thanks for having me. I'll try to do everything I can in these few minutes. I thank every single one of you, the members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. Again, my name is Sarah Noon. I am the United States Federal Policy Liaison for SSDP. We are an international grassroots student organization dedicated to bringing young people of all political and ideological orientations together to have honest conversations about drugs and drug policy and drug users. We create change by providing a platform where members collaborate, communicate, share resources with, and coach each other to generate policy change, deliver honest drug education, and promote harm reduction. I'm here today to specifically advocate support for HB 6377. It is one of the few bills that addresses the totality of the discrimination inherent in the war on drugs. It is truly the first of its kind and should serve as an example to the rest of the country when they are looking to legalize cannabis in a way that's going to be equitable to those who have been the most severely impacted by this insane, punitive war on people. At the end of 2020, we saw that Congress eliminated the aid elimination penalty that denied federal student aid to people convicted of a drug offense. For more than 20 years, these policies disproportionately harmed people of color, targeted by drug enforcement, and disrupted the education of hundreds of thousands of students. Now, today, we know that because of the COVID pandemic, people have seen there is a desperate need to get people in the workforce and to remove those barriers. This bill will go a lot further in doing that and repairing the restorative justice that so desperately needs to be done after years and years of damage. Studies show that nearly a quarter of young people use drugs, with marijuana being the leading substance. It's not going away. The war on drugs has failed. It is here to stay. We should do what we need to do to make sure that we limit the possibilities of the harms that come with drug use are impreventable. And we're not going to get rid of it. We need to install an education that is honest and reality-based and that is respectful to students' education. And that means that we need to talk about this openly in schools. I know in high school, and I'm sorry if I'm going off board, I'm trying to go so fast. In high school, I witnessed peers continually face punishment after punishment, suspensions, expulsions, detentions, as they struggle to leave the juvenile justice system, battle substance abuse disorders, and graduate high school. One day I was driving friends home from school when one of them fell unconscious. I later learned that he had overdosed, and I didn't see this man as a criminal. He was my friend. I thought he needed help, and I saw it as the job of the people who work in my school, my teachers, my principal, to provide him meaningful support. But that didn't happen. when I told my teacher what happened in confidence, me and everyone in that car was suspended. And then my statement was used to put him back in jail. And that's not what's supposed to happen. We need to offer psychologists, counselors, and support programs to assist. There should not be police officers in these schools. 70% of these students that are arrested with police officers are people of color. We see them disproportionately represented at all levels in the juvenile justice system. And I apologize. I want to talk about Students for Sensible Drug Policies, just so you know, peer education program, as well as drug policy.
Hold on one second,
Yes.
Sarah. I just want to tell you, you don't have to apologize, and take a deep breath. I know you're trying to get in so much information in a short period of time, but we do want to hear from you. So you're welcome to continue, and don't apologize for being emotional. These issues are emotional for all of us.
Thank you. Yes. I'm sure everyone knows all of this is extremely personal. The demographic of youth have been the most heavily impacted by this war on drugs. And it's encouraging to see that there's some headway coming along in our juvenile justice system, where we've seen over the last 15 years and less students get arrested, but we still see the same disproportionate arrests of where a child of color, particularly a Black child, is 5 times as likely to get arrested than I am in my school. And then it just goes on from there. And I wanted to say, putting kids through this juvenile justice system is a hindrance to our public safety. It is not giving them any means of opportunity to get out of this situation or to seek the remediation and the needs of help that they need. It exposes them to damaging impacts, including physical and sexual abuse, suicide, significant disruptions to mental and physical development. A lot of these times, we don't actually have a federal minimum age of when we're going to of when we can put a child at trial and incarcerate them. And a lot of times these children are not competent enough to be put on trial. They haven't had enough time to process what this means. The collateral consequences suffered by these children can include fines and fees, barriers to education and employment, and risk to immigration status. If a family is unable to pay these court fees, they can face wage and garnishment and even arrest. Courts waste resources trying to collect fines and fees from these families who can't pay. And it is imperative that we include that none of the punishments that should come from having a drug on campus or using it should be financial. None of it should be. This bill will encourage the decarceration of and divert students from the system. It provides essential wording that is not seen in any other state that has legalized cannabis up to this point. According to the Sentencing Project, students incarcerated during the pandemic have tested positive for the virus. Meanwhile, thousands of youth across 38 states have tested positive. Only 4 states are testing children in these facilities. All the more reason to decarcerate in the age of a pandemic, and we have yet to make that stride. If we are going to do equity policy right, this cannot go. We need to acknowledge that young people use drugs more than any other demographic, and we have to mitigate the potential harms that come with it. And that means acknowledging that it's there, ending the stigma, treating them as human beings with compassion and human right-based policies. We have to legalize cannabis with equity measures and make sure that people are getting the help and restoration that they deserve. So close this off with HB 63377 is the first in its kind. It's starting off in the right direction, and I strongly encourage everyone here to vote for it and look into everything else that it provides. It is a big first step in making sure that financial aid is not a hindrance to opportunity just because of a drug crime. It's backward strategy, and it's time that we start looking beyond these zero tolerance policies. Again, this establishes a substance abuse diversion program with community-based alternatives to incarceration, which is absolutely essential to making sure that these children don't end up back in these facilities and that they can pursue the education that they need. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and I appreciate your testimony and your being here with us tonight. I do see Representative Hughes has her hand up.
Thank you, Sarah, so much. I'm so proud that you got involved in making policy, making good policy. What do you think your peers' solution would look like in your schools? I know you said a few things that were not right and the wrong approach. What if students were at the table with implementing this equity-based policy? What would that look like for you and your peers?
Apologize if you hear this noise. I don't actually know how to shut it off. But so how this would look like. So there is, like I mentioned this, and this is also in the testimony that I will submit. I know this goes beyond what the bill encourages. It likely touches on supporting diversion programs, counselors, like these nurses in our schools, but we should be giving an honest education. Studies show when children are giving an honest education early on, we have that. I mean, we should allow them to share their honest stories about cannabis use because it happens. It's inevitable with it. Or opioid overdose, being able to share those experiences so that they can hear about, like, if I had known today that naloxone existed, Narcan, I would have had that in my car and I could have helped my friend a lot sooner. And that is something that is provided in these drug education programs, letting you know, like, how you can, if you see a drug overdose happening, how to handle it. We're not teaching that currently today. We're just teaching them to condemn drug use, to pretend that it doesn't exist and just say no when that doesn't work. That people aren't doing that. They're never going to. I think that's the first step to really mitigating this, is just acknowledging we need to work with it. We can't keep condemning it. It is something that has failed.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for doing this.
Before you go, let me just tell you that I think that you brought to the discussion an aspect that we really hadn't explored today very much, and that is the student experience and also substance abuse. And it is a big issue and something that we need to hear the voices of the students. I appreciate Representative Hughes' question because I think that's a very good question to ask. I happen to also serve on the Public Health Committee, and we do have a bill there that we're going to be holding public hearing on about the opioid crisis and substance abuse. And I would hope that you would take a look at our agenda for the Public Health Committee. There may be an opportunity to share some of these ideas there as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I don't see any.
I'm sorry, I actually.
Oh, Representative Porter, yes. I see it now. Go ahead, Representative Porter, my co-chair.
Thank you, Senator Kushner and Sarah. I just want to thank you. Oh my gosh, powerful testimony. I know I'm going to see you in other places outside of what you're doing here. I just know it. So you just keep doing what you're doing. I want to just say that Section 29 actually does speak to the educational institutions and students in the bill. And I'm not sure if that's what you were referencing, but we did take into account what's required within educational institutions, not to criminalize, but educate, not to criminalize, but rehabilitate. So all the things that you said, some of those things are actually addressed. And I thank you for your advocacy. I thank you for being a voice. I thank you for your passion, your heart for people. And I want you to just continue what you're doing. It matters. Your voice matters. Your story matters. Your testimony matters. And I know your parents must be extremely proud of you and the work that you're doing on behalf of humanity. So I want to say thank you, and I'm proud of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. And now let me take one more look, and I see no other hands. So thank you, Sarah, for being with us tonight. Next up on the agenda is Joseph, and Joseph, I hope I get your name right, Asatulo. Is Joseph with us? I do not see him. So we will then move to Duncan Markovich. And I know I saw his name here. Duncan. I see you're here, Duncan, but can you unmute yourself? Great,
I'm here.
thank you, Duncan.
Well, hi, yes, I think Joseph just signed on.
Oh, okay. I see Joseph now. I thought you were Duncan. But Joseph, yes, we'll start with you and then we'll go to Duncan.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished and esteemed members of the Labor Committee. My name is Joseph Raymond Achitulo, and I'm the founder president of the New England Craft Candy. We are a business alliance that supports small business entrepreneurship in the New England cannabis industry, and act as a watchdog, keeping eyes on predatory multi-state operators looking to exploit highly regulated cannabis markets. In 2013, I was personally arrested for cannabis cultivation and had 62 years of incarceration hung over my head in trial, a trial that I won after 42 appearances over false statements made by police on a warrant affidavit. Criminalizing homegrown cannabis undermines the cannabis policy put forth. HB 6377 rectifies that with its home grow provisions. New England Craft Cannabis Alliance supports Bill HB 6377 and feels this bill is comprehensive and robust. It puts forth the fair and equitable policies that recognize social justice and economic justice aspects of cannabis legalization that will begin to fix the negative impact brought upon our communities by the war on drugs. Bipartisan support is important. Many of our Republican politicians have expressed they'd like to see Connecticut residents be able to grow their own cannabis. I urge lawmakers to not fold to corporate lobby influence behind closed doors that are effectively removing grow rights out of all other policies being currently written, citing that it hurts their company's bottom line and fuels the black market. Without grow rights, cannabis policy becomes unfair and overregulated. In my opinion, any bill brought forth that doesn't include grow rights is a dead bill by advocates. HB 6377 supports grow rights and acknowledges that legal weed purchased in a dispensary can be expensive. And by allowing home grow, we are allowing access to communities that may not be able to afford the expensive prices of dispensaries. Also, we are again acknowledging the social justice and equity aspects of cannabis legalization by allowing residents to grow their own before allowing corporations to profit. I'd also like to note that home grow or cultivation rights is a road to economic justice and an incubator for the small craft producer in the craft cannabis market, much like a home brew is the incubator for the craft beer market. I urge you to take the recommendations put forth by this bill to establish a cannabis control commission and make sure to keep the cannabis legalization process focused first and foremost on the social justice aspect and not just tax revenue. In order to achieve this, the commission should include advocates who will protect the rights of the communities of color and people previously criminalized during the war on drugs.
Thank you so much. Mr. How do you say your last name?
Achitulo.
Achitulo. Thank you, Mr. Achitulo. I knew that double C was probably had a special pronunciation. Let me look now to see if I see that Representative Winkler has his hand up. Representative Winkler.
Yes, one question. I've looked at laws around the country and seen some really good language, but then I look and I can't find any people of color, people in the inner city, owning companies that do manufacture and grow of cannabis. So my question is, do you have a shining example where, justice, equity, etc., is working, full blown?
So I would say there are a few good examples in Chicago of working THC oriented companies, but right here in Connecticut, I think equity, the shining example is Wepa Farms. I mean, you need to take a good look at how successful they are in the CBD market, and that can easily be translated to the legal recreational market. There are Instagram right now is full of these gray market companies that, with the right kind of fair and equitable opportunities to be licensed, will be legal, successful legal marijuana companies. The city of Oakland has over 100 businesses, equity businesses that are successful. And cities like this opened up and were very lax with cannabis laws, signaling to the industry. Oakland is full of social equity advocates, and I believe that is a big reason why they've been able to implement such a good process. I do think that we need to definitely get municipalities involved and informed on how to do this. Looking at cities like Oakland or Los Angeles, who has 400 licensed equity applicants that are successful. Like Jason Ortiz always says, if there's any problem that comes up, there is an advocate or a professional in this country that we work with that has dealt with that problem already. I definitely think B6377 is a path to that type of equity, and slowing down the process, not allowing the corporate influence to just like strike fast and take the industry over. Instead, take the time, get input from the advocates, from the community. This is a great cottage industry if we do it right. And I believe just pumping tax revenue isn't the same as having a community of ancillary businesses, working hand to hand together. I mean, we could have a really vibrant marketplace here.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the reference to Wepa Farms. We did hear from Luis Vega earlier today, and I agree. He had some really insightful comments. And so it's helpful to hear you validate that. And we will look closely at it. And this is another area where I think we would all do well by touring. So at some point, maybe when it's safe after COVID, we'll have an opportunity to see some of the work, like you mentioned, at Wepa Farms. So thank you so much for testifying. I do not see any other hands. So thank you for being with us tonight, and we will go.
I do appreciate your time, and that, like I said, look at a company like Wepa, because in a legal market, not only would you would have the community wants to support these companies. They don't want to support the Curaleafs, these big, Walmarts of the industry. They want to be able to trust and know that the cannabis that they're consuming is coming from the community, that's coming from the people they know. It's a cottage industry. So thank you very much. Thank you, Robin Porter, as well. I do appreciate this committee's chance to talk.
Thank you, Joseph. I just wanted to say thank you and hello. I see you. I'm still here, but we're just trying to keep it moving. But I didn't want to not acknowledge you. Appreciate you taking the time to testify tonight.
Your time's appreciated, ladies. Thank you.
All right. Stay safe.
Thank you. So next up, we have Louis Chimes from the Connecticut Trial Lawyers Association. Is Louis here? I do not see him. Perhaps he'll come in a little later. Then I will go. I know I saw her, Susan Garten, managing attorney with the Greater Hartford Legal Aid. Susan.
Oh my.
Let's see, you are there, but we do not see.
Start my video.
Okay, so Devin, can you help us with that? Make sure she can start her video. Try that again. I think Devin's working his magic behind the scenes. There you are.
There we are. Good evening. I'm Sue Garten. I'm a managing attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and I don't have a tour to offer you, but I do want to testify on behalf of my legal services colleagues and the low-wage workers we represent in favor of SB 6379, an act concerning workers' rights. And this is an act that prohibits non-compete covenants for workers who earn less than twice the minimum wage. So you may all know that a non-compete covenant prohibits employees from engaging in a particular occupation or a type of work for a defined time period and in a defined geographic area after separating from employment. And these covenants serve a legitimate traditional purpose. They were intended to protect an employer's competitive advantage and business secrets for highly trained employees and to prevent them from taking those business secrets to a subsequent employer. But as I state in my written testimony, recent studies have shown that employers are requiring up to a quarter of low-wage workers to sign these non-compete agreements. These workers don't have any of those specialized or technical skills, and they're not privy to trade secrets that are held by higher paid employees. And forcing these workers to sign non-compete agreements is really harmful to their economic well-being. For an employer to tell a fast food worker that she can, for 1 year, not take any other fast food jobs within a 10 or 15 mile radius, obviously adversely affects their employment opportunities. These workers have no other marketable skills. They often depend on public transportation, so they can't realistically travel to jobs more than 10 or 15 miles from home. So 27 states have recognized this growing problem for low-wage workers, and they have enacted restrictions on the imposition of on the ability of employers to require these non-compete covenants. So what SB 6379 does is it provides that a non-compete agreement can only be entered into by workers whose compensation is no more than twice the minimum fair wage. So with Connecticut's current $12 fair wage, minimum wage, non-compete agreements cannot be required for employees who are going to earn less than $24.01 an hour. But under 6379, an employer still has the ability to obtain a non-compete agreement that is reasonably limited in time, geographic scope, and employment restrictions as necessary to provide business interests for all other employees. So Mr. Gedge's earlier testimony that this affects entire industries is really not accurate. It affects only the lowest wage workers in industries, not the whole industries themselves. So 6379 really is a very sensible balance between the rights of low wage workers and the rights of employers, and we encourage the committee's support.